I see. Then I can only not burn them to death. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Hearing this, Old Leopard was relieved. The little girl's words of not burning them to death meant that those big guys' lives were saved. However, they might suffer a lot of physical pain, but it was still better than losing their lives. Old Leopard was very open-minded about this. Naturally, Leng Ruoxue was a woman of her words. When she felt that the time was almost up, she retracted her flames. Very quickly, the giant bear, which had been burnt to a pitch-black state, appeared before everyone. When the crowd saw this scene, they felt even more sympathy for these giant bears. Poor big guy. It seemed that the thick long hair on his body that could withstand the cold had been burned clean. However, his skin looked much smoother now, except it had turned black. These bears had also fainted from the pain. Leng Ruoxue threw a large ice-cold water ball at the leading bear. Not long after, the bear with the most serious injuries slowly opened its heavy eyelids under the stimulation of the cold. This time, the way it looked at Leng Ruoxue was filled with fear. What are you doing? Get away from me. The leader of the giant bears looked at Leng Ruoxue, who was slowly approaching him, in fear. It dragged its heavily injured body and crawled on the ground with a face full of fear, trying to get away from this human demon. Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you a question. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she stood in front of the giant bear, speaking in a friendly manner. I don't know anything, don't ask me. When the leader of the giant bears heard this, he was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly. He kept retreating, hoping to stay as far away from this terrifying human, Leng Ruoxue. The damage this human woman had caused to his heart was too deep. The moment he thought of those terrifying flames that he could not defend against, he had the urge to bang his head against them. At least, it was better than being burned to death alive. If you don't ask, then who do you ask? Leng Ruoxue continued to smile. I don't know. You can ask anyone but me. The giant bear shook its head in fear, and bean-sized tears fell from its eyes. Then, it burst into tears again. It was really, really too terrifying. Leng Ruoxue looked at the huge bear that was bawling its eyes out in front of her. She was completely speechless. Wasn't this bear still full of vigor just a while ago? Why did it wither in such a short time? This made her quite disappointed. Stop crying. I just want to ask you, how am I ugly? Leng Ruoxue couldn't take it anymore and roared. However, her words made Uncle Long and the others speechless. Just to ask this question, he scared the bear to this extent. That's a skill, right? When the giant bear heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it blinked its eyes continuously and whispered, you don't have any hair, you're not tall enough, and your skin color isn't very healthy. You can't give birth to our offspring, so in our eyes, you're a second-class disabled, an unqualified ugly woman. After it honestly expressed its thoughts, the giant bear was still shivering in fear. It was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would set it on fire again in a fit of anger. If that happened, it would not be far from death. However, Leng Ruoxue was even more speechless after hearing the giant bear's words. All right. She was a second-class disabled person. You bastard. This was clearly using a bear's sense of beauty to demand humans. She was a human, why did she need so much fur? Why did it have to be so high? Why was he so black? If she really looked like this, she would probably cry to death. And at this moment, she was also a little angry with herself. She knew that some beasts had a different sense of beauty from humans, so why was she taking a bear so seriously? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue went straight to the point, big stupid bear, we've come here to subdue you. What else do you losers have to say? Do you want to resist to the end or tactfully surrender? What can we say? If we don't surrender, will you let us go? Even though the giant bear leader's reaction was not as fast as the other beasties, it was not stupid. The difference in strength between it and Leng Ruoxue allowed it to make a wise decision without even thinking. I won't. Leng Ruoxue was very clear. Then what other choice do we have? We can only surrender. The leader of the giant bears said dejectedly. Then, it couldn't help but add, although we've surrendered, if the other beast clans on the Floating Clouds Mountain were to find out that a human has come to the Floating Clouds Mountain, they would definitely join forces. When it said this, its tone was obviously gloating. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue only rolled her eyes at it indifferently and said, there's no need for you to worry about this. Now, with the exception of you big stupid bears, all the beasts in the entire Floating Clouds Mountain are my subordinates. Upon hearing this, the giant bear, who had been gloating a moment ago, was stunned and speechless for a long time. When it finally reacted and wanted to ask more, the old leopard patted its head sympathetically and comforted it, my condolences. The white fox race and the wolf race are much more tactful than you. AI. The old leopard sighed again, his eyes full of sympathy for the big stupid bear. This guy was so confused about the situation, what should he do? However, the leading bear didn't understand the meaning of the old leopard's sigh. Instead, he pulled the old leopard's claws with a look of disbelief and asked shamelessly, the beasts of the Floating Clouds Mountain, were they all subdued by these humans? Yes. Your bear tribe will be the last batch to be subdued. The old leopard said honestly. How is that possible? Our Floating Clouds Mountain is as solid as a rock, as solid as an iron barrel. How could it be so easily broken through? It must be you traitor, who betrayed us. Isn't that right? Although the giant bear had chosen to surrender, it still refused to believe the fact that the Floating Clouds Mountain had changed hands. Therefore, after hearing the old leopard's words, it could not help but question him loudly. The old leopard's answer to it was a big roll of his eyes. The old leopard looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It was wrong. It shouldn't be too kind to sympathize with this stupid bear. This was a hopeless battle bear, not worthy of sympathy. With this thought in mind, the old leopard wagged his tail and left slowly. Hey! Come back. Come back here. I haven't let you go yet. Seeing that the old leopard had left without giving him any face, the leader of the giant bears could not help roaring. However, old leopard didn't even look back. Seeing this, Uncle Long walked over and dragged the giant bear that was dozens of meters tall like he was carrying a chicken. Let me teach you the rules. After saying that, the giant bear was dragged to a corner by Uncle Long. Then, everyone heard the sound of rustling, accompanied by some terrifying howls from time to time. However, everyone present was mentally strong, so when they heard the painful howls, they acted as if nothing had happened and did what they were supposed to do. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can find hundreds. On the other hand, the bears that had fainted were awakened by the cries of pain and the noise. However, when they woke up and saw Leng Ruoxue, the bears fainted again. A moment later, the giant bear that Uncle Long had dragged out from the corner had a bigger head. Its eyes were so swollen that they were squinted into a line, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Uncle Long dragged the bear and threw it in front of Leng Ruoxue. Before Uncle Long could say anything, the giant bear started howling, "Master! Master! Little bear was wrong. Little bear shouldn't have doubted your strength. Our floating cloud mountain is not an iron cylinder. Our place is made of paper that you can easily break with a light poke. Master, you are wise and brilliant. Under your wise leadership, our floating cloud mountain will definitely grow stronger and stronger. In time, our floating cloud mountain will definitely become the #1 major power in the divine realm." Little bear is absolutely confident of this. Leng Ruoxue was at a loss for words after being sucked up by such a huge bear. Her beautiful eyes looked at Uncle Long teasingly, as if to say, "Uncle Long, did you teach me to say such words?" Shua. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing the hidden meaning in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, Uncle Long quickly clarified that he was not willing to be the scapegoat. Moreover, he didn't expect that the bear would make him so speechless. He couldn't help but give the bear a hard kick, and then scolded, "Say something useful. You bastard. Who allowed you to say this?" "Master, this little bear's sincerity can shine on the sun and moon." When the leading giant bear heard the word useful, it racked its brain to think of this sentence. However, its words made Leng Ruoxue not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that in this bear's heart, the only useful thing was for it to kiss ass? To be honest, Leng Ruoxue hated it when people flattered her. Therefore, she didn't resonate with the giant bear's words. Instead, she wanted to give it a few kicks. More importantly, she couldn't accept the fact that such a big bear called itself a little bear. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue said, "Take your clansmen and find a place where no one is around. I don't want to see you now." Upon hearing this, the giant bear leader was filled with grief and anger. It looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully and said, "Master, why? What did little bear do wrong? Tell me and I'll definitely change." It couldn't be thrown into the cold palace before it could even perform. Beastie that was not liked by its master would have a very miserable end. Therefore, the leading bear felt that it must not end up like that. "You're too stingy." Leng Ruoxue was speechless. This bear was truly capable of shaking the heavens and earth when it spoke. Master, I'll change. Don't make me find a place with no one around to stay, okay?" The leader of the giant bears begged pitifully. "You can't change it." Leng Ruoxue glanced at the bear. "Master, I mean what I say. I guarantee that it will be changed." The leader of the giant bears raised his big bear paw and promised. "Oh, really? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Let's start by not calling yourself a little bear." Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. "If you're not called little bear, what should you call it?" The leader of the giant bears said in a conflicted tone. He's called Big Bear." The old leopard suggested. "Big bears aren't as friendly as little bears." The leader of the bears was not satisfied with being called Big Bear. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she felt as if there were more black lines on her forehead. "Don't you have a name?" Leng Ruoxue asked helplessly. "No, I didn't. The leader of the giant bears spoke the truth, not at all feeling that it was embarrassing to not have a name. "Little girl, these bears are too lazy. He only knew how to sleep all day and had no chance to use his name, so, we usually call them Beery 1, Beery 2. And so on." Old Leopard explained with an evil smile. "Then let's call him as we did before." Leng Ruoxue nodded. She didn't want to get tangled up over the names of a few bears. Furthermore, there were too many beastie, so she could come up with a name. Therefore, she irresponsibly pushed away these hot potatoes. After deciding to continue using the old name, Leng Ruoxue instructed Old Leopard to invite the White Fox clan leader and the Wolf clan leader over. They were preparing to leave the floating cloud mountain, so she had to give them some instructions. After receiving Old Leopard's notice, the Wolf clan's patriarch rushed over. However, the White Fox clan's patriarch had yet to arrive. Leng Ruoxue was worried and sent the Wolf clan's patriarch to look for him as well. After a long time, the Leopard and the Wolf tribe's leader finally returned. As for the White Fox tribe's leader, he was carried over by the two of them. Leng Ruoxue looked at the White Fox clan leader, who was curled up into a ball and pretending to be dead. She then turned to look at Old Leopard with suspicion. When Old Leopard saw this, he chuckled and said, "Little girl, this sly fox refused to come, so I had no choice but to work together with Chief Leng to tie it up and bring it here." White Fox clan leader, what's wrong? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled by the clan leader's bashful expression. No, nothing. Master, I'm not feeling well. I don't want to see anyone. The White Fox clan leader whispered. Uncomfortable? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Leng Ruoxue asked in concern. No big deal. The White Fox clan leader continued, and she buried her head even deeper. Master, this sly fox will feel uncomfortable for a few days every month. It's no problem. The Wolf clan leader laughed evilly when he saw this. Ugh. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue didn't know how to react. Could it be that the male beasts in the divine realm were different from what she knew? Just as Leng Ruoxue was filled with suspicion, Old Leopard interrupted, that's right. The White Fox clan leader will have those few days every month. Little girl, you don't have to worry. You bastard. You guys only have a few days every month. I'm very normal, a normal male beast. As soon as Chief Leng and the Old Leopard finished speaking, the White Fox tribe leader, who had curled up into a ball, jumped up and pointed at them angrily. Yo! Don't play dead. Seeing this, Old Leopard laughed evilly. Arg! I don't have the face to see anyone. Don't stop me, let me die. The White Fox clan leader realized that she had been tricked after hearing what Old Leopard said. She quickly turned around and covered her face with her hands, looking as if she was about to commit suicide. However, even though it covered its face, its fur could not. Moreover, the long hair that had not fully grown out was still uneven and pockmarked, which was very unsightly. When Leng Ruoxue caught a glimpse of this scene, she didn't need to guess to know that it was evil demon and Tsang's doing. Otherwise, this white fox wouldn't be so calm. However, a fox that loved beauty was turned into such an ugly state. One could imagine how big of a blow this was to a certain fox. No wonder he didn't dare to meet anyone. However, even though this fox was a little ugly now, it didn't have to be so desperate, right? What a big deal. Leng Ruoxue could not understand. At this time, the white fox, who was still on the verge of death, saw that no one was stopping it from committing suicide and felt a little embarrassed. Just as it was hesitating about how to end this, it heard its master's heavenly voice. Are you done? Leng Ruoxue said, pretending to be impatient. I feel wronged. Upon hearing this, the white fox instantly returned to normal. However, its resentful blue eyes were still fixed on Leng Ruoxue. Its red eyes were saying, Master, please protect me. Oh. How can you not feel aggrieved? Leng Ruoxue said cooperatively. Do you want to turn around and beat us up? All of a sudden, a cold male voice interrupted, giving the White Fox clan leader a fright. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Then, she saw the White Fox clan leader waving her hand and saying, No need. No need. I won't feel aggrieved anymore. Since you're not feeling aggrieved anymore, then quickly get over here and stand properly. Shue has something to say to you. The demon continued to release cold air. When the White Fox and Wolf tribe leaders saw this, they quickly stood in a line and waited for their master's instructions. At this time, the demon turned to the giant bear who had been watching the show and roared, What are you still standing there for? It's none of your business, right? Arg. It wasn't. No. Even though it had been shot, the leading bear did not dare to get angry or say anything. It could only obediently stand in a row with the other two. Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh in her heart. The three of them seemed to have been scared out of their wits by the demon. In fact, she didn't know when the evildoer had taught them a lesson. However, since the evildoer was willing to be the white face, she wouldn't stop him. Following that, Leng Ruoxue directly said to the three in front of her, We will leave Floating Cloud Mountain soon. Master, where are we going? Before Leng Ruoxue could finish her sentence, the White Fox clan leader asked impatiently. We are the ones leaving, not you. You will continue to stay here. Leng Ruoxue explained. Upon hearing this, the White Fox clan leader immediately howled at the top of her lungs, Woo! Master, are you going to abandon us so soon? You said that I can stay by your side, how can you go back on your word? The White Fox clan leader was heartbroken. It deeply felt that its infatuation had been heavily hurt, and it was so sad that it wanted to kill itself. Just now. Why did you stop it? Who said I'm going to abandon you? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly as she glanced at the bawling White Fox clan leader. Master said he was leaving and told us to stay here. The White Fox clan leader's blue eyes were filled with tears as she spoke with a bitter expression. Wasn't this the rhythm of being abandoned? It understood. Yup. I'm asking you to stay here to guard the Floating Cloud Mountain. This is your territory after all, are you willing to give it up so easily? Leng Ruoxue glanced at the aggrieved White Fox clan leader and smiled. Give up on this place? Of course, the White Fox clan leader was not willing to do so. However, if staying here meant that she could not be by her master's side, she would have to think about it carefully. That was why it felt so conflicted. However, the wolf tribe leader and the bear tribe leader were not like that. To them, it didn't matter where they stayed. It would be even better if they could stay in a place they were familiar with. Therefore, the two of them were very satisfied with Leng Ruoxue's suggestion. They were staying here to protect their original territory. Otherwise, once they left, this place might be immediately occupied by foreign beasts. If that happened, wouldn't all their years and generations of beasts management go to waste? I will treat this place as my own branch in the future. Therefore, this place naturally needs someone to guard it. Of course, you will only be staying here temporarily. When you have cultivated an heir and can take charge of things on your own, you can decide whether you want to continue staying here or follow me. But at this stage, this place needs you very much. Leng Ruoxue continued when she saw that the three divine beasts did not say anything. Upon hearing this, the wolf and bear tribe leaders took the lead to express their willingness to stay here. The white fox tribe leader, who had been struggling for a long time, also expressed his willingness to stay here and guard the territory for his master after careful consideration. However, he did not forget to emphasize that he was only staying here temporarily. After listening to the three divine beasts, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she let the three divine beasts acknowledge her as their master before leaving the floating clouds mountain with her group of people. Even after Leng Ruoxue and the others had walked far away, the White Fox clan leader was still looking in the direction of Leng Ruoxue and the others with tears in her eyes. She sobbed, "Master, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up again?" Hearing this, the Wolf clan's chief raised his eyebrows and said with a smirk. The White Fox clan leader was filled with hatred when she heard this. This damned old wolf was really rubbing it in. It had almost forgotten about this matter, but it still had to remind it. It was really hateful, annoying, and hateful. Hee. Little White Fox, I think it's safer for you to stay in Floating Clouds Mountain. Your master's man or beast. You can't afford to offend any of them. At this time, Chief Xiong also reminded him with a kind face. Hearing this, the White Fox clan leader became even more indignant. Had these two detestable fellows been bribed so quickly? He didn't even care about their many years of friendship, it was really too sad. The White Fox clan leader felt indignant. Seeing this, the Wolf clan leader and the Bear clan leader patted its shoulder helplessly. The two of them then returned to their respective stations. They would be busy in the future. After the unification of the Floating Clouds Mountain, everyone would be as close as a family in the future. Naturally, there would be fewer conflicts. However, in this case, how to cultivate the fighting spirit of the beasts would become their top priority every day. Other than that, it was not appropriate for them to reveal the fact that they had acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as their master. Otherwise, the Floating Clouds Mountain would probably be attacked by the other beasts. When the Wolf and Bear tribe leaders thought of this, they felt that they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. They had a long way to go. Of course, the White Fox tribe leader, who was originally the leader of the three beasts, was ignored by them at this time. That old man was currently in the midst of a breakup and was not in a normal state of mind. Naturally, they could not count on him. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the Floating Cloud Mountain, they headed straight for the Snow Fox clan's territory, the Longevity Mountain. The Longevity Mountain was a snow mountain that had existed for 10,000 years. It was located to the north of the Divine Realm. Although it wasn't a land of bitter cold, the temperature there was extremely low all year round. It was the most suitable place for magical beasts that loved the cold to settle down. However, the White Tiger tribe was the largest power there. Thus, all the magical beasts that lived there were inextricably linked to the White Tiger tribe. To put it bluntly, they were the vassals of the White Tiger tribe. However, what attracted Leng Ruoxue the most was not the Snow Fox race or the White Tiger race. Instead, it was the supreme-grade cold attribute herbs there. Among them, the most expensive and most representative was, of course, the Snow Lotus. A Snow Lotus was naturally on a 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Jiang Ning and the other alchemists were quite excited about it. It should be known that when they needed snow lotuses, they would have to spend a lot of money to buy them or exchange them with the beasts living in the cold lands. Now that they could personally visit the snow mountain, they naturally wouldn't let this great opportunity go. However, Old Leopard didn't agree with their whimsical idea. The kind old leopard even reminded them tactfully, Snow Lotus, even if there's one, it's most likely already in the bag of the White Tiger race. Hence, I advise you all not to have too much hope. Leopard tribe leader, you're overthinking it. All natural treasures can only be obtained by those who are fated to. Although the White Tiger tribe is the local tyrant, the Snow Lotus that has gained sentience over 10,000 years ago might not be theirs. Leng Ruoxue was full of confidence as she smiled. Jiang Ning and the others agreed with her. But Old Leopard was speechless. Was a Snow Lotus that was over 10,000 years old that easy to encounter? It had lived for so many years, but it had never heard of a 10,000-year Snow Lotus in the immortal realm. Looking at their confident looks, Old Leopard suddenly felt that it was useless to say more. These people would not listen to him at all. Therefore, after reminding them, Old Leopard shut his mouth. Half a month later, Leng Ruoxue and the rest finally arrived near Longevity Mountain after a long and arduous journey. Even though they had yet to reach Longevity Mountain, Leng Ruoxue could already feel the temperature around her drop by quite a bit. She sent most of the people back to their houses, leaving behind only Evildoer, Tsang, Uncle Long, and Jiang Ning, who had strongly requested to stay outside. In Jiang Ning's words, he was the vice president of the Alchemist Guild headquarters. If he were to encounter people from the White Tiger race, his identity would be very useful. He could definitely cover for them for a while. Actually, when she heard Jiang Ning's words, Leng Ruoxue really wanted to tell him that she didn't only have one vice president of the Alchemist Guild headquarters by her side. Therefore, he wasn't the only person who could remain outside. However, she knew how thick Jiang Ning's skin was, and it wasn't like Luyue and Shen Nuo would fight with him over it. Thus, she only thought about it in her heart and didn't say it out loud. Following that, Leng Ruoxue carried Song and the four of them walked towards the Longevity Mountain. After half a day, Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at the foot of the Longevity Mountain. The temperature there was even lower. Jiang Ning was so cold that his entire body was shivering. Seeing him in this state, Leng Ruoxue advised him out of goodwill, how about? However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Ning. I'm fine. I just can't get used to it. Jiang Ning knew what Leng Ruoxue wanted to say and quickly replied. Although he was afraid of the cold, he would rather stay outside and search for medicinal herbs. After all, not everyone had the chance to come to the territory of the magical beasts. Furthermore, this was the base camp of the White Tiger clan, one of the 4 great kings of the divine realm. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Previous chapter. Next. If you can't stand the cold, just say it. Don't force yourself. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to speak up. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Ning was so insistent, she respected his decision. Hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. Then, he put on a layer of defense and suddenly felt much warmer. How do we get in? After he felt better, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask. Of course we'll walk in. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Of course, I know that we have to walk in. What I want to ask is, how are we going and where are we going? Jiang Ning was speechless. He couldn't just walk in like this, could he? This was the White Tiger race's territory. If they were to enter just like that, they might be surrounded and attacked by the White Tiger race. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Ning couldn't help but take another look at Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. There was no one in the divine world who didn't know of her face. Therefore, this little girl didn't even bother to disguise herself. If they really went in like this, the White Tiger race might just appear after a few steps. Jiang Ning couldn't help but cover his face. He was very suspicious that this girl was here to provoke him. However, such a bold and open provoker was rare in the immortal realm. In reality, the truth was revealed in Jiang Ning. Since Leng Ruoxue had come here, she naturally didn't want to be sneaky. From the start, she had never thought of hiding her identity. She felt that since she was already here, no matter what identity they had, they would definitely have a conflict with the White Tiger race. Unless the White Tiger race turned a blind eye to their arrival, pretending not to know anything. But with the White Tiger race's status, was that even possible? Since it was impossible, why should she be so careful? She might as well just swagger in. The current Leng Ruoxue would never have thought that the White Tiger race would be so conflicted because of their sudden arrival. Follow this path and go straight in. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly, then pointed to a flat and wide road in front of them. This road should be the official road leading to the top of Longevity Mountain. It was also said that only guests who were invited to the White Tiger race would leave. Although they weren't invited guests, the White Tiger race shouldn't say anything about it. That was what Leng Ruoxue thought, but not Jiang Ning. Looking at the path that Leng Ruoxue was pointing at, cold sweat started to flow down Jiang Ning's forehead. This was the rhythm of courting death. Did you? Shue, you're afraid that the White Tiger race doesn't know that we're here and want to send them a message? Jiang Ning was speechless. According to his understanding, shouldn't they have sneaked up the mountain and first look for snow lotuses? Then, they would quietly take care of the Snow Fox tribe and slip down the mountain? However, from the looks of it, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to act secretly at all. Instead, she had the intention to make a big move. Such a fact made him unable to accept it. It made him even more suspicious. Was it because he was getting old? Was that why there was a generation gap between him and these young people? How can that be? I just feel that since we've come to the Longevity Mountain, it won't be easy to hide from the White Tiger race. Since that's the case, why should we let ourselves suffer? Besides, don't forget that we still have to find Shuel Yan. Do you really think that the White Tiger race wouldn't know anything about an outsider wandering around the myriad Longevity Mountain? Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. After hearing what Leng Ruoxue said, even though Jiang Ning felt that it made sense, he still felt that something was amiss. However, he could not figure out what it was at the moment, so he could only let Leng Ruoxue lead him by the nose. Seeing that Jiang Ning had nodded, Leng Ruoxue waved her hand and said, "Let's go." With that, Leng Ruoxue pulled the evildoer along and walked to the front. This road was worthy of being the official road leading to the peak of Longevity Mountain. It was wide and flat. Although the road was covered with ice and snow, it was not slippery at all. Leng Ruoxue walked with ease. However, she could also keenly sense that a few pairs of eyes were watching them. However, she acted as if she did not notice anything and continued to walk calmly. On the other hand, Jiang Ning wasn't as calm as she was. Along the way, Jiang Ning's nerves had been tense and he had to look around vigilantly from time to time. When Uncle Long saw this, he patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and said, "Sir Jiang Ning, there's no need to be so nervous. Just follow Shue. You'll be safe." Oh. Jiang Ning nodded absent-mindedly, but his eyes were still alert. At this moment, the roar of a tiger rang out from the snowy mountain again. He warned in a threatening manner, "Shue, we've been discovered. Sir Jiang Ning, it's just a tiger howling at the top of its lungs. It might want to fight, or it might be courting. So, you don't have to be nervous. We haven't been discovered. Leng Ruoxue lied with her eyes wide open. In reality, the white tiger race had been watching them for a long time. It was just that they had not taken any action yet. Hence, she had pretended not to know. Jiang Ning was speechless when he heard these words that were obviously trying to fool him. Was he that stupid that he couldn't even tell whether it was a message, a fight, or a courtship? However, seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't seem to mind, he could only act like he didn't care. After all, with his status, even if the white tiger race discovered them, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After thinking like this, he finally calmed down. After Jiang Ning returned to normal, Leng Ruoxue and the other three became more casual. It was as if they had really come to the Longevity Mountain for a tour. They looked here and there, without any fixed route. Naturally, the White Tiger race's scouts had also reported back to the White Tiger race about their method of travel. The highest peak of the Longevity Mountain was also the White Tiger race's base. At this moment, everyone from the White Tiger King to the elders of the White Tiger race had gathered in the White Tiger race's conference room. Furthermore, all of them had grave expressions on their faces and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. At the very start, no one spoke. But after hearing the reports from the White Tiger race's scouts time and time again, the White Tiger race's Grand Elder finally couldn't sit still any longer. Your Majesty, since that Leng Ruoxue has come to the Longevity Mountain, why didn't she come to the White Tiger race's encampment? Could it be that you're not here to take revenge? The first elder said with a worried expression. He knew more about the grudges between the clan and Leng Ruoxue. Hence, he was nervous about Leng Ruoxue's sudden arrival. The reason for his nervousness was not entirely because of Leng Ruoxue, but more importantly, the Totoro by her side. The Totoro, whose identity they still could not figure out, had dared to destroy the Divine Lord's estate, and twice at that. They could not help but be wary. The White Tiger race's base was not as sturdy as the God Lord's estate. Great Elder, what are you saying? Do we have a grudge against that human, Leng Ruoxue? Why did she come to us for revenge? If he wanted to find someone, he should find God Lord Mist Ripple. You can find us? As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, a voice of opposition immediately rang out. The person who spoke was the Grand Elder's archenemy, the second elder of the White Tiger race. This old White Tiger had a one-sided belief that their White Tiger race did not have any direct conflict with Leng Ruoxue. Therefore, they could not be considered her enemies. At least, compared to God Lord Fogdeep, the little things that the White Tiger race had done were nothing. Previous chapter. As for the matter from hundreds of thousands of years ago, the White Tiger didn't think that it had much to do with his White Tiger race. According to what he had heard from his elders, they had only attacked their own clansmen and hadn't even touched a single hair on Lord Yu's head. The one who had killed Lord Yu was God Lord Fog Ripple. Therefore, this debt could not be counted on their heads. It was precisely because of this reason that the old White Tiger would naturally assume that they did not have any deep grudges with Leng Ruoxue. The people they had sent to attack Leng Ruoxue's group could also be seen as being coerced by God Lord Fog Ripple. They were also victims because the two Reverend God-level experts they had sent had yet to recover from their injuries. Unfortunately, this old White Tiger's thoughts were very good, but would the reality really be as he wished? The answer was no. Even if they did not directly attack Master Yu that year, they could not escape the fact that they were Wu Xian's accomplices. Hence, it was impossible for Leng Ruoxue to let go of what happened that year and act as if nothing had happened. However, the current Leng Ruoxue naturally didn't know what these old White Tigers were thinking. Otherwise, she would have scoffed at them. And at this moment, after hearing the second elder's words, the White Tiger race's first elder was rather speechless towards the second elder's thoughts. To deceive himself to this extent, first elder didn't know what to say. Therefore, he simply remained silent and did not argue with the second elder. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death by this pestering old man. At this time, the White Tiger King, who was sitting at the top, said impatiently, I didn't ask you to come here to talk about this. I just want you to think about it. If Leng Ruoxue comes knocking on our door, what should we do? What else can I do? Of course, he would fight back. If not, the outside world will definitely think that our White Tiger race is easy to bully. So, Your Majesty, if Leng Ruoxue really makes a move, we can't hold back either. Otherwise, where would the dignity of our White Tiger race be? When the second elder heard this, he quickly said in a high-spirited manner. Fight back? Alright, I'll leave the Totoro to you. The White Tiger King said to the second elder. However, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. If it wasn't for the Totoro, he would have attacked Leng Ruoxue long ago. Would he have allowed them to swagger into his territory? However, when he heard from his spy that Leng Ruoxue was carrying a Totoro, he dispelled that thought and hid in his clan. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he wasn't confident that he could defeat that small, unremarkable Totoro. Even God Lord Mist Ripple could only turn a blind eye to the Totoro, much less him. However, the White Tiger King was even more regretful that it had gathered these elders to discuss a plan. None of these old things could do anything. As for the second elder, who was originally in high spirits, he was dumbfounded after hearing his king's words. He didn't want to deal with that Totoro. Everyone in the Divine Realm was already familiar with the great name of that Totoro. As the second elder of the White Tiger clan, what he knew would only be more than others, and definitely not less than others. Thus, he naturally had an additional layer of fear towards that Totoro. Now that he heard the king say this, the second elder wanted to just faint. Glancing at the second elder's cowardly appearance, the White Tiger King snorted coldly and ordered, continue to send people to monitor Leng Ruoxue's group closely. If there are any changes, report immediately. With that, the White Tiger King left the group of elders present and turned to leave. The White Tiger spies who received the order naturally paid more attention to Leng Ruoxue and the rest. However, none of the White Tigers dared to make a move. As for Leng Ruoxue and the rest, they naturally continued with their own business. They had no idea about the White Tiger race's jittery behavior. However, even if Leng Ruoxue knew about it, she would probably just laugh it off. After all, their target this time was the Snow Fox tribe. Although she really wanted to wipe out the White Tiger race, the 4 great beast kings were all on the same side at critical moments. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to go up against all 4 of them at the same time, and the timing wasn't right either. If by any chance, she gave Fo Xian another opportunity, she would be depressed to death. Hence, he could only let the White Tiger race off this time. Of course, if the White Tiger race delivered themselves to her doorstep, she wouldn't mind. It was a pity that the White Tiger race didn't know what she was thinking. Hence, from the moment she ascended the mountain, the White Tiger race had already been on high alert. Leng Ruoxue and the rest wandered around Longevity Mountain for a few days. Although they came up empty-handed, they were not discouraged. The snow lotus was not easy to find. When they were resting, Leng Ruoxue even took out a house and placed it on the empty ground. After that, the 4 of them entered the house. This scene was naturally reported to the White Tiger race by the spies. When they had nothing to do, Leng Ruoxue would invite everyone to go hunting in the mountains. Even though many small animals were hibernating, they could still catch some small rabbits. However, as the Grand Elder and the others continued to enter and leave, the eyes of the White Tiger race's scouts couldn't even keep up with them. When the White Tiger King received the news, it gritted its teeth in hatred. F***CK. How many people did the other party have? With that house, the White Tiger King had no way to determine the number of people on the other side. Naturally, he was even more vigilant towards Leng Ruoxue and her group. He also passed down orders for his clansmen to stay away from Leng Ruoxue and her group and not to provoke them for no reason. In an instant, other than the spies who were still secretly monitoring Leng Ruoxue and her group, all the clansmen of the White Tiger race obediently stayed in their encampment. Even though Leng Ruoxue was not sure of the White Tiger King's orders, she could clearly feel that the number of gazes on them had decreased significantly after living on the Longevity Mountain for a few days. On a certain day, Leng Ruoxue was still leading the team around the snowy mountain. Old Leopard, who could now walk out openly, could not help but ask, "Little girl. You still haven't given up after searching for so many days? Even if there is a snow lotus on the Longevity Mountain, it's most likely in the hands of the White Tiger tribe. So, if you really want to find the snow lotus, I think it's better for you to go rob the White Tiger tribe. That would be much faster. Rob the White Tiger race? That's a good idea." Leng Ruoxue agreed with Old Leopard's words. However, the Old Leopard who made the suggestion was speechless because he had only said it casually. He had no intention of letting Leng Ruoxue rob the other party. In the Old Leopard's heart, the White Tiger race was a colossus that no one would dare to provoke. With this idea in mind, Old Leopard truly felt that it was a good idea. Although it felt that its idea was good, the White Tiger King, who had received the report from its spies, gritted its teeth in hatred. "You bastard." That audacious Old Leopard had actually suggested Leng Ruoxue to rob their White Tiger race. He must be tired of living. However, that detestable Old Leopard was with Leng Ruoxue. Hence, he really did not dare to do anything to him. However, it was even more impossible for him to let Leng Ruoxue and the others rob him. The White Tiger King was so anxious that it was pacing back and forth in its own palace. He had also heard of Leng Ruoxue's infamous reputation as a bandit. Hence, he was truly afraid that Leng Ruoxue would do what the Old Leopard had suggested and rob him. No. He had to come up with a good plan. He could not let Leng Ruoxue have the treasures that he had kept for so many years. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. If that wretched girl really came to rob him, he would be so heartbroken that he would vomit blood. Looking at how his king was so anxious that the floor was about to be worn out, the White Tiger race's first elder, who had hesitated for a long time, cut off all means of retreat and opened his mouth. "King, calm down. Since Leng Ruoxue and the rest are looking for snow lotuses, why don't we give them a few? As long as she doesn't come to find trouble with us, what's the harm in giving her a few snow lotuses? Moreover, perhaps after obtaining the snow lotus, their group will take the initiative to leave. At that time, our clan will be safe. Are you saying that I should give them a few snow lotuses to send them away?" After hearing the great elder's words, the White Tiger King repeated. Although he was still unable to confirm the true purpose of Leng Ruoxue and the others' visit, he at least knew that they were only wandering around the snowy mountain for the snow lotus. However, what if they didn't come to the Longevity Mountain just for the snow lotus? Or rather, if they still refused to leave after getting the snow lotus, what would they do then? The White Tiger King was in a dilemma. "Your Majesty, we can't be sure of Leng Ruoxue and the rest's true motive. Furthermore, they are currently searching the entire mountain for the snow lotus. Hence, we can only give it a try. If they leave now, that would be for the best. If they don't leave, that would be enough to prove that they have other plans. It would be easier for us to make early preparations. What do you think?" The great elder understood the White Tiger King's intentions. However, they had no other choice but to test him. They could only ask Leng Ruoxue personally. However, that was obviously unrealistic. "AI. Alright. We'll do as you say, but who's going to send them the snow lotus?" "No one's going to send him off," the great elder said. "What?" The White Tiger King's face was filled with question marks. It didn't quite understand what the first elder meant. "It's best if we don't let Leng Ruoxue and the others know that we've already discovered their existence. Hence, we only need to place the snow lotus on a fixed cliff and wait for them to discover it. There's no need for us to appear. The great elder said slowly as he looked at the White Tiger King's confused face. Will this work? The White Tiger King asked suspiciously. All right. Why not? We won't be too deliberate in doing this, so they won't know. What we need to do is to find a way for them to discover the snow lotuses we placed. The first elder said with absolute certainty. I see. Great elder, who do you think is the most reliable person to handle this matter? Your Majesty, I'll go personally. Then I'll have to trouble great elder. Then, first elder turned around and left. In the next few days, Leng Ruoxue and the rest discovered snow lotuses one after another. Even though the snow lotuses were not very old, to Leng Ruoxue, the age was not really that important. After finding the snow lotus, Old Leopard also shut his mouth. However, the suspicion on its face didn't ease. Instead, it became even more serious. It was so strange. They had been searching in the snow mountain for several days, but they had not found even a leaf of the snow lotus. However, they had found several snow lotus in the past few days. Old Leopard would never believe that they were so lucky. This was because it was impossible for such a thing to happen on the Longevity Mountain. However, in order not to dispel the enthusiasm of Leng Ruoxue and the rest, it did not voice out its suspicions. However, the serious expression on its face could not be hidden from Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue sat in the garden, admiring the old leopard's frowning face in the corner. She was in a very good mood. Ugh. Would she be too disloyal? He was actually treating Old Leopard's sorrow as a joke. However, she didn't tell Old Leopard the origin of the snow lotus because she found that Old Leopard's frowning and thinking look was so lovely. At this moment, Jiang Ning walked over to Leng Ruoxue and suggested with a drooling expression, Shue, our harvest these past few days has been quite bountiful. I think we can wander around the snow mountain for a few more days, and maybe we can find more snow lotuses. You still want to spin? I think we should stop while we're ahead. Hearing this, Old Leopard stood up and said. Why? It wasn't easy for us to have some gains these past 2 days, it's such a pity to give up like this. Jiang Ning said disapprovingly. It was better to treat him as a greedy person because such an opportunity was too rare. If you don't give up, you might attract the attention of the White Tiger race. At that time, you won't be able to smile anymore if you're surrounded. Old Leopard glanced at Jiang Ning and said indifferently, Shue, what do you think? Jiang Ning didn't agree with Old Leopard's words. Therefore, he turned his gaze to Leng Ruoxue and asked for her opinion. I feel that if we want to find snow lotus again, we can only go and rob the White Tiger race. Both Old Leopard and Jiang Ning were speechless. Could the White Tiger race be robbed so easily? However, Jiang Ning couldn't deny that it was a good idea. The Old Leopard was more uneasy, for he didn't know whether it was the right idea. However, if Leng Ruoxue really wanted to rob the White Tiger race, it would definitely be the main culprit. Hee. I'm just joking, I don't have any plans to provoke the White Tiger race right now. Of course, if they take the initiative to provoke me, then it's none of my business. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the two of them as she smiled. I think that the White Tiger race wouldn't want to come and provoke you. After hearing these words, Jiang Ning said with certainty. It had already been so many days. If the White Tiger race wanted to appear, they would have done so long ago. How could they still tolerate them wandering around the Longevity Mountain? Maybe. Leng Ruoxue nodded and continued, let's rest for today and continue tomorrow. This place shouldn't be far from the Snow Fox tribe. Shue, what do you plan to do with the Snow Fox race? Jiang Ning couldn't help asking. Snow Shadow can do whatever he wants. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. The relaxed tone in her voice made Jiang Ning feel like he was about to break out in cold sweat. If we were to cause trouble for the Snow Fox tribe, I wonder if the White Tiger tribe would step in to help us. Jiang Ning asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. All right then. Jiang Ning nodded helplessly, but he was really curious. However, when he saw Tsang sleeping in Leng Ruoxue's arms, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the White Tiger race. With this person around, if the White Tiger race really made a move, they probably wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. As he thought of this, Jiang Ning started to gloat. The next morning, Leng Ruoxue and the rest set off as scheduled. In the morning, the temperature on Longevity Mountain was very low. Many people around Leng Ruoxue didn't like the cold weather. Thus, the group that set off still only had Leng Ruoxue, the demon, Uncle Long, Jiang Ning, and Tsang. After walking around the Longevity Mountain for a few days, they had left their footprints in almost half of the mountain. Now, they were gradually approaching the territory of the magical beasts. Shue, the ferret tribe's territory should be up ahead. Uncle Long pointed to a place not far away. The ferret clan? How's his strength? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Its strength is very ordinary. However, the ferret wins in cuteness. Therefore, it is the favorite pet of many women in the divinity. Uncle Long explained. So, the ferret can be sold for money? Leng Ruoxue asked with great interest. Yes. However, the snow ferret tribe is under the protection of the White Tiger tribe. Therefore, there aren't many humans who dare to take the risk to capture them. Uncle Long's forehead was full of black lines. As he said this, he couldn't help but wonder if Shue wanted to catch a ferret and sell it for money. In the eyes of others, the ferret might be able to fetch a good price. However, to Leng Ruoxue, that small amount of money was not even worth looking at. Oh, really? Then I'll go and try. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. However, Uncle Long and the rest understood what she meant. Shui wanted to use the ferret tribe to test the reaction of the white tiger tribe. Previous AI. The pitiful white tiger race. Unless you stay at home, you'll definitely be the unlucky ones. Such a fact caused Uncle Long's heart to surge with sympathy for the white tiger race. No one had it easy. Uncle Long sighed. After Leng Ruoxue made her decision, she took the lead and entered the ferret clan's territory. However, what made her speechless was that she had almost walked through the entire ferret tribe's territory, but there was not a single ferret to be found. Are the ferrets hibernating? Leng Ruoxue turned around and asked Uncle Long and the others in frustration. This. Maybe. Uncle Long said hesitantly. Could he say that the ferrets might have hidden themselves? Girl, it doesn't matter if they're hibernating or not. We just need to find their cave. We can definitely catch them there. Song Qin raised his eyes and suggested. What does a ferret's cave look like? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks. Hee hee. Do you see the small snow hills on the snow? There should be a ferret's cave at the bottom of each hill. Azure pointed to a small pile of snow not far away. Song had only wanted to tell Leng Ruoxue how to find a ferret, but little did he know that his guidance had caused the trembling ferrets in their caves to grit their teeth in hatred. Although these ferrets had never left their caves, they were very clear about the activities of Leng Ruoxue and the rest on the Longevity Mountain. Furthermore, they had also received a warning from the white tiger race to stay at home and not go out. This was because the white tiger race had already made it clear that if a ferret fell into Leng Ruoxue's hands, they would not come out to save them. As such, the timid ferret clan did not dare to run around. Hence, ever since Leng Ruoxue ascended the snow mountain, they had been hiding obediently in their own caves. They had also heard everything Leng Ruoxue had said outside their territory, so they did not dare to show their faces. Unfortunately, even if they did not show their faces, it did not mean that Leng Ruoxue and the others would not take the initiative to find trouble with them. They were clearly hiding well and didn't provoke anyone, but they still suffered an undeserved disaster. You bastard! Was it because they were cute? All the ferrets were enraged. It wasn't their fault that they were cute, so why should they bear the terrible consequences? At this moment, all the ferrets wished that they were born ugly. At least, that way, humans would not be interested in them. However, it seemed like it was too late to think about that now. Leng Ruoxue, who was under Tsang's guidance, had already taken out a small shovel and started to dig into a small snow pile. There was a family of 3 living in the pile of snow. At that moment, they could hear the creaking sounds coming from above their house. They were so frightened that their small, snow-white bodies began to tremble. My dear, take the child and hide. Let me handle this human. The trembling male ferret said to his beloved wife with an affectionate look. No. My dear, if we're going to die, we'll die together. The female ferret firmly opposed. How could she let her husband face the hateful human alone? Our child is still young. Don't be so stubborn. The male ferret advised. My dear, if you want to run, let's run together. The female ferret said with a determined look. AI. All right then. If we can escape this. Before the male ferret could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the ice above his head collapse. His expression changed and he shouted, my dear, run. This human was so fast at digging. In just a short while, they had already dug their way to their home. This made the male ferret extremely frightened. Without even thinking, he immediately urged his wife to leave with their child. He ran at the back to protect them. The male ferret knew that the situation was urgent, so it was anxious. After urging his beloved wife, it also ran away. Unfortunately, it only ran 2 steps before it realized that it was hanging in the air. Then, it clearly felt that its tail was grabbed by someone, and soon, it was hanging upside down. I caught one as expected. Leng Ruoxue looked at the struggling ferret and smiled. Human. Quickly let me go, or else. The male ferret was scared witless, but it still gathered its courage and tried to threaten Leng Ruoxue. However, it could not finish its sentence. Woo-woo, these humans were really bullying the ferret. Any one of them gave it a lot of pressure. The male ferret was so sad and angry that he couldn't say anything. However, knowing that his beloved wife and son had run away, he was still quite relieved. It was just that it had just been married not long ago and was a father for the first time, so it was very reluctant to part with its wife and children. But as long as his wife and children were safe, it felt that even if it was caught, it was nothing. And now, its only hope was that its wife and child could escape this calamity. As she looked at the fearsome ferret, who was suddenly choked with sobs and could not speak, with tears in its blue eyes, Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt that she had gone a little too far. In fact, she just wanted to scare these ferrets. Unfortunately, these ferrets didn't know. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the beautiful and cute ferret with tears in its eyes. She had always been at her wit's end when it came to cute little beasts. However, now was obviously not the time for her to be sympathetic. Hence, Leng Ruoxue's words were still as evil as ever. This fur is not bad. If I catch a few more ferrets, it will be enough to make a coat for me. Leng Ruoxue's jade-white hand caressed the furious ferret as she praised it. The little ferret in her hand was only slightly bigger than an adult's palm, but its tail was twice the size of its body. Furthermore, its fur was snow-white and soft to the touch. Leng Ruoxue couldn't bear to let go of it. However, her words made the male ferret want to kill itself and destroy its fur so that the human woman could not get it. However, it could only think about it as it could not move at all. Even if it wanted to commit suicide, it did not have the ability. Nyo wants to make a coat, so we'll catch all of these ferrets in one fell swoop. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Tsang chimed in with a smile. Don't. Don't. Just kill me. Don't harm my clansmen. The male ferret roared in response. You're really willing to sacrifice yourself for others. When she heard this, Leng Ruoxue was rather surprised. She really couldn't tell. The little ferret actually had such courage. When the male ferret heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it felt aggrieved and its tears began to flow. It was not that noble and it did not want to sacrifice itself for others. It was all for its wife and children. Kill us too. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted. Leng Ruoxue looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ferret that was slightly smaller than the one in her hand. It was standing not too far away with tears in its eyes, looking at the ferret in her hand with deep affection. On the ferret's back, there was an even smaller ferret. Ugh! Could this be a family? Just as Leng Ruoxue was thinking of this, she felt the ferret in her hand struggling with an agitated expression. It was even shouting, "My dear, what are you doing back here? These humans are all demons. They won't let us go. Run." These words made Leng Ruoxue's forehead fill with black lines. Did she overdo it? She seemed to have only scared the ferret a little, but it actually thought she was a demon. However, so be it if he was a demon. She wanted to see how the other ferret would react. "My dear, I'm not leaving. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Woo, without you, how are we going to live?" The female ferret seemed to have made a huge decision, as if she was ready to die. The male ferret, on the other hand, was extremely anxious after hearing his wife's words. "You fool. You fool. Our child was just born not long ago. Can you bear to see it die with us at such a young age?" The male ferret roared angrily. "I don't care. I don't care. In my heart, you are the most important." The female ferret was obviously a beastie who would forget her child when she saw a woman. Therefore, she made a clear choice. When the male ferret heard this, he was extremely touched. However, before he could continue to persuade her, the crying female ferret threw herself into his arms and wailed, "Woo! My dear, how can I live without you?" Hearing such affectionate words, the male ferret hugged his wife tightly, and the two ferrets cried bitterly. At this moment, the two ferrets that were hugging each other and crying had not realized that Leng Ruoxue had already let go of the male ferret. The two of them were immersed in their own sorrow, and the ferret cub on the female ferret's back had been completely ignored by the couple. The little ferret was staring at its parents, Leng Ruoxue, and the rest with its big blue eyes that were filled with confusion and helplessness. Seeing how adorable the ferret cub was, Leng Ruoxue could not help but hug it in her arms. She said lovingly, "Poor little guy, it seems like your parents only want love and don't want you anymore." Even though the little ferret cub didn't quite understand Leng Ruoxue's words, it could feel Leng Ruoxue's kindness. Hence, it wasn't as repulsed and afraid of Leng Ruoxue as its parents. On the contrary, it was very close to Leng Ruoxue. After the initial fear, the little fellow happily started playing with Leng Ruoxue. The ferret couple, who had just realized what was going on, also felt that something was amiss after crying. It was only then that they realized that their child had fallen into Leng Ruoxue's hands. "Please return the child to me." The female ferret pleaded with tears in her eyes. "Return it to you? Do you want a husband or a child?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I. The female ferret was anxious, but she stammered and could not say a complete sentence. In fact, if she wanted to say it, she would. However, it was afraid that its greed would anger these humans, so it didn't dare to voice its thoughts. "I want children. I'll trade for my child's safety." The male ferret saw his wife hesitating and immediately said. "But I like this little guy more. What should I do?" Leng Ruoxue pretended to be in a difficult position. When the ferret couple heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they looked at each other and felt the determination in their beloved wife's eyes. Then, the male ferret said, "Then, please arrest all three of us. Please don't separate us. Even if we die, we will die together. If you want to sell us, please sell us to the same person." This was the only request of the male ferret. It knew that if it didn't leave, his beloved wife would never leave. Since that was the case, then let the three of them be together forever. That's a good idea. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in agreement to the male ferret's request. When the male ferret saw this, he immediately pulled his wife and obediently stayed by Leng Ruoxue's feet. At this moment, he had no intention of running away. After all, his child was in the hands of the other party. However, how could that heartless child have such a good time playing with Leng Ruoxue? The male ferret muttered to himself. After playing with the young ferret for a while, Leng Ruoxue smiled at the male ferret and said, "Your child is much cuter than you and your wife." At least he wasn't afraid of her. These words caused the male ferret to close its eyes slightly. It did not give much of a reaction to Leng Ruoxue, but it was quite proud of its own child. Leng Ruoxue could see the smugness in the male ferret's heart. She raised her eyebrows and ordered, "Go and call out all of your ferret tribesmen." "What do you want to do?" Hearing this, the male ferret immediately became alert again, and the anger in its heart grew. Damn humans, wasn't capturing their family of three enough? He actually wanted to target the other members of their ferret clan. He had really gone too far. What do you think? Think? Leng Ruoxue laughed as she retorted. She suddenly realized that it was rather interesting to see this ferret's fur standing on end. Human. Please show mercy and let my people go. What if I refuse? Little ferret, do you want me to do it myself? Leng Ruoxue said with a straight face on purpose. You'll do it yourself? Then wouldn't our ferret clan suffer heavy losses? The male ferret thought to himself angrily, then finally compromised. I can let my tribesmen come out to see you, but can you promise not to hurt them? The male ferret started to talk about the conditions. After a brief interaction with Leng Ruoxue, it realized that it was reasonable to talk to this human. If they're tactful and willing to take the initiative to leave with me, of course I won't hurt them. The male ferret wanted to cry but no tears came out. It knew that this human had ill intentions towards them and wanted to sell them off. Of course, selling them off was still a good thing. In its heart, Leng Ruoxue's promise that she wouldn't harm her own clansmen had been treated as a promise that she wouldn't harm her own clansmen for now. The male ferret was in a dilemma. Was he going to become a sinner of the ferret clan? If they followed this human, it wouldn't be long before the ferret clan was completely wiped out in the divine realm. The male ferret's mind was filled with pain. The more it thought about it, the sadder it became. In the end, it was Tsang who was kind enough to tell Leng Ruoxue what the ferret was thinking. When Leng Ruoxue heard it, she was a little confused. How did she not know that Beastie's imagination was so rich? However, now wasn't the time for this ferret to let its thoughts run wild. At this thought, Leng Ruoxue said coldly, are you going or not? If you don't want to go, I'll do it myself. I'll go. The male ferret's face was filled with grief and indignation, then, it went back into its snow cave. The ferret's cave was like a tunnel, it was basically connected. Therefore, the male ferret could find all of its tribesmen as long as he went down from his home. An hour later, Leng Ruoxue saw the snow pile in front of her being split open one by one. From within, snow-white ferrets crawled out. When all the ferrets had arrived, Leng Ruoxue did a rough count and realized that there were very few of them. There were only about 100 of them. At this moment, the ferrets' faces were filled with fear. Looking at their pitiful little appearances, Leng Ruoxue deeply felt that she was too evil. How could she scare these cute little beasts like this? However, she was also doing this for the good of these little guys. If he followed the white tiger race, he would definitely have no future. He might as well follow her. With this thought, Leng Ruoxue immediately threw the little guilt in her heart out of the window. Then, like a wolf grandmother, she smiled at the ferrets and said, are the ferrets all here? Everyone's here. The leader of the snow ferret clan said with a long face after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Very good, from now on, you will be my beasts. Leng Ruoxue was straightforward. However, her words had misled the ferrets, causing them to think that they were going to become the humans' captives. So, the moment Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the ferrets burst into tears. The outcome of being weak. They could only be bullied by humans. This was the only thought in the ferrets' mind at this moment. However, what made them even more indignant was that their backer did not dare to stand up for their tribe. This fact made them extremely disappointed, and their cries naturally became louder. This scene made Leng Ruoxue dumbfounded for a moment. Did she say anything? Why are these little guys crying so sadly? Could it be that it was difficult to leave one's homeland? However, the place she could provide for these little fellows was definitely several times better and safer than the place they were currently living in. With this thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue shifted all the ferrets in front of her into her bracelet. What about the ferrets? Looking at the ferret that had suddenly disappeared, Jiang Ning asked with a puzzled expression. I've kept it. Jiang Ning was speechless. This little girl was truly ruthless. She had actually wiped out the entire ferret tribe. He wondered how the white tiger tribe would react and they found out about this. He was really looking forward to it. Previous chapter. Looking at Jiang Ning's reaction, Leng Ruoxue suddenly had a new idea. She felt that she could capture all the beasts on the Longevity Mountain, except for the white tiger race. This way, she could also remove some of the white tiger race's wings. She just didn't know how the white tiger race would react if they knew her thoughts. However, the more Leng Ruoxue thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was good. Following that, Leng Ruoxue let out a faint smile and whispered to the other 3 humans and 1 beast, I've decided. What? When Jiang Ning heard these words, he waited for Leng Ruoxue to continue with a face full of questions. However, Leng Ruoxue deliberately kept him in suspense, causing Jiang Ning to be anxious. It was as if a cat had grown claws in his heart and was scratching at it non-stop. However, the detestable Leng Ruoxue refused to say anything. Shue, can you not keep us in suspense? How can you only say half of your words? Are you trying to make me anxious? Jiang Ning said, a little upset. Ha ha ha. What I want to say is that I've decided to capture all the beasts here in one fell swoop. Of course, that's with the exception of the white tiger race. Leng Ruoxue finally revealed her plan when she saw how anxious Jiang Ning was. Oh. Why did she like to tease people more and more? However, Jiang Ning was still not calm enough. The demon and Uncle Long didn't even ask much. However, it was a good thing that Jiang Ning did not know what Leng Ruoxue was thinking. If he knew that Leng Ruoxue was comparing him to the evildoer and Uncle Long, he would definitely be depressed. Who asked him to know Shue without any parents? That's a good idea. The demon agreed. Uncle Long also nodded. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, this idea is too crazy. Are you trying to drive the white tiger race mad? Why would I? I'm helping the white tiger race clear the obstacles. Without the other beast races, the white tiger race can monopolize the longevity mountain. Therefore, they have to be grateful to me. Otherwise, they'll be considered as ungrateful. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. The demon and Uncle Long didn't have any reaction to his words, but cold sweat was dripping down Jiang Ning's back. Oh my god. He didn't hear wrong, did he? By doing this, Shui could also be considered to have done a favor for the white tiger race? And she wanted him to be grateful to her? Was that even possible? The white tiger race was one of the 4 great king divine beast races. They had always been proud and had a high status. You've raided their subordinate beast race, and you still want them to thank you? If the white tiger race was really grateful to Leng Ruoxue because of this, Jiang Ning felt that he would look down on them. They were too cowardly, weren't they? Even though Jiang Ning's heart was already in turmoil, Leng Ruoxue did not give him the chance to let his thoughts run wild. She waved her hand and said, let's continue. The next snow rat clan. The little silver rats by her side were very good at gathering information, so Leng Ruoxue reckoned that the snow rats wouldn't be any worse off. Thus, Leng Ruoxue was rather looking forward to seeing those little fellows. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest took a long detour and went to the snow rat clan first. At the same time, the ferret clan that had been moved into Leng Ruoxue's bracelet were initially alarmed when they saw that they had been moved to a new place. However, they soon realized that their new home was many times better than their original home. Furthermore, the temperature here was more suitable for the ferret clan to live in. They just did not know where they were. All the ferrets racked their brains, but they still could not figure out where they were. Suddenly, a chubby baby appeared in front of them, and the ferrets' eyes widened. Welcome to your new home. The chubby child, Qingju, said with a smile. Our new home? This place? When the snow ferret tribe leader heard this, he asked in disbelief. Of course. You guys have already been absorbed by my sister. From now on, the white tiger race has nothing to do with you guys anymore. So, you guys just have to listen to my sister, do you understand? Qingju reminded. However, when the ferrets heard what he said, they were even more confused. Who's your sister? The chief of the snow ferret tribe asked carefully. He could already tell that this little kid was not to be trifled with. It's Leng Ruoxue, the one who sent you all here. Qingju explained. Arg. Isn't it going to sell us? The snow ferret tribe leader said in shock. Sell you? How much can you sell your meatless little beasts for? Big sister has brought you guys in here for your own good. Otherwise, when Big Sister deals with the white tiger race in the future, you guys will definitely become cannon fodder. Big Sister has always had a kind heart towards the beasts, so naturally, I can't bear to see you guys being used by the white tiger race. That's why I'm thinking of helping you guys. Qingju told the truth, but he could not guarantee that the ferrets would not believe him. Green Vessel's words caused the ferrets to turn pale with fright. Although they already knew that they wouldn't be sold from the mouth of this little doll in front of them, what caused them to be terrified was that this human woman actually wanted to go against the white tiger race. Wasn't this the rhythm of seeking death? Even though the ferrets were afraid of Leng Ruoxue, they didn't believe that she would dare to cause trouble for the white tiger race. After all, in their hearts, the white tiger race was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the white tiger race wouldn't be known as one of the 4 great king divine beasts of the firmament. At this moment, they had long forgotten that the white tiger race didn't care about the life and death of their own race. They were completely shocked by Qingju's words. Furthermore, they were naive and would never have thought that the white tiger race didn't care about them and didn't want to provoke Leng Ruoxue because they were worried about her. Looking at the group of dumbfounded ferrets, Qingju patted the ferret tribe leader's shoulder and said, you will live here from now on. When Big Sister's matters are settled, I'll let you all return to the longevity mountain. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be willing to leave. Qingju laughed to himself. After he finished speaking, he strode away with his chubby legs. After Green Vessel left, the ferrets were still a little dazed. It took them a while to get used to their new home before they got used to it and settled down here with no qualms. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue had also received Qingju's report. She knew that the little ferrets had settled down. Then, they quickened their pace and walked towards the Snow Rat clan. The Snow Rat clan had always been responsible for the intelligence work of the Longevity Mountain. They were also the first to inform the White Tiger clan of the arrival of Leng Ruoxue and the others. It was only after that that the White Tiger clan spies took over their work and continued to monitor Leng Ruoxue and the others' every move. As for the Snow Rats, they hid in their own caves. However, compared to the Ferret's cave, the Snow Rat's cave was more accessible. Hence, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts could not be hidden from them. However, it was also because of Leng Ruoxue's thoughts and the fact that the Ferret clan had been wiped out that they were even more anxious. The Snow Rat King had already reported to the White Tiger race about Leng Ruoxue's plan to wipe out the entire Snow Rat race. However, they had yet to receive any response from the White Tiger race. As Leng Ruoxue and the rest got closer and closer, the Snow Rats were in a complete mess. King, what should we do? Quickly think of a way. That human is about to arrive. The Snow Rats hiding in the cave wailed, and the Snow Rat King was having a headache. Calm down. All of you calm down. Aren't they just a few humans? What was there to be afraid of? We have the White Tiger race's support, those humans won't dare to do anything to us. The Snow Rat King tried to comfort them, but the other Snow Rats did not agree or disagree with what the king said. King, don't lie to us. The white tiger race didn't react at all to the arrival of these humans. Don't forget what happened to the ferret race. If the white tiger race wanted to stand up for the ferret race, they would have done so long ago. There wouldn't be no movement now. An old snow rat didn't want to see its king lie to its clansmen like this, so it exposed its king's words without giving it any face. That's right. The white tiger race wouldn't care about our lives. They will never fight against the humans outside for us. Some of the snow rats supported the elder snow rat's words. Furthermore, as the snow rat clan that was responsible for the intelligence work of the Longevity Mountain, they naturally knew Leng Ruoxue better than the other magical beasts. Therefore, they were very clear about the strength of Leng Ruoxue and the others. They also understood the White Tiger King's concerns about not being willing to make an enemy out of them. Of course, those snow rats who had such thoughts would naturally have a high status in the snow rat clan. Thus, they would not be deceived by the lies of their king. When the snow rat king heard such opposition, it was so angry that it trembled. After a long time, the snow rat king roared, "Then what do you guys think we should do?" "King, let's run." A little snow mouse said timidly. "Can you run?" Where could he have run to? The old snow rat said with a disapproving look. "As many of our clansmen as we can run. It's better than all of us becoming that humans' prisoners." The more the little snow mouse spoke, the softer its voice became. In the end, it even lowered its head, not daring to look at its clansmen. "Our snow rat clan has always relied on the strength of a team to occupy a place in the Longevity Mountain, and even to be valued by the white tiger race. If only a few of us managed to escape, it would seem that we have preserved the bloodline of the snow rat clan, but we would also lose our value to the white tiger race. Therefore, it doesn't matter to us whether we run or not, unless the white tiger race reaches out a helping hand to us. Otherwise, we might as well surrender. At least, if our clan is together, it would still be of great use. I'm sure that human can't bear to kill us." The old snow rat said with a shrewd expression. In this regard, it was more far-sighted than the other snow rats. It also knew the advantages of the snow rat clan. Therefore, in the situation where the white tiger clan did not come to rescue them, the only thing they could rely on was their own advantages. This way, they could give the snow rat clan a chance to survive. As for the white tiger race's reinforcements, the old snow rat was well aware that they would not come. Otherwise, the white tiger race wouldn't have remained silent for such a long time. Although the old snow rat was extremely disappointed by this result, he had already accepted the fact that things had come to this. Staying alive was the most important thing. It didn't matter who they relied on or who their master was. The old snow rat's words made all the snow rats, including the snow rat king, lower their heads in deep thought. Finally, after thinking for a long time, the snow rat king raised its head with a determined look and said, "Let's surrender." After saying that, the snow rat king lowered its head dejectedly. It had let down the snow rat clan. Although the snow rat clan was not very powerful among the divine realm's magical beasts, they had never had a human master. Now, this glorious tradition was going to be destroyed in its hands. Therefore, it was quite depressed and sad. The old snow rat could tell that the snow rat king was in a bad mood. He didn't know what to say except to pat its shoulder to comfort it. When Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the territory of the snow rat clan, they saw the entire clan moving out, as if they were welcoming them. Jiang Ning was extremely surprised by this scene. What was going on? Jiang Ning's face was filled with question marks. The frowning snow rats didn't look like they were going to fight them. However, what the snow rat king said next made Jiang Ning's jaw drop. "Human, we snow rats surrender." The snow rat king took a deep breath and then said on behalf of the other snow rats. F***ck. When Jiang Ning heard this, he wanted to curse. What kind of character did that girl have? How could such a thing happen? Although the snow rat clan was not very powerful, they were very good at gathering information. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Ning was really envious of Leng Ruoxue's luck. Of course, this was under the condition that he had never seen Leng Ruoxue's silver rats. Otherwise, he would be so depressed that he would bang his head against a wall. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she wasn't too surprised. It was as if she had already expected this. Following that, she nodded and said, "This is a wise choice." Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Jiang Ning had the urge to vomit blood. You bastard! What did he mean by acting innocent after getting benefits? This was it. Looking at the faint smile on Leng Ruoxue's face, Jiang Ning truly felt that she was an eyesore. This was clearly a provocation. However, even though he was a little upset, he also knew that he couldn't be envious of someone's character. This was all a matter of personal luck. It was with a tinge of envy, jealousy, and hatred, Jiang Ning looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of admiration. In the end, Leng Ruoxue felt a little creeped out. She rolled her eyes at him and ordered the Snow Rat King to recognize its master. After that, Leng Ruoxue and the rest quickly left the territory of the Snow Rat clan. The other snow rats were placed into the bangle by Leng Ruoxue and handed over to Green Vessel to settle down. The Snow Rat King was left outside to lead the way. It was only now that Leng Ruoxue began to carefully observe the Snow Rat King's appearance. The Snow Rat King before her was only half the size of her palm. It was chubby and had a snow-white body. It looked like a small snowball and was rather adorable. With its big, black, watery eyes, it looked at her pitifully. Leng Ruoxue was immediately overwhelmed by its cuteness. Leng Ruoxue poked the Snow Rat King's chubby little body and placed it on her shoulder. She then instructed, "Snow Rat King, take us to the Snow Wolf clan." Leng Ruoxue persevered in carrying out her goal and annihilated all the beasts under the White Tiger race. When the Snow Rat King heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it nodded its head vigorously. In its heart, it was gloating over Leng Ruoxue's misfortune. It seemed like another beast race would be wiped out in one fell swoop on the Longevity Mountain. In an instant, the Snow Rat King's heart was balanced. It felt that having a human master was actually quite good. Moreover, after recognizing a master, it realized that its master had many beasts. As such, the Snow Rat clan that had been forced to surrender did not feel as unwilling anymore. Instead, they accepted Leng Ruoxue as their master with ease. With the Snow Rat King leading the way, Leng Ruoxue and her group soon arrived at the Snow Wolf clan. When they arrived at the Snow Wolf clan, Leng Ruoxue did not waste any time and immediately released the Silver Wolf King to deal with the king of the Snow Wolf clan. The Silver Wolf King stepped out and slapped the Snow Wolf King with its paw. The Snow Wolf King was beaten until it was dizzy. In the end, under the violent abuse of the Silver Wolf King, the Snow Wolf King recognized its master. The Snow Wolf King was not only aggrieved, but he felt even more aggrieved. When he was being beaten up, he had said that he would surrender. However, that detestable Silver Wolf King seemed to have not heard anything and continued to beat him up. In the end, the Silver Wolf King only let it go when it was tired from the beating. However, it could not defeat the Silver Wolf King. Master, they're too weak. Leave them to me. I'll teach them a good lesson. However, Leng Ruoxue turned a deaf ear to the pleading looks of the Snow Wolves. Instead, she agreed with the Silver Wolf King's opinion and nodded. We'll do as you say. The Snow Wolves were not strong enough to fight, and they needed to be trained. Following that, Leng Ruoxue moved the Silver Wolf King and the Snow Wolves into the Bengal. The Snow Wolves then began their painful and devilish training. After taking in the Snow Wolves, the Snow Rat King was satisfied. Then, it asked, Master, which beast clan should we go next? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines. This little fellow was much more lively than when it had just recognized him as its master. Which other beast clans are there? Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. Snow Snake Tribe, Snow Rabbit Tribe, Snow Fox Tribe, Snow Leopard Tribe, only these few. The Snow Rat King reported while counting his fingers. Let's go to the Snow Leopard Tribe. After subduing the Snow Leopard Tribe, go to the Snow Fox Tribe. As for the Snow Snake Tribe and the Snow Rabbit Tribe, we won't be subduing them. We have to leave a few for the White Tiger Tribe. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. However, her words were met with the contempt of both humans and beasts. They did not believe that Leng Ruoxue would have such good intentions. She probably didn't like the Snow Snake and Snow Rabbit clans. Otherwise, she wouldn't let them go. They had to admit that they knew the truth. It was true that Leng Ruoxue didn't like snakes and rabbits, so she let them off. She didn't really like snakes. As for those snow rabbits, they were also food in her eyes. If she took in the snow rabbits, what would they eat in the future? Therefore, not all beasts could be accepted. Of course, if she didn't accept the Snow Snake and Snow Rabbit, it would go against her original intention. After all, her goal was to capture all the magical beasts other than the White Tiger race in one fell swoop. However, thoughts were dead, but people were alive. So, she really didn't think it was a big deal. Naturally, he wouldn't mind too much. Then, everyone continued on their way. Their target this time was the Snow Leopard Tribe. Longevity Mountain was the most suitable place for the beast clans who loved the cold. Hence, the beasts on Longevity Mountain were all the same color as snow. They looked rather beautiful and clean. Leng Ruoxue had always liked cute beasts. Hence, she was rather friendly towards these beasts. Of course, this was only if these beasts knew their own limitations. When they arrived at the territory of the Snow Leopard clan, the Snow Leopard King was also like a clan of snow rats, waiting for them in the territory. When the Snow Leopard King saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest, he did not waste any time and directly said, Our Snow Leopard clan is willing to acknowledge you as our master. However, you have to treat us better. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Why did these words sound so awkward? However, Leng Ruoxue could not help but ask, You're really willing to take the initiative to recognize me as your master? N. The Snow Leopard King nodded, his face filled with determination. At this moment, Old Leopard, who was in the house, sent a voice transmission to Leng Ruoxue and requested to come out. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she had an idea and brought out Old Leopard. The moment the Old Leopard came out, Leng Ruoxue realized that this Snow Leopard King looked a little similar to the Old Leopard. No wonder when she first saw this Snow Leopard King, it gave her a sense of déjà vu. When the Old Leopard saw the Snow Leopard King, he immediately rushed forward. Just when everyone thought they were going to fight, the two leopards suddenly hugged each other tightly. Ugh! Was this considered the promiscuous love between the two leopards? Feeling everyone's surprised eyes, Old Leopard coughed awkwardly and then introduced with a blushing face, He's my cousin. Younger cousin? Leng Ruoxue had not expected that the Old Leopard had relatives on Longevity Mountain. The Old Leopard had hidden himself well. No wonder he knew so much about Longevity Mountain. Hee. My cousin is very familiar with your name, little girl. The Old Leopard glanced at everyone's surprised expressions and continued to speak in embarrassment. Of course, he also often bragged about Leng Ruoxue to his cousin. Otherwise, this cousin of his would not have taken the initiative to surrender when Leng Ruoxue was taking in the beast clan of the Longevity Mountain. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue knew that she did not need to ask why the Snow Leopard King had surrendered so easily. After the Snow Leopard King acknowledged the Snow Leopard clan as its master, Leng Ruoxue and the rest headed to the Snow Fox clan without stopping. On the way, the Snow Rat King couldn't help but remind Leng Ruoxue, Master, the Snow Fox tribe is very powerful and is the second most powerful force on our Longevity Mountain. It doesn't matter. If he couldn't subdue it, he would just kill it directly. Their fur can be made into coats. It could not understand why its master, who had always been very kind, would suddenly become so fierce when facing the Snow Fox tribe. However, the Snow Rat King felt that it was better not to think about things that he could not understand for the time being. Of course, the news of them heading towards the Snow Fox clan had also reached the White Tiger King's ears. Ever since the White Tiger King received the report from his spies that all the affiliated beast clans of the White Tiger race had been absorbed by Leng Ruoxue, he had been unable to suppress the anger in his heart. However, what was the use of being angry? Could it take the initiative to provoke Leng Ruoxue just because of a few weak beasts? Even though it wanted to maintain the dignity of its race, the thought of Tsang's existence made the White Tiger King immediately shrink back. He didn't dare to provoke the Totoro. Hence, as long as Leng Ruoxue didn't attack the White Tiger race, he could only squint like nothing had happened. Although squinting would cause the prestige of the White Tiger race to be swept to the ground, other than this, he had no other choice. The White Tiger King was so infuriated that his liver was hurting. He had to watch helplessly as Leng Ruoxue brazenly plundered the beasts that belonged to him in the Longevity Mountain. The members of the White Tiger race were even more furious. However, the White Tiger race members who had been ordered by the king and the elders to not take any action did not dare to go against the wishes of their race. Hence, they could only sulk on their own. Of course, Leng Ruoxue didn't pay too much attention to the White Tiger race's thoughts. Hence, she had no idea that the White Tiger race at the peak of the Longevity Mountain was already so angry that they were about to vomit blood because of her actions. They were still on their way to the Snow Fox tribe in a good mood. The Snow Fox tribe's encampment was located halfway up the Longevity Mountain. The terrain was extremely steep. However, with the Snow Rat King leading the way, Leng Ruoxue and the others were extremely safe. They had also avoided all the dangerous areas. This reality made the Snow Fox tribe, who had originally planned to use the favorable conditions of time, location, and people to launch an unexpected attack on Leng Ruoxue and the others, greatly disappointed. Within the Snow Fox tribe's main hall. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Those humans are coming up. An elder of the Snow Fox tribe, who had received the news long ago, looked at his king with a worried expression and asked uneasily. Since those humans want to die, then let them come. The gigantic Snow Fox King, who was sitting at the head of the table, said calmly after hearing the words of an elder. However, even though it looked very calm on the surface, its heart was already in turmoil. F***ck. His own alliance, the White Tiger race, knew that Leng Ruoxue and the others had come to find trouble, but not only were they unwilling to provide help, they even asked them to think of a way on their own and even suggested for them to leave the Longevity Mountain to hide. You bastard. They were already blocked at the entrance of their house, could they avoid it? More importantly, with the damned Snow Rat's tip-off, it was impossible for the Snow Fox clan to avoid Leng Ruoxue and the others. Humph. If it had known that it would be betrayed by the Snow Rat clan today, it would have exterminated those damn rats earlier. If that had happened, there would not have been such a thing today. The Snow Fox King was so regretful that its intestines turned green. The hatred it felt towards Leng Ruoxue and the rest was directed towards the Snow Rats. At this moment, a Snow Fox tribe guard ran into the main hall in a panic and reported loudly, Your Majesty, Leng Ruoxue and the rest have arrived at the entrance of our encampment. What? How did he do it so quickly? The Snow Fox King and the elders were shocked. The scout had reported that Leng Ruoxue was still quite a distance away from the encampment. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Previous chapter. The Snow Fox King could not believe it and could not accept the speed of Leng Ruoxue and the others. It had already sent its clansmen to create obstacles for those people, so why did those damn humans still get to the gate of the encampment? The Snow Fox King was depressed and conflicted about this. The elders of the Snow Fox tribe were also not calm when they heard this. They had long heard of Leng Ruoxue and the others' fearsome reputation. Moreover, the Snow Fox tribe had a close relationship with the White Tiger tribe. Hence, they were naturally aware that two of the White Tiger's reverend god-level experts were injured. Hence, their fear of Leng Ruoxue increased. Now that the goddess of slaughter had brought people to their doorstep, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. EY were still part of the Snow Fox race. Whether it was the Snow Fox King or the elders of the Snow Fox race, they were not willing to show their fear, in case they were looked down upon by the other beast races. Therefore, all the elders of the Snow Fox tribe looked at the Snow Fox King, hoping that it would come up with a good idea. The Snow Fox King was getting more and more anxious as he looked at the expectant eyes of the elders. You bastard. These useless old things always let it make the decision when something happened. After thinking for a while, the Snow Fox King regained its momentum and said, since Leng Ruoxue and the rest have already arrived outside the encampment, let's go out and meet her. At the same time, we'll let the other beast tribes know how powerful our Snow Fox tribe is. After the Snow Fox King finished speaking, he stood up and took the lead to walk out of the hall. The Snow Fox King was praised all the way. Leng Ruoxue, who had been waiting for a while, saw a group of huge snow foxes that were whiter than snow. Moreover, the fur of a Snow Fox tribe was probably enough to make several pieces. Oh. It should be enough to kill the Snow Fox King alone. A mountain could not hold two tigers, and a tribe could not hold two Snow Fox Kings. Hence, for the May to successfully inherit the throne, she could only kill this Snow Fox King. This could be considered as a warning to the others. Otherwise, these old foxes would not be honest. Since she had chosen the Snow Fox King as her target, Leng Ruoxue naturally did not need to be too polite to it. Hence, when the snow foxes arrived in front of her, Leng Ruoxue deliberately put on an arrogant attitude and said with a displeased expression, "Which one is the snow fox king? This king is." When the snow fox king heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it snorted coldly. It had thought that Leng Ruoxue was very powerful. They actually dared to come to the Snow Fox tribe to cause trouble with just these few people. They really did not know their own strength. As the Snow Fox tribe was not as well informed as the White Tiger tribe, and they had always been arrogant, the Snow Fox king was not aware that Leng Ruoxue had many people by her side. As for Tsang, when he came to the Snow Fox tribe, he had changed his appearance slightly. Now, he looked like a snow-white cat. Hearing the Snow Fox king's response, Leng Ruoxue looked up and down as if she was looking at her prey. She carefully sized up the Snow Fox king. Just as the Snow Fox king was about to fly into a rage, Leng Ruoxue retracted her beautiful eyes and revealed a faint smile. "Not bad. Not bad. It's big enough to make a fur coat for each of us." These words caused the blood pressure of the Snow Fox king to rise instantly, and his anger rose to the top of his head. However, before the Snow Fox king could speak, Tsang closed his eyes and said with a wronged face, "Am I not getting a share? There are. I'll also make one with you." Hearing this, Tsang laughed heartlessly. When Jiangning heard this, black lines appeared on his forehead. It was so angry that it was about to explode. F***ck. He had never heard of a cat wearing a fur coat. "Don't you have fur on you? Why did he have to target the other beasts?" The Snow Fox king was furious and sorrowful. Suddenly, it felt a gush of blood rushing up from its throat. The Snow Fox king suppressed its anger and swallowed the blood, but the fire in its heart could not be suppressed. Despicable humans. How dare he humiliate the great Snow Fox king? "I think you're really tired of living." As they were close, Leng Ruoxue and the rest could clearly see the Snow Fox king's trembling body. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said, "Which part of you is great? I only see that you're about to have epilepsy. Hee hee." Hearing this, Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but laugh. Jiangning laughed so hard that his body swayed back and forth. He couldn't help but think that Shui was really too evil. She actually said that the Snow Fox king was sick in such a serious manner. This time, the Snow Fox king was probably going to go crazy from anger. As expected by Jiangning, when the Snow Fox king heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it was so angry that its heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all tangled together. Although it did not know what epilepsy was, anything that came out of the mouth of that detestable human woman could not be good. The Snow Fox king had absolute confidence in this. "Damn it. Humans. You can die now." The Snow Fox king gritted its teeth in anger and charged towards Leng Ruoxue's direction without hesitation. However, the poor Snow Fox king had just gotten into position and was about to speed up when Leng Ruoxue stopped it. "Wait. You old fox, how can you fight just like that? I'm not done yet." Leng Ruoxue shouted. The Snow Fox king, who was in its most handsome pose, almost fell to the ground when it heard her. F***ck. Do I have to wait for you to finish speaking? Who do you think you are? The Snow Fox king was very angry, and the consequences would be very serious. However, it was startled by Leng Ruoxue's sudden loud voice and it really did stop on reflex. Seeing the Snow Fox king's reaction, Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction and said in an infuriating manner, "Good girl. I'll leave your corpse intact later." "You." This time, the Snow Fox king was so angry that it could not even form a complete sentence. Its heaving chest strongly expressed its anger and dissatisfaction, but Leng Ruoxue did not care. Her beautiful eyes swept across the furry foxes in front of her and she continued, "I'll give you a chance to choose. Do you want to surrender or do you want me to use force?" Even Uncle Long couldn't hold it in anymore. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and he couldn't help but wail in his heart. "Girl, do you have to say this so ambiguously? Aren't you afraid of the jealous lover beside you?" The jealous jar, in his heart, was naturally referring to the evildoer. However, to Uncle Long's surprise, he didn't see a trace of anger on the evildoer's handsome face. This was too abnormal. Could it be that the jealous jar of wine had changed? Uncle Long was full of doubts. At this moment, he heard the evildoer smile faintly and speak in a light tone, "Just kill him directly, no need for the trouble." Ugh. He was wrong. Uncle Long sighed to himself. Not only did this vinegar jar, not change, but it instead became even more serious. He actually wanted them to be killed directly. Wouldn't it be the most convenient to kill him directly? When the snow foxes at the entrance of the encampment heard the demon's words, their expressions changed again and again. Their snow-white and furry faces were like a palette. In the end, every snow fox's old face turned red. However, the invisible pressure that the demon gave them was too great, so no one dared to talk back for a while. However, they were afraid of the pressure brought by the demon, but it did not mean that the Snow Fox King would be afraid. Furthermore, the Snow Fox King was already blinded by anger. Hence, after the demon finished his sentence, the Snow Fox King immediately roared in anger, "You detestable pretty boy, who do you want to kill?" "Humph. If you want to kill us, why don't you first see if you have the ability?" The words, "pretty boy," made the demon's face darken instantly. Therefore, the demon did not care about what the Snow Fox King said after that. This was because these three words could determine the death of the Snow Fox King. Feeling the terrifying cold chi coming from the demon, Uncle Long and Jiangning couldn't help but stay away from the danger zone. However, the two of them were quite impressed by the Snow Fox King's courage, but they couldn't help but sigh. This old fox's death was coming. Hee hee. He's just a pretty boy. At this time, Azure interjected. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long and Jiang Ning moved further away to avoid unnecessary trouble. They knew very well that the jealous man would blame the Snow Fox King for what he said. Therefore, the Snow Fox King was a sad character. It was destined. Even if the White Tiger King came personally, it would not be able to help it. However, the Snow Fox King did not sense any danger. After saying those words, it saw that the pretty boy did not have much reaction, and it was even more certain of the identity of the demon pretty boy. Upon seeing this, the demon squinted his obsidian-like bright eyes and sized up the Snow Fox King. Then, he said to Leng Ruoxue, "Shue, leave this old fox to me." "Good. However, I'm very interested in its fur, so be careful when you attack and don't hurt its fur." "Don't worry. I guarantee they're all internal injuries." The two of them conversed as if there was no one else present. Uncle Long, Jiang Ning, and the Snow Foxes broke out in cold sweat as they listened. Internal injuries? Wouldn't that be more serious than an external injury? Uncle Long and Jiang Ning suddenly felt sorry for the Snow Fox King. However, as the main character, the Snow Fox King didn't feel that it was in any danger. It glanced at the demon's strength and said with a look of disdain, "Humph. A puny little emperor dared to speak such arrogant words. Has this king not walked in the divine world for too long? How come this king never knew that even the divine realm's divine emperors dared to provoke a godly venerable rank expert?" Yes. It was a reverent god. Although its strength was not the strongest in the Snow Fox clan, it was still ranked in the top 3. Of course, it just happened to be in the 3rd place. The 2 Snow Foxes ranked in front of it were both old and experienced figures in the Snow Fox clan. Those 2 old foxes had been in seclusion all this time. Therefore, it was the most powerful in the Snow Fox clan now. This had naturally cultivated its arrogant and condescending character. And now, a person like the evildoer who only had the strength of a divine emperor, naturally, he would not enter its eyes. It would never have dreamed that some people's strength could not be measured just by level. It had lived for so long, but it had never met such a person. Therefore, with its limited vision, it naturally did not take the demon's words to heart. However, as a reverent god-level beast, it would not allow itself to be provoked by a divine emperor. In its eyes, the mysterious Uncle Dragon was the most powerful. He was also a reverent god like it. However, it was impossible to tell who was stronger without a battle. As for the other 3 people, including Leng Ruoxue and the rest, they were only at the divine emperor realm. Hence, the Snow Fox King suspected that the news in the divine world had spread Leng Ruoxue's name too quickly. Could a puny divine emperor defeat a reverent god? That's right. That Totoro must have helped her. The Snow Fox King had heard of the legend of the mysterious Totoro, but he did not know Tsang's identity. The Rime Ice would naturally not be stupid enough to reveal Tsang's identity to the outside world. Therefore, other than the 4 divine beast kings, in the eyes of the other beast clans, Tsang was at most a powerful beast. Now, the Snow Fox King had not found any trace of the Totoro. And among the 4 people in front of him, there was only one reverent god level. Suddenly, the Snow Fox King was even more confident. It truly felt that its greatest opponent was Uncle Long and not Leng Ruoxue and the other 2. Therefore, it did not feel any pressure at all when it thought of taking care of the pretty boy in its eyes. At the thought of this, the Snow Fox King roared and asked, "Pretty boy, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" The demon squinted his eyes again. This was the second time this Snow Fox who was seeking death called him a pretty boy. Very good. Its own pace of seeking death had accelerated. It asked for this. "Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Aren't you going to choose properly? We have 4 people." The demon chuckled as he confirmed. "Of course. I only want to fight you one-on-one." The Snow Fox King did not sense the impending danger and still spoke fearlessly. This was the 3rd time. The demon's eyes flashed coldly. "King, calm down." Suddenly, the Snow Fox tribe's Grand Elder softly advised. For some reason, he felt very uneasy. Furthermore, when he saw the man's carefree appearance, this feeling became even stronger. "Calm down, my ass. They're all being bullied by humans." The Snow Fox King rebuked angrily. It was quite dissatisfied with its great elder's dissuasion. "King. This human is deliberately provoking you. Don't be fooled. The Snow Fox Great Elder did not give up. However, the Snow Fox King was getting more and more impatient with its long-winded speech. It could not help but roar, "What do you know? I'm trying to protect the honor of our Snow Fox race. Do you want me to swallow my anger when I see the human in front of me provoking me?" Previous chapter. Next, get out of my way. I want to have a one-on-one fight with this pretty boy. The Snow Fox King glanced at the Great Elder and said. It was the 4th time. He secretly counted the evildoers who held grudges. In this short period of time, he had been called a pretty boy 4 times. Oh. Later, he would let the Snow Fox King enjoy his hospitality. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for the Snow Fox King's enthusiasm. Human. You can die now. The Snow Fox King pushed the Great Elder of the Snow Fox clan away and pounced on the demon with its anger and the might of a supreme god. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw this, they quickly jumped to the side to give the two of them some space to fight. While they were watching the battle, they did not forget to observe the reactions of the Snow Foxes from the corner of their eyes, in case they launched a sneak attack. However, beasts were not as cunning as humans. When the Snow Foxes saw that their king had started fighting, they all stretched out their necks to watch the battle. None of them wanted to take advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. This also made Leng Ruoxue's impression of them improve. It seemed that these Snow Foxes were not beyond saving. As she thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's wariness towards the Snow Foxes also lowered slightly. As for the Snow Fox King who was in the middle of the battle, it was infuriated by the demon's slyness. F***ck. It could be considered an accident if it missed its target, but wasn't the number of accidents it had encountered a little too many? After the battle with the human, it had attacked at least 5 times, but it had not even touched the human's clothes. This fact made it feel irritated. Then, the Snow Fox King flashed its sharp claws, which were emitting a cold air. Like 5 silver threads, they drew an arc in the air and attacked the demon again. Seeing this, the demon dodged slightly without panicking. The divine power contained in the Snow Fox King's sharp claws directly hit a thick giant tree not far away, and the giant tree was cut in half. Snow Fox King, you didn't hit me. Good luck. The demon reminded him with a smile. The Snow Fox King, who was already angry, became even angrier after hearing these provocative words. Its attacks became even more violent. However, the evildoer kept dodging and had no intention of fighting back. Even so, it did not take long for the huge Snow Fox King to be so tired that it was gasping for breath. Snow Fox King. You lack too much exercise. It's only been a while, but look at how you're panting. The demon saw that the Snow Fox King's attack was not as powerful as before and continued to provoke it. F***ck. Human pretty boy, I won't let you off. As expected, the Snow Fox King still needed some stimulation. After being provoked by the demon, its anger immediately continued to increase. The attacks instantly became fierce again, while evildoer continued to dodge nimbly. Is he planning to exhaust the Snow Fox King to death? Upon seeing the evildoer's actions, Uncle Long came to Leng Ruoxue's side and asked with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Jiangning also came over, his face filled with questions. Ugh. Leng Ruoxue did not know how to answer such a question. Could she say that the demon was training the Snow Fox King? She guessed that even if she said that, Uncle Long and Jiangning would not believe her. At this time, Azure smiled and said, "It's good to let that old fox be tired. After living for so long, the meat has long been old and not delicious. Exercise more and the meat will be more delicious." It was rare for it to speak up for the demon. Uncle Long and Jiangning fell silent. Eat the Snow Fox King? This wasn't very good, right? Although the two of them weren't kind little white flower goddesses, they still didn't dare to compliment Tsang's thoughts. However, they firmly believed that Tsang was just saying it. All of a sudden, out of the corner of his eye, Uncle Long saw the sneaky and mysterious Great Elder of the Snow Fox tribe. Seeing that old fox looking around with a constipated expression on his face, Uncle Long instantly put his guard up again. What was this old thing doing? Humph. If anyone dared to launch a sneak attack, he would be the first to attack. However, the Snow Fox tribe's Great Elder looked around for a while and then looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others with a calm expression. When he saw that they were not looking at him, he quickly turned around and ran back into the tribe. The Snow Fox tribe's Great Elder is running back. Uncle Long reminded him in a low voice. Well, it probably went to call for help. It's okay, just ignore it. Leng Ruoxue was very calm. Her beautiful eyes were still on the demon and the Snow Fox King. The poor Snow Fox King, with its 2-meter-long body, was on the verge of collapse as it walked. Its legs began to tremble. Although it was not injured at the moment, its fur was covered with sweat. Its fur was sticky and its breathing was heavier. It was obvious that it was exhausted. Leng Ruoxue felt a little sympathy for this fatty who didn't seem to exercise much. However, she believed that the Snow Fox King would be able to lose weight successfully after being trained by the demon a few more times. But he didn't know if it would have such an opportunity again. After a long time, the Snow Fox King could no longer attack. He was so tired that he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and his eyes were a little unfocused. It was obvious that the Snow Fox King wanted to rest. This time, it was so tired that it did not have the time to be angry. The demon came to the Snow Fox King's side, raised his foot, and kicked the Snow Fox King's huge body a few times. 2 big footprints were left on the Snow Fox King's snow-white fur that was stuck together into a bun. However, it only glared at the demon. Not only did it not make a sound, but it also did not have the intention. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the demon kicked the Snow Fox King did not seem to care. It was as if all the strength in its body had been sucked dry. The demon kicked the Snow Fox King's body for a while. He was very, very dissatisfied that his efforts were in vain. The snow foxes were caught off guard by his gaze, and the timid ones immediately shivered. At this moment, the demon randomly pointed at a snow fox and said, "You, go get me some cold water." When the unfortunate snow fox that was named by him heard these words, it was in a daze and was at a loss. It did not know how to react. Seeing this, the demon could only put on a straight face and deliberately released his own pressure. "Did you not hear what I said? Hurry up and go." In an instant, the snow fox's face turned pale. Then, it turned around and ran away as if a ghost was chasing after it. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Even though she didn't know what the demon was up to, she knew that he would never do anything good. Not long after, the obedient and cowardly snow fox returned. After throwing a wooden bucket to the demon, it ran back to the clan and refused to come out. The demon looked at the wooden bucket full of water in front of him. It was called a wooden bucket, but that was only relative to the snow fox. The water bucket was not small, it was almost as tall as an adult. The water inside was also full, and there was a thin layer of ice on it. The demon was very satisfied with this. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the rest of the snow foxes saw the demon gently lift the wooden bucket over his head and pour it down on the Snow Fox King's head. In the blink of an eye, the Snow Fox King had become a fallen chicken, the one that was shivering in the cold. This water was the snow water from Longevity Mountain. However, what made the snow foxes feel incredulous was that their king was turning into a transparent ice sculpture in front of them. This scene made all the snow foxes present completely dumbfounded. Uncle Long and Jiang Ning were also in disbelief. Was the temperature really that low? However, they had definitely wronged Leng Ruoxue this time. Because the one who did this wasn't her, but Song, who wanted the world to be in chaos. When Evildoer had poured the water on the Snow Fox King, Azure had secretly used the freezing technique to freeze the Snow Fox King. Other than Leng Ruoxue, the only other person who knew about this matter was the demon. However, the evildoer would not be grateful to it. On the contrary, he felt that the annoying fellow was being a busybody. Originally, he was having fun with the Snow Fox King, but that damn cat had to come and interfere. Evildoer silently turned his head and glared at Cold. Cold returned him a bright smile and even showed a provocative look. The expression on his face seemed to say, "I'm going to interfere. What can you do to me?" The demon was filled with hatred. At this moment, an angry roar sounded in everyone's ears. Who has the guts to cause trouble in our Snow Fox clan? When they heard this voice, Leng Ruoxue and the rest exchanged glances with one another. Their expressions were extremely calm. At this moment, two huge figures descended from the sky. Behind them, the Snow Fox tribe's great elder ran back from his tribe, panting heavily. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced at the two obstacles that blocked most of the sunlight. These were two huge snow foxes, twice the size of the Snow Fox King. After they appeared, the snow foxes present seemed to heave a sigh of relief. The Snow Fox King, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, struggled even more in the ice. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two of them, then glanced at the Snow Fox King. She then said indifferently, "What's your name?" "What's your name?" The two snow foxes who had suddenly arrived were stunned, their faces full of question marks. Did this mean that their surnames were very expensive? The two that had never gone to school were literate, but that was only because of their race's heritage. Seeing that the two big fellows were in a daze, Leng Ruoxue, who did not know the truth, was a little angry. "Our surnames are not expensive." After a long while, one of the snow foxes finally gave him face and spoke. However, the moment it opened its mouth, Leng Ruoxue's mind was thrown into chaos. AI. It was terrible to be uncultured. Alright. She knew that she had wronged the two snow foxes. However, not all beastie were uncultured. It wasn't that he didn't want to laugh, but he was afraid of hurting the two snow foxes' self-esteem when he saw how silly they were. "I know that your surnames are not expensive. What are your names?" Leng Ruoxue was very kind and did not laugh at the two snow foxes. "The Snow Bridge. Shui Yuan." The two snow foxes said one after another. "A sled and a snow book? What a unique name." Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. When the two snow foxes heard her words, their proud tails were about to be raised. One of them even smiled at Leng Ruoxue and said, "Nice, right? We came up with this name ourselves." Nice. Leng Ruoxue was very cooperative. Hearing their conversation, the snow foxes could no longer remain calm. Was this the main point? Why did it sound like they were just having a casual conversation? They were enemies, right? However, ever since their two ancestors, who had not shown their faces for a long time, appeared, the battle that they had been anticipating did not happen at all. However, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts were different from theirs. Based on Leng Ruoxue's lazy thinking, it would be best if she could lure these two powerful reinforcements from the Snow Fox tribe to her side without using force. Moreover, it was quite interesting to see the snow foxes present being so anxious, but not daring to interrupt. Unlike the snow foxes present, the two ancestor-level figures of the Snow Fox tribe had a very good impression of Leng Ruoxue when they saw how kind and considerate she was. Of course, they didn't forget their purpose for coming out. After getting close to Leng Ruoxue for a while, the snow fox who called himself Shui Ran took the initiative to ask, "Little girl, do you have any enmity with our snow fox tribe?" Shui Ran's words were extremely normal, as if she was asking, "Have you eaten today?" How should I put it? This matter is very complicated. I can't explain it in a few words. Furthermore, the Snow Fox tribe was the White Tiger tribe's accomplice, and the White Tiger tribe was the Fog Phoenix's accomplice. If you can't explain it in a few words, then let's take our time. We have plenty of time. Was this the ancestor they knew? The snow foxes blinked their eyes pitifully, with tears in their eyes. It must be known that the ancestor of the Snow Phoenix tribe had always been very strict with the younger generation of the tribe. It was almost impossible to gain its favor. The fact that the great ancestor Shui Ran was so kind to a human, and a human who came to the Snow Fox tribe to cause trouble, made all the snow foxes present extremely sad and angry. Woo! How did this happen? This was really bullying a fox. Leng Ruoxue could accurately capture the snow fox's low spirits. She smiled and said, "If we talk about it slowly, I'm afraid it'll take several days and nights. It's okay. I'll order people to prepare food. You can tell us slowly. If it's really our Snow Fox tribe's fault, I'll definitely order these little fox cubs to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, the snow foxes present were so depressed that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Unfortunately, Shui Ran couldn't hear their inner thoughts. Even if she could, she would be ignored. Following that, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao warmly invited Leng Ruoxue and the rest into the Snow Fox tribe for a chat. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she nodded on behalf of the rest. Then, she followed the two old snow foxes and swaggered into the Snow Fox tribe. When the demon and the rest saw this, they did not even look at the other snow foxes and followed closely behind. As for the Snow Fox King that was frozen into an ice sculpture, they deliberately ignored it. When the little snow fox saw this, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. These people were really bold. They really dared to enter. At this moment, many snow foxes were thinking to themselves, could this be the two ancestors' plan to lure the enemy? For a moment, the snow foxes who wanted to see Leng Ruoxue and the others make a fool of themselves were filled with anticipation. However, after Xue Qiao and Shui Ren invited Leng Ruoxue and the others into the Snow Fox clan, not only did they not immediately cause trouble like some of the snow foxes had expected, they even got the other snow foxes to arrange rooms for them. After making arrangements for Leng Ruoxue and the rest's accommodation, Xue Qiao and Shui Ran left the place where they were staying. As soon as they left, Jiang Ning sat down on a chair in the living room and said in disbelief, This is too much of a joke, right? Aren't we here to cause a scene? Why was he temporarily staying in the Snow Fox tribe instead? Shui, what do you want? Aren't you afraid that they'll lure us in and catch us like turtles in a jar? Where do we escape to? Since we're here, we'll take things as they come. What's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me you're afraid of a few snow foxes. I'm not afraid, but I think it's too troublesome. Besides, the two ancestors of the Snow Fox tribe are very powerful. Those two old snow foxes, Senior Tsang can deal with them himself, Shui can also deal with them. Alright. I'm just worrying for nothing. Sob. Jiang Ning was so depressed that he wanted to cry. They were all strong people. He was the weakest. Jiang Ning was filled with grief and indignation. Seeing this, Uncle Long patted Jiang Ning's head like a puppy and consoled him, "Don't be afraid, Uncle Long will protect you. Uncle Long, you're the best." They're all heartless. We're all heartless. Leng Ruoxue, arg. It wasn't tea. How can you be so heartless? You guys are the kindest people in the divine realm. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen anyone more kind than you. You're tactful. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Actually, she was just teasing Jiang Ning. Who asked her to be so bored? Oh right, we seem to have left the Snow Fox King outside. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The Snow Fox tribe will send someone to deal with it. Deal with it? Jiang Ning was speechless. Don't worry, they won't be able to melt that ice. How did you know? Could it be that you were the one who made the ice? Hee hee. You're right, but there's no reward. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long and Jiang Ning were dumbfounded. They thought it was Leng Ruoxue who did it. So it was Tsang. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue put on a, "You guys have wronged me. Look." Uncle Long and Jiang Ning were embarrassed. The next morning, just as Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the room, the Snow Fox tribe's attendants who were in charge of serving them had already prepared breakfast. However, the food they prepared was mostly fruits and was not to their taste. However, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were embarrassed to reject the Snow Fox's kind intentions and reluctantly ate some before letting the Snow Fox attendants take the food away. When the servants in charge of serving Leng Ruoxue and the others heard the order for them to leave, it was as if they had heard the sound of nature. They packed up their things and left Leng Ruoxue and the others' residence as if they were running for their lives. Seeing that the snow foxes had disappeared in an instant, Jiang Ning couldn't help but tease, "Shui, you're still the most intimidating one. When these snow foxes see you, they are like mice seeing a cat. How can you be so sure that I scared them away? Who else could it be if not you? It's definitely not me. It's possible for everyone here, including you. Don't forget, you're the Alchemist Guild's vice president, the person all humans and beasts have to curry favor with. It would be strange if they're not afraid of you." Leng Ruoxue's words made Jiang Ning speechless. Of course, he was one of those people. This was also something that made him very depressed. However, he did not feel depressed for long. After receiving the report from the snow foxes that Leng Ruoxue and the rest had already had their breakfast, Xue Qiao and Shui Ran came to their residence together. Then, the two snow foxes invited them to the meeting hall of the Snow Fox tribe and explained in detail why they had come to the Snow Fox tribe to cause trouble and what kind of enmity there was between the two families. Leng Ruoxue and the rest went forward happily. When they arrived at the Snow Fox clan's assembly hall, Leng Ruoxue and the rest had just sat down when they saw the frozen Snow Fox King being carried into the assembly hall by a few snow foxes. When Shui Ran saw the Snow Fox King, she smiled and said to Leng Ruoxue and the rest, "Let our Snow Fox King listen too." She was very observant and did not directly request Leng Ruoxue and the rest to unfreeze the Snow Fox King. Hence, its little thoughts naturally did not arouse Leng Ruoxue and the rest's resentment. Alright. Although Shuang was in the bracelet, he was very clear about everything that was happening outside. When he saw the two ancestors of the Snow Fox tribe sitting in the upper seats, Shuang politely saluted them and said, "Old ancestor, I am Shuang." "Snow Shadow? Little Snow Shadow? Hee hee. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've grown so big." When Shui Ran first heard this name, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized that this was the little fellow that she used to like very much. But why was it with this human girl? Last night, after asking the juniors in the clan, it had already found out Leng Ruoxue's identity. Because of this, it had even sighed and moaned with the snow bridge for an entire night. Today, it had seen Shuang again, so the doubts in its heart were getting deeper and deeper. Could it be that something big had happened in the clan while he and the snow bridge were in seclusion? Shui Ran was very uneasy. More than 100,000 years ago, the internal war of the Snow Fox tribe had caused it to feel quite sad. At that time, it and the snow bridge were in seclusion. By the time they knew about that matter and came out of seclusion, the matter had already been settled. Even if the two of them wanted to turn the tide, it was too late. The king of the Snow Fox tribe had died before they came out. That was the only purple-eyed snow fox in the Snow Fox tribe for hundreds of thousands of years. He had been harmed by some greedy and ambitious tribesmen. However, the back of one's hand was still meat. The king had already passed away. At that time, the Snow Fox tribe had basically undergone a major bloodline change. The elders were almost all the trusted aides of the current Snow Fox king. For the stability of the Fox tribe, the two of them had no choice but to agree to the succession of the current Snow Fox king. However, from that time on, they rarely shut themselves in. Moreover, in order to prevent the Snow Fox king from monopolizing the power, the two of them had played many tricks in the Elders Guild. After tens of thousands of years of operation, there were many of their trusted aides in the Elders Guild, and the power of the Snow Fox king had been reduced by a lot. However, they were of the same race. As long as the Snow Fox king was loyal to the Fox race, the two of them would not do anything to the Snow Fox king. After a long time of planning and observation, they confirmed that the Snow Fox king had done his best for the Fox tribe. It had only been about 10,000 years since then. They felt that the Snow Fox king would not do anything bad in such a short time. But now that she saw Shuang, Shui Ran suddenly became worried. Without batting an eyelid, she turned to look at the Snow Fox Great Elder. Seeing the Great Elder shake his head at her, Shui Ran's heart immediately sank. Could something have really happened? The Great Elder of the Snow Fox tribe was the junior who was fully supported by Shui Ran and Shui Qiao. He was also responsible for monitoring the Fox King's every move. However, at this moment, Shui Ran wasn't too sure. Or could it be that the Great Elder had also been bribed by the Snow Fox King? Helped it hide from him? Shui Ran's eyes turned sharp as she looked at the Snow Fox tribe's Grand Elder. When First Elder saw this, he felt wronged. Although it knew that it did not report everything about the Snow Fox King to the two ancestors, it could guarantee that what it did not say was insignificant. At least, it would not affect the safety of the clan. More importantly, the Snow Fox King was very wary of it. It would only discuss many things with its confidants and would not tell it anything at all. In addition, although it occupied the position of the Great Elder of the Elders Council and the Snow Fox King had given it enough respect in the tribe, it knew that in the eyes of the Snow Fox King, it was just a decoration that could allow the Snow Fox King to deal with its ancestor. This was also the sorrow of the Great Elder. But now, not only did the old ancestor not understand him, but he even doubted him. This made him feel very wronged. As he thought about it, this old fox's eyes blinked with tears, as if he was about to cry. However, at this time, Shui Ran couldn't care about vindicating it. She glanced at Shuang and continued, "Little Shuang, why are you with this little girl?" "Shui is my savior," Shuang said in an unusually calm manner. What happened?" Shui Ran quickly asked. "A few years ago, I was hunted down by the Snow Fox King and almost died. If it wasn't for Shui who saved me, I'm afraid that I would never be able to return to the tribe in this life. I would also die with my eyes open." Shuang glanced at the frozen Snow Fox King and continued. "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Shui Ran was furious. Was the Snow Fox King's old habit back? Why did it like to attack its clansmen so much? When they killed the previous Snow Fox King, they had already let it go. Who would have thought that they would return to their old ways and kill ordinary tribesmen? This was preposterous. Shui Ran was extremely angry. The way she looked at the Great Elder of the Snow Fox tribe became more and more unfriendly. However, when she saw that the Great Elder was also shocked, she felt a little better. First Elder shouldn't know about this either, right? However, as the Grand Elder of the Snow Fox tribe, something had actually happened that it did not know about. Wasn't it a little too negligent as a Grand Elder? As it thought about this, its gaze became sharp again. "First Elder, what do you have to say about this?" Shui Ran coldly questioned the Grand Elder. The Great Elder's face paled as he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Ancestor, I'm not too sure about this." "You're not sure? Aren't you the Great Elder of the Snow Fox tribe? You don't even know about such a big thing? Or could it be that the Snow Fox King could kill his own tribesmen without the consent of the Elder Council?" Shui Ran's words were absolutely contradictory, but it had to ask this. The scene today reminded it of hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the current Snow Fox King wanted to usurp the throne. Most of the elders in the Elder Council agreed because they had been bribed. However, However, after tens of thousands of years of hard work, after it and the Snow Bridge used various excuses to deal with the elders who betrayed the previous Snow Fox King, it did not believe that the current Snow Fox King could still control the elders. If that was the case, wouldn't all their years of hard work be in vain? It did not believe that the fruits of its hard work and the Snow Bridge's labor would be wasted by these useless juniors. Moreover, before they went into seclusion, they had emphasized that they must not let the Snow Fox King harm their tribesmen. However, they did not expect that after the Snow Fox tribe had calmed down, something like this would happen to them. How could Shui Ran and Xue Qiao not be angry? Forefather. The Elder Council doesn't know about this at all. The Snow Fox tribe's head elder said with a wronged expression. You don't know? Then what does your Elder Council do? Shui Ran became even angrier after hearing the Great Elder's words. However, she believed that the Great Elder wasn't lying, because many of the elders present had a confused expression on their faces after hearing Shui Ying's words. However, some of them clearly had a guilty conscience. You. Tell me. You don't know either. Shui Ran suddenly pointed at an elder who was about to lower his head. Old ancestor, I don't know either. The elder who was called stuttered. You don't know? Shui Ran narrowed her eyes and glared at the elder with an unfriendly look. Did he think she was a 3-year-old child? Was it that easy to fool? Did it think that it could get away with it by saying that it didn't know? Shui Ran was very angry. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue stood up with a sweet smile and walked to Shui Ran's side. She said indifferently, Senior Shui Yuan, there's no need to go through the trouble of asking them one by one. I have a pill that can make them tell the truth after eating it. Would Senior like to try it? Leng Ruoxue was like a grandmother wolf who was trying to seduce Little Red Riding Hood. As for Little Red Riding Hood, Elder Shuema was really interested when she heard that. She said with certainty, is there really such a pill? Shui Ran blinked her clear and beautiful eyes. She looked extremely pure and innocent, more like a giant plush toy. Leng Ruoxue had to endure it again and again. Otherwise, she would have touched her. It was too cute. Leng Ruoxue looked at Shui Ran, who was acting cute. Her beautiful eyes emitted an eerie green light like a wolf's, but she still held it in. It really wasn't easy. I have all kinds of pills. There's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing I can't make. Leng Ruoxue said without any exaggeration. However, the snow foxes present did not really believe her words. This was because even the most powerful alchemist would not dare to say such big words. Then give me a few. Shui Ran asked curiously, but she quickly changed her words, no, just give me more. After saying that, its beautiful eyes swept across the elders again, causing the hearts of the elders to tremble in fear. This was because the elders truly felt that no matter how they looked at it, the old ancestor seemed to be counting how many elders needed to eat such a pill. Leng Ruoxue was very generous. She immediately took out a white jade porcelain bottle and stuffed it into Shui Ran's hands. She smiled and said, take it and play. It's very effective. After she finished speaking, she sat back in her original position and prepared to watch the show. However, when Shui Ran heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she really wanted to tell her that she didn't want to play. However, it also felt a little lacking in confidence, because it was indeed a little excited in its heart. After lightly coughing a few times, Shui Yuan put on a serious expression and opened the bottle stopper, taking out a pitch-black medicinal pill. She said to the elder she had previously called out, eat this pill. The elder's legs turned to jelly and his face turned ashen. This. Could it not eat it? Looking at that pitch-black pill that didn't look like anything good, and was indeed not anything good, the unlucky elder who had been called out felt his little heart begin to tremble. Woo, spare him. He really didn't want to eat this. Who knew what would happen if he ate it? The main thing was that if the elixir was effective and caused it to say something it shouldn't have, the Snow Fox King wouldn't be able to protect it, and the Snow Fox King might not even be able to protect itself. Therefore, this timid elder was so depressed and conflicted that he wanted to bang his head against a wall. Why don't I play dead? An elder who felt that he couldn't avoid it thought for a moment. Then, the crowd and the foxes watched helplessly as the elder, who was about to be forced to take the pill with unknown effects, fell unconscious with his eyes rolled back. At that moment, the Snow Fox tribe elders shot disdainful glances at the unlucky elder who had fainted. There was not a single trace of sympathy in their eyes. This is really too embarrassing, don't you think? However, after such a thing happened, the hearts of all the Snow Fox elders trembled. Although this old thing had fainted, looking at the old ancestor's appearance, it seemed that he would not let them get away with it so easily. Therefore, it was possible that the other elders would also be in trouble. This fact caused the Snow Fox tribe elders to tremble in fear. Even though not all the Snow Fox elders felt guilty, when faced with the pill that could possibly make all the foxes speak the truth, even the Snow Fox elders who did not feel guilty felt a little fearful. Regardless of whether the effects of the pill were real or fake. What if it was a fake medicine and the effects were not as good as Leng Ruoxue had described? If that was the case, it would not be a big deal even if they ate it. What was scary was that the pill was real and the effects were as good as Leng Ruoxue had said. It could cost a fox's life. All the Snow Fox tribe elders present had lived for many years. No one could guarantee that they did not have any secrets that they did not want others to know about. Therefore, even the Snow Fox elders, who followed the two ancestors' lead, were worried that the two ancestors would also give them this medicinal pill in a fit of anger. If they were to say something like that, you all know what to do. At that time, they would definitely. When the elders thought of this, they all shivered at the same time. When they glanced at Leng Ruoxue from the corner of their eyes, they also revealed an endless amount of resentment. However, Leng Ruoxue, who had an extremely strong mental fortitude, naturally would not feel guilty just because of a few resentful looks. In reality, she could not wait to see the Snow Fox tribe's elders make a scene. This way, after Mei Zhen became the king of the Snow Fox race, these old fogies wouldn't dare to take advantage of their seniority. It was a pity that the elders of the Snow Fox tribe did not understand Leng Ruoxue's intentions. Otherwise, they would be even more depressed. Because this method of making them honest was really too hateful. Furthermore, if they knew Leng Ruoxue's thoughts, they might even try to curry favor with her to avoid taking the medicine. But now, all they could do was to wait for the next unlucky fellow to come. At this moment, the Snow Fox elders naturally hoped that they would not be the next unlucky fellow. As long as it wasn't them, they didn't care who was unlucky. From this, it could be seen that the Snow Fox tribe gave people a feeling of unity on the outside, but in fact, they were not that airtight on the inside, and it was impossible for people to take advantage of loopholes. At the very least, Leng Ruoxue had taken advantage of this loophole. You're really useless. At this moment, Shui Ran, who had been in a daze for a long time after seeing the elder it had pointed out faint, also came back to its senses. After it came back to its senses, it began to curse in a resentful manner. Senior Shui Yuan, do you need my help to wake this elder up? Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile when she saw how angry Shui Ran was. You have a way? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Shui Ran's eyes lit up. It could kill anyone, but it really didn't have the ability to save people. While the other elders had a pitiful look on their faces and did not dare to speak, Leng Ruoxue, who had the courage to speak up and take responsibility, naturally won Shui Mu's favor. Hence, the way it looked at Leng Ruoxue became gentler. But my method is a bit. I just don't know if Senior Shui Ran would be willing to do it. Leng Ruoxue laughed in embarrassment and even lowered her head in feigned shyness. The Snow Fox elders who were present could not help but sigh in their hearts. You bastard. You're shy. He was too shameless. No matter how they looked at it, Leng Ruoxue didn't seem like someone who would be shy. The Snow Fox elders looked at him in disdain. There's still that? What is it? Although the Snow Fox elders did not understand the meaning behind Leng Ruoxue's words, based on their simple understanding of this human, they believed that the thing that this fellow was talking about was definitely not as simple as it seemed. All the Snow Fox elders shuddered again. Well. Don't humans have a saying, don't you want to die? Therefore, at this moment, all the Snow Fox elders were disloyal and hoped that their ancestor would agree to Leng Ruoxue's idea. Otherwise, the next unlucky fellow might appear among them. This was something that none of the Snow Fox elders wanted to see. At this moment, all the Snow Fox elders were thinking that as long as they were not the unlucky ones, they could not care less about the others. However, after Leng Ruoxue had finished speaking, Shui Yuan did not say a word. This caused the hearts of the Snow Fox elders, who were eager for their great ancestor to agree to Leng Ruoxue's request, to palpitate. For a moment, the eyes of the Snow Fox elders all gathered on Shui Yuan. Although they had tried their best to hide their thoughts, the flash of anticipation in their eyes still hurt Shui Yuan's eyes. When did the Snow Fox tribe fall to such a state? Shui Ran's heart ached. Although it had been summoned by the great elder the day before, it had understood the current situation of the Snow Fox tribe in just one night. The current Snow Fox tribe was unstable. The collective sense of honor and belonging of the younger generation was not strong enough. It could tolerate all these because in its eyes, they were all children. Through education, it could increase their sense of belonging to the tribe and strengthen their motivation. But what it did not expect was that these important elders of the Snow Fox tribe were also like this. This really made it very disappointed. The Snow Fox was extremely disappointed and blamed itself. It felt that it had not fulfilled its duty as an ancestor. If it and the Snow Bridge had not allowed the Snow Fox King to manage the Snow Fox tribe after they had felt that the Snow Fox tribe was stable, the Snow Fox tribe would not have been what it was today. Previous chapter. Shui Ran, who was uncultured, didn't know that there was a saying among humans, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Therefore, it had placed all the responsibility on itself and the Snow Bridge. However, in fact, after the Snow Fox tribe had a new king, what kind of excellent offspring could the current Snow Fox King, who had evil intentions, produce? As the saying goes, follow the example. With the current Snow Fox King's character, those little Snow Foxes who idolized the Snow Fox King would naturally imitate the behavior of the Snow Fox King. Therefore, the current Snow Fox tribe only looked united on the surface, but in fact, they had long been a piece of rotten wood, riddled with holes. Of course, he couldn't just take down an entire tribe of Snow Foxes with a single blow. There were Snow Foxes with a strong sense of justice among the Snow Foxes. However, in this polluted environment, most of the Snow Foxes were extremely selfish. Therefore, those Snow Foxes who wanted to do their best for their tribe naturally became the odd ones among the other Snow Foxes and were ostracized by most of the Snow Foxes. Over time, the number of Snow Foxes who would truly plan for the Snow Fox tribe would naturally decrease. After all, no one wished to be ostracized by their tribe. Otherwise, such a Snow Fox would definitely not have a place in the tribe. In the past 10,000 years, there were many who left the Snow Fox tribe quietly because they were disappointed in the tribe. As for Shuang, he was not the only Snow Fox who had been rejected and hunted by the Snow Fox King. Of course, he would not be the last. However, Shui Ying's luck was probably the best out of all the snow foxes because he was lucky enough to meet Leng Ruoxue. Now, Leng Ruoxue was not afraid of the snow fox tribe and was willing to stand up for him. Hence, the gratitude Shuang felt towards Leng Ruoxue could not be described with words. Furthermore, there was a charm by Leng Ruoxue's side. This purple-eyed snow fox had long been regarded by Shuang as the snow fox tribe's future hope. Hence, he naturally valued Leng Ruoxue even more. One had to know that Leng Ruoxue was the master of the Mei. The Mei was also very obedient to Leng Ruoxue, so it knew very well that as long as Leng Ruoxue spoke up for the snow fox tribe in front of the Mei, it would be more effective than any other snow fox's words. Furthermore, Shuang had a deep understanding of Leng Ruoxue's abilities. Hence, even if it was not because of the charm, he sincerely felt that if he could befriend Leng Ruoxue, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to the snow fox tribe. At the moment, the premise of all this was that the king of the snow fox tribe had to be replaced by a fox. Otherwise, forget about befriending Leng Ruoxue, humans and beasts like them would be hunted down by the snow fox tribe. If that was the case, the day of the snow fox tribe's extinction would not be far away. And now, Shuang was bent on pushing Mei to the position of the snow fox king. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue also felt that Shui Ying's idea was not bad. As such, Shuang naturally did not have to take many detours on the path of convincing Mei. As such, in Shui Ying's opinion, the most important thing now was to verify the crimes of the snow fox king. Old ancestor, I think Shui-er's idea is not bad. Let her try it. F***ck. So what if I killed your entire family? Why do you want to harm me like this? However, it was also very difficult for it to hold it in. However, even if no one else noticed it, it did not mean that Leng Ruoxue did not see it. However, Leng Ruoxue would not take the initiative to expose him for pretending to be dead. Because that would be too immoral. Leng Ruoxue thought of herself as a well-mannered young man who respected the old and loved the young. All of a sudden, all the elders were in awe of Snow Shadow. The Snow Shadow did not get carried away by the worship of the elders, because it felt that it did not need it at all. Facing such a sincere pair of eyes, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao truly felt that this child was not gloating, but was truly doing this for the good of the snow fox tribe. With this thought, the two white foxes quickly exchanged glances. Then, Shui Ran spoke, "Little girl, I'll have to trouble you then." "No trouble at all. It's just a small matter." Sob, as Leng Ruoxue slowly walked closer, a certain fox elder who was pretending to be unconscious on the ground suddenly felt his heart beating like thunder. However, at this time, the elder who was pretending to be unconscious could only bite his lips and hold his forelimbs, suppressing the urge to get up and run away. He lay stiffly on the ground, feeling that he could do nothing. This kind of feeling was somewhat like waiting for death. Woo! A certain elder was indignant. He felt that it was a stupid idea to pretend to be unconscious, but now, he couldn't get off. After a short moment, a certain elder could already feel Leng Ruoxue approaching. As she walked closer, Leng Ruoxue squatted down. First, she sized up the white fox in front of her. Then, a dagger that was emitting a frighteningly cold air and so bright that it could almost shine on a person appeared in her hand. The cold light emitted by the sharp dagger almost blinded the eyes of the snow fox elders. All the snow fox elders turned pale with fright. What was he doing? The hearts of the snow fox elders began to race uncontrollably. Many of the more timid snow fox elders were already breaking out in cold sweat, and most of their long fur was wet. Just as the snow foxes were feeling apprehensive and confused, they saw Leng Ruoxue gesturing at the unconscious elder's body, as if she was trying to find a good spot to cut. At this moment, they seemed to have felt the coldness of the dagger and shuddered. Pfft! With a loud sound, the dagger in Leng Ruoxue's hand cut the side of the fainted fox's heart. When the snow fox elders saw this, it was as if they felt the same way. He was really too ruthless. It was no wonder that the people of the god world called Leng Ruoxue the Demoness. Today, they had finally witnessed Leng Ruoxue's ruthlessness. However, they were obviously wrong. To Leng Ruoxue, this was nothing. She had been merciful. Of course, none of the foxes knew what Leng Ruoxue was thinking. Otherwise, these foxes would have fainted from shock. No, it should be that even if they were afraid, they didn't dare to faint. At this time, the elder who pretended to faint also received his retribution. Because of the sudden pain, he really fainted. At first, it had wanted to pretend to be dead and endure the pain. It thought that the pain would pass after a while. However, other than Leng Ruoxue, no one else knew that a certain unlucky fox elder had really fainted from the pain. Some of the foxes even doubted their own judgment. Was this guy not pretending? Many of the snow fox elders' faces were filled with question marks. At this moment, seeing how Leng Ruoxue was publicly mistreating her own junior, Shui Ran was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Then, she said in a silly manner, "Little girl, what were you doing just now?" In fact, what it wanted to ask was, why did you do that just now? Although it was a little angry at the elder in front of it for being so disappointing, he was still its junior after all. However, even though it felt heartache, it would not offend Leng Ruoxue publicly because of this fox. "I'm helping it. Let it bleed." I'm guessing that the reason it fainted before was because there was too much blood, and its heart couldn't handle it. Don't worry. It'll wake up in a while. Even Shui Ran nodded her head without a doubt after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, indicating that she believed Leng Ruoxue. But even if Shui Ran believed it, it didn't mean that all the elders present would believe it. Some of the elders, who had been suspecting that the unlucky fox was pretending to faint, couldn't help but sneer when they heard this. At the same time, they also had a deeper understanding of Leng Ruoxue's shamelessness. He even let out blood? These words could only fool a 3-year-old child. However, what made some of the elders depressed was that old Grand Madam actually believed Leng Ruoxue's words so innocently. This fact made these elders cry out in their hearts, "Old grandmadam, can you not act so innocent?" However, Shui Ran did not know how to read minds, so she naturally had no way of knowing what they were thinking. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching from the side, suddenly felt guilty when she saw how much Shui Ran trusted her and how sincere she was. Should she be fooling an innocent fox like this? Furthermore, Qing Ju had also told her that Shuima had truly believed her words. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue quietly sprinkled some colorless and odorless powder on the wound of the elder she had stabbed. Ai. It was better to wake this old fox up. Although she didn't want to be so kind, and the torture she gave this old fox was lighter than she had imagined, she couldn't continue to torture this old fox in front of Shui Ran when she saw the look of anticipation on her face. Under Leng Ruoxue's rare kindness towards her enemies, the white fox that had fainted from the pain finally woke up. The moment it woke up, its mind was still in a state of confusion. However, in the blink of an eye, it immediately sobered up. The reason why it sobered up so quickly was because it saw Leng Ruoxue, who was crouching beside it with a faint smile, from the corner of its eye. In the next second, the big white fox, who was frightened by Leng Ruoxue, jumped up as if it was asking for help. It hid behind Shui Ran and cried, "Forefather, save me. This human wants to kill me. Didn't you pass out long ago? You actually know that I'm going to kill you?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. The moment she said this, the unlucky elder who had complained immediately received many looks of distrust. I'm covered in blood, and you're the only one by my side. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" A certain snow fox elder's reaction was not slow. His mind turned quickly as he quickly explained. It was a pity that even though it said so, the looks of distrust in their eyes did not decrease but increased instead. However, at this moment, Leng Ruoxue clearly did not want to discuss a certain fox's low moral character with the other foxes. "Senior Shui Yuan, your junior has already woken up, I think it's time to give it some medicine." Upon hearing the words, "take medicine," the unlucky snow fox elder suddenly reacted. Damn it! How could it have forgotten about the medicine? Immediately after, Shui Ran let go of the elder it was holding. Cough cough. As soon as he regained his freedom, the elder who had been forced to feed the pill coughed several times in an attempt to spit it out. Seeing this, Shui Ran was even more disappointed. If it wasn't guilty, would it be so nervous? Shui Ran's face was filled with distrust. "Don't waste your energy. The medicine will melt in your mouth." Hearing this, the elder's face turned ashen. Woo. It wanted to die, alright? However, no matter how sorrowful its thoughts were, Leng Ruoxue did not have the time to appreciate it. The moment Leng Ruoxue sat down, she received a message from Jiangning. "Shui, that medicine of yours, can it really make people tell the truth?" "What, you don't believe me? Do you want to try?" "Don't. I don't want to try. I believe you. I'll believe you if anyone doesn't believe you. I'll fight with whoever dares to doubt you." Hearing this, Jiangning was so scared that he quickly promised. "Then let's wait for a good show." I just don't know when the medicine will take effect." "In 10 minutes. That long?" Jiangning was speechless. "It's better to take a longer time. Let it think that the medicine didn't work. This way, it can lower its guard and let it get carried away. When the time comes, more secrets will be revealed." You're really too evil." At this moment, he felt even more strongly that he would rather offend the Divine Master than provoke this little girl. This was because Jiangning believed that God Lord Rivermist didn't have the brains to think of so many ways to trick someone. AI. Jiangning was glad that he was wise enough not to become Leng Ruoxue's enemy. Right now, Jiangning was extremely sympathetic towards the Snow Fox tribe. He was clear that Shuang hoped that the purple-eyed Snow Fox by Leng Ruoxue's side could become the king of the Snow Fox tribe. As time passed by, Shui Ran, Shui Qiao, the Snow Fox elders, and even the Snow Fox king that was sealed in ice, all turned their attention to the unlucky fox. Could it be that the medicinal effect was a lie? All the Snow Fox elders and the Snow Fox king thought in their hearts at the same time, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. At the thought of this, they shuddered in unison. They didn't wish for such a reality to come true. However, Shui Yuan and Shui Qiao's feelings were rather complicated. Their feelings were in a state of entanglement, where they both hoped that the medicine would work, but were also afraid that the medicine would take effect. In contrast to the Snow Fox tribe's thought-provoking mood, although Uncle Long and the demon did not ask Leng Ruoxue about the effects of the medicine like how they did in Jiangning, the two of them deeply felt that some of the foxes had let their guard down too early due to their trust in Leng Ruoxue. All of a sudden, the white fox, who had taken the truth-telling elixir, saw that it had not said anything and immediately felt relieved. Then, it laughed wildly and said loudly, "Ha ha ha. I knew your medicine was fake. You human liar, you actually dared to come to the Fox clan to bully our old ancestor, you're really tired of living." After saying this, the unlucky elder turned his eyes to Shui Qiao and Shui Ran, and continued to roar, "Ancestor, let me help you destroy this detestable human." A certain Snow Fox elder felt that the elixir that had scared him so much had no effect. As such, he could finally hold his head high. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he suddenly became strong. Furthermore, without waiting for Shui Ran and Shui Qiao's reply, he could not wait any longer and rushed towards Leng Ruoxue. By the time Shui Ran and Shui Qiao reacted and wanted to stop her, a certain impulsive elder Snow Fox had already arrived in front of Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue remained unmoved and calm. The other elders had also turned their gazes to this elder Snow Fox and Leng Ruoxue, ready to watch the show. At this moment, they heard Leng Ruoxue counting softly, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She had just finished counting when a certain Snow Fox elder, who was furiously running towards her, suddenly stood in front of her in a daze. There was even a confused look in his eyes. Seeing this, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao swallowed the words they were about to say to stop him. All the Snow Fox elders present were also dumbfounded. What? What was going on? The Snow Fox elders were all trembling with fear. Why did the situation in front of them make them feel so uneasy? Every Snow Fox elder's heart was beating wildly, as if there was a little rabbit in it. Immediately, the Snow Foxes heard Leng Ruoxue ask softly, why was Snow Shadow hunted by the Snow Fox King back then? Who did the missions? After hearing such a question, many elders broke out in cold sweat. However, they all endured it and did not dare to show the slightest trace of guilt. But at the same time, the eyes of all the Snow Foxes could not help but turn to a certain unlucky elder, especially the Snow Fox King, whose heart was beating so fast that it almost exceeded the load of its heart. Although the Snow Fox King was sealed in ice and no one could hear what it was saying, it could clearly hear and see everything that was happening outside. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one could care about it. After Leng Ruoxue voiced out her question, the big white fox was stunned for a moment, as if it was reminiscing. Then, it started to explain, that idiot, Shuang, was hunted down by the king because he was too much of a threat to the king. He was also very insensible, and he actually dared to snatch the king's woman. If the king doesn't kill it, who will he kill? When it said this, it gritted its teeth as if it was not the Snow Fox King who had a grudge against Shuang, but it. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she was very surprised. Why did these words differ from what Shuang had said? Before coming here, Shuang had told her that he had been hunted down by the Snow Fox King because he had heard the secret of the Snow Fox King and knew that the Snow Fox King was looking for an opportunity to kill the Great Elder and the other foxes. However, before he could inform the Great Elder and the other foxes, he was hunted down first. But now, everything she heard from this Snow Fox Elder was clearly not quite the same as what she knew. It even seemed to involve emotional issues. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes could not help but turn to Shuang, whose face was pitch black. Following that, she heard Shuang roar, F***ck. When did I fight with the Snow Fox King for a woman? You better explain yourself clearly. Shuang was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. Don't you know that the king likes Shuemei of the tribe? But the one Shuemei likes is you. However, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're really bold. You clearly know that king likes Shuemei, but you still dare to snatch her from king. If I don't kill you, who else should I kill? The elder continued to speak honestly. In his heart, Shuang deserved to die. The Snow Fox King did not kill him wrongly. You bastard. What does it have to do with me that old thing likes Shuemei? I didn't say I liked Shuemei. These words made the Snow Shadow even angrier. It did not expect that its undeserved disaster was actually due to that woman's contribution. However, it believed that that was not the main reason. Those were the main culprits behind his pursuit. As for the reason for Shuemei's death, it was probably just a coincidence. You don't like Shuemei, but Shuemei likes you. Therefore, you are the king's enemy. Moreover, you even overheard the king saying that he was going to find an opportunity to attack the Grand Elder and the others. It's even more impossible for the king to let you off. An elder continued to expose. These words caused Shuang to sneer sarcastically. As expected of the Snow Fox King. So domineering. When the Snow Fox tribe's first elder heard this, his face turned ashen with anger. It didn't know that it was part of the reason why Snow Fox King had sent people to kill Snow Shadow. This was too shocking. Moreover, it could not understand why the Snow Fox King would attack it. Was it because it was the people of the two ancestors? However, it had never disrespected the Snow Fox King because of its ancestors' trust. On the contrary, it had always respected the Snow Fox King. Especially in front of its tribesmen, it had given the Snow Fox King enough face. Now that it heard these words, it felt very upset. It seemed that it had been too wishful in the past. It thought that it and the Snow Fox King respected each other for the sake of the race. The Snow Fox King should understand. But now it knew that it was wrong. Some people, no matter how hard it tried to lead them, it was useless because that person was an ungrateful wolf. To an ungrateful wolf, the more you control it, the more it will climb up to your nose. Now, the Snow Fox Great Elder deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. He also regretted that he had been too lenient with the Snow Fox King in the past. You said that the king is looking for an opportunity to attack me. Why? Although the Snow Fox Great Elder had already guessed the reason, it still wanted to ask. After confirming it, it would completely give up. You don't even know this? You're really stupid. Isn't it because you're the Great Elder promoted by the ancestor, and you're specifically against the king? If the king doesn't get rid of you, he won't be able to sleep well. A certain elder said as if it was a matter of course. Previous chapter. Next chapter. I'm specifically against the king? The Great Elder muttered to himself. He really didn't expect this. It had always done its best for the Snow Fox tribe, but in the king's eyes, it was actually going against it. This made its heart instantly turn cold. Leng Ruoxue glanced at First Elder Snow Fox who had a glass heart. She felt that the matter was already clear and there was no need to hear it from the same Snow Fox's mouth. Hence, she took the initiative to ask another question. Who were the ones who chased after Shuang back then? There's me, Elder Zhao, Elder Hua, and Elder Lai. The four of us. However, the hateful thing is that even with the four of us working together, we still let that cunning little brat escape, causing the king to not dare to make a move on the Great Elder. AI. It's all our fault for not being able to complete the king's mission. After a certain elder consumed the pill that could make humans and beasts speak the truth, he simply told them everything he knew, and even their feelings at that time were completely unconcealed. At this moment, the elder's face was filled with regret. However, the expressions of the other 3 snow fox elders who were called out by it instantly turned ugly. F***ck. Why did this old man confess everything? The 3 foxes were furious. Their furry faces turned green, purple, and finally black. At this time, the snow fox elders who heard this all turned their gazes to them, causing them to be restless. In particular, the cold gazes of the 2 old ancestors made them even more frightened. However, none of the 3 foxes dared to show their fear or guilt on their faces. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would die even faster. Nonsense, how could we do such a thing? How could the king order us to do such a thing? One of the foxes retorted loudly. The expression on its face was as if it had been wronged. The snow fox king, who was in the ice, nodded its huge head in agreement. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't take the fox's words to heart. She didn't even look at the fox who had spoken. She only continued to ask the honest elder, besides these, tell me all the other secrets about the snow fox king. Yes. The elder who was under the control of the drug nodded. Then, he began to talk about the great achievements of the snow fox king. The old fox was very honest. It told him everything it knew, including how the snow fox king dealt with the disobedient tribesmen, how he secretly ostracized the great elder, and how the 4 snow fox elders had helped the snow fox king as his confidants and fighters. Every time it said something, Shui Ran's and Xue Qiao's faces darkened. The snow fox elders present all had different reactions. Some of the snow fox elders were extremely furious, while others appeared to be guilty. As for the 3 elders who had just been called out, their faces were ashen. They did not dare to imagine how they would be able to gain a foothold in the snow fox tribe in the future after their secrets were exposed by a certain idiot who had been tricked. It would not be too much to let them die a few thousand times for these things. At the thought of this, the 3 snow foxes turned their gazes at the same time to the snow fox king, who was beating the ice block with all its might. They seemed to have lost the upper hand. I wonder if it's still useful for them to defend themselves now. The 3 snow foxes' hearts were in turmoil, and their thoughts were in a mess. Their brains were buzzing as if there were thousands of flies in them. Leng Ruoxue did not say anything, and the elders were all enraged. An unlucky elder saw that no one continued to ask questions and no one retorted him after he revealed a piece of material. He simply thought that he had not said enough and was not good enough. After some consideration, he continued, the king likes beautiful women the most, especially those with good figures, beautiful faces, and snow-white long hair. President Wang told us that we can't find women who are too obedient, or we won't have a sense of accomplishment. That's why it has been chasing after Xuemei, who rejected it. Once, the king even brought us to peek at Xuemei bathing. Xuemei's figure was really good, no wonder the king took a fancy to it. However, that Xuemei was really too ignorant. Did she really think that she was so great just because she was the #1 beauty of the snow fox tribe? Humph. If it wasn't for the king holding it and liking it, who in the clan would care about it? At this point, a certain unlucky elder suddenly became indignant. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with countless black lines as she listened to all this. She swore that she had never wanted this big fox to say this. However, this snow fox king's fox character was really low. He could even do such a thing. She could not understand how a fox with such low fox qualities could become the king of the snow fox race. In Leng Ruoxue's eyes, Beastie was innocent, cute, and loyal. But after hearing everything today, it had clearly broken her understanding of it. It turned out that the so-called beast race was similar to the human world. There were fights and schemes. However, compared to humans, no matter how much internal strife the beast race had, when they encountered an external enemy, they would still fight for the safety of their race. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between them and the humans who liked to sweep the snow before their own door. If it was a human, it would be good enough if he didn't drag his opponent down, but would he even help? At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue shot a glance at Elder Snow Fox, who was completely dumbfounded after hearing the big fox's words, as well as Xue Ran and Xue Qiao, who had a mix of green and black on their faces. She chided softly, I didn't ask you to say these things, say something useful. Are these not useful enough? The elder's fluffy face showed a trace of grievance. Then, he thought for a moment and asked, the king has also led us to see the female beasts of other races bathing. Will this work? The king also snatched many female beasts from other races, and after he got them, he rewarded them to us. Enough. Don't say any more. The more Xue Ran listened, the gloomier her face became. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and finally roared. F***ck. It really wanted to curse. Xue Ran, who thought that she had a good upbringing, felt the urge to kill the Snow Fox King after hearing this. This was simply the scum of the fox race. Why didn't it realize earlier that the Snow Fox King was so despicable and shameless? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. With such a thought in mind, Xue Ran's gaze swept across the faces of the Snow Fox elders. Immediately, the Snow Fox elders who were looked at by her felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Seeing this, Xue Ran shook her head, the disappointment on her face deepening. Finally, she fixed her gaze on Xuang. This was the little guy. This little fellow's face was filled with righteousness. He would definitely be able to lead the Snow Fox tribe back to its former glory. After making the decision, Xue Mu secretly sent a message to Xue Qiao. The two of them had a simple discussion and decided on this matter in private. Of course, Snow Shadow did not know what the two ancestors were thinking. Otherwise, it might be depressed. This was because it was not interested in the position of Snow Fox King. In fact, it knew that the Mei was not interested in it either. However, Xueying knew that regardless of whether Mei was willing to take over the Snow Fox tribe, the Snow Fox tribe would still need a purple-eyed Snow Fox to hold the fort. The purple-eyed Snow Fox was not only the king of the Snow Fox tribe. At the same time, it was also the king that the entire Fox tribe respected and acknowledged. However, it originally wanted to tell these words to the two ancestors after the matter of the Snow Fox King was resolved. It was doing its best for the Snow Fox tribe, not for the throne. If it had truly become the king of the Snow Fox race, how could it be as carefree as it was now? Snow Shadow was not stupid. Although the Mei was also worried that she would not be able to follow her master all day after becoming the king of the Snow Fox tribe, Snow Shadow told her with a smirk, "You are a purple-eyed Snow Fox. You have a superior status among the foxes. No fox would dare to control you. If someone really wanted to interfere with your freedom, you could just quit and leave." According to Xueying's thoughts, the Mei was not a native fox of the divine realm. It was indeed a little overboard to place the glory of the Snow Fox tribe and even the entire fox tribe on her. Xueying did not dare to make such a request. Therefore, when Xueying gave the Mei such an idea, he was absolutely sincere and did not put in any fake news. The intelligent Mei naturally understood what Buying Xue meant. That cunning fox clearly wanted her to be a boss who did nothing. Since it was only in name, it would reluctantly accept it. Although the Mei was from the fox race, it did not have much affection for the foxes of the divine realm. However, ever since it had agreed to become the Snow Fox Queen, whenever it had the chance to see Leng Ruoxue, it would use its resentful beautiful purple eyes to stare at her, causing Leng Ruoxue to feel extremely guilty. It knew that its master was compensating it. Hee. The Mei was secretly happy for her own thoughts. But did Leng Ruoxue really not know about Mei's little scheme? The answer was no. These beasts of hers had many ways to fight for a pet. It was only natural for the Mei to take this opportunity to ask for a pet. In this way, it could be said that everyone was happy. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue saw that after Xueran shouted that sentence, there was no other reaction. A certain elder, who was spurting saliva all over the place, was also petrified. Leng Ruoxue could only smile and say, "Senior Shui Yuan, this elder has given us the names of the other 3 elders. Why don't you give them these pills and see what they say?" "All right." Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the furious Xueran finally reacted. As for the 3 elders who had also heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they were so angry that they were trembling. Their faces were so pale that they almost fainted. F***ck. This human is too detestable. How could she do this? The 3 elders were filled with grief and indignation. When they saw Xueran walking towards them, the 3 big white foxes were so scared that they began to tremble. Could they not eat that thing? If they didn't eat the pill, they could still quibble. Sob. This is too scary. When the other elders saw this scene, they didn't gloat. The 3 unlucky Snow Fox elders' faces were ashen as Xueran approached. This was because an elder had just said that Xueying was being hunted down by the Snow Fox King because he had heard that the Snow Fox King was going to attack him. With this thought in mind, the Snow Fox tribe's grand elder's gaze towards Leng Ruoxue became gentler. It did not think that there was any huge conflict between it and Leng Ruoxue. In an instant, its anger towards Leng Ruoxue's intrusion into the Snow Fox tribe was quelled. This was because it already knew that Leng Ruoxue had no intention of attacking the Snow Fox tribe. Beastie also understood that the enemy of an opponent was a friend. In just a few short seconds, the Snow Fox Great Elder had drawn the line between Leng Ruoxue and himself. Naturally, Leng Ruoxue could sense the Great Elder's kindness. After smiling at the Snow Fox, she continued to watch the show. At this moment, Xueran walked to the side of the 3 white foxes who were sitting close to each other. She unceremoniously grabbed one of them by the neck, opened its mouth, and threw a black pill in. Then, she did the same to the other 2 foxes. The 3 snow foxes did not dare to resist the powerful aura of the snow phoenix. Otherwise, death would be the only thing that awaited them. After eating the elixir, although the 3 snow foxes still maintained their clarity, they did not dare to have any thoughts of being lucky. This was because a certain Snow Fox elder from before had also acted as if nothing had happened at the beginning. However, after a short while, he had completely changed. This fact made the 3 white foxes want to faint, but they were very energetic. After 10 minutes, Leng Ruoxue asked the same question to the 3 Snow Fox elders whose eyes were filled with confusion. When the 3 Snow Foxes heard this, they obediently began to speak in an orderly manner. What the 3 of them had said was no different from what the elder had said earlier. In fact, they had even revealed more information about the Snow Fox King than the unlucky Snow Fox elder. Of course, most of the so-called information was gossip about the Snow Fox King. However, among them, an elder had said that the Snow Fox King had ordered them to strictly monitor the situation of the newborn Snow Foxes in the Snow Fox tribe. If there were any purple-eyed Snow Foxes, they were to report it immediately. These words had also raised Leng Ruoxue's guard. Of course, Xueran and Xueqiao did not let this piece of information slip by. Leng Ruoxue especially called out the elder who had provided the information and asked, "Elder Lai, right? The Snow Fox King asked you to monitor the little fox cubs. Did you find anything?" As soon as he said this, Xueran, Xueqiao, and the other Snow Fox elders all turned their attention to Elder Lai. However, at this moment, Elder Lai could not feel the attention and anxiety of the Snow Foxes. He was only trying his best to recall, 5,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago, the Snow Fox tribe gave birth to 2 purple-eyed Snow Foxes. I told the queen about this news. The queen was very excited and immediately went to see the condition of the 2 little Snow Foxes. However, the 2 little Snow Foxes only lived for a few days before they died young. The queen was sad for a few days because of this. The moment Elder Lai said that, all the elders' expressions changed drastically. How come I didn't know about this? The king was afraid that this matter would cause the hearts of the Snow Fox tribe to waver, so he did not tell anyone about this matter and forbade any clansman who knew about it to speak of it. The 2 purple-eyed snow foxes died young because their mothers were too weak and were born with inborn deficiencies. This was indeed not a glorious thing for our powerful Snow Fox tribe. Therefore, this matter was kept a secret. The elders who had been kept in the dark were furious. Damn it! The birth of the purple-eyed snow fox was an extremely important matter to the Snow Fox tribe. Moreover, if the 2 little fellows' bodies were really lacking, they might be able to save them with the help of the elders. However, it had been so long since the incident, and they only found out about it today. This fact made them feel greatly humiliated. However, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts were different from theirs. Leng Ruoxue didn't think that there was anything to hide. Who said that it was embarrassing for a beast to lose 2 cubs? This was obviously an excuse the Snow Fox King made for itself. In her opinion, with the Snow Fox King's beast-like character, the death of the 2 little purple-eyed snow foxes might have been its doing. From what she knew, the purple-eyed snow fox was the natural king of the Snow Fox tribe and even the entire fox tribe. This also explained why the 2 purple-eyed snow foxes that were born in the Snow Fox tribe did not survive. Congenital deficiency? Such words could be used to deceive these fools of the Snow Fox tribe. However, it seemed that the Snow Fox King had instructed Elder Lai to hide this matter. The Snow Fox elders present were probably deeply dissatisfied with this matter. This was especially so for Shui Ran and Xue Qiao. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes turned to the Snow Fox King, whose heart was beating like thunder and whose heart was trembling with fear. At this moment, the expression on the Snow Fox King's face was unclear. It was much quieter than before. At this moment, the furious Snow Fox King could clearly feel the probing gaze on its body. The Snow Fox King was enraged. Damn it! It was all this human woman's doing. It caused it to end up like this. It would not let it off. The Snow Fox King was furious. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Leng Ruoxue as a threatening gesture. Seeing that the Snow Fox King seemed to be threatening her, Leng Ruoxue smiled. She then turned to Shui Ran and Xue Qiao and said, "Seniors, Elder Lai's words have already made it very clear. For so many years, it's not that the Snow Fox tribe has not given birth to purple-eyed snow foxes, but they have all unfortunately died young. But I think no one has a better right than the Snow Fox King to know how the 2 little foxes died. After all, it was the one who handled the matter back then. What do you think?" Even though Leng Ruoxue's words were considered a question, the doubt in her words was not obvious. When Shui Ran and Xue Qiao heard this, the 2 snow-white foxes' brows furrowed together. It was not that the 2 of them did not understand Leng Ruoxue's intentions. It was just that they had their own concerns. If they fed the Snow Fox King the same pill, the truth that they would find out from the Snow Fox King's mouth would definitely be more shocking than what they would find out from the elders. In that case, their Snow Fox race would lose all face. And no matter how much Shui Ran admired Leng Ruoxue was still an outsider to the Snow Fox tribe. Hence, it really did not wish for this human girl to know too much about the Snow Fox tribe. This was something they were unwilling to do. However, from the looks of it now, Leng Ruoxue did not seem to have any self-awareness and felt that he needed to avoid her. Xue Mu and Xue Qiao, who were afraid of being called killing the donkey after it had served its purpose, were too embarrassed to ask her to leave after Leng Ruoxue had helped them so much. Hence, after Leng Ruoxue's suggestion was made, the 2 of them remained silent for a long time. However, Leng Ruoxue did not care about that. Although she did not bring people to the Snow Fox tribe to listen to the 8 secrets of the Snow Fox tribe, she did not think that there was a need for her to avoid it. She also did not think that this trivial matter of the Snow Fox tribe was a big deal. Which family did not have a few ********? Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue was afraid that the Snow Fox King would not be dealt with severely. Hence, she could not leave. This was not for herself, but for the charm. After all, she was the one who had agreed to let Mei become the queen of the Snow Fox tribe. She did not want to leave any hidden dangers for Mei. Therefore, she wanted to eliminate the danger of the Snow Fox King before it could sprout, so that it would never be able to make a comeback. Otherwise, if the Snow Fox King were to turn over a new leaf in the future, they would be the ones to suffer. Now that Leng Ruoxue had such a thought, it was impossible for her to avoid it. She was very disappointed with those 2. Therefore, she felt that there was no need to seek their opinions on the matter of the Snow Fox tribe. It was better to follow her own wishes. Following that, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, "Since the 2 seniors have no objections, I'll make my move." These words caused all the snow foxes, including Shui Ran and Xue Qiao, to be stunned. Shui Ran and Xue Qiao's faces were filled with bafflement. They didn't have any opinions. They clearly didn't say anything. The 2 big foxes were very confused, while the Snow Fox elders were shocked. From what he said, did it mean that something big was going to happen? Then, they watched as Leng Ruoxue stood up from her seat and walked towards the Snow Fox King. With every step that Leng Ruoxue took, all the Snow Fox elders seemed to be deeply affected. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The large hall was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be clearly heard. When Leng Ruoxue walked to the front of the Snow Fox King, the frozen Snow Fox King could not help but shiver. What are you doing?" The Snow Fox King could not make a sound, but from the shape of its mouth, Leng Ruoxue understood its meaning. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue smiled. Then, a black pill appeared on her fair fingertips. When the Snow Fox King saw the pill, he had the urge to die. It dared to guarantee that if it really ate that pill and said something it shouldn't have, it would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. The Snow Fox King could no longer hide the fear in its eyes. However, Leng Ruoxue would not be soft-hearted. When the other Snow Fox elders saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Was he planning to feed medicine to the king? Even though the Snow Fox elders knew this, they still could not believe it. This human was really bold. It was the Snow Fox King. Previous chapter. Little girl, wait. Suddenly, a voice that was like the sound of nature in the ears of all the Snow Fox elders broke the silence and tension in the room. Immediately, all the Snow Fox elders present heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Shui Yuan, what's wrong? Well, why don't we have any opinions? Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was speechless as she wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. However, Leng Ruoxue was still very patient as she replied, of course, I want the Snow Fox King to take a truth pill. This truth pill was the name she had just given to the pill. It would probably be of great use in the future and could be sold for a good price. Leng Ruoxue felt as if she could see money rolling in, and her truth pill? We didn't ask you to feed it. Hence, Leng Ruoxue's words made Shui Ran feel afraid. Didn't you all agree tacitly? Silent agreement? We don't have any. We didn't even make a sound. That's a silent agreement. Shui Ran was depressed. They clearly didn't say anything, didn't agree to anything. How could this be? That doesn't mean that it's a silent agreement. If you don't answer properly when other people ask you a question, they will think that you are tacitly agreeing to it. Therefore, you must speak out in time if you have any thoughts. Otherwise, you will mess things up. Let's just consider it a lesson for these foxes today. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be as kind as her. Leng Ruoxue laughed to herself. Then I'll tell you now. Senior Shui Ran, although I like you very much, I can only regretfully tell you that it's too late. Leng Ruoxue spread out her hands and said without any guilt. Shui Ran was petrified. Leng Ruoxue's words had dealt it a huge blow. You even brought this? Nothing had happened yet, so why was it too late? If he didn't stop this girl's actions, it would really be too late, right? Thinking of this, Shui Ran said shamelessly, little girl, you can't let the Snow Fox King eat that truth-telling pill. Why? Just because it is the Snow Fox King, right? Shui Ran nodded affirmatively. Senior Shui Ran, this is not right. What? Shui Ran didn't understand. What was wrong with it? You can't take care of this beast just because it's the Snow Fox King. This would be extremely unfair to the four elders. There's a saying among us humans that goes, if a prince commits a crime, he'll be punished with the common people. Ugh. Just because it was the Snow Fox King. As long as it was still the king of snow foxes, it could not be treated the same as ordinary snow foxes. Shui Ran was very depressed about this. Senior Shui Ran, as an elder or king of a clan, you should set an example. While you demand the clan members to do this and that, you should also be strict with yourself. Only then can you have the power of a role model. When Shui Ran heard this, she furrowed her brows in deep thought. From a certain point of view, it had to admit that what this little human girl said was very reasonable. However, the dignity of the Snow Fox King. Forget it. Forget it. Just do as that girl says. After thinking for a while and discussing with Snowbridge, the two fox-like elders quickly came to a decision. Who asked them to be determined to replace the Snow Fox King. And now, it was the best time. After thinking it through, the two white foxes were no longer as against Leng Ruoxue's idea of feeding the Snow Fox King the truth pill. A scandal. It was definitely a scandal. The two of them were having a headache over what was about to happen. Seeing that the two of them no longer opposed her idea, Leng Ruoxue struck while the iron was hot to prevent the two foxes from going back on their word. On her white, jade-like fingertips, a small flame suddenly appeared. The small flame was dark purple in color and was extremely hot. It caused the elders who were close to Leng Ruoxue to feel as if they were being roasted and sweat all over their bodies. Some of the elders were terrified of the heat of the flame, but they knew that the human's flame was not targeted at them. Therefore, they felt a little relieved despite their fear. Following that, the snow foxes present could only watch as Leng Ruoxue used the small flame that appeared on her fingertip to roast the huge ice block that sealed the Snow Fox. Leng Ruoxue seemed to be playing around as she slowly roasted the meat. She wasn't in a hurry at all. However, the elders present were. The Snow Fox King in the ice became even more panicked. For some reason, the Snow Fox King did not want to leave this ice block. At least, its instinct told it that it was safer to be in the ice block than in front of the human woman. Woo, don't let it out. It didn't want to come out and torture this female demon. In that instant, the Snow Fox King looked at Leng Ruoxue in fear, as if he was a man who was about to be raped by a villain. In the eyes of the Snow Fox King, Leng Ruoxue was an evil tyrant who specialized in bullying men from good families. She was also extremely evil. The Snow Fox King was truly afraid. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue's work finally saw some light. The ice on the gigantic Snow Fox King's head had been completely melted by Leng Ruoxue. The Snow Fox King's fluffy head was now in front of Leng Ruoxue. Part of its body was still frozen in ice, unable to move. This was the true meaning of being the meat on the chopping block. At this moment, the Snow Fox King was frightened and stunned. Suddenly, it let out an unusual scream, ah! Help me! Ah! All the snow foxes were silent and covered their faces in unison. Did it have to be so embarrassing? Was this screeching white fox really the Snow Fox King that they had always respected? It was really too embarrassing, wasn't it? At this moment, all the Snow Fox elders turned their heads at the same time with a tacit understanding. They did not want to look at the embarrassing Snow Fox King. Leng Ruoxue took advantage of the time when the Snow Fox King was screaming and threw the black elixir in her hand into the Snow Fox King's mouth. Along with the saliva, the Snow Fox King could clearly feel a cool liquid sliding down its throat. When it wanted to get the liquid out, it was too late. This knowledge made the Snow Fox King even more frightened and uneasy, and it also made it scream even louder. However, Leng Ruoxue couldn't shut its mouth now. After all, she would have to make it explain to her personally later. AI. Leng Ruoxue looked helplessly and disdainfully at the abnormal Snow Fox King, then turned around and returned to her seat. 10 minutes later. The Snow Fox King finally stopped screaming. Everyone and the Snow Fox elders suddenly felt that their ears were quiet. Snow Fox King, tell us all the great achievements you have done. I won't ask you one by one. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue started to ask. When do you start? Are you sensible? The Snow Fox King blinked and asked. Sure. Leng Ruoxue replied. She had plenty of time anyway. After that, everyone and the Snow Fox elders were all quiet and listened to the Snow Fox King's account of the past. The Snow Fox King was very obedient and started to tell the story from the moment it could understand. However, what made Leng Ruoxue a little depressed was that the Snow Fox King was full of nonsense. However, she really did not expect that from the moment she could remember, the Snow Fox King could already be called a beast. And the fact that it liked to peek at its mother when she was bathing could be traced back to when it was still a minor. It definitely had a long history. When the Snow Fox King finally said that it was an adult, some of the Snow Fox elders could no longer sit still. They were really worried. The Snow Fox King had just reached adulthood, but there were already a lot of gossip that shocked and frightened them. If it continued to talk, they did not know if they could bear the stimulation. However, they could not stop it. The Snow Fox King could not stop itself when it sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, the Snow Fox King spoke whatever it wanted to say, as if it was being controlled by someone. After a long time, Leng Ruoxue was starting to regret it. She really shouldn't have let the Snow Fox King start talking when it was sensible. It was too long, wasn't it? The evil things that the Snow Fox King had done in its long life were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, the things that the Snow Fox King had done in the early stages were basically peeking at its mother beast bathing and teasing it. Other than that, it had not done anything earth-shattering. If one were to find a representative event, it would probably be the Snow Fox King peeking at the wife of the Snow Fox Elder bathing. Moreover, the incident was caught by the Snow Fox Great Elder at the time and he was punished by the Great Elder. However, from then on, the seed of hatred for the Great Elder was planted in the heart of our Snow Fox King. Humph. That damn old man, not only did he beat me up, but he also hypocritically pleaded for me in front of the king, causing me to lose my reputation. I'll hate it for the rest of my life. The Snow Fox King was still brooding over that matter and said with a face full of hatred. Leng Ruoxue was getting impatient. Is this guy done? It had been talking about this matter for almost half an hour, and it had repeatedly talked about how much it hated the Snow Fox tribe's Grand Elder at that time. All the Snow Fox elders present were dumbfounded. On the other hand, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao's faces darkened. Then, everyone and the foxes heard the Snow Fox King say, humph. Wasn't there a human saying that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later? In the end, that old thing still died in my hands. When the Snow Fox King said these words, it was inevitable that it would be a little pleased with itself. However, Leng Ruoxue could not help but gasp when she heard this. You can also be considered a gentleman? This guy was clearly a villain, and a despicable villain at that. How did you kill it? Leng Ruoxue interjected. Of course, I attacked it when it wasn't paying attention. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to defeat that old fellow. The Snow Fox King replied. While it's not paying attention? You think you can beat it? Leng Ruoxue was very suspicious of the Snow Fox King's words. Hee hee. Of course I have a helper. The Snow Fox King said mysteriously. Who's your helper? Leng Ruoxue asked. The helper was lent to me by Lord Wuchen. I don't know his identity. The Snow Fox King said honestly. Rhyme ice? When Leng Ruoxue heard these two words, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Yup. If it wasn't for Lady Rhyme Ice's help, how could I have killed the Great Elder of the Snow Fox and gotten rid of the Snow Fox King? Lord Wuchen is my great benefactor. The Snow Fox King reminisced. The incident at that time definitely had an important meaning in its heart, so much so that it still felt hot blood boiling when it thought about it now. Tell me about this in detail. Leng Ruoxue finally heard something useful and instructed. Back then, Lady Rhyme's love turned into hatred and she wanted to replace Lord Yu. Therefore, she united with some ambitious clansmen of the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and White Tiger Clan and arranged for them to replace the kings of those three clans and take over the three great beast clans. As for me, I was chosen by her from the Snow Fox Clan. Therefore, Lady Rhyme helped me to get rid of the Snow Fox King and the Snow Fox Great Elder. I have become the supreme king of the Snow Fox Clan. The Snow Fox King explained obediently. The reminiscence on his face deepened. After I inherited the throne of the Snow Fox tribe, those tribesmen who refused to obey me were all killed by me. After that, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao, the two old fogies, came out from their closed-door cultivation and wanted to kill me to avenge the Snow Fox King. Fortunately, I acted quickly and killed all those who opposed me. The remaining elders all supported me, causing those two old things to be cautious and not dare to do anything to me. However, they were still hateful. They had never cared much about the affairs of the clan, but they actually began to point fingers at the matters of the clan, making me feel restricted and not dare to act rashly. The hatred on the Snow Fox King's face deepened as he spoke. His eyes were filled with hatred. Since you hate them so much, why didn't you kill them? Leng Ruoxue asked out of curiosity. You think I don't want to kill them? Even in my dreams, I wish they were dead. But I can't kill him. I can't kill him either. At that time, the divine realm was in turmoil, and the Snow Fox clan's vitality was greatly damaged. If these two old things had died, the status of our Snow Fox clan among the beast clans would have plummeted. Thus, I could only tolerate them. I had to show my weakness at every turn, and only then did they finally let down their guard against me. The Snow Fox King said with a wronged expression. You can't kill them, but you can kill their subordinates, right? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. She understood that as long as this old fox gave her important information, she would have to ask him at any time. Otherwise, this old fox might drag her into something else. Although I really want to get rid of their lackeys, I don't dare to be too obvious. At the moment, the most I can do is to get rid of them. Out of sight, out of mind. Speaking of this, the Snow Fox King was embarrassed. However, Leng Ruoxue felt that it was truly useless. Back then, this fellow had even dared to ally with outsiders to usurp the throne, so why would he be afraid of a few foxes? You've become timid? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. No. It's just that Lady Rhyme and the White Tiger King don't have time to help me. It's really difficult for me to deal with them on my own. The Snow Fox King said honestly. At least you still have some self-awareness. However, after listening to your words, I have concluded that the reason why you betrayed the Snow Fox King at that time was because you peeked at the wife of the Snow Fox Great Elder bathing, and you were punished by the Great Elder, right? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked indifferently. Not bad. That damn old man caused me to have no place in the clan and had no choice but to leave my home. How can I not hate him? The Snow Fox King gritted its teeth and said. So you betrayed the Snow Fox tribe? Leng Ruoxue said with a look of understanding. I didn't betray the Snow Fox tribe. I only betrayed the Snow Fox King and the Snow Fox Great Elder, who were wearing the same pants. Don't accuse me wrongly. The Snow Fox King retorted. All right. I've said the wrong thing. Leng Ruoxue smiled and coaxed him. Then, she changed the topic and asked, I heard that no purple-eyed Snow Fox has been born in the Snow Fox tribe for so many years. What's going on? Upon hearing this, all the Snow Fox elders present perked up their ears and listened carefully. After all, compared to the shocking secret from hundreds of thousands of years ago, this was what they were most concerned about. It was also related to the glory of the Snow Fox tribe in the divine realm. This did not mean that they were unconcerned about the past. The main issue was that these elders were too young. Hence, even though they were deeply shocked by the usurping of the throne hundreds of thousands of years ago, it had been a long time since then and they knew very little about the previous Snow Fox King. Hence, the impact of the usurping of the throne was definitely not as much of a concern to them as Leng Ruoxue's question. Previous. Ha ha ha. How could there not be any purple-eyed snow foxes? Only those stupid foxes would believe such words. The Snow Fox King laughed with pride. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces all sank. At this time, if they said that they did not understand the meaning of the Snow Fox King's words, they would definitely be deceiving themselves. However, knowing was one thing, and wanting them to admit it was another. It could not be said that they had an ostrich mentality. However, if the Snow Fox King continued to question them, the impact would be very bad. Therefore, they were a little timid. However, Leng Ruoxue, who wanted to get to the bottom of everything, would not give them the chance to be afraid. Hence, after taking a quick glance at the reaction of the Snow Fox elders, Leng Ruoxue continued to ask, where did those little purple-eyed snow foxes go? I've killed them all. The Snow Fox King said honestly. Upon hearing this, other than Leng Ruoxue and the rest, Shui Ran, Shui Qiao and the Snow Fox elders' faces turned black. Shui Ran even had the urge to kill the Snow Fox King. F***CK. The Snow Spanworm wanted to curse. For so many years, it had always felt that there was no purple-eyed snow fox in the Snow Fox tribe. Now, it knew that it was not that there was no purple-eyed snow fox, but that the little purple-eyed snow foxes that were born had all been killed by this crazy guy. How dare it? The purple-eyed snow fox was the natural king of the fox race. Previously, when it heard that two little purple-eyed snow foxes had died due to congenital deficiency, it was already in pain. However, at that time, it really did not think that the two little purple-eyed snow foxes did not die of illness, but were killed by the current Snow Fox King. In its heart, the Snow Fox King should not have such a big courage. Once this matter was exposed, the Snow Fox King would be blamed by all the fox tribe. At that time, not only the Snow Fox tribe would not tolerate him, but the entire fox tribe would probably hunt him down. In that case, the Snow Fox King would have no place in the fox tribe. But it was wrong. It had underestimated the ambition of the Snow Fox King. In the past, it even dared to collude with outsiders to kill the Snow Fox King. What else did it not dare to do? At this moment, Shui Ran hated herself very much. If it was not for the fact that she and the Snow Bridge had tolerated the existence of this black sheep for the sake of the Snow Fox tribe's stability, the Snow Fox tribe today would not have no purple-eyed snow foxes to hold down the fort. But now, it was all too late. All the little purple-eyed snow foxes that were born had died at the hands of the Snow Fox King. The Snow Fox tribe without purple-eyed snow foxes was not considered a truly powerful Snow Fox tribe. Thinking up to this point, Shui Ran was deeply worried. The Snow Fox King must die. Shui Mu hatefully said to herself. At this moment, it heard Leng Ruoxue's voice. Snow Fox King, let me ask you, how many little purple-eyed snow foxes have you killed in all these years? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She did not believe that after so many years, the Snow Fox clan had only given birth to 2 little purple-eyed snow foxes. There are 5 of them. The Snow Fox King thought for a while and said. 5. F***ck. 5. He had actually killed 5 purple-eyed snow foxes. All the Snow Fox elders were shocked. They looked at the Snow Fox King with anger in their eyes. As for Shui Ran and Xue Qiao, their faces turned ashen when they heard this. Was this retribution? Because they had indulged this fellow's existence back then, the heavens had punished their Snow Fox tribe by making them no longer have any purple-eyed snow foxes. This had also caused the Snow Fox tribe's strength to be greatly reduced. Shui Ran and Xue Qiao were so hateful. If they had not tried their best to restrain themselves, the 2 of them would have rushed forward and torn the Snow Fox King into pieces. How did you do it? Suppressing her anger, Shuemu coldly asked. TSK. It's not easy to kill a few little foxes. The birth of a new Snow Fox in the Snow Fox tribe has long been under my control. Naturally, whoever I let live can live. Will a little cub that I don't want to let live grow big? The Snow Fox King said proudly. These words made Shui Ran so angry that she was about to explode. Damn it! It actually dared to say this? The furious Snow Spanworm had long forgotten that the Snow Fox King had consumed the truth pill. Naturally, it would say whatever it thought. At this moment, there was no such thing as fear in its heart. Why did Elder Lai say that there were only 2 little purple-eyed snow foxes and that they died due to inborn deficiency? Leng Ruoxue asked again. He doesn't know. Previously, it was not in charge of monitoring the birth of the little snow fox in the tribe. The Snow Fox King explained. I see. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Shui Ran, Senior Shui Ran, I have no more questions to ask. If you have any, please continue. We won't be participating anymore. Let's go back to our room first. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she gave the evil demon and the rest a look. The group of people stood up and swaggered out of the Snow Fox tribe's main hall. Seeing Leng Ruoxue and the rest leave just like that, Shui Ran was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You bastard! Previously, he wanted them to take the initiative to avoid it, but they did not respond. Now that they knew most of the scandal of the Snow Fox tribe that they should not know, there was no need to avoid it. Instead, they left. It was really too hateful. Shui Ran was very angry, and the consequences would be very serious. However, it naturally could not vent its anger on Leng Ruoxue and the others. The Snow Fox King and the unlucky elders present naturally became its punching bags. After scolding the elders, Shui Ran immediately announced that the Snow Fox King was stripped of its throne and ordered the 4 elders to be locked up in the Snow Fox tribe's prison to await punishment. After doing all this, Shuemu and Xue Qiao left the main hall in a huff. Before they left, Xueying was also taken away by the 2 white foxes. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest left the Snow Fox tribe's main hall, they returned to the residence that Shui Ran had arranged for them. The Snow Fox servants in charge of serving them trembled uncontrollably when they saw the return of the demons. Woo, these people gave them a lot of pressure. Don't be afraid. We won't eat you, as long as you're obedient. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes swept across the few snow foxes as she smiled. Yes. Yes. We'll be good. Good girl. Leng Ruoxue patted the furry heads of the foxes like she was petting a puppy. She then instructed, we're going back to our room to rest. Don't disturb us unless it's important. Yes. The few snow foxes responded. Then, they watched as Leng Ruoxue and the rest entered the room. However, they were really curious. However, this might be the answer to their questions forever. The few of them entered the room and Jiang Ning sat down on a chair in the living room. Then, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a puzzled expression and asked, Shui, why are we leaving just like this? Aren't you going to participate in the follow-up work to convict the Snow Fox King? Previous chapter. Alright. He had to admit that he hadn't seen enough. That's the matter of the Snow Fox tribe. It has nothing to do with us. Leng Ruoxue sat down as well and smiled. How could it not be related to us? You are the future master of the Snow Fox King. Thus, I feel that the matters of the Snow Fox tribe are naturally our matters as well. During the hearing, we were not chased out. Those 2 old foxes, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao, have already given us a lot of face. If we continue to sit there and refuse to leave when we are convicted, then we would be too insensible. Oh, really? But why do I feel that we've already made the fox dislike us? If we really don't want to arouse the hatred of the Snow Fox tribe, I think we should have taken the initiative to leave during the hearing. Leng Ruoxue would never admit that she was being a nuisance. After taking a deep breath, she said with a calm face, the hearing was for the good of the Snow Fox tribe. You should know that many of the elders present were the Snow Fox King's men. If we were not there, the 2 soft-hearted old foxes, Xuemu and Xue Qiao, would not be able to handle them. Do you understand? I understand. After hearing this explanation, Jiang Ning was speechless. However, he didn't dare to voice out his thoughts in front of Leng Ruoxue, but even if he didn't say it, it didn't mean that others wouldn't say it. Azure stretched out a small white paw and pointed at Jiang Ning. Girl, this guy said you're lying through your teeth. No. No. You're mistaken. When Jiang Ning heard this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. It doesn't matter. I never care about what others say. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt quite uneasy. He felt that this was a sign of a storm. This girl knew that he was pregnant, so how could she let him go so easily? Jiang Ning didn't believe it. Even though he had not spent much time with Leng Ruoxue, he knew that she was a vengeful person. Hence, he could not believe that Leng Ruoxue would not hold it against him. However, the truth was that Leng Ruoxue didn't want to argue with him now. Furthermore, from her perspective, this wasn't a big deal. There were many people who spoke ill of her in her heart. If she was angry with every single one of them, she would have been angered to death. It was a pity that Jiang Ning didn't know what she was thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bow. It was only when he realized that Leng Ruoxue was really not angry that he slowly relaxed. A few days later, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were still living in the Snow Fox tribe. However, these days, whether it was Shui Ran, Shui Qiao, or the elders of the Snow Fox tribe, no one came to disturb them. Even Shuang had been taken away by them. It could be said that since the day the Snow Fox King was interrogated, Shuang had not appeared in front of them. In the living room, Jiang Ning looked at Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting on the chair calmly. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Is there something? Leng Ruoxue saw that Jiang Ning was hesitating, so she decided to ask him directly. This guy had been staring at her for a while now. If he continued to stare at her, the demon would definitely go berserk. She could clearly feel that the demon was trying his best to suppress his anger. Snow Shadow is lost? Jiang Ning asked. This is the Snow Fox tribe. How could Snow Shadow be lost? Leng Ruoxue held her forehead, her beautiful face was filled with speechlessness. Could he have been killed? The Snow Fox tribe is not peaceful. Jiang Ning said, pretending to be worried. In reality, he was deliberately trying to find a topic to talk about. In fact, he mainly wanted to ask where Shuang had gone, but he was too embarrassed to ask directly. Are you cursing it? When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was this fellow so pretentious? What can't you just say it directly? He just had to beat around the bush like that. No. No. I'm just worried about it. You bastard. He was just a little awkward. How could he curse that fox? This girl was really too evil. However, on second thought, his words seemed to be a curse. Don't worry. It would be fine. The Snow Fox King had been caught. Caught. No fox dares to attack it. It's been so many days, why hasn't it shown itself yet? Don't tell me that you don't want us, your comrades who have gone through life and death, anymore after you go home? Are you blaming it for not accompanying us? Sir Jiangning, we're not kids anymore. We won't get lost without its company. It's normal, but it shouldn't have left us with no news at all, right? We'll be worried. Leng Ruoxue understood. So the one who hasn't weaned off milk is Jiangning. Could it be that they could not give him a sense of security? And it had to be Snow Shadow? How come she didn't know that the relationship between Jiangning and Shuang had reached such a close stage? And the Snow Shadow that they were talking about was currently staying in the Snow Fox tribe's forbidden area, guarding outside the room of the Snow Ridge and the Snow Bridge. After a loud sneeze, a puzzled expression appeared on Snow Shadow's face. Was someone talking about him? Oh. It was definitely not Shui. It was very confident in this. Who could it be? Old ancestor? Or was it someone else? Snow Shadow racked his brain, but couldn't think of anyone who would miss him. At this moment, Shui Ran's voice came from the room, interrupting Shui Ying's thoughts. Shuang, come in. Yes. Shuang responded, then pushed the door open and entered. Over the past few days, the two ancestors had brought it back and left it outside the door. Shuang, who knew that the two ancestors were in a bad mood, did not dare to leave even half a step. Its obedient performance also made Shui Ran and Shui Qiao, who were depressed in the room alone, feel deeply gratified. Sit down. Seeing Shuang enter, Shui Ran said. Shuang sat down obediently, and then waited for the instructions of the two ancestors without moving like a mountain. Snow Shadow, do you have any good suggestions regarding the punishment of the Snow Fox King? Snowbridge asked after letting out a sigh. A country has its laws and a clan has its own rules. What the Snow Fox King has committed is of great importance and of a bad nature. However, there are still some elders and clansmen in the clan who don't know the truth, so I suggest that we first report this matter to the entire clan, and then hold a meeting of elders to discuss this matter. In fact, with the testimony of many Snow Fox elders, it was basically impossible for the Snow Fox King to get away with it. However, the Snow Fox King had been running the Snow Fox tribe for many years. It was still difficult to get rid of it completely. After hearing Shui Ying's words, the Snow Bridge fell silent. In fact, according to the discussion between it and Shui Ran, they hoped that other than the elders who were present that day, no one else in the tribe would know about this. It was still fine to ask for the punishment of the Snow Fox King, but he was afraid that they would make a fuss. At that time, wouldn't this little scandal of the Snow Fox race be known to all in the divine realm? Of course, Shuang did not know that although these two ancestors had the intention to punish the Snow Fox King, they also wanted to suppress the matter and not let the situation continue to escalate. After all, from Shui Ying's point of view, the current Beast Clan was no longer the Beast Clan of the past. This was because the Dragon, Phoenix, and White Tiger races could not avoid the same thing. It was a pity that Shui Ran and Shui Qiao were not clear about Shui Ying's thoughts. It should be known that the Snow Fox Clan was the king of the Fox Clan. In the future, the Snow Fox tribe would not have any more purple-eyed snow foxes. This fact also made the highest-ranking members of the Snow Fox tribe, Shui Ran and Shui Qiao, feel heartache. At this point, Shui Ran suddenly said, Shuang, the Snow Fox King's throne has been removed by us. The Snow Fox tribe has no leader now. Hence, after some discussion, Xue Qiao and I have decided that you will be the new Snow Fox king of our Snow Fox tribe. I hope that the Snow Fox tribe can return to its former glory under your leadership. Don't let us down. These words completely stunned Snow Shadow. It was the next Snow Fox king? Oh my god. Could it refuse? No. He must not let the Mei know what the two old. Xueying was shocked, but he quickly declined. Old ancestor, Xueying is not suitable to be the Snow Fox king. However, as soon as it said this, Xueran interrupted it. Who said you're not suitable? I've been observing for a long time, and you're definitely the Snow Fox king. When Xueying heard this, he revealed a helpless expression. It knew that the old ancestor wanted to grab a strong man, but it really didn't think that it was suitable. Old ancestor, I'm really not suitable. Xueying sighed softly. Then, he saw Xueran's expression darken and his heart trembled. He quickly said, but I know a suitable candidate. Who is it? After hearing this, Xueran suppressed her anger and asked. In her heart, she felt that the candidate that Xueying had mentioned was just an excuse for her to reject the position of the Snow Fox king. It's a snow fox called Mei, Xueying said in a mysterious manner. Mei? Who is it from our clan? Have I seen it before? Mei is not a snow fox in our tribe, so old ancestor has never seen her before. Not from our clan. He couldn't have ascended from the lower realm, right? It had to be said that it was the truth. That's right. The Mei is my savior and is Leng Ruoxue's contracted beastie. Furthermore, it is a purple-eyed snow fox. However, after hearing that the snow fox that Xueying had recommended was already taken, Xueran, who had only heard half of what Xueying had said, immediately said angrily, how can the king of my race have a human master? It was one thing to be friendly with humans, but the Snow Fox king could never have a human master. Otherwise, the Snow Fox clan would become the laughing stock of the divine realm. Wait, what did you say after that? After roaring, the furious snow spanworm suddenly reacted. It seemed to have heard the words purple-eyed snow fox, but it was not too sure. The demon is a purple-eyed snow fox. In an instant, two white shadows flashed past Snow Shadow's eyes like lightning. By the time Snow Shadow reacted, it was the only one left in the room. It seemed that the purple-eyed snow fox was still the most charming. The two snow-white giant foxes that were extremely fast immediately rushed to Leng Ruoxue's residence when they heard the news of the purple-eyed snow fox. Bang! The door was shattered into pieces. Leng Ruoxue and the rest who were chatting in the living room looked towards the door in shock. Glancing at the broken door, they saw Xue Yuan and Xue Qiao standing at the entrance with excited expressions. Their eyes were fixed on Leng Ruoxue. However, their actions were ignored by the anxious Xueran and Xue Qiao. They immediately rushed in front of Leng Ruoxue and pushed aside the evildoer and Uncle Long, who were blocking their view. They looked at Leng Ruoxue with extreme excitement and asked, you have a purple-eyed snow fox? Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, with a change of mind, she took out the charm from her bracelet and hugged it in her arms. As expected, it was Purple Eye. The moment Xueran and Xue Qiao saw Mei, their eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Mei was so frightened that she immediately hid in Leng Ruoxue's arms. Little guy, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. What are you doing? The Mei said with a face full of fear. Look at you, you've scared the little guy. When Xueran heard this, she glared at the impatient Xue Qiao. Then, she looked at Mei with a gentle expression and said gently, Charm. Don't be afraid. We are the ancestors of the snow fox race. We know that there are purple-eyed snow foxes of the snow fox race wandering outside, so we anxiously came to see you. We have no ill intentions. I'm not a fox from your snow fox tribe that has been wandering outside. The Mei reminded. Hee. Who says you're not? As long as it's a fox, it belongs to our fox clan. Xue Yuan quickly said. They all belong to the fox race? Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes. This old fox. Was he planning to steal her charm? Even though she thought of this in her heart, Leng Ruoxue continued to listen without a change in her expression. When the demon and Uncle Long saw that the two foxes were here for the charm, they looked at each other and sat down. However, I really do not belong to your divine world's fox race. I ascended together with my master and I have my own race. At this moment, Mei sneaked a glance at Leng Ruoxue and stubbornly insisted. Xueran had a headache after hearing Mei's words. It seemed that this little fellow was not easy to abduct. What was this good? Even though Xueying had told them this news, it was a pity that they were too anxious and did not even listen to Xueying's words. They had rushed over to Leng Ruoxue's place and naturally did not know what Leng Ruoxue and the others were planning. Hence, Xueran was currently vexed over not being able to kidnap the Mei. It was a purple-eyed snow fox. This was a purple-eyed snow fox. But he could only see it, not touch it. This fact made Xueran and Xue Qiao so frustrated that they were about to hit their heads against the wall. The two big white foxes had already given up on the existence of the purple-eyed snow fox after the blow from a few days ago. However, now, an adult purple-eyed snow fox was suddenly placed in front of them. This was like a blessing from the heavens, enough to make them wild with joy. The moment Xueran and Xue Qiao confirmed their identity as Mei, they abandoned Xueying and secretly decided that the next king of the snow fox tribe would be the shy purple-eyed snow fox in front of them. It should be known that only the snow fox clan that possessed the purple-eyed snow fox king could be considered a true expert among the divine realm's beast clans. And having a purple-eyed snow fox was a matter of utmost importance to the entire fox clan. Thus, they would not allow anyone to come and ruin it, not even if this person was the master of the purple-eyed snow fox. Of course, if the purple-eyed snow fox wanted to reject their suggestion, the two of them would not allow it. Ever since the death of the previous snow fox king, they had waited for so many years before finally getting a purple-eyed snow fox. It was impossible for them to give up so easily. At the thought of this, the two white foxes looked at each other and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. Then, Shui Ran couldn't wait any longer and said, "Little girl, the purple-eyed snow fox is the natural king of the fox tribe. Our snow fox tribe is currently without a leader. We really need a purple-eyed snow fox to lead our snow fox tribe, so." Shui Ran had only finished half of her sentence when she stared unblinkingly at Leng Ruoxue. The underlying meaning was, "You understand what I mean, right?" After listening to what it had to say, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, "Senior Shui Ran's meaning is, you want my demon to be your snow fox king?" "Yes, yes, I have no objections." Leng Ruoxue replied straightforwardly without beating around the bush. "Little girl. Thank you. You're the great benefactor of our snow fox race, no, our entire fox race. The two seniors are too polite." Leng Ruoxue chuckled to herself. Wasn't this something they had already discussed? "We're not being polite, we're sincere." Leng Ruoxue looked at it. She didn't even need to read its mind to guess that this old fox still had something to say. It should be an unspeakable restraint. However, since this old fox did not take the initiative to speak, Leng Ruoxue naturally had no intention of asking. At first, Shui Ran could not bring herself to say this, so she deliberately put on a difficult expression. She hoped that Leng Ruoxue would ask first so that she could use the opportunity to voice out her thoughts. After enduring it for a while, the conflicted Shui Ran finally decided to go all out. In this day and age, it really wouldn't do to not be thick-skinned. After thinking this, Shui Ran made up her mind and said straightforwardly, "Girl, let's discuss something else." After saying this, Shui Ran felt her face burning. She even peeked at Leng Ruoxue's reaction from time to time. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she continued to smile calmly and said, "Senior Shui Yuan, if you have something to say, please speak." "Girl, then I'll just say it." Shui Ran said worriedly. Then, she directly said, "That. What I want to say is, can you remove your master-beast relationship with this little Mei? Little girl, you are this little fellow's master. Naturally, our snow fox tribe will not mistreat you." After hearing Shui Ran's words, Leng Ruoxue only frowned but did not say a word. Shui Ran, who had spoken so much, saw that Leng Ruoxue did not have much of a reaction and could not help but feel anxious. She then added, "Little girl. I really like you, little human, but the king of our snow fox tribe is extremely important to the fox tribe. So, I hope you can understand my feelings. I really don't have any bad thoughts about you. Senior Shui Ran, although the demon is my beastie, I respect its decision. If you want us to break the contract, you'll have to convince it first. As long as it agrees, I have no objections." When Shui Ran heard this, she immediately felt a great sense of relief. She then cautiously asked, "Little girl, are you serious?" "It's true." Leng Ruoxue nodded with certainty. After confirming it, Shui Ran was elated. The gaze she used to look at Leng Ruoxue became gentler. Then, she could not help but look at the Mei. The way she looked at the Mei was as if the Mei had already become the king of the snow fox tribe. "Mei!" Shui Ran called out gently, as if she was afraid of scaring the little fellow. However, Mei interrupted her without giving her any face and said, "I can be the snow fox king, but I will not agree to terminate the contract with master. You can give up on that idea." After hearing this, Shui Ran felt deeply depressed. It knew that this little thing was not so easy to talk to. However, this way, it was even more satisfied with the Mei. This was the wind of a king. How domineering. Now, in its eyes, no matter what the Mei did, they were good and pleasing to the eye. Therefore, its gaze towards the Mei became even more fiery. Moreover, even though Shui Ran was not very cultured, she was not an idiot. It knew that it could not be too hasty in terminating the contract. After all, the relationship between the master beasts must not be shallow. If it was too stubborn, it might cause the opposite effect. Therefore, it decided to build a good relationship with this little fellow first and let it have a sense of belonging to the snow fox tribe. Then, it would slowly convince the Mei. After thinking about it, Shui Ran decided not to mention this matter for the time being. It was more important to build up her relationship with this little fellow. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she naturally had no reason to disagree. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had agreed, Shui Ran impatiently took Mei from Leng Ruoxue's arms and left the living room with an extremely unwilling Mei. Of course, before it left, it did not forget to tell Leng Ruoxue that it would get its clansmen to repair the door for them. After Shui Ran and Xue Qiao left, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Shui, you're just going to let them take your beastie away? What else?" Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with an innocent look, They want to snatch your beastie. Aren't you afraid that they'll brainwash your little fox?" Jiang Ning was speechless. As the host, why wasn't Leng Ruoxue worried at all? "AI. Don't forget, this is the snow fox tribe. Although your little fox is not from the divine realm, it is of the same race as the divine realm's foxes, do you understand?" Jiang Ning reminded. "I understand. You're trying to say that Mei might feel a sense of belonging here, so she wants to leave me, right?" Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In reality, she really wanted to tell Jiang Ning, "You're really the emperor. Why are you in such a hurry?" However, that's right. Little girl, even though your master is Master Yu, not to mention that Master Yu has already fallen, even if he was still alive, the beasts of the divine realm might not be willing to acknowledge you as their master. In fact, what he wanted to say was that even if you did not have the strength and charisma of Master Yu, you had to guard your own beast well and not let it be taken away by the snow fox tribe. Of course, Leng Ruoxue understood what Jiang Ning meant. After thinking for a while, Leng Ruoxue continued to speak with confidence, "I believe in Mei." Alright. Jiang Ning was helpless. Why was this little girl so stubborn? Or was he not clear enough? The Snow Fox Tribe. This was the Snow Fox Tribe. He did not believe that the foxes of the Snow Fox Tribe would not think of any way to coerce or bribe that purple-eyed Snow Fox. Therefore, he was truly worried about the charm's chastity. Jiang Ning's wild thoughts caused him to furrow his brows. However, it was fortunate that Leng Ruoxue was not aware of his thoughts. At this moment, 2 snow foxes came to repair the door for them, interrupting Jiang Ning's wild thoughts. These disloyal people. Seeing this, Jiang Ning was filled with hatred. Then, he left the living room in a huff. For the next few days, Jiang Ning was so angry that he ignored Leng Ruoxue and the others. He left early in the morning and returned late at night. No one knew what he was busy with. As for Mei, after she was taken away by Xue Ran and Xue Qiao, there was no news of her either. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't worried about Mei's whereabouts at all. She believed that no one could snatch away her beastie. On a certain day. As usual, Leng Ruoxue, the demon, Uncle Long, and Tsang, who were sitting in the courtyard and chatting, finally caught up with Jiang Ning, who was returning from the outside. When Leng Ruoxue saw Jiang Ning, she called out to him and asked with a smile, "Your Excellency, Jiang Ning, you've been leaving early and returning late these days. Is it because spring has arrived?" "What do you mean by spring has arrived? You don't even know that spring is here? Should I understand?" Jiang Ning was confused. Hee. It should be. However, since you don't understand, I'll tell you. When spring comes, it means that your love has come. Don't spout nonsense, there's no such thing. Then why did you leave early and return late? We didn't even see a single person. That. I'm still trying to gather information for this heartless girl. What kind of important information is it that you need to personally come out? Of course it's news from the Snow Fox Tribe. Let me tell you, the Snow Fox Tribe has already passed the proposal for Mei to become the Snow Fox King, and the previous Snow Fox King has been convicted of a serious crime. As for that little fox, Mei, I heard that she was brought into the forbidden area. I'm not sure if she was brainwashed. Jiang Ning replied honestly. However, after hearing his words, Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 fell silent. They looked at him steadily and no one spoke. What, you're not satisfied? It took me a lot of effort to get this information. The 3 people and 1 beast in front of him clearly didn't appreciate it. It's not that I'm not satisfied, it's just that. Shuiying has already told us what you found out. Uncle Long said sympathetically. He didn't expect that all the work he had done in Jiangning for the past few days would be in vain. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. How could he have forgotten about Shuiying? I'm fine. I still have to thank you. Seeing that Jiang Ning was about to cry, Leng Ruoxue quickly consoled him. Who needs your thanks? You heartless little thing. Jiang Ning was full of regret. It could be said that new grudges and old grudges surged up in his heart. Following that, he glared at Leng Ruoxue, the evildoer, and Uncle Long. This guy is angry again. It doesn't matter. Leng Ruoxue was all smiles. Then, she took out a few precious herbs from her bracelet and placed them on the stone table in front of her. After giving Uncle Long a look, she said, Uncle Long, what do you think of these herbs? Originally, I was planning to give them to Sir Jiang Ning, but now that he's angry with us, I guess I can save them. Well, although I'm not an alchemist, I can also see that these pills are not ordinary. Girl, quickly put them away and don't let anyone see them. After receiving Leng Ruoxue's signal, Uncle Long deliberately raised his voice. All right. Then I won't give it to him. Leng Ruoxue also shouted. However, before she could collect the herbs on the table, she saw Jiang Ning running out of his room in a hurry. Then, he used his arm to pull the herbs on the table in front of him. He glared at Leng Ruoxue with his fiery eyes and said fiercely, since it's for me, it's mine. You're not allowed to keep it. As soon as he finished speaking, as if he was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would snatch the herbs from him, Jiang Ning quickly kept the herbs on the table into his storage ring. Then, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a vigilant look. Ha ha ha. Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw how serious Jiang Ning was. Jiang Ning's face turned red. Then, he shamelessly sat down on the empty seat beside the 3 of them. Actually, he knew that Leng Ruoxue and Uncle Long's words were meant for him to hear. However, the charm of the herbs was greater than anything else. So, even though he knew it was a trap, he still rushed out of the room. After a while, the slightly embarrassed Jiang Ning looked at the other 3 and started to laugh. Leng Ruoxue knew that this fellow's life was over. However, Jiang Ning, who was no longer angry, could not help but remind Leng Ruoxue worriedly, little girl, you really have to be careful. I haven't seen your little fox for a few days. Who knows what the old foxes here have brainwashed it to? Yes, I'll be more vigilant. Leng Ruoxue gave him face. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt slightly relieved. Then, he told Leng Ruoxue and the others about his actions over the past few days. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard that Jiang Ning was actually getting along well with the elders of the Snow Fox Tribe and were calling them brothers, she couldn't help but feel a little speechless. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to have such a great harvest these few days. Furthermore, Jiang Ning had even specially informed Leng Ruoxue of Mei's identity as a purple-eyed snow fox. This had caused the entire Snow Fox Tribe to be excited for a long time. Now, the Snow Fox Tribe was preparing for a celebration. Leng Ruoxue remained calm even after hearing about this from Jiang Ning. At this moment, after the Mei was brought into the forbidden area by Xue Ran and Xue Qiao, it had been listening to the 2 old foxes' stories of the Snow Fox Tribe's great achievements. Every time, the Mei would almost fall asleep from listening to it. It really did not like to hear about these things of the past. As the saying goes, a real man does not mention his past achievements. The matters of the Snow Fox tribe in the past had nothing to do with it. Moreover, it could not be considered to have the bloodline of the divine realm's Snow Fox tribe. Therefore, listening to these words, it really could not arouse the feelings of worship for some of the ancestors of the Snow Fox tribe. Although Shui Ran and Xue Qiao were not very satisfied with Mei's attitude, they were also helpless about it. After all, this little fellow did not grow up in the divine realm, so they could not have too high expectations of Mei. However, they could not keep these things from her. Thus, as long as Mei showed signs of falling asleep, the two of them would immediately wake her up. Every time it was woken up, the Mei would still put on an act, but it really couldn't do it for long. Moreover, it missed its master and its little companions. How long do I have to stay here? After enduring for several days, Mei finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked directly. There's still a lot for you to learn. Snowbridge said honestly. Originally, what they were teaching the Mei could only be regarded as the Snow Fox tribe's way of enlightening the young Snow Fox. Their purpose was also to use this to arouse the Mei's respect for the Snow Fox tribe's seniors and create a strong sense of belonging to the Snow Fox tribe. However, from the looks of it now, the effect was not good. Can I not learn these? The Mei sighed helplessly. The main reason why it had obediently accepted the demonic music for the past few days was because of Shuang. Otherwise, it would have quit long ago. However, now that it heard from the Snow Bridge that it still had a lot to learn, it really did not want to continue. Of course not. As the Snow Fox King, how can you not know the history of the Snow Fox tribe? Snowbridge said, deliberately pulling a long face. I'm not the Snow Fox King yet. The succubus glanced at the Snow Bridge and reminded him indifferently. It had not officially taken up its job yet. It's just a formal ceremony. Now, the entire Snow Fox tribe already knows of your existence, so don't even think about avoiding learning. Snowbridge saw through Mei's thoughts and said with a serious expression. If I have to learn all these nonsense to become the king of Snow Foxes, then I can just quit being the king. The Mei said indifferently. However, its words made Xue Qiao and Xue Ran's little hearts tremble. The two white foxes looked at the Mei with disappointment, and the pity in their eyes was undisguisable. Woo, this purple-eyed Snow Fox is too difficult to teach. The two old foxes attributed this to the fact that the Mei did not grow up in the divine realm. That was why she could not accept such formal learning. However, these were also things that the Snow Foxes of the Snow Fox tribe had to know. Although they were not required to remember all the powerful cultivators in the tribe clearly, they had to at least listen to it once. But now, Mei hadn't even finished 1/3 of the story. AI. The two white foxes sighed. Xue Ran's face was filled with disappointment as she said, the king of the Snow Fox tribe will be you. As for these things, you don't need to learn them. This was also the decision that the two of them had no choice but to make after discussing. After all, they couldn't possibly agree to the Mei not being the king just because she was unwilling to learn the history of the Snow Fox tribe. He could choose not to learn history, but there was no way he could not be king. Seeing that Xue Ran had agreed to her request, the Mei was very satisfied and continued to make more requests. I miss Master, I want to see Master. Not now. Xue Ran said after taking a deep breath. Why? Didn't you stop learning those useless things? The Mei was puzzled. Who said those things were useless? Those were all history created by our Snow Fox tribe seniors, how could they be useless? Upon hearing the Mei's words, the Snow Fox could not help but rebut. In fact, if it was not the Mei but any other Snow Fox that said this, it would have long slapped it with its paw. However, not only could it not hit the little fellow in front of it, but it also had to coax him with good words. This fact made Xue Ran quite depressed. Alright. It's useful to you, but it's useless to me, okay? Mei changed her way of speaking. Xue Ran was speechless. This little fellow must have been led astray by that little human girl. Their Snow Fox race would never have such an infuriating fox that would not pay for it. After taking another deep breath, Xue Ran continued, although you don't need to continue learning the history of the Snow Fox tribe, your ascension ceremony will be in a few days. Therefore, there are some etiquette that you must understand. In addition, you will also need to pay respects to the fallen heroes of our Snow Fox tribe. These have to be rehearsed in advance to avoid mistakes. Therefore, you still have to stay in the forbidden area for a few days before you can see your master. Xue Ran gritted her teeth when she said the word master. It really didn't know that this little fellow was actually so clingy to its master. Just when would it be able to take it away from that last Leng Ruoxue side? It seemed like there was a long way to go, woo. So troublesome. The Mei pouted and couldn't help but think, aren't the Snow Fox race in the God realm a little too particular? One had to know that the Fox clan in the lower realm did not have so many problems. Xue Ran almost vomited blood when she heard that. Damn it, it had already reduced the things it had to learn from the Mei, alright? However, this detestable little fellow was still not satisfied. This was really infuriating. Although she was angry, Xue Ran still said with a good temper, if you want to see that girl as soon as possible, you'd better study hard. Then let's hurry up and start. This time, it was the Mei's turn to urge him. Xue Ran and Xue Qiao looked at each other helplessly. Then, the two white foxes resigned themselves to their fate and began to explain the process of the ascension ceremony to the Mei, as well as the things that needed to be taken note of. After they finished, they were afraid that the Mei could not remember it, so they wanted to repeat it again. However, the Mei told them that they had remembered it. You really remembered it? Xue Ran and Xue Qiao's eyes widened as they looked at the Mei in disbelief. They knew very well how complicated the ceremony was. Back then, it took them a few days to learn it. However, it had only been a short while and the Mei said she had remembered it. This made the two of them suspect if the Mei had really remembered it. Well, wasn't there a rehearsal? If you don't believe me, we'll rehearse it. The succubus suggested with a smile. It was eager to go home now. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Then let's do a rehearsal. The two old foxes nodded their heads foolishly in response. Then, they looked at the Mei and allowed it to rehearse what was required of the ascension ceremony from the beginning to the end. Can I go out now? After the rehearsal, Mei asked in a very happy mood. Get out. The two old foxes nodded blankly. They were still in a daze of disbelief. This was because Mei Zhen had remembered everything. When the Mei heard this, she teleported away from the forbidden area without looking back. Master. I'm back. It quickly ran back to Leng Ruoxue's residence. Before it even entered the courtyard, the Mei started to roar at the top of its lungs. Then, it turned into a ray of light and pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms. I'm finally back. Leng Ruoxue said as she gently caressed the snow-white little fox that had pounced into her arms. Master, I missed you so much. The Mei's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as she pitifully said. I missed you too. Leng Ruoxue replied. The moment the Mei pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms, it refused to leave. Even Song's angry glare could not scare it away. 3 days later. The Mei's ascension ceremony arrived as scheduled. Leng Ruoxue and the others were also invited to attend. For the past 3 days, the Mei had been following Leng Ruoxue like a shadow. No matter how much Shui Ran and Xue Qiao tried to coax her, the Mei refused to leave her master's side. This fact made them rather depressed. Previous chapter. However, after looking forward to the stars and the moon, the day of the official ceremony had finally arrived. Shui Ran and Xue Qiao couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. In their hearts, they truly felt that as long as Mei officially ascended to the throne as the Snow Fox King, they would definitely feel a sense of responsibility towards the Snow Fox tribe. This was because, through their interactions with Mei over the past few days, they knew very well that Mei was a very kind and responsible little fellow. Therefore, it could be said that they were extremely satisfied with Mei. Unfortunately, they were happy too early. The Mei was very kind, but it depended on who she was dealing with. Towards her master, Mei would definitely listen to everything and be extremely obedient. However, to outsiders, that might not be the case. The current Snow Fox tribe was definitely not considered Mei's wife. Hence, the Mei's kindness was completely out of respect for Shuang. Or rather, it was an act. As for the sense of responsibility, it was the same. However, the overjoyed Shui Ran and Xue Qiao were not aware of this. Thus, the two of them were still sitting on the throne, dreaming of creating a glorious future for the Snow Fox tribe. A moment before the ceremony began, Xuemu had already sent people to invite Leng Ruoxue and the rest to the VIP seats. Mei had also been taken away by him to make preparations. Sitting in the VIP area, Jiang Ning looked around with a curious expression on his face. Hee hee. To think that I would actually have the opportunity to participate in the Snow Fox clan's inauguration ceremony. This is truly unbelievable. Jiang Ning couldn't help but say proudly after looking around. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but raise her brows and ask, What, you're the dignified Alchemist Guild's vice guild leader, isn't it easy for you to participate in the Beast Clan succession ceremony? Of course it won't be easy. Although I'm an alchemist and have a good relationship with the magical beasts, they won't invite humans to participate in such grand events. So, no matter how high my position is in their hearts, I don't have the chance. Jiang Ning said gloomily. It was all thanks to this little girl that he was able to participate in the Snow Fox tribe succession ceremony today. According to what you're saying, we're not human? Leng Ruoxue said on purpose. Xue, you're definitely looking for trouble, okay? How can you be the same as us? Your beastie is the future king of the Snow Fox tribe. If these snow foxes dare to not invite you to participate, the demon will definitely go on strike. Therefore, they will definitely not dare to neglect you. Jiang Ning said. That sounds reasonable. Leng Ruoxue smiled. It's more than reasonable. Xue, Big brother will be following you in the future, so you can't abandon me. Jiang Ning said with a fawning expression. What? Hearing this, the demon frowned unhappily and glanced at Jiang Ning with a faint smile. The expression on his face was also very unfriendly. He was very sensitive to the word abandon. Don't misunderstand, what I mean is, Xue will be my boss from now on. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly explained. The demon nodded in satisfaction. However, cold sweat was dripping from Jiang Ning's body. Woo! This is too much, she actually threatened him. Although the evil man did not say a word, his little heart could not stop trembling. There was too much pressure in her heart, wasn't there? Just as Jiang Ning was trembling in fear and being extremely careful, the inauguration ceremony finally began. This was also the first time Leng Ruoxue and the others had attended such a ceremony. The Snow Fox tribe's great elder walked up to the stage that had been set up in advance with a face full of joy. Then, the music started playing. With the music playing, Mei walked up the stage. The Mei had returned to her original form. He had a tall body, snow-white fur, a pair of soul-shaking purple eyes, and a purple gold crown on his head. All the snow foxes shouted, howled, cheered, and jumped for joy. King! The great king! King! You're my idol. The wild and passionate voices of the snow foxes rose and fell. Yes. It was very unhappy, very unhappy. It had always kept a low profile with its master. However, these were all trivial matters. Although it still had the body of a fox, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao told it that the iron shelf was the crown of the snow fox king, but it looked like a stove used by its master for barbecue. And the silk belt. The two old foxes also said that it was to show off the unique noble status of the snow fox king, but no matter how it looked at it, it was like a promotion lady, no, a promotion little fox. You bastard. Mei really wanted to curse. His outfit was really too ugly. However, it couldn't not wear it like this, because as long as it showed that it didn't want to wear it, the two old foxes would stare at it with tears in their eyes, making it look like it had done something wrong. Later, after the two old foxes had laid down countless unfair conditions, the Mei finally compromised. After reluctantly standing on the stage, Mei only hoped that the inauguration ceremony would be completed as soon as possible. However, after unintentionally feeling her master's gaze, Mei Zhen wanted to find a hole to hide in. Looking at Mei, who had suddenly lowered her head shyly, Jiang Ning asked in confusion, Shui, what are you being shy about? Could it be that you're frightened by this big scene? Of course not. It's thinking that it's dressing too unsightly. Shui, of course not. It's thinking that it's dressing too unsightly. Glancing at the countless fanatical snow foxes, Leng Ruoxue could not help but break out in cold sweat. She could not help but think to herself, charm seems to have gained quite a few fans. Under such circumstances, if she wanted to take Mei away, would she encounter any difficulties? Leng Ruoxue had already predicted that it would be impossible for her to take Mei away so easily. However, with Mei around, those old foxes would not dare to go against her. At this moment, the Mei who was on the high platform had already started the succession process in an orderly manner. Looking at the tall and snow-white Mei's powerful aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little cocky. Even though the entire process of the ceremony was complicated, the ceremony of ascension to the throne was very simple. Next, the Snow Fox Great Elder patiently waited for the tribesmen to calm down. Although the Snow Fox tribe did not only have one purple-eyed snow fox since ancient times, the purple-eyed snow fox's succession this time was personally managed and hosted by it. After a while, as they knew that the ceremony had to continue, the snow foxes only cheered for a while before they quieted down again. When the Mei heard this, she was momentarily dumbfounded. A lecture? What's with the scolding? At this moment, the Mei received the look from the Snow Fox Great Elder. Seeing that the old man seemed to be asking it to say a few words, it could only helplessly open its mouth and say, that. Just as it said 2 words, the Mei stopped again. It did not know what to call these snow foxes. Call them clansmen, that. Hello, I'm very happy to be the king of snow foxes. Under the leadership of my master, our snow fox tribe will definitely be able to regain our former glory. Please believe me. Did it say something wrong? More importantly, not all of the snow fox tribe members knew that their new king was taken. As expected, as the snow foxes regained their senses one by one, the audience immediately burst into an uproar. The king has a master? Heavens! This is too scary. How can a king have a master? The snow foxes were in a heated discussion. The Mei naturally heard it clearly as well. However, the expression of the great elder snow fox, who was the MC of the ceremony, was rather unsightly. Because of this small accident, the rest of the process of the snow fox tribe's great elder was carried out very quickly. Although the snow fox first elder felt a little regretful, it was more afraid that there would be any more mistakes. The Mei was quite satisfied with such an outcome. After the simplified ceremony was completed, it was time for the celebration party held by the Snow Fox tribe. It wasn't easy for her to endure until the Mei could leave. The Snow Foxes had been eyeing her covetously ever since they heard what the Mei had said. When the Mei saw Leng Ruoxue and the rest, she still put on a resentful expression. I want to live with you. Didn't Senior Shui Ran agree to let you stay in the palace for 3 days? I've been there, but it's so cold and cheerless. Then what do we do? I want to stay by Master's side. No. Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, a voice rejected her flatly. When Shui Ran and Xue Qiao saw their queen acting like a little pet in Leng Ruoxue's arms, they felt a headache coming on. Can't tea? The Mei narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. King, don't be willful, be good. Didn't we agree that you will stay in your own palace for 3 days? 3 days later, if you want to live with this girl, you can move back. Shui Ran could tell that Mei was displeased and quickly coaxed her. She then kept winking at Leng Ruoxue, hoping that she would help to persuade her. This little fellow only listened to her. However, Leng Ruoxue acted as if she didn't see its eye signal and looked up at the sky. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she had already helped. But Mei had agreed and then gone back on her word. What could she do? She couldn't possibly help others to bully her beastie. I don't want to stay there for even a day. Why? Did someone offend the king? No, I didn't, T. I just don't want to leave master. But didn't we agree that you would stay in your own palace for at least 3 days? 3 days later, you'll be able to live with this girl. It was very worried by the words of the demon. However, they could not do anything to the demon. I said I don't want to live there for even a day. I can't wait another day. If you really want me to live there, then I won't be the king of snow foxes. Hearing this, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao both burst into tears. Woo, bad boy. The 2 big white foxes had tears streaming down their faces. However, the Mei would not sympathize with them. One had to know that in the Snow Fox tribe that it belonged to, when the tribesmen became adults, they would leave the tribe and wander alone. However, in the Snow Fox tribe of the Divine Realm, the tribesmen basically lived together and were managed by the Snow Fox King. Moreover, the elders of the Snow Fox tribe had to ask it for instructions on everything, which was unbelievable to it. However, its good upbringing allowed it to hold back, but this did not mean that it was not angry. It wanted to be itself. After the Mei finished speaking, it did not make another sound. After Mei finished speaking for a long time, the sorrowful Xue Mu and Xue Qiao could not come back to their senses. The two white foxes burst into tears again. After that, they said helplessly, "Little girl. Since the king has fallen asleep, then let him stay here with you." He had no choice but to stay here. He threatened them with the Snow Fox King at the drop of a hat. With that, the two lonely and tall figures left Leng Ruoxue's residence like leaves in the autumn wind. They're so pitiful. Watching the two snow foxes' desolated backs, Jiang, hee. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Hee. Master. Mei opened her eyes, a hint of shyness flashed across her face. Speak. Why did you go back on your word? Master, I don't want to be the Snow Fox King anymore. The Snow Fox tribe has too many things to do, and they have to ask me for help for every trivial matter. Mei, actually, the magical beasts and humans in the divine realm are all like this. A magical beast is equivalent to a large family clan. Furthermore, you have already promised Xueying that you will be the Snow Fox King. Furthermore, on account of Xueying, she did not want to take in the Snow Fox tribe by force. Yes. If you don't like any of the rules of the Snow Fox tribe, you can change them all. You can't not be the Snow Fox King. Alright. Then from tomorrow onwards, I will carry out a great reform. If any elder dares to object, I will no longer be the Snow Fox King. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue nodded her head in satisfaction. As long as the demon did not use the Snow Fox King to threaten the elders, she believed that the elders would not dare to object. Oh. Aren't they being a little too mean by doing this? Leng Ruoxue thought to herself. When Jiang Ning heard the Mei's words, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for the Snow Fox tribe's elders. With such a willful king who didn't take the throne seriously, the elders would probably have a headache. Leng Ruoxue had finally appeased the Mei, but Xue Ran and Xue Qiao were still having a headache. After they resentfully left Leng Ruoxue's residence, they did not return to their own residence. Instead, they hurriedly called for a meeting of elders to discuss countermeasures. The Snow Fox elders who had rushed over after hearing the news sat down in the meeting hall. Ugh. What was going on? He was actually carrying the king? Although it wasn't said that the king had to attend all the elder meetings, it was the first day that the king had officially ascended. With this thought in mind, all the elders looked at the Snow Fox tribe's great elder in unison. The Snow Fox tribe's great elder had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Old ancestor, has the king not arrived yet? I didn't inform the king." The Snow Fox great elder was worried. "I summoned you for a meeting mainly to discuss the king's matter. It's not suitable for the king to attend." Oh. The Snow Fox elders nodded their heads in unison. They did not dare to speak at all, because even a fool could tell that their old ancestor was in a very bad mood. The king refused to live in his own palace and insisted on living with that human girl. I didn't agree, so he threatened me that I wouldn't be the king. Do you have any good ideas to convince the king, or to make the king feel a sense of belonging to the Snow Fox tribe? Tell me. What? No longer a king? How can we do that? However, since things had already come to this, they could only accept it. At least for now, this was the only way. Who asked Leng Ruoxue to know their queen first? The king's feelings for that human were not ordinary deep. Therefore, it was not easy to separate them. The Snow Fox first elder was very clear that they could only ignore the relationship between their king and Leng Ruoxue. If they were too concerned, it would only force their king further away from them. At this moment, even if their Snow Fox clan wanted to compete with Leng Ruoxue for favor, they would definitely not be able to do so. After thinking about it, it carefully said, "Old ancestor, it's normal for the king and Leng Ruoxue to have a deep relationship. After all, they've been together for so long. I feel that we should understand the king on this matter and not force him to do what we want. Otherwise, it might backfire." You're saying that we should follow the king's lead? Xue Ran asked. Yes, the king can do whatever he wants. We can't stop him, and we can, the Snow Fox first elder said with absolute certainty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Although Xue Ran and Xue Qiao were a little reluctant after hearing the great elder's words, they knew that the great elder was right. They really had to go along with that little fellow. Otherwise, if that little fellow were to shirk his responsibilities, the Snow Fox tribe would be the one suffering. Thinking of this, Xue Ran said helplessly, "Then let's do as the great elder says. You have to remember that the king can do whatever he wants. Also, don't offend that human girl. Otherwise, whoever dares to make the king say that he doesn't want to be the king of our Snow Fox tribe will be a sinner of our Snow Fox tribe." Its words were definitely a warning. It was afraid that some of the Snow Foxes would not know how important Leng Ruoxue was in the king's heart. Therefore, if they offended them, the king would definitely fly into a rage. After hearing Xue Ran's words, the Snow Fox elders all felt sorry for her and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Xue Ran was very satisfied. Then, she ordered, "That's right, remember to inform the fox race of the divine realm that our Snow Fox race has a new king. Old ancestor, if the other fox kings want to come and pay their respects to our king, should we let them come?" The Snow Fox Grand Elder could not help but ask. Originally, the ascension ceremony of the Snow Fox King should have been informed to the other fox tribes. However, some of the fox tribes' kings were very close to the previous Snow Fox King. They were afraid of causing trouble, so they did not inform the fox tribe in advance. Now that the king had inherited the throne of the Snow Fox tribe and paid respects to the ancestors, it was a matter of course. Even if some foxes wanted to disrupt it, it would be of no use. Therefore, according to the rules, they should allow other fox kings to meet their new king. However, the situation with the new king was a little different. The new king would say that he did not want to be the king anymore. If the king met with the other fox kings and someone insensibly angered the king, it was really afraid that things would go out of control. Let whoever wants to come. We'll meet sooner or later. After thinking for a while, Shui Ran said. Yes. The snow fox great elder nodded. Then, it got up and left to make preparations. After the great elder of the snow fox tribe left, Shui Ran did not dismiss the meeting. Instead, she asked the elders present to continue thinking about how to increase the king's sense of belonging to the tribe. This was because Shui Ran was very clear that using the responsibility of the snow fox tribe as an excuse would not work on that little fellow. That little fellow would not care about the responsibility of the snow fox tribe. This was also a matter that gave it a headache. When the elder heard this, his mind whirred. Then, he smiled and said, Ancestor, I have a good idea, I wonder if it will work. What good idea? Why don't you tell me? Shui Mu immediately ordered. That. The king is the only purple-eyed snow fox in the snow fox tribe for hundreds of thousands of years. He has a high status, but the king is still single. What I mean is, do you want to find a companion for the king? An elder asked. Find a companion? You mean, find it a female fox? Shui Ran asked with uncertainty. That's right. I believe that as long as the king gets married and has children, his feelings for our snow fox tribe will naturally deepen. Will this work? It'll definitely work. Old ancestor, the king is also a male beast. As long as it was a male beast, which one could escape the trap of a beauty? Besides, we're all doing this for the king's good. Is there any female beast in the tribe that is worthy of the king? Since ancient times, the seduction technique had been extremely good for both men and male beasts. There are many beautiful foxes in our snow fox tribe, and many of the female beasts of the right age have yet to marry, so they are the most suitable for the king. The elder promised, thinking that his daughter was very suitable. Since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. In fact, it wasn't very optimistic about this method, but there was no harm in trying. I promise to complete the task. I'll inform all the families tomorrow and ask them to report the names of the unmarried female foxes of the right age and carefully select a partner that the king is most satisfied with. That's all for now. Today's meeting will end here. If you have any good ideas, let me know at any time. When the snow fox elders present heard this, they immediately stood up and took their leave. After they left, Xueqiao glanced at Shui Ran and could not help but ask, do you really think that the honey trap would work on that little guy? I don't know. Shui Ran was only treating a dead fox as a living fox doctor, and she didn't know if it would work or not. The king should indeed have a partner by his side. I hope that little guy is lecherous. It was not optimistic about the beauty trap at all. At this moment, the May was still unaware that she was about to be sugar-coated by the snow fox tribe. For the next few days, the May buried herself in studying the snow fox tribe's rules and what she should do as the snow fox king. Seeing that the demon was working so hard that it forgot to eat or sleep, Shui Mu and Xueqiao were very considerate and didn't disturb it. May nodded and continued to study the clan rules. Shui Mu and Xueqiao left with a satisfied look on their faces. At Leng Ruoxue's residence. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue, the demon, Uncle Long, and Jiang Ning were all staring at the May who was busy working on the table. No one spoke to disturb its thoughts. When the May encountered something she was unsure of, she would ask for their opinions. Previous chapter. Supreme Crazy. Report chapter comment. Wu, what exactly is the king trying to do? How had it offended the king? Why did the king do this to it? After knowing that he held great power, the snow fox great elder was not only unhappy, but also felt as if his own father had died. His heart was unusually terrified. If this was known by the ancestor and he misunderstood that it was trying to bully the king, it would still have a good end. The snow fox great elder even wanted to die. However, at this moment, because it was too shocked, it could not say a word or do anything. The second elder beside him saw this and was confused. Seeing that the great elder seemed to have been provoked, he simply took the initiative to snatch the papers from the great elder's hands. With one look, the second elder fainted from fear. 1. Leng Ruoxue counted silently. The consequences of the snow fox tribe's new rules were more serious than she had imagined. Second elder. Seeing that the second elder had fainted, the elder beside it was extremely worried. You bastard! What was going on? The first elder was dumbfounded, and the second elder fainted. What kind of new rule is this? How could it have such great power? Out of curiosity, the elder closest to the second elder also took a few pieces of paper that the second elder had seen. With one look, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. 2. Following that, the elders began to pass the information around one by one. To Leng Ruoxue's surprise, all the elders who had seen it passed out as if they had taken over the task. Such a fact made Leng Ruoxue rather speechless. Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? It's just a little change in the clan rules, do you have to be like this? Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand and started to despise the tolerance of these elders. These elders. He really couldn't stay calm. Leng Ruoxue looked down on them. In fact, the reason why these elders fainted was partly because of the clan rules, but more so because they were too angry. After they read the clan rules, they realized that they couldn't oppose it and couldn't stop it. In a moment of anger, they became angry and that was why they fainted. However, Leng Ruoxue did not understand them. She did not understand why they were afraid of the charm going on strike. She only felt that these old foxes were too useless. After waiting for a while, the old fox that had passed out slowly woke up after being fed a pill by Jiang Ning. Seeing the Mei sitting at the head of the table and looking at them with a smile, the Snow Fox elders wanted to faint. Faint again. The demon said lightly. If any of you faint, I won't be the Snow Fox King anymore. When the Snow Fox elders heard this, they could only suppress the urge to bang their heads against the wall and look at the Mei pitifully. My king. The Snow Fox first elder also returned to her senses and looked at the Mei with a face full of hidden bitterness. She tried to gain its sympathy, but the Mei ignored her. This will be the Snow Fox tribe's new tribe rule in the future. The Elder Council will have full authority to handle the matters of our tribe. No matter how big or small the matter is, don't trouble me. I believe in your abilities, so you must not disappoint me. The Mei said very seriously. Upon hearing this, the Snow Fox Great Elder really wanted to cry. A king? How can you be so unreasonable? If this gets out, those who know that you don't want to manage things will think that we can't tolerate you. The reputation of their Snow Fox tribe. Was it going to be destroyed like this? The Snow Fox Great Elder's heart was bleeding. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. The meeting is over. Seeing that the elders did not have any reaction, the Mei could only continue. With that, it pestered Leng Ruoxue and returned to their residence, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded white foxes. Not long after he returned to his residence, Shui Ran and Xue Qiao rushed over upon hearing the news. The Snow Fox Great Elder and Second Elder were also following them. Seeing the Mei Queen, Shui Ran said with an anxious expression, Your Majesty, why didn't you discuss with us about such a major matter like changing the clan rules? Hearing this, Mei played dumb and blinked her eyes. Am I not the king of the Snow Fox tribe? Don't tell me I don't even have the right to change the rules of the clan? It's not that you didn't, but you've changed so many clan rules that you should still tell us. Shui Ran's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Moreover, she felt a little uneasy. She hoped that the little fellow would not misunderstand her earlier words. Didn't I already tell you? The Mei continued to play dumb. My king, I mean before the change. Xue Mu helplessly reminded. Oh. However, it's too late for you to say anything now. I've already made the changes and announced that the daily affairs of the Snow Fox tribe will be handled by the Elder Council. King, this won't do. You are the king of the Snow Fox tribe. Therefore, the revision of the tribe rules is my first order as the Snow Fox King. It will be carried out in the future. My king. King, you are the king of the Snow Foxes. The Snow Fox tribe will follow your lead. If you don't have any real power, people will look down on you. Who said I don't have any real power? I'm just handing over the affairs of the Snow Fox tribe to you and giving you full authority to handle them. This is a show of trust in you, so don't disappoint me. My king, have you ever thought that if the Council of Elders has too much power, and if an elder becomes ambitious and wants to usurp the throne, at that time? I see. Mei frowned and deliberately thought for a moment. Just when Shui Ran, Xue Qiao, the Great Elder, and the Second Elder thought that their king would change his mind, the Mei continued, if there's really such an ambitious elder, what's the harm in giving up the throne to him? At this moment, Shui Ran and the other 3 white foxes were all deeply worried. It seemed like the king really didn't care about the throne. They had already said so much, but they still couldn't change the king's mind. What should they do? Sob. The 4 white foxes were so sad. The more the 4 foxes thought about it, the sadder they became. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue's plan did not work, the 4 white foxes could only leave resentfully. Before they left, the 4 foxes could not help but console themselves. After returning, Shui Ran immediately summoned the elder who was in charge of choosing a partner for the king. After inquiring about the situation, she ordered him to speed up the selection process. The elder quickly agreed. 3 days later, 20 snow foxes with snow-white, glossy fur were brought to the Mei. Seeing this, Jiangning couldn't help but send a message to Leng Ruoxue, Xue, it seems that my worry was not without reason. Look. The beauty trap was activated. Just keep your heart in your stomach, the demon won't even look at these female beasts. After saying that, her eyes could not help but turn to the 20 female foxes in front of her. These female foxes did look good, but she didn't know why, but a few of their eyes revealed deep hostility towards her, which made her feel helpless. At this point, Leng Ruoxue smiled and glanced at Shui Ran. She deliberately said, Senior Shui Yuan, are these the maidservants you found for Mei? When they heard the word maidservant, several proud female foxes revealed displeasure in their eyes. It should be known that they were the best among the female foxes in terms of appearance, figure, strength, and background. How could they be maidservants? Even if they had to be the king's maidservants, they were not willing. After being brought here, they were very clear about their status. Hence, most of the female foxes were unhappy that Leng Ruoxue had made them her maidservants. However, before they came, the elders had already warned them repeatedly not to offend their king's master. Hence, they could only endure the anger in their hearts. They are the most beautiful female foxes of our snow fox tribe, not maidservants. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Shui Ran explained awkwardly. Oh. Since they're not maidservants, why did Senior Shui Ran bring them here? Seeing this, Shui Ran felt even more embarrassed. Although it knew that this girl was most likely acting, it could not blame her. Just as Shui Ran was hesitating on what to say, a gentle voice sounded, Miss Leng, we are all candidates for the king's future wife. The one who spoke was one of the 20 female foxes. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at the female fox who had spoken. She smiled faintly, I see. Do you have a name? I'm Xue Mei. The female fox smiled. Arg. You're Xue Mei? The #1 beauty of the snow fox tribe? Without giving Leng Ruoxue a chance to speak, Jiang Ning immediately exclaimed in surprise. After he finished speaking, he even looked at Xue Mei up and down curiously. In the end, he came to an important conclusion: she was a fox. When Xue Mei heard Jiang Ning's words and saw the joy on his face, she was extremely excited. She recognized this man. He was the deputy chairman of the Craftsmen's Guild and an important person that the Snow Fox tribe wanted to befriend. Now that she saw that this important person had heard of her name, she was instantly excited and said softly, "I didn't expect you to recognize me, Sir Jiangning. I'm deeply honored." When they heard her soft and gentle words, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were in a state of confusion. If these words were said by a human beauty, they could still treat it as a peach flower of Jiangning. However, these words came from the mouth of a huge snow fox that was more than 2 meters tall. Furthermore, it was so gentle. This was something that they could not accept. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning with ambiguous expressions. Their gazes were as if they were watching a good show, causing a man like Jiang Ning to feel embarrassed. However, Jiang Ning remained calm on the surface. He spoke the truth with a serious face, that. "Actually, I don't know you. I've only heard of your name. A good child should not lie." "Oh. I didn't expect to be so famous. Even Sir Jiangning has heard of my name." The female fox named Xue Mei had a faint blush on her furry face. Her eyes were shy and she looked very charming and attractive. At first, Xue Mei was a little unhappy when she heard Jiang Ning's words. However, when she heard that Jiang Ning had heard of her name before, her mood improved again. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Humph." It knew that it had a reputation. At the side, Xue Mei was feeling pleased with herself. However, when Leng Ruoxue heard her words, she could not help but think to herself, so the number one beauty of the Snow Fox tribe is also an extremely narcissistic fellow. Even though there aren't many narcissistic beasts, it's not as if there aren't any. However, the narcissism of this one in front of me seems to be a little too high. When Jiang Ning heard this, he only frowned with a conflicted expression. Then, he looked at Xue Mei with a profound look and finally decided to tell the truth. "Aren't you the number one beauty of the Snow Fox tribe?" Of course he was famous. "However, I know your name not because of your reputation in the Snow Fox tribe, but because I heard an elder say that they had seen you take a bath with the previous Snow Fox king. So, I remember your name." After hearing what Jiang Ning said, Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to have such an infuriating moment. She didn't teach her this. When Jiang Ning first met her, she was already a black sesame rice ball. Therefore, she had nothing to do with Jiang Ning's behavior. After Leng Ruoxue was done laughing, the first thing she wanted to do was to clear herself of the blame for causing Jiang Ning to go astray. As for the number one beauty of the Snow Fox tribe, after hearing Jiang Ning's words, her face turned from red to green and then to black. If it wasn't for Jiang Ning's status and the fact that she had to show gentleness in front of the Mei, Leng Ruoxue believed that the number one beauty of the Snow Fox tribe would have jumped up and scratched her. Looking at Xue Mei's face that was darker than the bottom of a pot, her conflicted, embarrassed, and angry expression that she had no choice but to suppress, Leng Ruoxue felt a little sympathy for her. She wondered if this number one fox beauty would be furious if she kept it in. Just as she was thinking this, a loud plop sound rang out beside her ear. When everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, they saw that the Snow Fox tribe's number one beauty was already lying straight on the cold ground. He had definitely fainted from anger. AI. She knew that if she didn't vent her anger and endured it, something would happen sooner or later. Now, he saw it. After giving Xue Mei a look of sympathy, Leng Ruoxue turned to look at Jiang Ning. However, Jiang Ning put on an innocent expression and said, "This has nothing to do with me." With a wronged expression. Sighing in her heart, Leng Ruoxue looked at Xue Ran and said, "Senior Xue Ran, it seems that the body of your Snow Fox tribe's beauty is not very good. How can such a weak constitution be worthy of my Mei?" This. Xue Ran was speechless. "Wasn't this all because she was angered by you? Even if they were beasts, they still had a sense of shame, okay? To become famous by being peeked at while taking a bath, this was definitely a scandal. It definitely was. This kind of fame, even a female beast wouldn't be able to stand it. Furthermore, the other party was the most proud and arrogant person in the Snow Fox tribe. However, it didn't expect Xue Mei to be so angry that she made it faint over such a trivial matter. AI. If it had known this would happen, it would never have agreed to include Xue Mei in the 20 female foxes. However, it seemed to be a little too late to think about this. She stole a glance at the Mei, who was uninterested and would rather chase her tail than look at these female foxes. Xue Ran's head ached even more. From the looks of her king, it seemed that he was not very satisfied with these beautiful, gentle, and charming female foxes. AI. What was this good? Could it be that there were so many outstanding female foxes in the Snow Fox tribe, but none of them could satisfy the king? Xue Ran really wanted to cry to the heavens. "Aren't you too hard to serve?" Just as Xue Ran was feeling all sorts of grief and resentment, another female fox spoke up, "Miss Leng, all the female foxes of our Snow Fox race are very healthy. Not all female foxes have a weak body like Xue Mei. Is that so?" Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and looked at the snow fox who spoke. This fox was slightly shorter than Xue Mei. Its eyes were blue and as beautiful and clear as the sea. Its temperament was also natural and unrestrained. It was undeniable that Leng Ruoxue's first impression of it was much better than Xue Mei's. At least in the eyes of this female fox, she could not see any ambition or schemes. There was only a clear conscience. Leng Ruoxue's interest was piqued. What's your name? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I'm Xuelin. The female fox answered very frankly. Leng Ruoxue nodded and looked at the other 19 female foxes. She then turned to Xueran and said, Senior Xueran, I really like this Xuelin, so let her stay. You can take the rest back. Hearing this, Xueran was elated. She was really afraid that Leng Ruoxue would not even leave a single one behind. As long as one of them was willing to stay, it believed that with the charm of their snow fox tribe's beauties, the king would definitely fall in love with that little girl. Although it was a little regretful that Leng Ruoxue had only left behind one female fox, it immediately gave itself a strong mental comfort. There was a chance if she left one behind. Furthermore, this foxy was personally picked by Leng Ruoxue. It believed that its king, who would listen to its master, would definitely accept it. With that thought in mind, Xueran did not want to stay any longer to annoy others. She hurriedly brought the other 18 female snow foxes that were still alive and kicking, as well as the one that had fainted, and left Leng Ruoxue and the rest's residence. Before it left, the ambiguous expression on its face made Leng Ruoxue want to use violence. After those extremely unwilling female foxes left, Leng Ruoxue immediately felt the peace in front of her and her field of vision widened. However, she didn't ignore the unwillingness that flashed in the eyes of the female fox that she had left behind. Hee hee. Looks like there's a hidden story. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to appear to be too nosy. After sizing up Xuelin for a long time, Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction and said, You look like a good match for succubus. By the way, do you know how to cook? I will. Xuelin said honestly. And he's someone who can enter the hall. Leng Ruoxue could not help but think to herself, looks like the Snow Fox tribe has put in a lot of effort in order to keep Mei and increase her sense of belonging to the Snow Fox tribe. Do your parents have a position in the Snow Fox tribe? Leng Ruoxue asked again. My father is an elder of the Snow Fox tribe. Xuelin answered all her questions. It seemed that his background was not bad. Leng Ruoxue facepalmed. She just didn't know what kind of background the other 19 female foxes had. After some thought, she continued to ask, Tell me about your flaws. Flaws? Xuelin was stunned. The expression on her face was a little conflicted. Was this her way of exposing her shortcomings? After some careful thought, it said, I'm very stubborn. Being stubborn is not a big problem. Are you willing to marry Mei? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, as if she was a big bad wolf trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood away. However, Mei, who was lying on her lap, almost exploded when she heard this. Sob. Master, I don't want to get married. The Mei was wailing in its heart. However, Leng Ruoxue hugged it tightly and even covered its mouth with her hand, so it could not object even if it wanted to. How could it be so miserable? The Mei did not want to be forced by its master to marry a female fox that it did not like. More importantly, it had no intention of getting married at all. Master, master. The Mei transmitted its voice to Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue did not bother with it. At this moment, the Mei heard the female fox named Xuelin and nodded. I'm willing. Ha ha ha. Is there a wedding? Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, Jiang Ning interjected with excitement. Hearing this, the Mei was filled with hatred. Happy event my ass. You're the one who's going to have a wedding. Its master would not force it. It definitely would, T. The Mei was terrified and kept on transmitting her voice to Leng Ruoxue, Master. Don't marry me off. I want to stay by your side forever, woo. Mei. You're a male, how could I marry you off? I'm going to get you a wife, why are you crying? Hearing the voice transmission, Leng Ruoxue broke out in cold sweat. Was the Mei scared silly? She couldn't even tell if she was married or not. Master, can I not have it? Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had acknowledged it, the Mei hurriedly said. Mei, recently, everyone's mood has been very bad because of rime ice. I feel that there should be a happy event that will make it lively, so you should sacrifice yourself. Be good. I'll give you some candy later. Leng Ruoxue coaxed him gently, and the undeniable meaning behind her words was clear. After Mei heard this, she immediately became dejected. Sob. If she wanted to be lively, she could have used other methods. For example, if they were to find trouble with the white tiger race, why must they sacrifice it? The Mei was very depressed. However, as a good beastie that listened to its master's decision was always right. If its master really wanted it to do that, it was afraid that it could only be driven away by the fox. It had no choice but to obey its master's orders. It was its master's contracted beast, so it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. This fact made Mei want to cry but no tears came out. In the end, Mei very obediently choked and said, I'll listen to master. Woo woo. Good girl. Leng Ruoxue caressed Mei's soft fur and said in satisfaction. After her private conversation with Mei, Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Xuelin and said, Little Xuelin, since one of you is willing to marry, and the other is willing to marry, I have decided to hold the wedding in 7 days. As for the preparations, let the Elders' Council handle it. In the future, you will be the queen of the Snow Fox tribe. Sob, I don't want to marry her. When Mei heard this, she thought to herself with tears streaming down her face. As for Xuelin, her expression remained calm after hearing this. Then, she bowed to Leng Ruoxue and left. After Xuelin left, Leng Ruoxue ordered someone to inform the Elder Council of Mei Qi's wedding in a few days. In an instant, the entire Snow Fox tribe was in full swing. The entire Snow Fox tribe was in a jubilant mood. The status of Xue Lin's father, Elder Min, in the Snow Fox tribe had also risen. Originally, Elder Min's position among the Snow Fox tribe elders was neither high nor low. It was very awkward. However, after suddenly becoming the king's father-in-law, many Snow Foxes began to respect her. However, even though Elder Min looked impressive on the surface, she had a headache in private. This was because ever since its precious daughter was chosen by the king, she had been depressed all day long, causing it to be on edge. AI. It couldn't help but be afraid. This was because it knew that its daughter's heart belonged to someone else. However, for the sake of the Snow Fox tribe and its status in the Snow Fox tribe, it had no choice but to lock its daughter up. Why did it think that it was the sinner of the Snow Fox? This was because the two ancestors had said that it was all up to his daughter to make the king feel a sense of belonging to the Snow Fox tribe. With the words of the old ancestor, it naturally regarded its daughter's marriage as more important than its own life. As usual, after entering her daughter's room, Elder Min glanced at her baby daughter who didn't say a word and reminded her, "You agreed to this marriage yourself. Don't try to cause any trouble at the last minute. Otherwise, you will be a sinner of the Snow Fox tribe." I know. It would not run away from the wedding, because the two ancestors had reminded it how important this marriage was. In fact, it did not think that it had that kind of charm at all, because from the king's appearance, it did not seem to have much interest in it. "It's good that you know." Elder Min nodded. At this moment, a guard came to pass on the king's order. Elder Min was excited when she heard that the king was going to meet Xue Lin. Elder Min watched as Xue Lin carefully dressed up, then personally sent Xue Lin to the place where King had agreed. After personally handing her daughter to Wang, Elder Min tactfully left. After it left, the big and small foxes stared at each other. At this time, the place they were at was the most beautiful hillside of the Snow Fox tribe. This was also a place where young snow foxes often went for dates. At this time, there were no light bulbs here except for the two of them. Xue Lin's beautiful blue eyes drifted as she was immersed in her own thoughts. It was too familiar with this place. However, the person beside her was not the one she had fallen in love with. Thinking of this, Xue Lin suddenly came back to her senses and remembered her current situation. How could it think of someone else when it was dating the king? This was blasphemy against the king. Xue Lin felt very guilty. For the sake of the Snow Fox tribe, she had to make some sacrifices. This was because the purple-eyed snow fox was simply too important to the Snow Fox tribe. And the one in front of him was the only purple-eyed snow fox in the god world for hundreds of thousands of years. Looking at the mimicked king, Xue Lin was confused. For the snow foxes of the Snow Fox tribe, they preferred to live in their original form, and no one knew how to mimicry. Therefore, whenever it saw the small and exquisite king lying in its master's arms and acting coquettishly, it could not describe how it felt. It knew that the king was different from them. This difference was also what the two ancestors and the elders wanted to do their best to change, but it did not think that it had the ability to do so. Even though it knew this, it still could not refuse to carry out its mission. Moreover, its marriage with the king was personally agreed to by the king's master. In fact, from a certain perspective, it felt that it was in the same situation as the king. Thinking of this, Xue Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the king. "My king." Xue Lin couldn't help but call out softly. "Do you know why I asked you out?" Xue Lin doesn't know. "I want you to reject the marriage and run away from it. In short, no matter what method you use or what reason you have, I don't want the wedding to be held as planned in 5 days. Since the king doesn't want to marry me, why didn't you reject your own master? You bastard. If I could refuse, I would have long refused." "King. I'm sorry, but I can't refuse this. If I refuse or run away from the marriage, my parents and relatives will definitely be implicated. I can't let them be unable to raise their heads in the Snow Fox tribe because of me. What if I can guarantee that your family will not be implicated because of this?" Xue Lin was a little hesitant, but she could not fully believe the king's words. She knew that the king could abandon her, but she could not reject the king first. If that happened, it would be an act of insensibility. Even with the king's guarantee, her family would not be able to survive in the Snow Fox tribe. "What this, that, just tell me straight, do you agree?" the Mei asked impatiently. It was really tiring to talk to these female beasts. "I'm sorry, king. I can't agree to that." Xue Lin hesitated for a moment, but she still refused. "You. Humph. Don't you regret this?" After they returned to their residence, the Mei went straight into her room without saying a word. She did not even stick to Leng Ruoxue. "What's wrong with this little guy?" Jiang Ning asked curiously as he watched the strange-looking Mei. "I didn't get any advantage." No wonder." Realization dawned on Jiang Ning's face. When Leng Ruoxue heard these words, black lines appeared on her forehead. She thought to herself, "Can the two of you not speak so loudly when you're bad-mouthing others? Can't you see that Mei is in a bad mood? To think that they would discuss such a matter behind their backs." At this moment, Leng Ruoxue felt that the two of them had gone too far. Following that, Leng Ruoxue heard a loud bang. The room that the Mei was in collapsed before everyone's eyes. "Charm." Leng Ruoxue was shocked and quickly ran back to her room. At this moment, a dirty little beast pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms and buried its head, looking as if it had suffered a huge blow. Ugh. Seeing Mei in this state, Leng Ruoxue truly felt that she had gone a little too far in forcing a marriage. Leng Ruoxue suppressed the guilt in her heart. She hugged Mei and comforted her for a while, then brought Mei to wash up. In the next few days, the Mei became quiet. No matter how much Leng Ruoxue and the rest coaxed her, the Mei did not say a word. The day before the wedding, Leng Ruoxue heard from the Snow Fox First Elder that many Fox Kings had come to attend the May's wedding and get to know the new Snow Fox King. When she heard this, Leng Ruoxue even specially asked if the other beast clans had come to attend the wedding. However, the Snow Fox First Elder stammered and hesitated for a long time before telling her that he had only informed the Fox clan. When he said this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but want to laugh when she saw the Snow Fox First Elder's careful expression. Was this great Elder Snow Fox afraid that she would be angry? After all, only the Fox tribe knew of such a happy event, so they would feel a little regretful. On the day of the wedding, Mei was taken away by Xue Ran and Xue Qiao. Before she left, the May's resentful eyes made Leng Ruoxue break out in cold sweat. She really wanted to say, charming. It's just a wedding, not a guillotine. You really don't have to make an expression like the Snow Fox tribe has been exterminated. What about Jiangning? It's time to go to the wedding. I'm coming. Leng Ruoxue was speechless as she looked at Jiangning, who was dressed in red and had a happy expression. You're going to be a groom? I'm going to attend a wedding. I really think that you should be the groom, because you're even more excited than that little Mei. Hee hee. I haven't been to a wedding in a long time. You're dressed so fashionably, be careful of that little fellow Mei bearing a grudge. No way. It holds grudges, let's do this. It's almost time, let's go. After that, the 4 people and 1 beast walked towards the wedding venue. Mei's wedding was treated as a grand event by the Snow Fox tribe. The scale was extremely large, and there were many guests who attended the wedding. The originally simple courtyard was also decorated with many red colors. The moment Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived, they were immediately invited to their seats. She lifted her head and saw that the person who was staring at her was the clan leader of the White Fox clan. Seeing that the master that he had been thinking about day and night had finally seen him, the White Fox clan leader could not help but tear up in excitement. A black fox sitting beside him could not help but ask, "Old boy, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine, sand got into my eyes." One had to know that this was a snow mountain. Where would there be sand? However, the black fox beside it actually believed it and even said with a look of sympathy, "Do you need my help?" "No need." The White Fox clan leader said through gritted teeth. She looked down on the black fox's intelligence. The black fox, who had no idea that it had been tricked, was still worried after hearing the White Fox clan leader's words. The person presiding over the marriage was still the Snow Fox tribe's great elder. "Welcome." The Snow Fox tribe's great elder announced. "Newcomers, please enter the arena." All the foxes turned their gazes to the entrance at the end of the red carpet. However, none of the foxes had expected that the new king of the Snow Foxes would actually be in a mimicry state. All the foxes were stunned. What was the meaning of this? The foxes could not figure it out no matter how much they thought about it. They looked at the Mei, then at the conflicted expression on the Snow Fox Great Elder's face. The gossiping genes in their hearts were overflowing. Upon seeing this, the Snow Fox Grand Elder felt a headache. What could they do to their willful king? The king refused to transform into his true form no matter what, nor did he allow Xuelin to mimicry him. When the male and female leads, who were both unwilling, but neither was willing to reject the marriage first, walked to the great elder of the Snow Fox family, the officiant, ignoring each other, the great elder of the Snow Fox family looked at the 2 newlyweds and wanted to announce that they were already husband and wife. However, it was just thinking about it. It really didn't dare to omit the wedding procedure, especially since the wedding procedure was requested by the king's master. If it really simplified it, the human girl would fight it to the death. In the words of that little human girl, it was her beastie's first marriage, so the wedding had to be the most perfect. Not only that, they could not use the traditional methods of their Snow Fox tribe, where they just had to pay their respects to their ancestors and have a meal. Instead, they had to go through many procedures before they were truly married. The moment First Elder Snow Fox thought of the complicated marriage procedure that Leng Ruoxue had requested, it felt a pain in its ass. It had a bad premonition that something bad was about to happen. In short, it was very uneasy. Actually, the wedding ceremony that Leng Ruoxue had given to the Snow Fox tribe was simplified from the wedding ceremony in her previous world. Although she had changed many things, she had added many more. Furthermore, as the host, she did not choose to sit in the position of the elders. Instead, she gave the 2 seats to Xue Mu and Xue Qiao. When the 2 old foxes heard that their queen would treat them as her elders and bow to them, they were extremely excited. Ever since they found out about this news, their faces had never changed. The Mei's unwillingness was naturally ignored by the 2 of them. The 2 old foxes thought so. Although their king's marriage was arranged by their master, they believed that feelings could be cultivated. As long as they lived with Xuelin for a long time, the 2 little fellows would definitely develop feelings for each other. Their king would also have a next generation. At that time, their king's sense of belonging to the Snow Fox tribe would definitely be stronger than it was now. As soon as they thought of that possibility, the smiles on the 2 old foxes' faces grew a lot more. At this moment, in order to avoid any more trouble, the 2 of them hurriedly gave the Snow Fox Great Elder a look, indicating that it should stop being in a daze and quickly start. Upon receiving the gaze of its ancestor, the Snow Fox Great Elder's heart trembled. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, beginning its great life as a master of ceremonies with a proud expression. It felt deeply honored to be able to host the king's wedding. With this thought in mind, First Elder Snow Fox's eyes became wet, and even his voice was slightly choked. Just as he emotionally finished reciting Leng Ruoxue's congratulatory speech, he looked at Kaiser and Xuelin very seriously and asked, "Your Majesty, are you willing to take Xuelin as your wife?" The Mei blinked her eyes and asked with her eyes, "Can you say no?" "King, you can only say you're willing." The Snow Fox Great Elder replied with an innocent expression. The 2 of them had been communicating with their eyes for a long time, and the foxes who had been waiting to watch the ceremony had become a little anxious. Many of the foxes could not help but whisper in private. Although their voices were not loud, they still reached the ears of Shui Ran and Shui Qiao. The two old foxes weren't too happy, and they were even more resentful of how the great elder handled things. Why did it take so long to ask a question? They were quite dissatisfied. Shui Ran even coughed twice, indicating to the snow fox great elder to stop wasting time. When the snow fox great elder heard the old ancestor's warning, he felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Sob. He had finished asking his questions, but what could he do if the king refused to cooperate? Could it be blamed? King, cooperate. The snow fox great elder pleaded with her eyes again. However, the maid did not even look at her. She only lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, Mei Kai unwillingly closed his eyes and said in an unpleasant tone, "It's passable." See, passable? What do you mean by passable? The snow fox great elder had thought that he would only hear willing or unwilling, but he had never expected that he would hear not bad. Was this willing? At this moment, the great elder knew that he was only willing to be the king because he had no time to waste. After spending a lot of effort, he finally managed to settle the king. He then turned to look at Xuelin and asked, "Xuelin, are you willing to marry the king?" I'm willing. Although Xuelin was stammering, she was more cooperative than king. The snow fox great elder finally heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Just as it was about to announce that the two foxes were already husband and wife, it suddenly remembered that there was still one more procedure that had not been completed. However, the program had nothing to do with the king and Xuelin. Do you have any objections to this wedding? If there's no objection, I'm going to announce that they're husband and wife. Then, the snow fox great elder asked the foxes who were watching the ceremony. As soon as he said that, all the foxes were in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? You can still object? However, who would dare to object to the king's wedding? Wouldn't that be courting death? All the foxes were secretly lamenting and discussing in low voices. This was because today's wedding was simply too novel for them. They had never seen a wedding like this. In reality, the plan that Leng Ruoxue had proposed was merely a simplified Western wedding. Furthermore, the highlight of her plan was the sentence that the snow fox great elder had just said. Initially, when the snow fox first elder saw those words, she felt very uneasy. To the beast race, the partners of most beasts were free to fall in love. However, the beast race was a world where the strong were respected. When female beasts chose their other partner, they would usually choose a powerful male beast. However, not all female beasts liked this. There would always be different female beasts that did not choose the strongest among the beasts, and once such a situation occurred, the consequences would often be very serious. Especially during the wedding, if they dared to ask such a question, their ending would definitely not be harmonious. A big fight was already a light punishment, but if the groom was beaten up, the happy occasion might turn into a funeral. Therefore, the snow fox great elder was really afraid. It was not afraid that the king would not be able to defeat the snow fox tribesmen, but it was afraid that the king would quit in a fit of anger. Moreover, the king did not really want this wedding. If someone really opposed it, wouldn't that be exactly what the king wanted? First elder snow fox was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. Hence, when Leng Ruoxue told him about it, he had already thought of such a possibility. Hence, he did not dare to agree. It was a pity that it surrendered the moment Leng Ruoxue tried to goad it. Just because Leng Ruoxue said that Mei was not the new king of the snow fox tribe, there were still clansmen who dared to respond to its wedding. When the snow fox great elder heard these words, she thought that it made sense. She did not think that her clansmen would dare to be so bold. In the end, First Elder agreed to Leng Ruoxue's request after reporting to the two great ancestors. Now that First Elder Snow Fox had finally asked this question during the wedding, Leng Ruoxue smiled in satisfaction. Seeing Shui-er's evil smile, the demon snorted coldly and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Shui-er, we haven't even settled our own wedding yet. Instead, it's the succubus." The demon purposely did not finish his sentence. Then, he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of hidden bitterness, not even blinking his eyes. Previous chapter. Next, wedding? You still want to hold a wedding? You're an unregistered resident. Hearing this, Zhang Yun snorted, his face full of disdain. Illegal resident? Hells, explain clearly, how did I become an unregistered resident? Hearing this, the demon was furious. Moreover, what he was most angry about was Zhang saying that he was an unregistered resident. So what if he was an unregistered resident? Can't an illegal resident have a wedding? Stop quarreling. This is someone else's wedding, not a place for you to quarrel. Without waiting for Zhang's reply, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with anger. Originally, she had a headache when she heard the demon's question, but after being interrupted by Cold One, she managed to get through it. However, now was not the time for these two guys to quarrel. The good show she had arranged was about to start, she couldn't let these two ruin it. Shui-er. The two of them saw that Shui-er seemed to be a little angry and immediately wilted. They called out softly in unison, their faces full of grievances. Be good. Don't be noisy. Leng Ruoxue touched Zhang and Demon as she coaxed him. When Azure and Demon saw how the two were being treated like dogs, they were both speechless. The two didn't have the mood to continue arguing and turned their heads away, ignoring each other. When Leng Ruoxue saw their expressions, she laughed in her heart. These two fellows would quarrel the moment they met. At this critical moment, the two of them were of one mind, so she was really amazed by their special friendship. Perhaps the friendship between men was formed from fighting and quarreling. Just as she was thinking this, Leng Ruoxue heard a roar, "I object." The moment these 3 words were spoken, all the snow foxes, including Xue Ran, Xue Qiao, and the snow fox Great Elder, were no longer able to remain calm. The snow fox Great Elder, who was the officiant of the wedding, was even more shocked and could not come back to his senses for a long time. There really was a fox who dared to object? For a moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the opposing fox. This bold fox was also a snow fox. However, at this moment, its originally snow-white long fur was covered with dust. Some of its fur was stuck into locks, making it look travel-worn. Its bloodshot eyes, which were filled with hatred and anger, became warm and tender the moment it saw Xue Lin. It walked step by step down the red carpet to the Mei and bowed to her. "Your Majesty, I am Xue Yan. I'm sorry, Xue Lin is my woman. I cannot give her to you." "Brother Yan, don't talk nonsense. I only treat you as a brother." Hearing this, Xue Lin became anxious. She kept secretly giving Xue Yan a look, indicating that he should not speak nonsense. If the king was angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Xue Yan turned a deaf ear to it. After giving Xue Lin a comforting look, he turned his gaze to the Mei and waited expectantly for the king's reply. When the Mei saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Hee. There's no need to get married now. It was really too happy, and even had a good impression of Xue Yan. This guy was its savior. He definitely couldn't afford to be neglectful. After thinking for a moment, the Mei intentionally furrowed her brows and shot a glance at the dumbfounded snow fox Great Elder, asking, "First Elder, what do we do now?" The petrified snow fox First Elder had suffered too much of a shock and had yet to recover from it. Naturally, he was unable to react to the Mei's words. Seeing that the white fox was still in a daze, the Mei raised her voice and roared, "Great Elder." "Arg. Ah. What's wrong?" The snow fox Great Elder suddenly reacted to this roar. Then, cold sweat began to drip down its body. "Woo. Is the king asking me what to do? How did it know?" Such a situation had never happened before at the wedding of the snow fox tribe. However, what it did not expect was that someone would actually be so bold as to oppose the king's wedding. The snow fox Great Elder was furious. The consequences would be very serious. Immediately after, its sharp eyes shot daggers at Xue Yan as it coldly said, "Xue Yan, you're so bold to leave your post? Wasn't this kid supposed to be guarding the back mountain? Why did he suddenly return?" Great Elder Snow Fox had a headache. How did such a good marriage turn out like this? If this wedding was messed up, wouldn't the 2 ancestors eat it? Moreover, even though it knew that Xue Yan had come back to disrupt the wedding, it did not dare to talk about the wedding, so it could only say that it had left its post. However, after hearing the first elder's words, Xue Yan remained calm and said with a smile, "I didn't leave my post, I just changed shifts." Its current job was to guard the safety of the back mountain. The work was very hard, but it could change shifts. This was their duty as a member of the Snow Fox tribe. Therefore, it had never complained about its job. This was also the first time it had changed shifts with its tribesmen. Furthermore, it had to change shifts. If it did not come to stop this wedding, its sweetheart would belong to someone else. Change shifts? Who allowed you to change shifts? The Snow Fox First Elder said angrily. Changing shifts is allowed by the clan rules. As long as I find my clansmen, I don't need anyone's permission. Did Great Elder forget? Xue Yan blinked his eyes and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. You. The Snow Fox Great Elder choked and could not speak. When Mei saw this, she deliberately put on a straight face and said unhappily, Great Elder, is it time to investigate who Xue Yan will switch shifts with? It's here to object to the wedding. Now, what do you think we should do? Can the wedding still go on? Your Majesty, this wedding must continue. When the Snow Fox Great Elder heard this, she immediately said with a bitter expression. How do we continue? Some people are against the wedding. The Mei reminded. We can't stop the wedding just because it's against us. After thinking for a moment, the Snow Fox First Elder hurriedly said. Can't one person object? Then how many people do you want to object to? The Mei was speechless. Why was this old man so stubborn? The wedding could not go on, why did it still not want to let go? I. The Snow Fox Great Elder wanted to cry but had no tears. He stammered and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Immediately after, he cast a pleading look at the 2 ashen-faced ancestors. However, Xue Mu and Xue Qiao's hearts were also in a mess at this time. How could they have any good ideas? Therefore, the 2 of them didn't say a word. Seeing this, the Snow Fox Great Elder was completely depressed. This was the rhythm of not helping. Great Elder Snow Fox really wanted to just faint. If he fainted, would he not have to care about these terrible things? However, what hurt the Great Elder the most was that King did not understand him and kept urging him to think of a way. If he had a good way, would he be so conflicted and in such a difficult position? All of a sudden, the Snow Fox First Elder had a flash of inspiration. He thought of Leng Ruoxue and immediately abandoned his status as the officiant of the wedding. He ran to Leng Ruoxue and pleaded, Miss Leng, what should we do now? Previous chapter. Next. How would I know? Leng Ruoxue said irresponsibly. Miss Leng, you can't do this. You were the one who asked me to say those words, sob. Great Elder Snow Fox was so anxious that tears welled up in its eyes. Right now, its tiny appearance was really as pitiful as it could be. However, the ones who are against it are the snow foxes of your snow fox tribe. Besides, I really didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to oppose my Mei's wedding. I've really opened my eyes today. Leng Ruoxue clicked her tongue in wonder. Miss Leng, you can't be so irresponsible. Leng Ruoxue's words made the snow fox first elder feel like dying. AI. Alright. Who asked me to be too soft-hearted? Leave this to me. Leng Ruoxue put on a helpless expression as she looked at the snow fox first elder who was pretending to be pitiful. Miss Leng, you're such a good person. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the snow fox great elder's tears turned into a smile in satisfaction. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue stood up and walked to the Mei's side. She bent down and carried the Mei. She looked at Xue Lin, then at Xue Yan and asked indifferently, you guys are a couple? Yes. No. Xue Lin and Xue Yan said at the same time, but their answers were completely different. Hearing these two answers, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but smile. Her beautiful eyes sized up the two big white foxes and didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, when she saw Xue Lin and Xue Yan breaking out in cold sweat, Leng Ruoxue finally let them go out of kindness and said, since there are snow foxes who object to the wedding, our Mei's wedding cannot go on. So, let me ask you again, are you two a couple? No. Yes. It was a different answer. Alright. Since the two of you are not a couple, I can only regretfully announce that Xue Yan, who disrupted the wedding of the Snow Fox King, has offended his superior. Men, take him away to receive his punishment and expel him from the Snow Fox tribe. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, two Snow Fox guards appeared. By the time the foxes present could react, Xue Yan had already been taken away. Not long after, Xue Yan's miserable cry entered the fox's ears. When Xue Lin heard this voice, tears streamed down her face. At this time, the bloodied and unconscious Xue Yan was carried in by the two Snow Fox guards. When Xue Lin saw this, she quickly rushed to Xue Yan's side and burst into tears. Brother Yan. Brother Yan. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xue Lin said as she cried. Why are you crying? It did something wrong and caused the Snow Fox King to lose face. It should be punished. Otherwise, if everyone in the Snow Fox tribe does the same thing in the future, where will our Mei's dignity be? Leng Ruoxue reprimanded him with a cold expression. Originally, if you two were a couple, I was going to fulfill your wish. After all, a couple who doesn't fear hardship for love and bravely advances forward is worthy of forgiveness. I will also think that your love is great. However, you've already said that you're not a couple. As such, Xue Yan's actions can only be considered as causing trouble. Humph. It even dared to cause trouble at the king's wedding. Not killing it is already a light punishment. Leng Ruoxue continued. When Xue Lin heard Leng Ruoxue's words, regret welled up in her heart. So it was its hesitation that had harmed Brother Yan. At this moment, Xue Lin was filled with regret. Miss Leng, please expel me and Brother Yan from the Snow Fox tribe. I love it, and I want to be with it forever. After thinking it through, Xue Lin said without hesitation. Wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Elder Min, who had long been stunned by these changes and had only just recovered slightly, heard her daughter's words and almost fainted from anger. Elder Min, if you want to teach your daughter a lesson, please go home first. Seeing that Elder Min had spoken out of turn, Leng Ruoxue shot a warning glance at her. With just one glance, Elder Min became obedient. Then, Leng Ruoxue smiled at Xue Lin and said, Xue Lin, if I remember correctly, you just said that you two are not a couple. I lied. Xue Lin looked at Xue Yan affectionately as she spoke the truth. Give me a reason, and maybe I'll agree to your request. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. I was afraid that Brother Yan would get into big trouble because of this. I thought that as long as I denied it, the wedding could continue. I didn't expect. Xue Lin choked with sobs, her face full of regret. So you don't want to marry Mei? Leng Ruoxue asked. I don't want to, but for the sake of the Snow Fox tribe, I have no choice but to do this. Xue Lin had tears in her eyes. In fact, she wanted to say that the king did not want to marry her, but she did not dare to. Such a thing had happened at the wedding, and the king was the victim. If word got out, the king's reputation would be damaged. Therefore, she could only bear the responsibility and hope that the king would forgive them. For the sake of the Snow Fox tribe? Leng Ruoxue repeated Xue Lin's words, but her beautiful eyes turned to Xue Ran and Xue Qiao. Her knowing gaze made the two old foxes' faces flush red. They opened their mouths as if to say something, but found that they could not say a word. The Mei had a wronged expression on her face, and the two of them felt even more embarrassed. Mei is already the king of the Snow Fox tribe. Hence, the Snow Fox tribe does not need to sacrifice your marriage to bind Mei. From now on, you are free. After a while, Leng Ruoxue spoke again. Thank you. Xue Lin was very grateful. If it understood correctly, the other party had agreed to let them go, right? It pondered to itself. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue continued, Senior Xue Yuan, Senior Xue Qiao, since today is a good day and the wedding venue has been set up, why don't we fulfill their wishes and let them get married? Oh okay. Xue Ran and Xue Qiao didn't dare to have any objections at this time. They were already very satisfied that this little human girl didn't get angry. However, Xue Lin's eyes widened in surprise when she heard this. Did she hear it wrong? The king's master actually wanted it to marry Brother Yan now? This was too dramatic. Miss Leng, with Brother Yan's current state, I'm afraid he can't marry me immediately. Xue Lin looked at the unconscious Xue Yan, her face full of heartache. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill and threw it to Xue Lin. When Xue Lin saw it, she quickly fed it to Xue Yan. In the blink of an eye, Xue Yan woke up. You two go and wash up. The wedding is about to begin. Leng Ruoxue laughed. Thank you, Miss Leng. Xue Lin and Xue Yan were extremely grateful for Leng Ruoxue's help. After bowing to her, they left the wedding venue temporarily. When Elder Min saw this scene, she was petrified. However, at this moment, Leng Ruoxue did not have the time to care about it. Instead, she coaxed the Mei with a gentle expression, Mei. There are plenty of other fish in the sea, so don't be sad anymore. Let's be magnanimous and help those two little foxes. The succubus raised its head and nodded with tears in its eyes. Then, it quickly lowered its head again. The other foxes who were closer to it seemed to have heard a slight sobbing sound. However, the performance of their master and beast made the foxes present have a better impression of them. After all, most beasts also like to see the good thing of lovers getting married. Even though they had come to watch the Snow Fox King's wedding, there had been a small accident during the wedding. In the end, the Snow Fox King had generously allowed a pair of lovers to marry each other. Such an incident would be discussed by the foxes for a long time. Of course, there were a few who took pleasure in their misfortune. However, in general, the outcome was not bad, and this was exactly what Leng Ruoxue wanted to see. The wedding was over soon. Under the witness of the foxes, Xue Lin and Xue Yan became a happy couple. The celebration banquet that was originally prepared for the Snow Fox King was now given to the two of them. Although the groom had changed, the foxes were still excited. However, Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not attend the final wedding banquet and had returned to their own residence early. The Mei, who had been acting like it was heartbroken all the way back to its residence, immediately went into its room. However, this time, it was not angry. Instead, it was happy. After laughing enough in its room, it ran out of the room and pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms. Seeing its reaction, Jiangning laughed and teased it, Mei. You're heartbroken, so you can't be too excited. All right. I was jilted. Upon hearing this, the Mei immediately put on a sorrowful expression and said to Leng Ruoxue in all seriousness, Master, I knew you're the best. Of course. You little fool, do you really think I'll force you to get married? Leng Ruoxue laughed. The Mei actually took it seriously at the start. Hee hee. Hee hee. The Mei giggled in embarrassment. Little fox, you have to thank me, do you understand? I was the one who dealt with Xue Yan. Zhang Qigong, who occupied Leng Ruoxue's right shoulder, said. Thank you, big brother Azure. The Mei said fawningly. There's no need to thank me, just don't fight with me for the arms of girls in the future. Azure said very seriously. Hearing this, the Mei was depressed. It didn't want to agree to this request, but Zhang took it as a silent agreement and didn't pursue the matter. The two little fellows stopped for a while, but Jiang Ning looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of question marks. He held it in for a long time before he finally asked, Xue, since you don't want to accept the beauty trap of the Snow Fox tribe, why don't you just reject it directly? Why do you have to put on such a show? Jiang Ning couldn't understand. Although he only realized that everything had been arranged by Xue, or after the incident had ended, he felt that it was really unnecessary to do so. If he rejected them directly, those sly foxes wouldn't dare to have any objections. This is what I'm doing. I believe that after this incident, the Snow Fox tribe will not dare to easily plot against the succubus anymore. The seduction can also be stopped. Otherwise, they will do this today and that tomorrow. After a long time, I will also get tired of it. I might as well make them not dare to act recklessly again. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. Are you sure they'll stop? Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Jiang Ning blinked his eyes and asked with a pure expression. He did not believe that these greedy old foxes would stop. Moreover, his sixth sense told him that those old foxes would still cause trouble. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue's confident look, he was too embarrassed to pour cold water on her. After Leng Ruoxue heard what Jiang Ning had to say, she smiled mysteriously and said, you just wait and see. With that, Leng Ruoxue hugged Mei and Tsang, then pulled the evildoer and left without taking a single cloud with her. Looking at Leng Ruoxue's back view, Jiang Ning couldn't help but blink his eyes. He then looked at Uncle Long. However, Uncle Long only patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and left. Did she leave him behind again? Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. How could these guys be so calm? It was too unbelievable. Jiang Ning truly felt that Leng Ruoxue and the rest had let their guard down too early. He believed that the Snow Fox race would definitely come up with more tricks. However, since Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not take this matter seriously, he would just wait to watch a good show. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning turned around and returned to his room calmly. The next day, Xue Ran and Xue Qiao hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they decided to come and see the king. When they saw the Mei Queen and her sorrowful face, the two white foxes instantly felt their hearts ache. However, they did not know how to comfort the Mei. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue did not give them a pleasant expression. This fact made the two old foxes, who already had a headache, even more upset. Little girl, my king, about yesterday's matter. Xue Ran bit the bullet and spoke. However, she had only said a few words when she was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue with a wave of her hand. Senior Xue Yuan, yesterday's matter is already in the past. Don't mention it again. Leng Ruoxue looked at Mei worriedly before turning to Shui Ran. That. I've already ordered the Great Elder to expel Shui Yan and Shui Lin from the Snow Fox tribe. Shui Ran said, trying to please him. Why did you drive them out? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes in confusion when she heard this. Didn't you say so? Shui Ran was stunned for a moment before saying. That's what she said before. Didn't Xuelin clarify it later? Since the two foxes were in love, it could not be considered as Shui Yan causing trouble. Therefore, there was no reason to chase them out. Moreover, we have to follow the wedding procedures. Since there are people who oppose it, in order for the lovers to finally get married, my Mei voluntarily withdrew and fulfilled their wishes. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Her words caused Shui Ran to feel a deep sense of suffocation in her chest. However, Shui Ran couldn't tell what was wrong. After all this time, she wasn't angry at Shui Yan's actions? Then why did it play the bad guy in order to please them? Sob. Shui Ran wanted to cry but had no tears. Elder Shuemu, I've already said this earlier, don't bring up this matter again. You should also stop thinking about finding a partner for my Mei. The marriage of my family's beastie should be decided by them. As its master, I have to be democratic too, right? Arranged marriages are no longer popular, so your Snow Fox tribe must keep up with the times. Leng Ruoxue said with a heavy heart. In addition, although my Mei lost face yesterday, we were able to help a pair of lovers. In general, it is still worth celebrating. So, elders of your Snow Fox tribe, don't think about making things difficult for that young couple. If I find out, I will be angry. Leng Ruoxue continued to warn. Shui Ran was stunned as she listened to Leng Ruoxue's long speech. However, it also understood what Leng Ruoxue meant. This little girl was clearly telling it not to be so meddlesome in the future. In fact, Shui Ran was also very angry about yesterday's incident. It did not expect that after its repeated warnings, there would still be a snow fox that dared to cause trouble. However, the snow fox that caused trouble was for love, and it was even allowed to do so. Therefore, it was still not clear what the situation was. Say that they did the right thing? The king had indeed lost face. Say that they did something wrong? However, she had also helped a pair of lovers. At this moment, Shui Ran was in a daze and couldn't think straight. However, the only thing she knew was that the king's marriage had indeed been called off. It would be terrible in the future. The honey trap would definitely not work, and it had no confidence in anything else. What a pitiful old fox. Just like that, she was confused by Leng Ruoxue. From time to time, she would even blame herself, feeling that she had not seen through people and had caused the king to lose face. Yes. Although the wedding yesterday was not a waste, it did not belong to the king. After yesterday's incident, the news of the king being robbed of her love had spread throughout the Fox clan. Although it was very clear that the king's wedding was arranged and there was no love at all, other people did not understand the situation and would not think so. It was impossible for the Snow Fox tribe to explain to each and every one of them. Therefore, their poor king became the poor fox that was abandoned at the wedding. Some sympathized with their king, while others gloated over his misfortune. In this regard, it was quite helpless. Now, it could only hope that the king's scandal would be slowly forgotten by the foxes. Thinking of this, Shui Ran suddenly said, "Little girl, I'll arrange a banquet tomorrow to let the king get to know the kings of the fox races again. What do you think? Is there a need for that?" Leng Ruoxue raised her brows and asked. It's necessary. There were too many accidents yesterday, and we didn't have the chance to introduce the fox kings to each other. So, we have to find a chance to let them get to know each other again. You should know that the purple-eyed snow fox is not only the king of our snow fox race, but also the king of the entire fox race. So, it is very necessary for them to get to know each other. That's it. Shui Ran was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would not agree, so she quickly said. Since that's the case, I'll listen to Senior Shui Ran. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Good, good. I'll order people to prepare it. Seeing Leng Ruoxue giving her so much face, Shui Ran's heart was filled with excitement. After saying that, it left excitedly. It was so excited that it felt like it was floating as it walked. Master, I don't want to attend any banquet. Mei. After becoming the king of the Snow Fox tribe, you should at least get to know the other fox kings. This is also a good opportunity to make friends. Tomorrow, you should try to get all of them. This way, your master, I, will be able to save a lot of trouble. Alright then. For master's sake, I'll definitely work hard to beat them all up. I'm not asking you to fight tomorrow. However, if someone provokes you, don't be soft-hearted either. In any case, it's none of our business if they're injured or crippled. After hearing the words of the master and the beast, Jiang Ning broke out in a cold sweat. Why did he feel that there would be a bloody battle tomorrow? Should he watch the show, or should he hide? The few of them each had their own thoughts and plans in their hearts. As for the Snow Fox tribe's Snow Fox elders, after hearing their ancestors' instructions, they collectively got busy. This time, they would not allow anything to happen again. They had to make the king happy. The Snow Fox elders made up their minds and prepared a banquet of a scale that even exceeded the Mei's wedding. The main reason why they were so generous was naturally to compensate their king for the failed wedding. Otherwise, they were really afraid that their king would be secretly laughed at by some despicable people. However, what they did not know was that the news of Mei being abandoned by someone had spread throughout the entire beast clan in just one night. Among all the Snow Fox elders, the one who wanted to make up for her mistake the most was Elder Min. Elder Min had been on tenterhooks for the entire night. Other than being scolded by the two ancestors, the king did not react at all. It did not cause any trouble for Elder Min either. However, the calmer it was, the more afraid it was. However, the more it wanted to perform well, the more mistakes it made. In the end, even the Snow Fox First Elder couldn't stand it anymore. After giving it a harsh scolding and temporarily dismissing it from its position as an elder, Elder Min finally stopped. Elder Min, who had been temporarily removed from her position as an elder, looked up at the sky and sighed with infinite sadness. Whoa. Then, it left the busy banquet scene in endless loneliness, looking back with every step it took. That back view was extremely desolate. On the day that the banquet officially started, Leng Ruoxue and the rest arrived at the banquet venue accompanied by Shui Ran. They carried Mei and sat on the main seats. Before they could even warm their seats, a dissatisfied voice could be heard, "Old ancestor, how can you let a human sit on the main seat?" Upon hearing this, there was silence, especially the snow foxes of the Snow Fox tribe. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and cold sweat trickled down their bodies. He was really bold. He actually dared to say such things about their king's master. Even they didn't dare to say such things. However, it was not a snow fox from the Snow Fox tribe that said this. It was a leader of the Black Fox tribe. The fox race in the divine realm was divided into Snow Fox, White Fox, Red Fox, Black Fox, and so on. These fox races were the largest fox races in the divine realm. The Snow Fox race that Mei was in could be said to be the main branch of the Snow Fox race. Basically, all the Snow Foxes looked up to this branch of Snow Fox as their leader. As for the Black Fox that had spoken, it was the chief of the main branch of the divine realm's Black Fox race. It was confident that its relationship with the two ancestors of the Snow Fox tribe was not ordinary. Therefore, others did not dare to say this, but it did. Furthermore, after it said this, it realized that the scene had immediately become silent. It was extremely proud. How was it? It's the bravest, isn't it? Humph. So what if it was a purple-eyed snow fox? He was just a little kid, and it was not willing to listen to the command of a yellow-mouthed child. Furthermore, it was a purple-eyed snow fox that had acknowledged a human as its master. How could such a purple-eyed snow fox be qualified to become the king of the fox race? A certain Black Fox clan leader was filled with anger and jealousy. Originally, before they came here, they did not know that the new Snow Fox King was taken. However, yesterday's wedding had already exposed everything. So, when they found out about this news, one could imagine the shock in their hearts. If the Snow Fox Elder had not suppressed some of the Fox Kings who were ready to make a move, they might have questioned him back then. However, it was not too late now. Therefore, the banquet this time was regarded as a Hongmen banquet. It was precisely because of this that the moment Leng Ruoxue sat down, it gave her a show of strength and was pleased with itself. However, what it didn't know was that when Shui Ran heard this, her head began to throb. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This is our Snow Fox tribe's business, what does it have to do with you? Who asked you to be a busybody? Shui Ran was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would get angry if she heard this, so she sneaked a glance at her. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue's expression was normal, she was relieved. Just as she was about to open her mouth to reprimand this ignorant fellow, she heard Leng Ruoxue speak before she could. May I know who you are? Leng Ruoxue looked curiously at the Black Fox who had accused her and asked indifferently. I'm the leader of the Black Fox tribe. You can call me the Black Fox King. The giant Black Fox said proudly. I've never heard of it. Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with confusion. I'm so famous, and you've never heard of me? The moment he heard Leng Ruoxue's words, the Black Fox clan leader was enraged. Hells, this human really had not seen the world. He was the dignified Black Fox tribe leader, what a famous big shot in the immortal realm. However, this human actually told her that she had never heard of it. She could tolerate it, but she could not. At this moment, the furious clan leader of the Black Fox clan had long forgotten his original intention of questioning Leng Ruoxue. He was completely engrossed in the fact that Leng Ruoxue did not know his name. It deeply felt that this was more important than anything else. Pa, nd, I know ve1, you're so famous that even the Divine Master knows about you? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with an innocent look. I didn't, the Black Fox tribe leader replied honestly. But I'm so famous that even the Divine Master knows me. Leng Ruoxue said self-deprecatingly. Hearing her words, Shui Ran couldn't help but cover her face. They had been hiding Leng Ruoxue's identity all this time. Could it be that they were about to expose her? Shui Ran was a pear-shaped mountain, but it knew that it could not stop this girl. However, Snow Bridge still wanted to try. Before the Black Fox tribe leader could react, Snow Bridge quickly tried to smooth things over. Hee. The banquet is about to start, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get ready to eat. No. Let's be clear, how did you become famous? The Black Fox clan leader did not give him any face at all. His face was filled with anger. He had truly been provoked by Leng Ruoxue to the point of losing his mind. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak to Xueqiao in such a manner. Its words also angered Xueqiao to death. Just as Xueqiao was about to reprimand it, Leng Ruoxue's voice rang in his ears, do you know who I am? Who are you? Aren't you the master of the new king of the Snow Fox tribe? You think I don't know? The Black Fox tribe leader said with a look of disdain. He was not a fool. He had already figured out everything about this woman yesterday. May, tell it who I am. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she didn't even look at the huge black fox. Instead, she smiled at the succubus. My master is Leng Ruoxue. The Mei said very obediently. Leng Ruoxue. The clan leader of the Black Fox clan, who had been high-spirited and overbearing, stammered when he heard this. A flash of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue's name was absolutely fearsome among the magical beasts. Even though the Black Fox clan leader did not think that this human woman had done anything great, it was undeniable that some of the more timid magical beasts were very afraid of her. However, this did not include the Black Fox tribe. The Black Fox clan leader consoled himself. It would never admit that it was a little afraid when it first heard the name Leng Ruoxue. After all, it was said that a supreme god from the White Tiger race, Dragon race, and Phoenix race had been injured by her. However, it seemed like this little human woman's abilities were not that great after all. It was probably the same as it, so after the initial fear, it wanted to be smug again. Leng Ruoxue, how dare you come to our White Fox clan? Aren't you afraid, aren't you afraid? The Black Fox clan leader thought for a while but didn't know what to say. He stammered for a long time but couldn't finish his sentence. In the end, it was Leng Ruoxue who saw that it was taking too much effort to speak and kindly helped it say, I'm not afraid of you guys surrounding me. Right. That's right. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that we'll surround and attack you? The Black Fox clan leader slapped his thigh and shouted. I'm really not afraid. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her face carefree. The Black Fox clan leader was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Humph. What a big tone. Leng Ruoxue, you're asking for it. Brothers, this woman is the common enemy of the beast race. Let's attack together and destroy her. The Black Fox tribe leader laughed coldly. Then, he incited the other fox tribes present, including the Snow Fox tribe. When Xuemu, Xueqiao, and the elders of the Snow Fox tribe heard the Black Fox tribe leader's words, their hearts trembled. Some were angry, while others were frightened. However, Leng Ruoxue remained calm and composed, and her expression did not change. Seeing how calm she was, Xueran was relieved. Then, she shot a look at Xueqiao and the other Snow Fox elders, telling them not to say anything and just cooperate with Leng Ruoxue. After receiving a warning from Xueran's gaze, the Snow Fox elders calmed down and prepared to watch the show. If Leng Ruoxue needed their help, they were ready to help her at any time. However, based on their understanding of Leng Ruoxue, she would not need them. However, when it was time for them to perform, they definitely could not let go of this opportunity. This was also an opportunity to please their king. They were not as muddle-headed as the Black Fox clan leader. After spending a short time with Leng Ruoxue, the Snow Fox elders were well aware of her position in the king's heart. At the same time, they were also clear of the importance of the purple-eyed Snow Fox to the Snow Fox clan and the entire Fox clan. Hence, they did not dare to offend Leng Ruoxue. However, wasn't it not fair to see the other Fox clans offend Leng Ruoxue and suffer her revenge? With this thought in mind, the Snow Fox elders began to feel conflicted again. However, in comparison, it seemed that Leng Ruoxue was more important. After coming to this conclusion, the balance in their hearts immediately tilted towards Leng Ruoxue's side. The other Fox tribe leaders and Fox kings were not as angry as the Black Fox tribe leader when they heard his righteous words. The few Fox tribe leaders who were close to the White Fox tribe leader were especially alarmed by the White Fox tribe leader. Therefore, they sat on their seats as steadily as Mount Tai, and their buttocks did not move from their seats. The Black Fox tribe leader struggled for a long time, but when he saw that no one responded to his words, he was instantly enraged. He bellowed in exasperation, You cowards. Now that Leng Ruoxue is right in front of you, you guys don't know how to seize the opportunity. You guys are really useless. Little Black. If you're so useful, why don't you go? The White Fox clan leader laughed evilly as she encouraged. Get lost. Don't call me Little Black. The Black Fox clan leader's hair stood on end at the mention of Blackie. She glared at the White Fox clan leader with fire spewing from her eyes. Her expression was extremely unfriendly. As for what Blackie said after that, it was not as powerful as these two words. Therefore, the Black Fox tribe leader did not hear it at all. I'll just call you that, what can you do to me? The White Fox clan leader said with a smile. Other foxes might be afraid of this fellow, but she was not. You bastard. I want to fight you. The Black Fox clan leader could not take the other party's provocation and roared irrationally. At this moment, he could no longer care about Leng Ruoxue. He only wanted to get back his face. Seeing how unprofessional it was, Leng Ruoxue was extremely displeased with this huge black fox. She immediately called out to stop it. Wait. You can't fight it now. Why? The clan leader of the Black Fox clan roared in anger. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Leng Ruoxue. You have to deal with me first. I'm an external threat, so let me handle it first. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. The Black Fox tribe leader was depressed. This is a fight? However, on second thought, it felt that Leng Ruoxue's words were right. To it, this woman was indeed much more important than that narcissistic stinky fox. However, these damn things were not willing to cooperate with it. The Black Fox tribe leader did not want to deal with this woman by himself because he was not confident. After all, according to the rumors, this woman was very powerful, especially since she had a purple-eyed snow fox by her side and was crowned as the king of the Snow Fox tribe. This fact was very unfavorable to him. After thinking about it, the Black Fox tribe leader decided to start with the Snow Fox tribe. After all, the Snow Fox tribe was the strongest and had the highest status among all the fox tribes. The Black Fox clan leader said with a pained expression, "Senior Shui Yuan and Shui Qiao, you are the two most respected experts in our fox clan. How could you? How could you be together with a human like Leng Ruoxue? She's the common enemy of our beast clan. We should unite against a common enemy. So, please lead us and eliminate Leng Ruoxue." When Shui Ran and Shui Qiao heard this, they were speechless. In their hearts, they were cursing this stupid fox. F***ck. You're the one who wanted to find trouble with Leng Ruoxue, so why did you have to drag them down with you? With the Mei around, they could only befriend Leng Ruoxue and not offend her. Otherwise, if she were to leave with the Mei in a fit of anger, it would be too late for them to cry. It was a purple-eyed snow fox. What a rare and precious snow fox. This was the treasure of the entire fox race. The two old foxes could not wait to worship the succubus. How would they dare to cause trouble for the succubus's master? Therefore, when they heard the Black Fox clan leader's words, although the two big foxes were very angry, they did not even bat an eyelid and calmly did what they had to do. However, the other snow fox elders were not as calm and composed as them. Although they kept consoling themselves, the little hearts of these elders kept trembling. Furthermore, they did not dare to let the banquet's dishes be served. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out later, it would be a waste. The snow fox elders were still rather thrifty. However, Leng Ruoxue did not want to just sit there. She glanced at First Elder Snow Fox and said with a calm expression, "First Elder, I'm hungry. Why hasn't the banquet started yet?" I'll get them to serve the food immediately." The Snow Fox First Elder's forehead was filled with black lines as she hurriedly said. However, it still couldn't help but feel disgusted in its heart. Look at them, they were about to fight, but they were still so calm about eating. It just didn't know if this meal would be good. What it couldn't understand was that the ancestor could have stopped this imminent battle, so why didn't he? In reality, it wasn't just the Snow Fox First Elder who couldn't understand. None of the Snow Fox elders present could understand. The reason why Shui Mu and Shui Qiao didn't stop the Black Fox clan leader's actions was because they wanted to give Leng Ruoxue a punching bag. The two of them still felt that they had let their king down for yesterday's incident. Hence, they had been thinking about how to let their king vent his anger. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, they naturally had to let Leng Ruoxue handle this matter. Hence, the two old foxes pretended to be deaf and dumb. At this time, the Black Fox tribe leader realized that his words had turned into wind by his ear again. He was still thinking about eating. The anger in his heart rose. Then, he couldn't bear it anymore and roared, You are all pigs. You're actually thinking about eating. Food is the most important thing to the people. If you don't eat, you'll get hungry. However, if you want to exercise before meals, I can help you. With that, she moved the three small and exquisite little beasts, Baby, Kun and Ling, out. The Black Fox tribe leader saw that there were two more foxes and her eyes widened. She said in a daze, Black Fox. Where did you get this black fox from? Black your head. You're the Black Fox. Your whole family is a black fox. I'm a snow fox. See clearly. The judge was enraged by the Black Fox clan leader's words. As soon as it said this, the Black Fox tribe leader was dumbfounded. The snow foxes present also had a stunned expression on their faces. It was clearly a black fox, so why did it call itself a snow fox? They weren't colorblind, could they not tell what color it was? However, Richard didn't give them the chance to be stunned for too long. It said to the Black Fox tribe leader fiercely, Xiao He, I want to challenge you. I will destroy you in the name of justice. Hearing the Black Fox clan leader being called Little Black by his master's fox, the White Fox clan leader laughed so happily that he almost rolled on the ground. I'm already shouting, so what? Are you going to bite me? Yao angrily said. Detestable. Provoked by the referee's provocation, the Black Fox tribe leader roared and pounced on the referee with bared fangs and brandished claws. In an instant, a huge black fox was entangled with the three small figures. A moment later, all the foxes present heard a painful cry from the four beasts in the middle of the chaotic battle. However, this sound was really too miserable. All the foxes present felt their blood run cold. Many timid foxes seemed to feel the same way and shivered. At this moment, the food and wine that the Snow Fox tribe had meticulously prepared were served one by one. However, none of the foxes were in the mood to eat. However, Leng Ruoxue and the rest did not care so much. The few of them did not stand on ceremony as they picked out the food that they liked and started to eat. They ate very happily. The White Fox tribe leader, who had been putting on an act along with the other foxes and putting on a shocked expression, saw this and began to eat without holding back. This banquet was even better than the banquet at the wedding yesterday. The Snow Fox tribe must have spent a lot of money on it. Therefore, it would be a waste not to eat it. It was important to know that this was all the master's money. As he thought about it and ate, he pulled the good food and wine from the other people's tables to his front. Furthermore, the White Fox tribe leader had taken it for granted that the Snow Fox tribe's assets belonged to its master. At this moment, it did not even consider the stance and thoughts of the Snow Foxes in the Snow Fox tribe. Hee. The more the White Fox clan leader thought about it, the happier she became. Who asked her to have the foresight to recognize these foxes as her master? The White Fox clan leader couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of this. A giant black fox beside it couldn't help but ask worriedly, Old Bai, are you stupid? You're the idiot. Old Hey, I'm telling you. This guy from the main branch of your Black Fox tribe will probably be in trouble. So, you must seize this opportunity, understand? Yes. The black fox nodded and asked, what chance? You idiot. Of course, you have to seize the opportunity to rise to the top. In the future, you will be the great patriarch of the black fox race, do you know that? The white fox clan leader said with a look of disappointment. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense, be careful not to let the clan leader hear you and he will find trouble with you. Old Hay broke out in a cold sweat at that, his heart thumping and his dark eyes darting left and right nervously, afraid that someone else would hear him. However, when the white fox clan leader said this, she did not deliberately lower her voice. Therefore, the few fox clan leaders and fox kings who were closer to the two of them could hear it clearly. However, those cunning fellows all pretended that nothing had happened and also learned from the white fox clan leader to eat quickly. They did not dare to look at the two of them at all. However, the ears of the few fox clan leaders and fox kings were perked up. They wanted to hear more gossip. Coward, you have such a good opportunity but you don't know how to grasp it. No wonder you have been suppressed by that guy for your whole life. When the white fox clan leader heard Old Black's useless and cowardly words, the look of disappointment on his face grew even more intense. Then, he took a few more bites of the bone in his claws. He thought that the bone was Old Black to vent his anger. This black fox, Old Black, was one of its few good friends. Their friendship could be traced back to when the two of them were still little babies. When they were young, the white fox clan leader had already shown that it loved to look pretty and was vain. Therefore, there were very few foxes in the fox clan who could play with it. Old Black, on the other hand, was simple, honest, and obedient, so the two foxes liked each other. The white fox clan leader never denied that it treated Old Black differently because Old Black was obedient, and it had always stood up for Old Black when it was bullied by other foxes. Therefore, their relationship could only be described in one word, and that was iron. It was even 1,000-year dark iron grade. Therefore, the white fox tribe leader, who had already found a master for herself, naturally hoped that her good friend would follow in her footsteps and join the ranks of her master, Beastie. However, it didn't have the time to tell Blackie about its thoughts. It definitely wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. But looking at Blackie's silly face, it was clear that he was not on the same channel as it. This fact also made it feel a little defeated. After thinking for a while, the white fox clan leader decided to move him with emotion and said, Old Black. How have I treated you all this time? I have nothing to say about Old Bai. Blackie laughed. Then how did your Jina chief treat you? The white fox clan leader asked again. It. Old Black stammered when he mentioned a certain black fox tribe leader. It's always bullying you, right? The white fox clan leader said on its behalf. Yes. Old Hay nodded. And every time I helped you bully it, I called you Old Black, and deliberately called it Little Black. Every time, it would be half dead from anger, right? The white fox clan leader said with reason. That's right. Old Hay chuckled. Then, will you listen to me? The white fox clan leader asked again. This was its ultimate goal. I'll listen. Old Bai, what do you want me to do? I'll listen to everything you say. Old Hay said immediately. That's good. I want you to take this opportunity to replace Xiao Hei's position and step on it so that it will never be able to rise again. The white fox clan leader snorted viciously. That old man always laughed at it. This time, it would make sure that old thing would never be able to turn over a new leaf. This isn't very good. It's already pitiful enough that it's being bullied by humans, how can we add insult to injury? Old Hay couldn't help but say. Yo. He already knew how to use idioms, but he still knew how to hit someone when they were down. That's right. I'm just going to hit him when he's down. The white fox clan leader laughed evilly. Old Black's body was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect Old White to be so honest, but how was he supposed to reply? Seeing this, the white fox clan leader patted Old Hay's shoulder and said, Old Black. I treat you as a brother, that's why I'm telling you this. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care if they lived or died. So, think about it carefully. Now that the old man has started fighting on his own, but none of us helped, do you think he won't bear a grudge and find a way to take revenge? Especially you, I'm afraid you'll be the first one to bear the brunt of its revenge. Of course, that's if it's safe and sound. But I think it's probably going to die this time. Therefore, I think this is an opportunity for you. You must seize it. As long as you become the new chief of the Black Fox tribe's main branch, no fox will dare to bully you, right? The White Fox clan leader deliberately paused for a moment before continuing to bluff. Previous chapter. The White Fox clan leader's words were so sincere, and his expression said, I'll do it for your own good, so Old Black didn't dare to reject it easily. However, the honest Old Black still felt that it wasn't good to add insult to injury like this, so it was in a dilemma. The White Fox clan leader could only sigh to herself when she saw this. This honest fellow was really a headache. At this moment, a few more tragic howls attracted the attention of all the foxes. Then, they saw a tall black giant fox fly through the air like a parabola, drawing a beautiful arc and crashing into the pillar of the banquet hall with a bang. The pillar wasn't very strong at first, but under its strong impact, it shook a few times before it stabilized. The foxes then saw that there were a few very obvious cracks on the pillar. My pillar. When the Snow Fox Great Elder saw this, she immediately let out a cry, and tears seemed to flash in her eyes. Hearing this and seeing the pained expression on the Snow Fox Great Elder's face, all the foxes' foreheads were filled with black lines. That's not the main point right now, okay? Shouldn't everyone be concerned about the Black Fox tribe leader's situation? Why did Great Elder Snow Fox's heart ache for the pillar first? Most of the foxes present could not understand, and the Black Fox tribe leader's current appearance made their little hearts tremble again. Oh my god! Was that the Black Fox tribe leader they knew? At this time, the Black Fox tribe leader's originally beautiful, glossy black fur was no longer in good shape. The claw marks on his body had destroyed his fur. In addition, many parts of his fur had been bald. The Black Fox tribe leader's face was swollen like a pig's head, and it was almost impossible to tell that he was a fox. The Black Fox tribe leader, who seemed to be severely injured, had already passed out. The blood on his body seeped through the claw marks and onto the floor, quickly dyeing the floor around him red. In short, the Black Fox tribe leader's current appearance was not enough to be described with the word miserable. The foxes pitied the Black Fox tribe leader. However, when they saw the three little beasts with their sharp claws, they shuddered and did not dare to speak up for the Black Fox tribe leader. However, even if they did not speak, the three beasts did not plan to let them go. They flashed their sharp claws that were still dripping with blood and raised their chin proudly. Who else wants to be scratched? State your name. Get scratched? All the foxes were shocked. Alright. The Black Fox clan leader was indeed scratched. However, they didn't want to be scratched like foxes. As soon as the judge said that, all the foxes could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look at the three fierce little beasts. Sob. Why were those three little fellows so terrifying? It was still a group scratch. Wasn't this asking for the fox's life? Who could stand it? Seeing that they still didn't say anything, Yao was angry and shouted, "Does anyone still think I'm Black Fox?" All the foxes were perspiring profusely. They thought to themselves, "You're a black fox. If you're not a black fox, then are you really a snow fox?" Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe such a lie, let alone them. However, even if they did not believe it, they did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, they would end up like the Black Fox tribe leader. You bunch of cowards, good-for-nothings, you don't even dare to speak, and you still dare to call yourselves the fox race of the divine realm. Even I feel ashamed for you. You've lost all your face. Yao saw that no one replied, so he could only continue to curse. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. These guys are so cunning, why didn't they fall for it? The referee was depressed, but the more he scolded, the more energetic he became. In the end, Leng Ruoxue couldn't bear to listen anymore and suggested, "Whoa. Stop scolding and take a break. In my opinion, if you don't like anyone, you can just go up directly, there's no need to wait for them to make the first move." Its master's suggestion immediately turned its anger into joy. It obediently rubbed against Leng Ruoxue's leg and said happily, "Master is smart." Yao straightened his back and scanned the foxes with his deep eyes. The foxes were so scared that their hearts trembled. However, none of them dared to raise their heads, afraid that they would be picked. Yao chose round after round but did not choose his next opponent. The hearts of the foxes also swayed with Yao's probing gaze, like a sail in the sea. Many of the foxes' fur was already wet with their cold sweat, and the evil Richard even specially picked one of the foxes and pointed at a certain fox that was shaking like a leaf in the wind. "It's you." The fox chosen by luck was also a black fox, and it was the subordinate of the previous Black Fox tribe leader. It followed the lead of the Black Fox tribe leader, who had been scratched beyond recognition. The reason why Richard had chosen it was that it knew its identity, because it had a spy to report to him, hee. Needless to say, the so-called spy of the Holy See was naturally the White Fox clan leader. When they heard that another fox had been chosen, none of the foxes dared to raise their heads because they were afraid that they would be chosen. They would rather lower their heads like ostriches than confirm who the unlucky fox was. When Yao saw this, he was furious. He gave Baby a look and Baby immediately understood. Then, it ran to the back of the unlucky black fox, stretched out its short legs, and gave a light kick. The unlucky fox who had been silent with his head lowered was kicked out. Seeing this, Shui Ran found it unbelievable. She couldn't understand how the short legs of the purple fox could kick the huge black fox. This had become a difficult mystery in its heart. As for the black fox that was kicked out, it had already rolled onto the ground without any preparation. When it raised its head, it was immediately surrounded by 3 cute little beasts. What are you guys doing?" The black fox, who had become meat on the anvil, was so scared that its voice trembled, and tears quickly welled up in its eyes. Its expression was one of fear, as if it was about to be raped. It wasn't that it was a coward, but the 3 of them were too powerful. Hee. What do you think? Yao laughed evilly. After that, the 3 little beasts acted in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few hits, this unlucky fellow was already covered in wounds, and wails and cries of pain were constantly heard. At this time, the foxes who heard the commotion also dared to look up. However, the more they looked, the deeper the fear in their hearts became. In the end, it even formed a conditioned reflex. As long as one of the 3 Huey's eyes landed on them, they would immediately tremble in fear, and the timid ones would directly faint. During the banquet, Leng Ruoxue and the rest were eating extremely happily. The 3 little beasts, the Jiao, were also happily bullying the foxes. Under the 3 of them's tyrannical abuse, many foxes took the initiative to acknowledge the 3 of them as their bosses. If there was anyone who refused to comply, they would immediately be attacked by the 3 of them. In the end, the 3 of them had taken in many foxes as their little brothers. At the same time, the position of the king of the May was even more secure. Now, no fox dared to disobey the Snow Fox King's discipline. No fox dared to mention the fact that the May had a master. However, the May told them about the conflict between her master and the Beast clan and asked them to give her an answer within 3 days. She did not want these foxes to only listen to her and not take their master seriously. Such a thing was absolutely not allowed. The smarter foxes had already seen through the signs. In less than 3 days, they expressed to the May that their master was also their master. When the May heard this, she was naturally happy. She was especially friendly to the fox tribe leaders and fox kings who had taken the initiative to ask for a master. In fact, this was a decision that the foxes had no choice but to make. If they could, who would be willing to find a master for themselves? However, they could see through the snow fox tribe's attitude. Due to their relationship with the purple-eyed snow fox, they listened to the words of that human, Leng Ruoxue. Furthermore, the snow fox tribe had always been the leader of the fox tribe. The snow fox tribe no longer treated Leng Ruoxue as an enemy, so why should they be as meddlesome as the black fox tribe leader and make things difficult for this human? One had to know that the black fox tribe leader was still unconscious. She was even locked up in jail by the snow fox tribe. The other foxes thought that the snow fox tribe was trying to please Leng Ruoxue. As such, many of the foxes who knew how to seek good fortune and seek bad luck naturally leaned towards Leng Ruoxue. However, they were also a little afraid of the Divine Lord's estate's revenge. However, if the Fox clan were to band together, the Divine Lord's estate would not attack them easily. After consoling themselves, the foxes were much calmer. Furthermore, ever since the Divine Master's estate had treated Leng Ruoxue as a great enemy, they had not done anything to her. She had even fought her way into the Fox clan. With this in mind, the foxes were even calmer. They did not reject the idea of having a human master. However, the happiest of all the foxes was none other than the White Fox tribe leader. All this while, it could not brazenly stay by its beloved master's side. It was afraid that others would find out that it was Leng Ruoxue's beastie and attract the hostility of the Divine Master's residents and the Beast clan. However, it was no longer afraid now because the Fox clan had almost been taken into its master's possession and had become its companions. What else was there to be afraid of? As such, Leng Ruoxue's thigh became the object that it had to hold on to tightly. As long as there was a chance, it would hold on to its master's thigh without letting go. There was even a blissful expression on its face. Even if it was beaten up by Tsang, it would not let go. After that, Old Black, who had also acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as his master, couldn't stand it anymore. He dragged it away with great difficulty, and Leng Ruoxue finally had some peace. After staying at the Snow Fox tribe for a few more days, Leng Ruoxue and the rest decided to leave. When Xue Ran and Xue Qiao heard this news, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck them, causing them to feel dizzy. The two white foxes were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. When they finally regained some of their senses, the two white foxes immediately hugged their heads and cried out, "Little girl. Did we not treat you well? Why did you leave? Right now, all of us snow foxes are following your lead. How can you be so heartless as to leave us behind? Woo, we're so sad." The two foxes could not accept this fact. The two foxes had always been careful in their relationship with Leng Ruoxue, but they did not expect her to leave. If she left, would the king stay? The answer was no. Despite all their fears, the thing that they feared the most still came. He had arrived earlier than they had expected. Sob. If the king left, what would they do? At the thought of this, the two white foxes looked at Leng Ruoxue with resentment. However, Leng Ruoxue ignored their gazes and continued with what she was doing. "Girl, what did we do wrong? As long as you tell us, we will definitely change, okay?" Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was not paying any attention to them, the two foxes' tone softened and their eyes became more pitiful. "It's not that you didn't do a good job, but we should leave. We still have important things to do." Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. "What is it?" "I'll do it for you, you guys just have to stay here," Xue Yuan quickly said. "You can't help me with this." Leng Ruoxue held her forehead and said. Following that, she changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how's the Black Fox tribe leader?" "It has already been locked up. Don't you already know?" Xue Ran said in a silly manner. "Is it awake?" Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. The Snow Fox tribe had locked the Black Fox tribe leader and the previous Snow Fox king together. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that this matter was a little unsafe. One must know that she was not so kind as to find a person to chat with for the previous Snow Fox king. "Not yet," Xue Ran said honestly. "Who said it?" Chapter. Don't do this to me, I'll be good and nothing will happen. I guarantee it with my fox character." Just as Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence and before Xue Ran could even reply, the Black Fox clan leader promised her with a look of urgency. However, Leng Ruoxue scoffed at his words. "You have a fox lattice?" Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh as she asked. There was. It's very big. Absolute good credibility," the Black Fox tribe leader said shamelessly. Although his face was burning when he said this, he had to say it. He was about to lose his life, so what face did he care about? Unfortunately, after Leng Ruoxue heard this, she laughed even more speechlessly. The former Snow Fox king could not stand this shameless Black Fox clan leader. Instead, it rebuked her loudly with a sense of justice, F***ck. Do you have a fox character? You despicable villain, your fox's nest was eaten by a dog, and you still have the nerve to talk big here? I'm blushing on your behalf, you shameless dead thing. Everything was caused by you, and you still have the cheek to say that you didn't look for trouble. You're even more shameless than me. Who are you calling shameless? You sinner of the fox tribe, do you think we don't know that you've killed all the purple-eyed snow foxes of the snow fox tribe? I don't understand how you are still alive after committing such a heinous crime. If it was up to me, I would have already cut you into 1,000 pieces. The Black Fox clan leader shouted back, unwilling to be outdone. When Leng Ruoxue saw that these two foxes were acting like mad foxes, clamoring at each other again, she was truly speechless. These two were in such a sorry state, was there a need to say such things about each other? The two of them were clearly jackals of the same lair, so no one should laugh at the other. However, Leng Ruoxue wouldn't stop the two of them from fighting each other. She also wanted to let Shui Ran see if her soft-heartedness was worth it. Yes. The previous Snow Fox King had been stripped of its position and imprisoned for life, but its life was not in danger. The same was true for the Black Fox tribe leader. Of course, she did not mean that she had to kill these two guys. However, wasn't it too easy for them to be locked up like this? Leng Ruoxue truly felt that they could be of even greater use. For example, they could be used as slaves. After all, the previous Snow Fox King was a reverent god. It was such a pity to lock up such a good resource. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes gently swept across the previous Snow Fox King. Instantly, the previous Snow Fox King, who was happily quarreling with the Black Fox tribe leader, immediately felt frightened. Its entire body felt cold. However, it did not dare to look at the reason. It kept feeling that there was a gaze with ill intentions lingering on its body. Sob. It was a little scared. However, the Black Fox tribe leader did not feel this. He was still shouting at the top of his voice, jumping up and down as he shouted at the former Snow Fox King. Seeing this, Shui Ran's face turned darker and darker. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and roared, "All of you, shut your mouths." Shui Ran was furious and regretted locking them together. In fact, its original intention was to let the Black Fox tribe leader see the outcome of the previous Snow Fox King. It did not expect that it would create an advantage for these two unrepentant guys and make it lose face. It truly felt that it had no face to see the little girl. It was really too embarrassing. The two foxes who were quarreling immediately shut their mouths when they heard the roar. When Leng Ruoxue saw the two of them, one of them could not help but laugh out loud. "Little girl, you're still laughing. Hee hee. Senior Shui Ran, don't you think they are very interesting? They're obviously birds of the same feather, and they're on the same level, but they're acting so innocent in front of us. They think we don't know their background and are playing us for fools. That's right. They're just toying with us. I'm innocent." Old forefather. The former Snow Fox King was very clear that it had explained everything clearly. Of course, this was only because it thought it was smart. Leng Ruoxue and the others did not care what it thought. In Leng Ruoxue's eyes, the former Snow Fox King was just cannon fodder that could. However, cannon fodder was also very important at times. Shui Ran ignored the Black Fox clan leader's words and turned her attention to Leng Ruoxue. She asked carefully, "Girl, how do you think we should deal with these two?" "Senior Shui Ran, they're from the Fox tribe, so I shouldn't be the one making the decision." "Little girl, our Fox clan doesn't treat you as an outsider. What were you planning to do with them?" "That. We intend to imprison them for life." Who knew that Leng Ruoxue would nod and say, "It's a pity to kill a godly venerable rank beastie." Yup. That's why we've been struggling. With its crimes, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be too much. However, it's one of the few godly venerable rank beasts in the Snow Fox tribe, so we couldn't bear to kill it. I can understand. Leng Ruoxue said magnanimously, not getting angry over such a small matter. "Little girl. You're really too understanding." Shui Ran was instantly touched. "Senior Shui Ran, although I understand your thoughts, it is not a good idea to imprison the previous Snow Fox King for a lifetime. I think it should have a greater use." "Arg. What's its use?" Shui Ran didn't understand. "Leave these two to me. I need two thugs." Leng Ruoxue said directly. Good, good. No problem, I'll leave these two to you." Shui Ran said happily. As long as this little human girl didn't mention leaving, it would agree to any conditions. However, the moment the Black Fox clan leader heard that he was going to be handed over to Leng Ruoxue, he immediately howled, "Ancestor, don't. How could you hand me over to a human? Woo, don't treat me like this. I'm so cute. Shut up. I don't want you. You're just a bonus to the previous Snow Fox King." Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disdain. The Black Fox tribe leader, who was howling with all his might, was extremely furious when he heard that he had become a burden. However, before he could object, Leng Ruoxue glared daggers at him, causing him to not dare to make a sound. Just like that, the former Snow Fox King with a blank face and the equally frightened Black Fox tribe leader were brought out of the cell to see the light of day. On the way back to where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying, many snow foxes came to watch. When they saw the detestable previous Snow Fox King, many snow foxes threw stones, weeds, and leaves at it angrily. Some of them were even mixed with the poop of some unknown beasts. Very quickly, the previous Snow Fox King had become extremely smelly. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest realized that something was amiss, they quickly distanced themselves from it. Even though the Black Fox clan leader wanted to distance himself from it, he was tied together with the previous Snow Fox King. The two brothers in the same boat could not leave each other. In the end, it was also innocently implicated. Of course, it was only innocent in its own opinion. Leng Ruoxue did not think that it was innocent at all. Before they entered the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue felt that the two foxes' smell was too strong. She immediately threw out 2 large water balls, smashing the 2 foxes into a mess. Who knew that there would still be a smell after the smash? Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to throw water balls at the 2 foxes one by one. She did not know how many water balls she had thrown, but she only stopped when the 2 foxes were finally clean. As for the 2 unlucky foxes, they had been extremely depressed along the way. Now that Leng Ruoxue had smashed them like this, by the time Leng Ruoxue had cleaned them up, the 2 foxes' eyes were already filled with stars. After dragging the 2 dazed foxes into the courtyard and tying them to a huge tree in the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue and the rest returned to their rooms. At the same time, they told Shui Ran that they would be leaving the morning after tomorrow. They still want to leave. Woo. Why is that? This fact made its entire heart clench together, and it was very painful. He quickly called for an elders' meeting and reported the situation. It was another bolt from the blue. The Snow Fox elders were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. The king was leaving? What about them? Old ancestor, does the king not want us anymore? I don't know. It's that girl who wants to leave. From the looks of it, the king will also follow. Why don't we think of a way to make Leng Ruoxue stay in the clan? Do you have any good ideas? Not yet, but I think we should find out the reason why Leng Ruoxue is leaving first. Otherwise, we won't be able to find the right solution. Yeah. However, that girl said that she had something important to do and had to leave. She also said that we couldn't help her. What do you think it is? This. I really can't say. Why don't we ask her? If we can help, Leng Ruoxue will remember our favor. The Snow Fox Grand Elder said after some thought. That makes sense. After Shui Ran heard this, she immediately stood up and was about to walk out to ask for more details. Otherwise, her little heart would be in a mess. Yes. Great Elder Snow Fox stood up as well. Were they going to wait here, or should they end the meeting and leave? When the old ancestor left, there was no order, so they didn't dare to move at all. However, Shui Ran wasn't aware of the conflict in their hearts. She brought the first elder and headed straight for Leng Ruoxue's residence. Seeing Shui Ran return, Leng Ruoxue's face was filled with helplessness. Even without Shui Ran's explanation, she knew what this old fox was talking about. Thus, without giving it a chance to speak, Leng Ruoxue said directly, Senior Shui Ran, you can't do my thing. Girl, what matter do you have that you have to leave for? The king had just ascended the throne, and there were many things in the Snow Fox tribe that he needed to be familiar with. Can't you guys stay for a few more days? We've been living here for a long time, but since you've asked, I'll tell you. I'm planning to visit the Dragon and Phoenix clans as well and take in their subsidiary clans. This matter. You can't do anything about it, right? Upon hearing these words, the foreheads of Shui Yuan and the Snow Fox Great Elder were already covered with cold sweat. The hearts of the 2 large foxes trembled at the same time. Was this a provocation? Wasn't smacking the White Tiger race's face enough? They didn't even want to let off the Dragon and Phoenix race. None of them had expected Leng Ruoxue to be so ambitious. No, that's not right. It couldn't be called ambition, it should be said that she was very bold. This was clearly to attract hatred. They knew that Leng Ruoxue had already taken in most of the beast clans that were affiliated with the White Tiger race. The only one that had not acknowledged her as their master was the Snow Fox race. However, the king of the Snow Fox race was Leng Ruoxue's beast. As such, it was no different from them acknowledging her as their master. The reason why the White Tiger race had been able to swallow their anger was largely because Leng Ruoxue had never really offended the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Dragon and Phoenix clans had suffered losses because of Leng Ruoxue before, so they naturally wouldn't be willing to find trouble for no reason. As such, the White Tiger race naturally couldn't hold the fort by themselves. It was impossible for them not to swallow their anger. However, if Leng Ruoxue were to slap the faces of the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan, Shui Ran and Great Elder Snow Fox would not even dare to imagine what the outcome would be. Even if they thought about it, they would still find it terrifying. This time, the beast race would definitely be in chaos. Leng Ruoxue could be considered to have truly gone against the beast race. Although Leng Ruoxue had almost completely subdued the Fox clan, the most powerful beasts in the firmament were the 4 great beast kings. If the 4 of them were to join forces, even if the other beast clans joined forces, they would not be able to defeat them. After quickly figuring out the consequences, the 2 white foxes' faces showed worry. Shui Ran said anxiously, we're indeed powerless in this matter. However, if you go, I'm afraid you'll really become enemies with the 4 king divine beasts. Girl, I'll tell you the truth today. The strength of the 4 great king divine beasts is no small matter. Even if all of us beasts were to join forces, we would still not be a match for those 4 families. So, you'd better give up on this idea for the time being. The Snow Phoenix did not say these words to boost other people's morale or to diminish its own prestige. It was clear of its own capabilities. Even if the Snow Fox tribe had a purple-eyed Snow Fox at its peak, it would not be a match for the 4 families. After all, there was only one purple-eyed Snow Fox, while the other party had at least 4 king-level beasts of the same level. Of course, the king beast in its heart did not refer to ordinary dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, and so on, but the kings of these races. If the other party's ordinary clansmen were included, then it would be even less of a match. After all, the other party's overall strength was unparalleled. However, after Leng Ruoxue heard Shui Ran's words, she gave a faint smile and said, I've already decided. Little girl, don't be so stubborn. Even if you want to slap the faces of the 4 king divine beasts, there's no rush. Moreover, it's best to wait for the king's strength to increase before looking for trouble with them. This way, we'll have a greater chance of success. What do you think? Shui Ran persuaded. Mei is already a 9th level sacred beast. She's very powerful. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. That's not enough. At the very least, we have to wait until the king has the strength of a reverent god. Shui Ran emphasized. Do you mean that I have to wait for hundreds or thousands of years? Or even longer? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She couldn't wait that long, and she didn't intend to wait that long. Girl, there's no other way. However, the purple-eyed snow fox is very talented. I believe that it won't take long for it to advance to the venerated emperor level. Therefore, you just need to wait for a while. Also, once the purple-eyed snow fox has the strength of a reverent god, it can also learn the secret technique of the purple-eyed race. At that time, our king will definitely have the strength to contend with the dragon emperor, phoenix king and the other 4 king divine beasts. Little girl, you have to believe me. The more Shui Ran spoke, the more excited she became. She had very high expectations for the purple-eyed snow fox. Therefore, as long as she thought of the little Mei having the opportunity to lead the snow fox tribe to the glory of their ancient times, her heart would be filled with excitement. Senior Shui Ran, I'm sorry. I can't wait that long. Furthermore, I believe that all experts are made through killing. Therefore, I'm willing to lead my beasties and carve out a path of blood in the divine realm. The 4 great king-level divine beasts will be my enemies sooner or later. Therefore, what I need to do now is to cut off their left and right arms and weaken their strength. If I really anger them, I can take the opportunity to train my beasties. Also, I know my limits, so you don't have to worry. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Shui Ran was even more worried. Practice? I can also find it. There's no need to specifically find trouble with the 4 king divine beasts, right? Even if it used its toes to think, it knew how those few clans would react after Leng Ruoxue caused trouble for them. At that time, the white tiger race would be the first to not let Leng Ruoxue off. This would also help the white tiger race, who hated Leng Ruoxue to the core but was unwilling to make a move. It was as if there was a kitten living in Shui Ran's heart, tickling it. Of course, it was more anxious because Leng Ruoxue was too stubborn. No matter how much it tried to persuade her, Leng Ruoxue refused to let go and was determined to go to those clans. The Mei was even more obedient to its master and did not even look at its eyes. In the end, the helpless Shui Ran could only bring the snow fox first elder and return without any success. A day later. It was the day Leng Ruoxue left. When she was about to leave, Leng Ruoxue did not see any snow foxes. She thought that Shui Ran and the other foxes had given up. However, the moment she stepped out of the courtyard, she saw Shui Ran and Xue Qiao leading the elders of the snow fox tribe with bitter looks on their faces. They stood in rows and stared unblinkingly at the group of people. Ugh! What was going on? Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, looking at the appearance of these foxes, they were also very haggard. Their originally white and beautiful fur was a little dirty. He really did not know what they did. Leng Ruoxue was very curious, and the snow fox elders were very worried. Finally, first elder snow fox took the initiative to step forward and forced a smile. He looked at Leng Ruoxue and said, "Miss Leng, I will leave with you." What? Leng Ruoxue was confused. Little girl, our snow fox tribe has decided to move. First elder will stay with you for now. Once we're done here, we'll go find you. Shui Ran explained. Why? If you're afraid that the white tiger race will make life difficult for you, I can think of a way to help you deal with them. There's really no need for you to move. Leng Ruoxue was very honest. At the same time, she blamed herself for being too careless. How could she have forgotten about the white tiger race? Although she had not truly taken in the snow fox tribe, the white tiger tribe would definitely not think this way. Hence, it was highly possible that the white tiger race would take advantage of their absence to cause trouble for the snow fox race. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue felt that she had an even greater responsibility to help the snow fox tribe settle these messy matters. After all, the snow fox tribe now belonged to Mei, which naturally belonged to her indirectly. She didn't want the white tiger race to jump out and cause trouble for the snow fox tribe after she left. If that was the case, she felt that she should really make a trip to the white tiger race. It has nothing to do with the white tiger race. It's us who want to follow by the king's side. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Shui Ran hurriedly replied. At the same time, her heart was filled with sweat. She didn't expect that this lass would still want to provoke the white tiger race. This was really. In reality, although the white tiger race was one of the reasons for their decision to move, it was just as the white tiger had said. They wanted to be closer to their king. However, moving was a huge project, and it wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. Therefore, in order to take care of their king's daily needs, they had discussed for a long time before deciding to let the great elder stay by their king's side to serve him. As for them, they would naturally make the best use of their time to go to their king's side. Will you be able to adapt after leaving the Longevity Mountain? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. These were snow foxes, and they loved cold places. If they were to move to a warm place, they might not be able to adapt to the environment within a few days. No problem. We're not ordinary foxes, so there's no way we can't adapt to this. Shui Mu immediately declared. Since that's the case, then quickly pack up. Pack up and go to the evil demon's land to find me. If I'm not there, you can find any beast clan there. Seeing that the Snow Fox tribe had already made up their minds, Leng Ruoxue naturally didn't decline. Furthermore, she truly felt that it wasn't suitable for these snow foxes to live in the same place as the White Tiger tribe. Wasn't this the same as giving her beasts to the White Tiger tribe as hostages? After thinking about this, Leng Ruoxue was even more determined to go for a walk at the White Tiger race. If that was the case, the White Tiger tribe would have no reason to find trouble with the Snow Fox tribe. Hee hee. After bidding farewell to Shui Ran and the other reluctant snow foxes, Leng Ruoxue and her group swaggered out of the Snow Fox tribe. As for the Snow Fox Great Elder, she had moved her into her house. However, the path they took was not down the mountain, but up the mountain. When the Snow Fox First Elder, who was staying in her house, saw this, she could not help but remind, "Miss Leng, you've taken the wrong path." "That's right." Leng Ruoxue replied innocently when she heard the voice. "Wrong. You're really wrong. That's the path up the mountain. You should go in the opposite direction down the mountain." The Snow Fox Great Elder said with a burning heart. It couldn't allow these humans to take the initiative to send themselves to the White Tiger race's territory. "We're going up the mountain," Leng Ruoxue said calmly when she heard First Elder Snow Fox's anxiety. Great Elder Snow Fox was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then, after coming to his senses, he could not help but shout anxiously, "What are you doing up the mountain? Don't go up the mountain. Quickly go back." "What's wrong? There are tigers on the mountain?" Leng Ruoxue deliberately asked in confusion. There really is a tiger." The naive First Elder Snow Fox did not notice the teasing in Leng Ruoxue's words. Instead, she replied in a serious tone. "Then, we'll go to the Tiger Mountain even though we know there's a tiger there." Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh after she finished speaking. However, First Elder Snow Fox, who was in her room, was jumping up and down anxiously. When the old leopard, who had closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, saw this, he patted the Snow Fox Great Elder's shoulder and consoled her, "Little brother. Calm down, this little girl knows what she's doing." With that, the old leopard cooperated and dragged the Snow Fox Great Elder away to bond with her so that he would not cause any trouble for Leng Ruoxue. When the surroundings finally became quiet, Leng Ruoxue and the rest quickened their pace. At this moment, the White Tiger race, which had been jittery all this time, had also received the news that Leng Ruoxue had come up the mountain. In an instant, the entire White Tiger race was on high alert. The White Tiger King even called for an emergency elder meeting. However, this meeting was held a little late. Before they could come up with any ideas, a guard had already reported that Leng Ruoxue and the others had already arrived at the main entrance of the White Tiger race. The White Tiger King bit the bullet and unwillingly led the elders out to welcome them. Of course, they were not here to welcome Leng Ruoxue and the others, but to boost the White Tiger race's reputation. The moment it saw the smiling Leng Ruoxue, the White Tiger King's aura immediately rose. It squinted its eyes and shouted, "Leng Ruoxue, why have you all come to the White Tiger race?" Previous chapter. Next. Although the White Tiger King asked this, in reality, its heart was in a mess. It had never thought that Leng Ruoxue would have the guts to send herself to its doorstep. However, due to Tsang's existence, even if it wanted to do something, it had to consider the consequences. Otherwise, if that fellow were to do something to its White Tiger clan in a fit of anger, it could not guarantee that it would be able to take it. However, when Leng Ruoxue heard the White Tiger King's words, she only smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing big. I'm just here for a walk. I can't just come to Longevity Mountain for nothing, so I have to visit everyone." When the White Tiger King heard this, it almost choked and passed out. It was about to go crazy from anger. It couldn't help but curse in its heart. "You can't bully people like this, and you even came to visit?" Why didn't he think about whether he was welcoming them? It really wanted to shout, "Get lost. I don't welcome you." However, from Leng Ruoxue's rascal-like expression, it knew that these people would not be sent away so easily. At this thought, the White Tiger King took a few deep breaths and couldn't help but roar again, "What do you want?" "I'm fine. We're really here for a walk," Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of grievance. She acted very innocent in the face of the fact that the White Tiger King did not believe her. However, her innocence made the White Tiger King gnash its teeth in hatred. If it could, it really wanted to rush in front of Leng Ruoxue and give her a good beating. However, as soon as it thought about how strong Azure was, it immediately dispelled this thought. That fellow, even if it had 10 times the courage, it couldn't afford to offend him. As the king of the White Tiger race, it definitely knew more things than ordinary beasts. Therefore, it was very clear that the Divine Master was not willing to make an enemy out of the Totoro. Although the Divine Master also hated the Totoro to the core, at least he maintained a rather friendly relationship with it on the surface. As such, even if it hated Leng Ruoxue to the core, it could only endure it before it decided to completely fall out with her. But now, this damn human woman was standing in front of him as if they were very close, as if she was really here to visit her relatives. This was too hateful. The White Tiger King couldn't take it anymore and continued to roar, "I'm not joking with you. What exactly is the purpose of your visit to our White Tiger race?" "I'm not joking. We're really just here for a walk, you have to believe me." Seeing that the White Tiger King refused to believe her words, Leng Ruoxue's aggrieved eyes began to tear up. That pitiful look on her face even made the White Tiger King feel a sense of guilt. However, the White Tiger King immediately reacted. It could not help but curse in its heart. Damn it, what was it feeling guilty about? It had not done anything to let this woman down. However, it did not want to continue fighting with Leng Ruoxue, so it said directly, now that you've strolled around, you can leave. I don't welcome you here. When did we go for a walk? You didn't even invite us in. Hearing the White Tiger King's words, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes and put on an innocent expression. Hearing this and seeing the shameless expression on the other party's face, the White Tiger King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He began to curse in his heart again. Where did this scoundrel come from? He even wanted to enter the White Tiger race for a tour. Was there still any justice in this world? These uninvited fellows weren't even guests invited by the White Tiger race, so what right did they have to invite them in? The White Tiger King couldn't think of a reason to invite these people into its clan, and it didn't want to see them. Whenever the White Tiger King saw them, it would be reminded of the grievances it had felt in its heart. It was not a good feeling to have nowhere to vent its anger. It was better not to see them. At least it could endure it. However, once these people appeared in front of it, it was afraid that it could not control itself and would cause itself big trouble. Looking at the current situation, if he really didn't invite them in to sit, these shameless scoundrels probably wouldn't leave. But if he didn't invite them in, what if these guys forced their way in? The White Tiger King's brows furrowed together. After thinking for a long time, it still couldn't think of a good way to shut these people out. At this moment, the head elder of the White Tiger race tugged lightly on his back. The White Tiger King turned around and looked at the head elder as he asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" "King, let them in. You're a guest, so we'll just treat you casually," the Grand Elder of the White Tiger race advised in a low voice. "You're still entertaining them? Who do you think they are?" The first elder's words made the White Tiger King even angrier. These guys had already captured all of their White Tiger race's little brothers in one fell swoop. Now, they even came to find trouble with the White Tiger race, and he still had to entertain them? Who would have such a good measure? At least, it did not. "My king, what else can we do?" Looking at their appearance, they didn't look like they were here to pick a fight. "If we make the first move, we'll give them an excuse, so if they can bear with it, let's just bear with it. Let's deal with them first." The White Tiger race's head elder adopted the attitude of keeping things at peace. He was very afraid that the king wouldn't be able to hold back and make the first move. At that time, they wouldn't be in the right. Furthermore, the other party was an extremely cunning fellow. If he really gave the other party a reason to make a move, the peaceful days of the White Tiger race would probably come to an end. The White Tiger race's Grand Elder was well aware that if they were to go against Leng Ruoxue now, they would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Even the Divine Master would not help them. Hence, the best way now was to satisfy her a little without going against their principles. She just wanted to come for a walk and be a guest. This wasn't a big deal. It wasn't as hard-headed as the king. One couldn't help but say that the Grand Elder of the White Tiger race had a certain status in the heart of the White Tiger King. The moment the Grand Elder finished speaking, the White Tiger King began to seriously assess them. Although he was extremely resentful in his heart, based on the current situation, satisfying the requests of these fellows was indeed the best solution. Unwillingly, he gave the White Tiger race's first elder a look. The White Tiger King then turned his head back and said to Leng Ruoxue with a constipated expression, "You're a guest. Since you're already at the door, come in and have a seat." One could imagine how aggrieved and furious the White Tiger King was when he said these words. However, as the king of the White Tiger race, it was necessary to consider the big picture. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, for the sake of the White Tiger race, he had to show his magnanimous side. The White Tiger King's permission also surprised Leng Ruoxue and the others. Originally, they thought that they would have to argue or fight a few more times before the White Tiger King would invite them in. He didn't expect the White Tiger King to agree to it after a simple discussion with a white tiger. However, even though they were surprised, Leng Ruoxue and the others still appeared very happy when they heard the White Tiger King's invitation. Leng Ruoxue was even more infuriated as she said, "Since the White Tiger King has invited us so graciously, we won't stand on ceremony." These words infuriated the White Tiger King. F***CK. Who invited you? It was obviously you guys who shamelessly took the initiative to come here. However, it had already said its words, so it naturally couldn't go back on its words. Hence, it could only brace itself and invite the elated Leng Ruoxue and the rest into the White Tiger race. Initially, he wanted to bring Leng Ruoxue and the rest around and send them away. Who knew that they actually planned to stay here for a few days and even asked them to arrange a place for them to stay? When the White Tiger King heard Leng Ruoxue's request, the anger in its heart surged up, and its snow-white fur started to turn a faint pink. However, all of this was ignored by Leng Ruoxue. After suppressing his anger and arranging accommodations for Leng Ruoxue and the rest, the White Tiger King, who was burning with rage, turned around and returned to its own main hall. As for Leng Ruoxue and the rest, they were happily wandering around their residence. They found a place to sit down in the courtyard and ordered the White Tiger King to prepare some food for them. Then, they began to chat casually. "Shui, you're the best. Even the White Tiger King can't do anything to you," Jiang Ning said with a face full of admiration. "You think it's afraid of me? If I'm not afraid of you, who am I afraid of?" Jiang Ning asked with a puzzled look. "It's afraid of Tsang." Leng Ruoxue gently caressed Tsang Dao who was lying in her arms. Hearing this, Tsang, who was disguised as a white kitten, waved his paws to show his presence. Hearing this, realization dawned on Jiang Ning. Then, he looked at Azure with a fawning expression and said, "Senior Azure, please provide for me." Leng Ruoxue and the others were silent. They were speechless. "Damn it. I'm not interested in men. Unless you change your personality, don't even think about it. Can't you just put up with it? I'm easy to take care of. Yup. As long as I provide for your herbs, it's fine, right? Hee hee. Yes, I am. However, Song didn't even lift his eyelids and only said indifferently, herbs? No. There's green grass, do you want it? Green grass, no. Then I can't support you. I can only keep grass-eating animals. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other hand, Jiang Ning was completely speechless. At this moment, the food Leng Ruoxue and the rest requested arrived, interrupting their teasing. The moment she saw the food in front of her, Leng Ruoxue's face immediately turned stern and she asked, "Is this the best food your white tiger race has?" The best food that came into sight were a few pieces of meat. However, they were raw and were still dripping with fresh blood. Leng Ruoxue truly suspected that these tigers were using these things to disgust them. Therefore, she was rather dissatisfied. This is already the best thing that our white tiger race has to treat our guests with. The white tiger said in an extremely aggrieved manner. Its eyes were even filled with tears. Looking at its expression, it really wasn't just an ordinary kind of aggrieved. Your white tiger race also eats grass. Leng Ruoxue clearly didn't believe the white tiger's words. Did these guys eavesdrop on their conversation with Jiang Ning? This isn't grass. This is the most precious vegetable of our white tiger race. We usually can't bear to eat it, and only serve it to our guests when we have them. The white tiger explained. Oh, really? Then you should eat all these dishes. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the dish. No. No. I don't dare to eat them. If I eat them, the king won't let me go. The white tiger's expression changed when it heard that, and it started to shiver. It's okay, I won't tell your king. Don't worry. In the end, under Leng Ruoxue's threatening gaze, the unlucky white tiger stuffed the precious dish into its mouth. It did not even chew and swallowed it. As soon as the dish entered its stomach, the white tiger could not help but start to vomit. The dish that it had just swallowed was all vomited out by it. Its face turned even uglier after it vomited. However, when it felt the unkind gazes from Leng Ruoxue and the others, it was so frightened that its eyes were filled with tears. It was on the verge of tears. I. The white tiger sobbed. It was so scared that it couldn't even complete a sentence. Is this the precious dish that your white tiger race treats its guests with? Is that for humans to eat? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Why yes. Although the taste of that dish isn't that good, but to our white tiger race, it's indeed very precious. The white tiger said carefully. What kind of life is your white tiger race living? It's that difficult? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask after hearing the white tiger's words. No. It wasn't tea. There aren't many green plants on this snow mountain to begin with. The white tiger couldn't help but argue. In reality, the white tiger tribe were all carnivores. Therefore, things like vegetables were nothing to them. They didn't care about it at all. However, it was said that humans loved it. Therefore, they treated the few green plants on this snow mountain as a precious dish, specially used to entertain humans. However, the white tigers didn't like this dish at all. Most importantly, none of the humans who had visited the white tiger race were like Leng Ruoxue, who had never despised their dishes. One must know that those who could visit the white tiger race as guests were basically all important figures in the god world. Hence, they had always treated this green dish as a tradition in their hospitality. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue actually didn't like it? She even thought that their white tiger race was out of food. Such a fact made the white tiger who was responsible for entertaining them feel rather helpless. Furthermore, it seemed like the other party didn't really believe its explanation. Let me tell your white tiger king, I'll borrow its banquet hall for tonight. I'll treat the entire white tiger race to a meal. Leng Ruoxue did not care about the white tiger's inner turmoil. Instead, she went straight to the point. The white tiger didn't know how to react to this, but it still obediently reported the matter to the white tiger king. When the white tiger king heard the news, it agreed without a second thought. It wanted to see what Leng Ruoxue was up to. With the white tiger king's approval, Leng Ruoxue's actions became much more convenient. After moving Dongfang Yu and the rest out of the house, she immediately ordered them to help prepare food. After a few hours of busy work, half-finished food was finally ready. Leng Ruoxue and the rest had prepared mainly meat, vegetables, and fruits. When the white tigers saw these things, their eyes widened. However, what they were most interested in was still meat. However, the meat looked very unfamiliar. It looked like fish meat, but also like beast meat. They didn't know what it was, but they were too embarrassed to ask, so they could only put on a calm expression and then sit down. Leng Ruoxue had prepared 2 ways to cook the meat. One was to roast it, and the other was to boil it in water. Furthermore, she was the one who did it personally. Not long after, the large banquet hall was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Even Uncle Long and the others were excited, let alone the white tigers, who couldn't calm down after smelling the alluring fragrance. After all, it wasn't easy to eat Shue's personally cooked dishes. However, this time, they knew that Shui was planning to use delicious food to capture the hearts of these white tigers. Therefore, the ingredients she brought out were naturally of the best quality. In Leng Ruoxue's words, if she wanted to capture the hearts of these white tigers, she naturally had to capture their stomachs first. As the saying goes, one's appetite is short-lived. After eating her food, would they still have the face to find trouble with her? Leng Ruoxue, who had used all her skills, heard the sound of the white tigers swallowing their saliva. She was already laughing in her heart. This time, she would let the white tigers know what a top-tier delicacy was, so that they wouldn't always use the grass to deceive people. Leng Ruoxue was happy to see the white tigers gulping down their saliva without a care for their image. However, the white tiger king was deeply embarrassed. Had these guys not eaten for hundreds of years? Do you have to put on this face? It couldn't deny that the aroma of the food was very tempting, but the white tiger king would never admit that it was tempted. The meat in Leng Ruoxue's hand had just been roasted, so she took a piece for the white tiger king. The white tiger king was in a dilemma as it looked at the fragrant roast meat in front of it. Eat it. It felt that it had fallen into Leng Ruoxue's trap. However, if it didn't eat it, the taste would be too alluring. Woo. What should it do? The white tiger king looked at the roasted meat in front of it as if it was looking at its enemy. Its face was filled with sorrow. However, the white tiger race's grand elder didn't think as much as it did. When Leng Ruoxue served the meat to it, it didn't even think twice before wolfing it down. Delicious. It's so delicious. The white tiger first elder praised as he ate. His huge mouth was also stuffed to the point that his voice was unclear. However, his actions of eating the meat did not slow down at all. The white tiger king cursed the first elder in its heart. Damn it. So what if you've never eaten anything in your life? Did he have to eat to this extent? Unfortunately, the white tiger first elder was unaware of the white tiger king's thoughts. Seeing that the white tiger king was not eating the delicious food in front of him, he said with a look of pity, "King, if you don't want to eat, I'll help you eat it. It's shameful to waste, we can't waste." Without waiting for the white tiger king's response, he immediately picked up the roasted meat in front of it and started eating. Seeing it like this, the white tiger king was so angry that its head was about to smoke. He continued to glare at the disappointing first elder. However, the first elder of the white tiger race still seemed to have forgotten himself as he ate happily. One after another, the other elders' roasted meat was served. Although some of the more timid elders did not dare to eat when they saw that the king had not eaten, more and more elders began to eat impatiently after the first elder started eating. After eating the roasted meat, the elders began to savor the ordinary boiled meat. However, the moment the meat entered their mouths, they were surprised to find that boiled meat was even more delicious than roasted meat. The meat that Leng Ruoxue roasted was soft and tender. The meat that was boiled in water was even more alluring. It melted in their mouths. They could not imagine how such delicious food could exist in this world. It was the same roasted meat, but the one they made was like heaven and earth. After eating Leng Ruoxue's food, many of the elders felt that they would never be able to eat anything else in the future. Thinking of this terrifying outcome, many of the elders could not help but burst into tears. How were they going to live in the future? Although they wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat, who would let go of the opportunity to taste delicious food? At that moment, all the white tigers were filled with hatred, love, and resentment towards Leng Ruoxue. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Leng Ruoxue, who was well aware of their thoughts, was extremely calm. After the meal, Leng Ruoxue and the others had a much deeper relationship with the white tigers. Uncle Long had even started calling many of the white tiger elders his brother. Under the cannonballs of delicious food and fine wine, most of the white tigers had been shot. Their hostility and fear towards Leng Ruoxue and the others had also reduced by a lot. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with this result. However, the white tiger king was furious at this fact. After the banquet ended, it gathered all the elders together and scolded them until they were drenched in dog blood. However, it still felt that it was not enough to vent its anger. It then found an excuse to send away the elders who were closer to Leng Ruoxue and the others. It was like, out of sight, out of mind. The next day, Leng Ruoxue and the rest also clearly discovered that some of the familiar elders of the white tiger race had disappeared. However, she was very smart and didn't ask about their whereabouts. Instead, she went to find the white tiger king to chat. The white tiger king had been sulking the entire night. When it heard that Leng Ruoxue had arrived, it was about to say that it would not see her. However, when it turned around, it saw that the person who gave it a headache, Leng Ruoxue, had already entered its main hall as if she was following her own home. This scene made it so angry that it almost vomited blood. Damn it. Did I say you could come in? The white tiger king said angrily. No, I didn't, T. But, you didn't say that I'm not allowed to come in. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The evildoer and the others beside her nodded in agreement after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. The white tiger king was about to go crazy from anger when it saw how friendly they were. Before the white tiger king could vent its anger, Leng Ruoxue comforted it with a faint smile. Little white, don't be angry. It's not good to hurt yourself, don't you think? It's your head. The white tiger king choked and cursed in its heart. At this moment, from the corner of its eye, it saw Leng Ruoxue placing food on the table. It looked like it was the food she had prepared last night. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to tempt it? It wouldn't be fooled. The white tiger king's will was very firm as it secretly thought to itself. Even though the smell of the food was extremely alluring, and it had been craving for the entire night yesterday, it could not afford to lose face today. It would not eat the food that was as disgusting as Leng Ruoxue. Yes. It must not be fooled by this human. It had not forgotten that these humans had done so many terrible things in its territory. How could such a deep hatred be bought over with some food? He was not like those spineless elders. He was the white tiger king, the great white tiger king. He had to be different from the rest. With this thought in mind, the white tiger king's determination grew stronger. Even when Leng Ruoxue invited it to enjoy the food, it did not even blink or look at the food. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue gave Uncle Long and Jiang Ning a look. The two of them understood and grabbed the White Tiger King's front paws from the left and right. Leng Ruoxue was in charge of stuffing the food into the White Tiger King's mouth. Whoa! The White Tiger King struggled and shut its mouth tightly, refusing to eat. However, the taste of food still lingered on its lips. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation. It ate the food that was brought to its mouth with extreme anger. However, the grievance in its heart couldn't be described with words. The White Tiger King would never have thought that Leng Ruoxue and the others would dare to use force. Where would its dignity as the White Tiger King be placed? What made it feel even more regretful was that it actually couldn't resist the temptation of the cannonball and fell down. Woo. Leng Ruoxue and the rest felt helpless as they watched the White Tiger King eat its food while sobbing. It was just forced to feed it some food, so why did this old white tiger look as if its father had died? After thinking for a while, Leng Ruoxue tried to show her friendliness by saying, "Little White. Don't cry, I saw that you didn't manage to get anything yesterday, so I specially made this for you. So, you don't have to be too touched, it's just a small matter to me. Easy." Hearing these words, the White Tiger King trembled in anger. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. Wasn't this lying through his teeth? Was it touched? It was clearly indignant, all right? It was grief and indignation. The White Tiger King tried its best to suck up to Leng Ruoxue. It was filled with resentment towards her, and its eyes were spitting fire as it looked at her. However, it was very resigned to its fate and continued to eat its food. It could be said that as it ate, it cried and hated her. However, Leng Ruoxue took the White Tiger King's series of actions as being shy. Leng Ruoxue gave it some thought and patted the White Tiger King's head. She smiled and said, "Little White, after eating my food, we'll be friends from now on. Let's get along well." "Get along, my ass." The White Tiger King disagreed with Leng Ruoxue's words. After snatching its beast, she wanted to get along with it. Did she really think it was a bun that could be easily bullied? However, that was then and this was now. Right now, its mouth was filled to the brim, so it naturally had no time to argue with Leng Ruoxue. However, the thoughts in its heart were clearly displayed on its face. Seeing that the White Tiger King did not seem too willing, Leng Ruoxue's anger rose. "Little White, are you not happy?" Leng Ruoxue squinted her beautiful eyes as she spoke in an unhappy tone. However, the White Tiger King, who was eating happily, did not notice the displeasure in Leng Ruoxue's words. Instead, it nodded its huge head seriously. Of course, it was not happy. This woman had done so many detestable things in their White Tiger race's territory, yet she still wanted to be friends with him? Wasn't that just a dream? The White Tiger King had also thought things through. Eating was one thing, but it was impossible to buy it over so easily. No way. After finishing a piece of meat, the White Tiger King continued to eat another piece as if there was no one else around. As for Leng Ruoxue, she was completely ignored by it. Seeing it eating so happily, Uncle Long and Jiang Ning felt that they didn't need to force it to eat anymore. Look at how happy it was. With this thought in mind, the two of them let go of each other at the same time. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue stepped on the White Tiger King's paw. The White Tiger King felt the pain and quickly raised its head. It said unhappily, "Woman, you've stepped on my paw." Although the White Tiger King was in pain, it still maintained its composure and did not lose its temper. However, Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly, "I know. I stepped on your claws." "Damn it. What did you just say?" Hearing this, the White Tiger King's anger rose again, and it roared at the top of its voice. A provocation. This was definitely a provocation. There was no fake provocation. The White Tiger King was furious. However, it still missed the taste of the food, so it had not thought of eating. However, even if it did not eat, it did not mean that Leng Ruoxue would let it continue eating. Leng Ruoxue snatched the meat that the White Tiger King had stuffed into its mouth with her bare hands and said, "You can't eat this meat anymore. It's better to feed it to a dog than to feed it to you." The White Tiger King was not prepared at all for its food to be snatched from the tiger's mouth. It was only after a long while that it reacted to the meaning behind Leng Ruoxue's words. F***ck. What did he mean by better to feed the dogs? Did this mean that it was not even as good as a dog? The White Tiger King's anger shot up to its head. With a roar, it stood up and glared at Leng Ruoxue with its eyes that were bigger than a copper bell. In the next second, the overbearing White Tiger King pounced towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue nimbly dodged the White Tiger King's attack. Then, she immediately floated in mid-air and quickly gathered the Fire-type Divine Power in her hand. When the Fire-type Divine Power was as big as a blue ball, Leng Ruoxue raised her hand, and the huge fireball that was emitting a scorching heat flew towards the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King looked at the fireball that was right in front of it and felt a sense of fear. However, it didn't think that it would be afraid of a small fireball, so it didn't even try to dodge and let the fireball hit its body. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue and the rest retreated from the White Tiger King's main hall. It was only when the fireball had turned its body into a sea of fire that the White Tiger King finally realized that the fear it had felt was not baseless. The temperature of the fireball was so high that even a reverent god like White Tiger King couldn't bear it. The White Tiger King cried out in pain and its huge body jumped up 10 meters high, directly hitting the beam of the house. With a loud bang, the strong beam was broken into several pieces under its violent impact. The entire palace was on the verge of collapse. However, the White Tiger King could no longer bear the increasing heat. It jumped up and down even more violently, and soon, the palace collapsed. The white tigers heard the sound and immediately ran over from afar. When they saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What? What kind of situation was this? Who was the giant fireball that was jumping in the air and howling? The voice sounded familiar. However, none of them had linked the fireball to the White Tiger King. They only continued to whisper to each other. Who is that? Was it the one who destroyed the king's great hall? How dare you? As he listened to the discussion of the white tigers, the White Tiger Great Elder's face was filled with black lines. He glanced at Leng Ruoxue and the rest who were also watching the show from the side. He took the initiative to move forward and asked with a curious expression, Miss Leng, you arrived earlier than us. Do you know who the guy who destroyed the king's hall was? It couldn't tell that it was the White Tiger King. It's your White Tiger King. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. As the sound of his voice faded, the White Tiger race's Grand Elder who heard this answer immediately turned to stone. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't in the mood to coax this overly agitated White Tiger race's first elder. After giving the evil demon and the rest a look, they swaggered out of the White Tiger King's main hall as if there was no one else around, leaving the White Tiger King to do whatever he wanted. After returning to his own residence, Jiang Ning was still in a state of sleepwalking. When he finally came back to his senses, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Shue, you've already attacked the White Tiger King. Shouldn't we take advantage of the chaos and leave? He felt that it was time for them to leave this place. Otherwise, when the White Tiger King finally reacted, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Jiang Ning's words also surprised Leng Ruoxue. Why did you leave? The White Tiger King will seek revenge. What revenge? It was the one who attacked first, I was just defending myself. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say. It seemed that this girl's self-defense was much sharper than the White Tiger King's attack. Moreover, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that the White Tiger King was the one at a disadvantage. Stay here in peace. The White Tiger King is not in the mood to seek revenge. Alright then. Jiang Ning was helpless. Since Leng Ruoxue, the person involved, was so calm, what was he, a bystander, afraid of? Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and her group settled down in the White Tiger race as if nothing had happened. The White Tiger King, who had been entangled by the fireball, could not bear the bone-piercing pain and disappeared. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest heard the news, they were still calm. This news was also told to them by the White Tiger race's Grand Elder. In the words of the White Tiger race's Grand Elder, the huge fireball that was suspected to be the White Tiger King bounced around randomly for a while before bouncing out of the White Tiger race's territory and disappearing. They had also searched the Longevity Mountain for a long time, but they couldn't even find a strand of White Tiger King's hair. When the White Tiger First Elder told Leng Ruoxue and the others about this news, he hoped that they could help think of a solution. More importantly, he wanted to clarify the situation because Leng Ruoxue and the others seemed to know what had happened. However, no matter how much he hinted and beat around the bush, they just refused to talk about it. Previous chapter. However, when Leng Ruoxue saw the conflicted expression on the White Tiger First Elder's face, she consoled him with good intentions, don't worry, your king won't die. Ugh. The White Tiger First Elder was silent. He didn't know if this was considered a consolation. If it was, then wasn't this consolation a little too much? The king was definitely not dead, but where was he? The White Tiger First Elder's face was filled with sorrow. However, he was soon hit by Leng Ruoxue's cannonball again. Because Leng Ruoxue had seen how hard it was for them to find the White Tiger King, she had made them a lot of delicious food. This had completely captured the hearts of the White Tigers, and none of them suspected that she had anything to do with the White Tiger King's accident. From this, one could see the charm of food. Every time he saw how the White Tigers were trying to please Leng Ruoxue, Jiang Ning was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was really too unreasonable. With the White Tiger King missing, shouldn't Shue be the most suspicious? Why didn't the White Tigers suspect her? Even the first elder of White Tiger, who had only been suspicious for a moment, had long forgotten about his question when he saw Leng Ruoxue's fawning look. AI. Jiang Ning had been sighing as he watched the show, but he couldn't help but admire Leng Ruoxue's abilities. When they had nothing to do, Jiang Ning finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, Shue, are we still not leaving? When the White Tiger King returns and tells us the truth, these white tigers will eat us alive. Look at how timid you are. So what if the tiger comes back? Let it try and eat me? Humph. Even if it wants to come back now, it won't be able to come back in a short time, let alone that it hasn't returned yet. Before Leng Ruoxue could reply, Zhang spoke first. He looked at Jiang Ning with eyes full of disdain. Yes, don't be afraid. It won't be back for a while. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Since you're so sure, do you know where it is now? Jiang Ning asked curiously. Although he was being looked down upon, he was already used to it. His tolerance had increased greatly, so he didn't think much of it. From Leng Ruoxue and Zhang's words, he should know where the White Tiger King was. Therefore, he quickly put on an expression that said, please tell me. It's on fire, where do you think it could be? Leng Ruoxue asked with a mysterious smile. Fire? Could it be that it's in the water? Hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speculate. You're right. However, it's not in any ordinary water now. It's in a 10,000-year-old ice river not far from here. Azure said with a smile. Has the fire been put out? Jiang Ning quickly asked. This was what he was most concerned about. No, I didn't. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. When Song told her the White Tiger King's whereabouts, she had already guessed its motive. However, her fire was not an ordinary fire. It was not something that could be put out by water, not even the water of a 1,000-year ice river. Is it still alive? Jiang Ning asked hesitantly. He had heard of how powerful Shue's flames were, so he was very curious to see if the White Tiger King could withstand them. He's alive. The White Tiger King is a reverent god after all. If he can't withstand that little flame, he can really buy a piece of tofu and commit suicide. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. She had no intention of taking the White Tiger King's little life at the moment, so the flame that was thrown at the White Tiger King's body wasn't very strong. Naturally, it wouldn't take its little life, but although it could keep its life, the White Tiger King would probably suffer quite a bit. The truth was just as Leng Ruoxue had thought. The White Tiger King was still engulfed in a ball of fire, and within the fire, it could still feel the excruciating pain. It roared in anger as the hot fire and cold water alternated on its body, causing it to be surrounded by a sea of fire and ice. The endless pain had caused its hatred towards Leng Ruoxue to reach deep into its soul. However, at this moment, the hatred in its heart was beyond its reach. Leng Ruoxue, who was in the White Tiger race, was living a very comfortable life. Without the White Tiger King, the biggest obstacle, Leng Ruoxue quickly won over most of the White Tiger's hearts. Although those White Tigers were not to the extent of listening to Leng Ruoxue's words, the White Tiger elders were still very willing to consider her opinions. A few days later, Leng Ruoxue seized the time and brought Evildoer and Azure to the 1,000-year ice river where the White Tiger King was. After several days of hard work, the flames on the White Tiger King's body had finally shrunk. However, the flames were still unbearably hot, and the alternating hot and cold was driving it crazy. In fact, if it could, it would have fainted, but its mind was extremely clear. Just as the White Tiger King was having the time of its life in the depths of the 1,000-year ice river, a voice that it was not very familiar with but had left a deep impression on it suddenly sounded in its ear. "Little White, how have you been these few days?" Hearing this sound, the White Tiger King immediately reacted and couldn't help but roar, "Leng Ruoxue, you still dare to come? Why would I not dare to come? I didn't do anything bad. Besides, I'm here to see you." Leng Ruoxue laughed. Hearing this, the White Tiger King was immediately enraged. The hatred in his heart deepened and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This damned woman, she caused it to be in this state, and she still dared to come and see it like nothing had happened? Was he here to see if it was dead? However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint her. Although this feeling of fire and water mixing is extremely uncomfortable, it's still alive and well. The White Tiger King was filled with pride. It felt that it was too great. It had lived in fire and water for so many days, but it was still so fierce. No one else could do this, right? At the thought of this, the White Tiger King sneered and said, "Leng Ruoxue, I'm sorry to disappoint you, right? I'm still alive and well. Why should I be disappointed? If you die, I'll be really disappointed. How could the White Tiger King, a godly venerable rank beast, be so weak? Am I right?" Leng Ruoxue said calmly. "That's right. Who am I? I'm the White Tiger King, this little flame can't do anything to me." After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the White Tiger King braced itself and bragged. In reality, the flames were so hot that it was on the verge of collapse. However, it could not lose face. In front of Leng Ruoxue, it could not admit defeat. Otherwise, it would really be embarrassing. "Little White. Originally, I came here to help you, but since you said that this flame can't do anything to you, I don't think I should be a busybody. You can wait for the flame to extinguish. I estimate that in about 8 million years, this flame should be able to burn out. At that time, you will be safe and sound. We'll be leaving first. Have fun on your own." After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she pulled the evildoer and turned to leave. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the White Tiger King held on at first. However, when it saw that the two of them had really turned around and left, it became anxious instead. It couldn't help but shout, "Wait! Wait a minute!" Hearing the White Tiger King's cry, Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart. She turned around and asked, "Is there anything else? Damn it! Aren't you guys here to help me? How can he leave so easily?" The White Tiger King roared. "We just want to help you. But you don't need it, do you? Since you don't need it, why should we meddle in your business?" Leng Ruoxue said innocently. "Weren't you the one who caused me to be like this? Shouldn't you be helping?" The White Tiger King roared in anger. "You're the one who attacked first, all right? I was only defending myself." Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face still looked innocent. "If you don't step on my claws, can I attack you?" The White Tiger King felt wronged as well, and it started to sob. It was truly angry. This damned human woman had caused it to be in deep waters these past few days, and now she was actually pushing the blame onto it. She was really too hateful. It had lived for so long, but it had never seen such a hateful human. Any human who dared to disobey it had basically died in its hands, and those who were still alive were not people it could afford to offend. And this woman happened to be one of them. It was also because of this that the White Tiger King's hatred for Leng Ruoxue had almost piled up into a mountain. However, as long as it thought of that perverted Song, its heart couldn't help but tremble. Right now, it only knew that Leng Ruoxue had Song by her side. It was so scared that even though it hated Leng Ruoxue to death, it still didn't dare to attack her. If it knew that Leng Ruoxue had a mistress of the dark world by her side, it would probably faint from fear. However, it probably wouldn't be able to find out about this situation in a short period of time. This was because Leng Ruoxue had no intention of exposing her demon-like identity. As the White Tiger King thought of this, the grievances in its heart suddenly deepened. Furthermore, it clearly hated someone to death, but it had no way to vent its grievances. It also made it seem like a pitiful little thing that no one wanted, and its whole body was in a state of sadness. Leng Ruoxue noticed that the White Tiger King had suddenly stopped talking and seemed to have heard its sobs. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down her forehead as she said helplessly, "That's because you don't want to be my friend. I'm very sincere, but you don't give me any face at all, and even eat the food I prepared for my friend with great interest. Don't you know that the mouth that eats people is short?" The White Tiger King's mind was still a little muddled by Leng Ruoxue's tantrum. After thinking about it carefully, it felt that it was indeed its fault. However, it couldn't tell what was wrong. For a moment, it was stunned. It was only when a wisp of fire burned it and made it cry out in pain again that it suddenly came back to its senses and continued to say aggrievely, "What do we do now?" The White Tiger King in the flames was at a loss. Its mind was getting more and more muddled, and it was completely led by the nose by Leng Ruoxue. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but reveal an expression of a promising child and said, "That's up to you. If you want to be friends with me, I'll help you. Otherwise, you'll have to wait here for 18 million years. One day, you will leave this place." 800 to 10,000 years? Could it wait that long? The White Tiger King couldn't help but feel disgusted. It had only been a few days, and it was already going crazy. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue's flame was also very strange. Even such cold water could not do anything to the flame. It was really strange. In reality, it had not thought that Leng Ruoxue's flames were that powerful. After all, even though the flames were hot and it felt uncomfortable, it was only uncomfortable and it could still withstand it. However, if it was really like what Leng Ruoxue had said and it had to endure for 18 million years, it would not be able to take it. Towards Leng Ruoxue's words, it didn't want to believe her, but it had no choice. In short, it was in a dilemma. In the end, it decided to give in for the time being and leave this place first. As the saying goes, a man knows when to yield and when to stretch out. It's nothing to yield temporarily. At most, there'll be a chance in the future to get it back. With that in mind, the White Tiger King naturally knew what to do. Therefore, it spoke in a friendly manner, I want to be friends with you. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. Yes. The White Tiger King nodded. You said it yourself. However, I still don't quite believe you. Why don't you make an oath? Leng Ruoxue requested. What oath? The White Tiger King was stunned. Why did he have to swear? How was it going to take revenge in the future after making the oath? An oath that you're willing to be my friend. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Oh. I'm willing to be friends with Leng Ruoxue. The White Tiger King Pero mimicked what the White Tiger King had said. Then, the rules of the contract descended, and its oath naturally became true. Even though the White Tiger King was extremely unwilling, it knew that if it did not follow Leng Ruoxue's request, Leng Ruoxue would definitely not help it. Hence, it could only bite the bullet and make the oath. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue did not have any other requirements for this oath, or else it would really be a headache. When Leng Ruoxue saw that the White Tiger King had made the oath, she retracted her flames, saving the White Tiger King from the abyss of suffering. As soon as the White Tiger King came out, it glared angrily. However, as soon as it glared, a faint warning came from the depths of its heart. Immediately, the White Tiger King was deeply depressed. F***ck. It had only glared at him, and the laws of heaven and earth had actually jumped out to warn it. What the hell is this? It would never have thought that it would not even be able to glare at Leng Ruoxue after making an oath that it was willing to be friends with her. In the future, if it really wanted to go against Leng Ruoxue, wouldn't the regulations of heaven and earth kill it instantly? The White Tiger King was in despair. This was too much of a scam. Grief, anger, and depression intertwined in the depths of the White Tiger King's heart. It felt that it had been tricked. Furthermore, when it looked at Leng Ruoxue's beautiful smile, the White Tiger King's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. After thanking them, the White Tiger King left Leng Ruoxue and the demon without looking back. It had to heal its injuries. He comforted the sorrow in his heart. Seeing how disloyal the White Tiger King was, the demon could not help but complain to Leng Ruoxue, "This is the guy you want to save. You're clearly an ungrateful wolf." Hee. It was depressed now. We have to understand it. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Just now, Tsang had already told her about the White Tiger King's inner turmoil, so she was in a good mood. Although she didn't know if the White Tiger King would have the guts to betray her in the future, at least for now, the White Tiger King didn't pose a threat to her. With that, Leng Ruoxue pulled Demon Child along and rushed back to the White Tiger race. Upon seeing the two of them returning from outside, the various patriarchs of the White Tiger race were all extremely bewildered. When did these two go out? Why didn't anyone see them? However, this wasn't the time to ask them, because their minds were all tied up by their king. Leng Ruoxue could tell that the White Tiger race's elders had a change of heart, so she spoke in an understanding and wise manner. "Elders, what happened? You don't look too good." "King, something has happened," an elder said in a low voice. "Something happened again? Didn't it come back?" Leng Ruoxue asked, pretending to be surprised. "I'm back." The elder nodded. Then, he seemed to have noticed something and asked, Miss Leng, how did you know? Of course I know, because I was the one who saved it. Leng Ruoxue took the credit without any hesitation, not even blushing or her heart beating fast. Arg. Miss Leng, so it was you who saved our king. You're truly the great benefactor of our white tiger race. The moment the elder heard this, he immediately shouted out excitedly. His gaze towards Leng Ruoxue became even gentler. I treat the white tiger race as my friends. Since your king is in trouble, it's only right for me to lend a hand. Leng Ruoxue said shamelessly. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her words because she was indeed the one who had rescued the white tiger king. Otherwise, that old white tiger would still be suffering in deep waters and suffering. Leng Ruoxue naturally took the credit. The entire white tiger race, other than the white tiger king, was extremely grateful for Leng Ruoxue's righteousness and treated her and the rest as distinguished guests. When the white tiger king heard this terrifying news, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. When the elders of the white tiger race saw this, they were all shocked. Some of the elders even treated Leng Ruoxue as their backbone. The moment the white tiger king vomited blood, they immediately called for Leng Ruoxue. However, after seeing Leng Ruoxue, the white tiger king felt that its internal injuries seemed to have worsened. It was also so angry that it couldn't speak. It could only use its pair of eyes that were spewing fire to glare angrily at the meddlesome elder. However, the elder who reacted a little slower naively thought that the white tiger king was angry because it felt that it had caused trouble for Leng Ruoxue. AI. The king was thinking too much. Actually, Leng Ruoxue, that human, was very warm-hearted. A certain elder, who had a screw loose, couldn't help but think to himself. Leng Ruoxue arrived at the white tiger king's newly built great hall and sized it up carefully. Finally, she turned to the worried white tiger race's elders and said, I'm fine. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, your king's illness will be mostly cured. Don't worry. What it vomited out was only blood clots, it was not a big deal. Didn't you notice that its face has become much rosier? When the white tiger elders heard that, they took a look. It really was like that. Wang's face was indeed ruddy. Previous chapter. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words and seeing the look of agreement on the white tiger elders' faces, the anger in the white tiger king's heart shot up to the top of its head. In its heart, it could not help but curse the elders to death. F***ck. What's with the look in these bastards' eyes? It was clearly so angry that its face turned red. These guys actually believed that woman's nonsense. The white tiger king almost spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood when it saw the expressions on the elders' faces. It was getting more and more frustrated as it looked at the elders in front of it. In the end, the white tiger king couldn't take it anymore and finally roared, Get lost. Get lost. Get out, I don't want to see you. The white tiger elders were stunned. Was the king talking about them? They didn't know how they had offended their king. How could their king treat them like this? The white tiger elders' fragile glass hearts were deeply hurt. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but comfort her, all elders, please leave. Looking at your white tiger king's angry appearance, it should be fine. Don't disturb its rest. With Leng Ruoxue's words, the white tiger elders instantly felt much better. After exchanging glances with each other, they left with a look of reluctance. However, Leng Ruoxue did not leave. Not only did he not leave, but he also found a chair in the white tiger king's dormitory and sat down. He then stared at the angry white tiger king. The white tiger king stared at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief, its eyes widening. F***ck. Still here? This woman was actually still in front of him. The white tiger king was furious. Continue to stare. Seeing that the woman was still smiling at it as if nothing had happened, the white tiger king immediately wilted. Woo. Compared to this shameless and extremely thick-skinned woman, it felt like it was a newborn baby, so fragile. That kind of person was pitiful. Leng Ruoxue sat on the chair and admired the white tiger king's expression for a while. She finally spoke, Little White, you've driven away all the elders, so we're the only ones left to accompany you. Are you happy? Happy my ass. Hearing this, the white tiger king wanted to cry but had no tears. However, seeing how Leng Ruoxue didn't seem to care about its reaction, the white tiger king was completely speechless. It felt that no matter how many words it said, it would not be able to move this woman, let alone make her disappear from its sight. Woo. Why is it so pitiful? The white tiger king was extremely depressed. In the next second, it buried its head in its two forearms dejectedly, refusing to look up even if it were to die. It did not want to see this hateful human woman in front of it anymore. However, even so, Leng Ruoxue had no intention of leaving. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the white tiger king. When it was time for dinner, she took out the food she had prepared and began to eat, completely ignoring the white tiger king's reaction. The white tiger king was about to go crazy from the tempting aroma. No. I can't be fooled. I can't be tempted by this woman's food. It was a white tiger king with a strong will. The white tiger king consoled itself in its heart, but the aroma of the food was simply too alluring. The white tiger king had just raised its head, unable to resist the temptation. But it caught a glimpse of Leng Ruoxue's beautiful smiling eyes. In an instant, it quickly lowered its head again and began to hold a grudge against itself. He had to endure. Little White, are you hungry? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. The white tiger king said without raising its head. You're really not hungry? You've been seriously injured and vomited a lot of blood. Now is the time for you to recuperate. Are you sure you don't need to replenish your energy? Leng Ruoxue tried to tempt him. I don't need to. The White Tiger King roared as it raised its head and said fiercely, who hurt me? Isn't it you? Look at what you've done to me. You've ruined my beautiful, snow-white fur. The White Tiger King. I'm the White Tiger King. But now it's a black tiger. The White Tiger King was roaring to its heart's content, but just as it finished, it felt a warning from the laws of heaven and earth in its heart. It cursed in its heart again. F***ck. He couldn't even stare. No shouting. Was there anything else it could do? So what if Leng Ruoxue's family was the one who raised the regulations of heaven and earth? Why do you like to meddle in other people's business? Having lived for so long, the White Tiger King had never heard of such gossiping about the regulations of the heaven and earth. Wasn't this like a dog taking a mouse? Could there not be disputes, conflicts, and falling out between friends? At this moment, the White Tiger King's depression could not be described with words. It even felt that it had lived for so many years in vain. The gaze it used to look at Leng Ruoxue also turned resentful. However, Leng Ruoxue was no longer afraid of the White Tiger King's bluffing. Hearing its roar, Leng Ruoxue continued to smile and comforted, who can you blame for this? I was just defending myself. If you don't take the initiative to attack me, how can I fight back? So, we're on the same level, so let's not blame each other, okay? Good my ass. The White Tiger King did not want to bother with Leng Ruoxue anymore. It simply bent its huge body and buried its head deep into its body, pretending to be dead. Leng Ruoxue let out a heavy sigh when she saw the White Tiger King's reaction. She finally let the White Tiger King go out of kindness and said with a helpless expression, AI. Little White. I wanted to spend more time with you, but I've been away from home for a long time, so it's time for me to go home. The moment it heard that Leng Ruoxue was leaving, the White Tiger King jumped up and said with a smile, You're leaving? Hee, take care, I won't send you off. Seeing how excited the White Tiger King was, Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and reminded, I haven't finished my words. Why are you in such a hurry? The White Tiger King was dumbfounded. What did this mean? It didn't know why, but it had a bad feeling. I'll wait for your injuries to recover before leaving. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. I've recovered. It's true. Upon hearing this, the White Tiger King stopped playing dead and immediately jumped up and down. It was afraid that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't believe it, so it deliberately jumped up high and danced around in joy. Yes, it looks like it's healed. Leng Ruoxue nodded. However, she was still worried and asked, Little White, you're not holding on, are you? No, I didn't, Definitely not. When the White Tiger King saw that Leng Ruoxue did not believe it, it continued to twist and turn its limbs, even jumping up and down to show Leng Ruoxue that it had indeed recovered. Seeing the White Tiger King putting in so much effort to put on an act, Leng Ruoxue deeply felt that if she suspected that it was pretending, it would not be very fair. Thus, she kindly let the White Tiger King off and expressed that she could leave without worry. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had finally decided to leave, the White Tiger King's heart was filled with joy. It wanted to roar at the sky and report this good news to the immortal realm. However, it was still very calm. It was afraid that if it acted too excitedly, it would anger this woman, so it had been holding it in, and it had been holding it in with great difficulty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. On the day that Leng Ruoxue left the White Tiger race, many of the White Tiger race's elders couldn't bear to part with her. Only the White Tiger King was so excited that he was about to fly into the sky even though he was trying his best to suppress his sorrow on the surface. When they could no longer see the backs of Leng Ruoxue and the rest, and the spies had confirmed that Leng Ruoxue and the rest had really left the Longevity Mountain, the White Tiger King even ordered the White Tiger elders to buy some firecrackers from the humans in the Divine Realm to set off as a celebration. Although the White Tiger elders couldn't quite understand the White Tiger King's spirit, they still obediently did as he said. On that day, it was said that the entire Longevity Mountain was filled with the sound of thunderbolts and the joyful howls of a certain beast. After Leng Ruoxue and her group left Longevity Mountain, they did not return to the land of demons. Instead, they headed straight to the Dragon Clan's territory. This time, Leng Ruoxue's target was the affiliated beast clans under the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan and the beast clans they belonged to all lived on Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain was the dragon race's territory. It was located to the east of Longevity Mountain and was also an endless range of mountains. When Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Dragon Mountain, they took in some of the smaller beasts in the area. When the Dragon Clan heard about this, they were so angry that they almost went crazy. However, by the time they reacted and wanted to stop Leng Ruoxue and the others, they had already finished what they had to do and left. All that was left was an empty Dragon Mountain for the dragon race. Furthermore, Leng Ruoxue's method of subduing the small beasts this time was more intense. Those who were willing to surrender were still fine, but those who were not willing to surrender were all conquered by force. In the end, all the beasts on Dragon Mountain, with the exception of the Dragon Clan, were all in Leng Ruoxue's possession. After looting Dragon Mountain, Leng Ruoxue and the rest headed straight for Phoenix territory. As the Phoenix territory was closer to the Imperial City, Leng Ruoxue did not want to alert Wuqing. Hence, they carried out their actions in the Phoenix territory in secret. As soon as they arrived at the Phoenix territory, Leng Ruoxue instructed Ling to cast an invisibility spell on them. With this spell, the group of people could naturally swagger into the Phoenix territory. The reason why their operation in the Dragon Clan was so smooth was also because of this invisibility technique. When they arrived in the Phoenix territory, everyone naturally followed the same pattern and split up. Leng Ruoxue, the demon, Uncle Long, Dongfangyu, and the rest led their teams and headed straight for the location of the Phoenix territory's magical beasts. With the old Phoenix's guidance, they easily passed through the many checkpoints set up by the Phoenix territory and successfully sneaked into the territory. Feng Zhan couldn't help but sigh when he saw how smoothly the group was moving. The Feng clan was so useless. It had been so many years, but the location and method of passing the checkpoint hadn't changed at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get in so easily. In fact, the reason why the position of the Phoenix tribe's checkpoints and the method of clearing them had not changed was because the current Phoenix king was too confident in the strength of his own tribe. He always felt that the Phoenix tribe that could enter the Phoenix territory in the divine realm were all his people now, and the previous Phoenix king who knew about these checkpoints would definitely not be able to come out. Therefore, he was not worried in the slightest that his territory would be invaded by strangers. However, it would never have thought that Feng Zhan and the other phoenixes from the lower realm would return to the heavenly realm. Back then, when Feng Zhan was waiting for the phoenixes to be exiled, the current Phoenix king had no intention of letting them come back. He really thought that they would never come back. Who knew that Leng Ruoxue would bring Feng Zhan and the other phoenixes back to the immortal realm? If the current Phoenix king knew about this, she would probably vomit blood in anger. Right now, Leng Ruoxue definitely did not intend to disturb the Phoenix clan. Hence, their actions were unusually secretive. After they successfully infiltrated the Phoenix territory, everyone split up. The beast clans in the Phoenix territory were mainly bird-type beasts. Other than the Phoenix clan, the most powerful ones were the Peacock clan, the Eagle clan, and other birds of prey. Leng Ruoxue was in charge of these exceptionally ferocious beast clans. Clans. Leng Ruoxue only brought Zhang with her. A human and a beast first arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. When they arrived at the entrance of the Peacock clan's territory, Leng Ruoxue immediately knocked out the guard and kept him in her bracelet. She then swaggered into the Peacock clan. After Green Vessel found out about the Peacock King's whereabouts from the Peacock Guard, he immediately told Leng Ruoxue where the Peacock King was. Leng Ruoxue then went to look for the Peacock King. As the saying goes, to capture the bandits, first capture the king. To subdue a race, one naturally had to first capture their king. After finding the Peacock King's main hall, Leng Ruoxue walked in directly. The Peacock King in the palace was an extremely beautiful man. At this moment, he had transformed into his human form and was currently savoring some fine wine. Seeing him like this, Leng Ruoxue had a good idea. She took out a bottle of wine from her bracelet and placed it on the Peacock King's table. Peacock King was shocked when he saw a bottle of wine on his table. He quickly asked, "Who is it? Come out." Seeing that she had been discovered, Leng Ruoxue immediately revealed herself. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Peacock King's expression changed. You are Leng Ruoxue. What are you doing here? How did you get here?" At first, the Peacock King only felt that this woman looked familiar. However, after careful examination, he realized that this woman was Leng Ruoxue. This fact made him feel a little afraid. He couldn't understand how Leng Ruoxue had managed to pass through the heavy sentries and get to him. What were the Peacock race's guards doing? Damn it! The Peacock King wanted to shout for help, but he felt embarrassed. After all, it was just a woman and a pet in front of him. Although this woman gave him a lot of pressure, his face was more important. "I'm here to find you, of course. You're the Peacock King, right? As for how I got here. Of course I walked in. Walked in. The guard didn't stop you?" When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she naturally put on a helpless expression and said, "No, I didn't. No one is stopping me. Something's wrong. Why didn't I see you just now? How did you do it?" Peacock King suddenly reacted. "You mean invisibility? Invisibility? You're actually invisible. F***ck. So this woman can make herself invisible. Then what were they still playing for?" Peacock King couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I'm fine. I just want to chat with you." Leng Ruoxue laughed. After she finished speaking, she even found a place to sit down and faced the Peacock King. As she sized up the Peacock King, Leng Ruoxue was secretly in awe. This old peacock had the looks of a dog and a standard pretty boy. It was no wonder that he was under the protection of the current Phoenix King. According to the rumors, the Peacock King seemed to have a very close relationship with the current Phoenix King. Otherwise, with the strength of the Peacock tribe, it would be impossible for them to be ranked above the fierce Eagle tribe. From this, it could be seen that this old peacock still had some tricks up his sleeve. What do we have to talk about? The Peacock King was speechless. He had barged into the peacock race just to chat with him. Did they think he was a 3-year-old child? Only a ghost would believe this. We have a lot to talk about, such as the scandal between you and the Phoenix Prince. Leng Ruoxue smiled calmly. I'm telling you, the Phoenix King and I are innocent. There's no relationship between us. Hearing this, the Peacock King was enraged. What he hated the most was when people talked about the rumors about him and the Phoenix King. Even if there was something wrong, he didn't want to hear it. Who would like that perverted old phoenix who had so many male companions? He wasn't looking for a beating. Do you think it's okay just because you say so? All the beasts and humans in the divine realm know that you have a close relationship. Don't deny it, men and women get married when they're older, this isn't something embarrassing, what's there to deny? Leng Ruoxue said with a look of disapproval. Do you really have to wrong me like this? The Peacock King was filled with grief and anger as tears slowly welled up in his eyes. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she was dumbfounded. Ugh! What was going on? Could it be that she had accidentally touched the Peacock King's forbidden zone? Look at this aggrieved little appearance, it looked even more like she was suffering. No wonder the current Phoenix King liked him. However, Leng Ruoxue had never expected that with just a few words, she would be able to anger the originally furious Peacock King to the point of tears. This guy didn't even give any warning before he cried. In reality, Leng Ruoxue was well aware that the relationship between the current Phoenix King and the Peacock King was not as close as it seemed. According to Tsang, the Phoenix King had been coveting the pretty boy. However, the pretty boy had been unwilling, so she wanted to use this as a breakthrough to pull the Peacock King to her side. However, it seemed like she had overreached herself. What should he do? Leng Ruoxue was depressed. He didn't think that there would be a day when he would make a mistake. Just as Leng Ruoxue was thinking of ways to make up for it, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the Peacock King's main hall. My king, the Phoenix King is here. Hearing this, the Peacock King's expression became even uglier. His tears also stopped flowing. You have to help me. Why should I help you? Because you're the one who attracted her here. If you hadn't mentioned her, she might not have come at this time. Leng Ruoxue was even more dumbfounded. This reason. Wasn't it a little too far-fetched? This time, it was Leng Ruoxue's turn to be angry. How do you want me to help you? I don't know. Peacock King said irresponsibly. After thinking for a while, the Peacock King said, I heard that you're very strong. Why don't you temporarily keep my woman? Don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was furious. The Peacock King couldn't help but think that he would be taken advantage of if he fell into the hands of the Phoenix King. Thinking of this, the Peacock King became even more confident. Are you sure you want me to help you? Yes, yes. You're not afraid of the Phoenix King. So, only you can help me. It's not that I can't help, but I want a reward. No problem, how much do you want? I'll pay. However, it was a pity that Leng Ruoxue did not want money. I don't want money, I want the person. People? The Peacock King was puzzled. His handsome face was filled with confusion. I want your peacock race to recognize me as your master. This is impossible. Impossible? Well then, you can just wait to become the Phoenix King's exclusive property. Anyway, you're living in the Phoenix territory now, which is almost equivalent to being imprisoned by the Phoenix King. She may still be willing to dote on you now, but when she runs out of patience, she may just use force on you. Are you sure you want to wait for that day? Leng Ruoxue reminded him with a smile. After saying that, she stopped talking and waited for the Peacock King to make a wise choice. Now that the Phoenix King was about to come, she believed that if the Peacock King was smart, he would know how to make a wise choice. As expected, the moment Leng Ruoxue's words left her mouth, the Peacock King's expression changed again and again. He was thinking rapidly in his heart. As the Phoenix King's footsteps got closer and closer, the Peacock King's expression turned even uglier. I agree. I promise you. The Peacock King said hurriedly. He really couldn't wait any longer. In reality, Leng Ruoxue was right. The Phoenix King's patience had been wearing thin recently. She would come every 2 or 3 days to take advantage of him, causing the entire Peacock tribe to be on edge. She had even arranged for spies in the Phoenix tribe's territory. Once they found any signs that the Phoenix King was looking for him, they would immediately report it. Therefore, he knew that he did not have much time left. After all, the Phoenix King had come here very quickly, and he did not have much time to think. Seeing that the Peacock King had finally nodded, Leng Ruoxue smiled in satisfaction. Then, she took out a disguise pill and consumed it. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a devastatingly beautiful woman to an ugly middle-aged woman of about 40 years old. Seeing this scene, the Peacock King's forehead couldn't help but be filled with black lines. He couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. What was this? You can change into a middle-aged woman if you want. And he even got such an ugly one. It would be a wonder if the Phoenix King believed that this ugly woman was his woman. The Peacock King was determined not to be optimistic about Leng Ruoxue's transformation. However, Leng Ruoxue did not care whether he liked it or not. She immediately went forward and pulled the Peacock King's small hand, sitting face to face on the chair. Leng Ruoxue even deliberately picked up a fruit from the plate on the table and fed it to the Peacock King's mouth. She coaxed, my dear, quickly eat. What a fresh fruit. The Peacock King furrowed his brows. He suppressed the nauseating feeling and took a bite of the fruit from Leng Ruoxue's hand. This scene was coincidentally seen by the Phoenix King who had pushed open the door and entered. The Phoenix King was instantly enraged. She took a big step forward, wanting to separate the shameless couple in front of her. Although the two of them were not close, she just couldn't stand the sight of them. Damn it. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and separate. The Phoenix King roared in anger. Its fiery red eyes glared at Leng Ruoxue, especially the fruit in her hand. It was really annoying no matter how one looked at it. One had to know that she had used many methods, including threats and promises, to make the Peacock King yield. But now, everything seemed so harmonious in front of her eyes. What was even more infuriating was that the Peacock King seemed to be very happy. This greatly stimulated her spirit. Following that, she pointed at Leng Ruoxue and questioned the Peacock King, "Who do you think this woman is?" "Phoenix King, she is my woman." The Peacock King said calmly, suppressing the fear and disgust he felt for the Phoenix King. "Your woman, right? Good. Then I'll kill her." "Humph. You can only be mine. Any woman who dares to snatch my man will die a horrible death." The Phoenix King roared in anger. However, before she could make a move, Leng Ruoxue, who was looking at her from the corner of her eyes, smiled and said gently, "What if the one snatching your man is Wu Cheng? Are you going to kill her too?" "Rhyme ice? That was impossible. How could she possibly snatch my man?" When the Phoenix Prince heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he quickly denied it. "How is it impossible? I've often heard from God Lord Rhyme that she likes your Phoenix clan's Feng Xiu." Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Tsang had just told her that Feng Xiu was one of the Phoenix King's male companions, so she had used him without any shame. She had also conveniently set up some obstacles for the mist ripple. She didn't believe that the Phoenix King wouldn't be suspicious when she could even say his name. As expected, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Phoenix King's expression changed slightly. She could not help but shout, "How do you know Feng Xiu's name? Who are you? How did you know that I like Feng Xiu?" Previous chapter. Next chapter. Hearing the Phoenix King's roar, Leng Ruoxue continued to smile. "Who am I? I'm an advisor to God Lord Rhyme. Have you not heard of me?" The Phoenix King was stunned. She had never heard of this before. However, after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Peacock King's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Never in his dreams would he have thought that his future master would be so good at deceiving. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was the right decision to acknowledge her as his master. It was no wonder that Leng Ruoxue dared to go against the Divine Master. Look at what she was doing now. They were clearly enemies of God Lord Rhyme Mist, yet they dared to blindly claim that he was an advisor. If God Lord Rhyme Mist were to hear of this, he would be half dead from anger. However, when he saw the Phoenix King's petrified expression, the Peacock King felt that it was quite satisfying. After all, it wasn't good to reveal Leng Ruoxue's identity. Otherwise, it was hard to say if she would be able to walk out of the Phoenix territory. Suddenly, he started to worry about Leng Ruoxue. Although he had long heard of Leng Ruoxue's strength, he had never seen it with his own eyes. As such, he could not be certain of just how strong Leng Ruoxue was. However, since she dared to go against a divine lord, she must be quite strong. However, he also knew that God Lord Rivermist would not use all her strength to deal with Leng Ruoxue. The Phoenix King was different. If the Phoenix King hated someone, he would definitely not stop until the person died. There were still many powerful old phoenixes in the Phoenix clan. If those old phoenixes were all sent out by the Phoenix King, he, the master. At the thought of this, the Peacock King could not help but glance at Leng Ruoxue worriedly. Naturally, both Leng Ruoxue and the Phoenix King noticed this glance. However, the Phoenix King naturally thought that this adulterous couple was flirting with each other right in front of him. They were really too despicable. The Phoenix King, who was burning with jealousy, was about to curse when Leng Ruoxue spoke first. "It's no wonder you've never heard of me. At your level, you don't have the qualifications to know of my existence." These words immediately made the Phoenix King choke. The words that she wanted to say were forcibly swallowed back in anger, and she was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the Phoenix King's pale face, the Peacock King was speechless. This future master's ability to anger others to death was definitely at the peak. The Peacock King, who thought of himself as simple-minded, would never have imagined that there would be someone like Leng Ruoxue in this world. From what he knew, humans might be cunning, but he had never heard of someone who could anger others to such an extent. However, when he saw the Phoenix King's dejected look, the Peacock King felt a rare sense of satisfaction. He had lived for so long and had known the Phoenix King for a long time, but he had never seen the Phoenix King being bullied like this. At this time, the Phoenix King, who had calmed down for a long time and felt that he could finally breathe, suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Since this king's level is not high enough to know of your existence, it must be fate that we met today. I hope that your excellency can tell me your honorable name." "It's not that I can't tell you, but what good would I get? You must know that God Lord Rhyme doesn't like me to be exposed." Leng Ruoxue put on an awkward expression. F***CK. You still want benefits? He only told her his name. The anger in the Phoenix King's heart surged to her head, and her voluptuous chest heaved up and down violently. But very quickly, the Phoenix King forced himself to calm down and asked with a constipated look on his face, "What do you want?" Hee. "I want the Peacock clan." "Don't even think about it." "What, you still want to hit on my man?" "Phoenix King, I'm telling you, the Peacock King is the man I like. You'd better not have any ideas about him. Besides, I don't just want the Peacock King, I want the entire Peacock race. You have to give it to me, no matter what. If worse comes to worst, I'll have God Lord Rhyme ask for it. I believe that with God Lord Rhyme's orders, you'll obediently deliver the Peacock clan to me." Originally, she wanted to secretly take the Peacock tribe away, but the appearance of the Phoenix King gave her inspiration. She felt that it was a little too easy for her to quietly and secretly take away the Peacock tribe. So, since she wanted to play, she might as well make it bigger. Since she had already framed Wu Yan, why not make the matter bigger? She wasn't afraid of things blowing up. Hee. The more Leng Ruoxue thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was great. She could not help but smile. However, in the Phoenix King's eyes, this was a blatant provocation. The Phoenix King was furious. Especially when she saw the man she had been coveting for a long time looking at that ugly woman with adoration and love, the anger in her heart rose uncontrollably. In reality, the Peacock King's gaze towards Leng Ruoxue was filled with adoration. However, there was no love in it. However, the Phoenix King was currently burning with jealousy and couldn't care less. The moment the Peacock King looked at Leng Ruoxue, she felt that this adulterous couple was expressing their love with their eyes. Fortunately, the Peacock King didn't know the Phoenix King's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have cried out that he was wronged. Even though Leng Ruoxue's beauty was unparalleled in this world, based on his short interaction with her, he clearly knew that he would never dare to fall in love with such a powerful woman. It was too stressful, wasn't it? The pressure that Leng Ruoxue gave him was even greater than that of the Phoenix King. Compared to Leng Ruoxue, the Peacock King deeply felt that the Phoenix King was nothing. At the very least, the Phoenix King would not dare to use God Lord Fog Ripple as an excuse to fool others in such a blatant manner. However, Leng Ruoxue was so familiar with doing this. One look and you could tell that she was a repeat offender. However, as soon as he thought about how this repeat offender who loved to fool others was going to become his future master, Peacock King suddenly became excited. He believed that his future days would definitely not be boring. But it would also be very dangerous. This was because his future master's ability to offend people was at the peak. However, there were always losses for every gain. Now, he only hoped to get rid of the Phoenix King's harassment and leave the rest to fate. And now, the only person who could help him was Leng Ruoxue. As for the others, not many of them dared to go against the Phoenix King. As for God Lord Mist Ripple, although the Phoenix King appeared respectful on the surface, she probably didn't care much about her in private. Since he had already decided which side he was going to stand on, the Peacock King immediately calmed down. There was a hint of respect in his eyes as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. This once again provoked the Phoenix King because even when he was being forced by her, he had never looked at her with such a gaze. The Phoenix King, who had eaten a jar full of vinegar, thought about it again and finally decided to compromise. After all, she couldn't fall out with Fog yet. Then, she heard the Phoenix King say with a helpless expression, "I agree to give the Peacock tribe to you. However, since the Peacock tribe already belongs to you, they can't live in the Phoenix territory anymore. Without the protection of the Phoenix tribe, do you think they won't be bullied by humans?" Previous chapter. The Phoenix King's words contained two meanings. One was to agree to Leng Ruoxue's deal, but he did not forget to remind her of the Peacock clan's situation. The Peacock clan's status in the firmament was all thanks to the Phoenix clan's protection. She said this in hopes that Leng Ruoxue would think things through. In her opinion, even though this ugly woman claimed to be Wu Xian's advisor, she didn't think that this ugly woman would dare to move the Peacock race to the Imperial City. Most of the people living in the Imperial City were humans. Very few beasts would stay there because the beasts living there only had one identity, and that was the pets of humans. Real beasts would definitely stay far away from areas where humans gathered. Otherwise, if they were accidentally captured by humans and forced to recognize them as their masters, it would definitely not be worth it for the beasts. The beastmen of the Peacock clan had always been known for their beauty. After transforming into human form, they also looked extremely weak and would definitely be able to kill both men and women. There were many people and beasts in the divine realm who preferred this. Therefore, if they were not living in the Phoenix territory, the safety of the Peacock tribe would be greatly reduced. In particular, the Peacock tribe's strength was not considered the top among the beast tribes in the divine realm. All these years, it was because she had taken a fancy to the Peacock King that the Peacock tribe had been able to live in the Phoenix territory like fish in water. They even had the tendency to become the second largest beast tribe in the Phoenix territory. The Phoenix King believed that without her protection, once the Peacock tribe left the Phoenix territory, they would only face the fate of being hunted and killed by the humans. After she had said this, she initially thought that Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King would be hesitant and afraid. Who knew that the two of them would act as if nothing had happened and did not take her words seriously? This fact made the Phoenix King feel extremely defeated. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, "I am deeply grateful for your consideration for the Peacock tribe. However, since you have agreed to give me the Peacock tribe as a reward, their life or death has nothing to do with you. So, you don't have to worry about it." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue did not appreciate his kindness at all, the anger in the Phoenix King's heart rose by quite a bit. At this moment, the Peacock King also expressed his stance, "Well, Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness. I also believe that my beloved woman will protect me well." Hearing the Peacock King's words, the Phoenix King almost went crazy with anger. Did he just treat his words as farts? These two fellows were really too despicable. They actually didn't understand her painstaking efforts. Who was she doing this for? Wasn't it all for that silly little peacock? Thinking of this, the Phoenix King wanted to make one last attempt and said, "Peacock King, you trust this human so much. But what if she lets you down? What will you do then?" "If that's the case, I'll accept my fate. Who asked me to like her?" After hearing the Phoenix King's words, the Peacock King said with a face full of worry. There was a faint trace of resentment in his eyes as he looked at Leng Ruoxue, causing the Phoenix King to be jealous again. F***ck. Here it comes again. He was like this in front of her, but what about when he was carrying her? The Phoenix King was so jealous that she almost lost her mind. Fortunately, she still had a trace of clarity and did not forget the purpose of giving the Peacock tribe to the so-called advisor, Fog Ice. Then, she asked directly, "Now, can you tell me your name?" When she said this, the Phoenix King was still thinking in her heart, when did this adulterous couple hook up? Why didn't she hear anything about it? One had to know that she was also paying close attention to the Peacock King's every move. To actually let this fish slip through the net and enter the Phoenix territory, it was really preposterous. I'm called Lien Wu. You can call me Lord Lien. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. Lien Wu? The Phoenix King tried hard to recall this name. After thinking for a long time, she finally confirmed that she had never heard of this name. Is that your real name? Why haven't I heard of this name among the powerhouses I know? After thinking for a long time, the Phoenix King couldn't help but ask. Of course it's your real name. As for why you've never heard of it, is it hard to understand? As I said, I am God Lord Rhyme Mist's aide. Don't you know what an aide does? The so-called advisor is someone who gives ideas to others and thinks of solutions. Therefore, I use wisdom and not brute force. As such, you have not heard of me among the strong. What is there to be surprised about? Because I'm not a strong person. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she explained, even giving off a, you understand now. Look. The Phoenix King was a little angry. But the Phoenix King couldn't deny that what he said was right. Wasn't the advisor supposed to give the master ideas? There were quite a few around her. Hence, at this moment, she had no way to doubt Leng Ruoxue's words. However, when the Peacock King heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was laughing in his heart. Wasn't it the exact opposite of the name? This future master of his was really too evil and cute. At this moment, his admiration for Leng Ruoxue had risen to a new level. Especially after seeing the Phoenix King's look of understanding, his admiration for Leng Ruoxue was like a torrential river, unending. His admiration for the Phoenix King further stimulated him. Although the Peacock King was no longer under her jurisdiction, she still couldn't bear to see the Peacock King act so lustful in front of her. Hence, without thinking, the Phoenix King asked again, since you are only God Lord Mist Ripple's aide, how can you guarantee the Peacock King's safety? This is none of your business, right? Moreover, with Wuya backing me up, who would dare to find trouble with this little peacock? Wouldn't that be suicide? So, the Phoenix King. You should put your hard-working heart into your stomach. He's my man, I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry about his safety, right? The little peacock. Leng Ruoxue threw a flirtatious look at the Peacock King before throwing the question back to him. When the Peacock King heard this, he immediately became excited and said, that's right. I've already said that no matter what my fate is in the future, I'm resigned to it. Therefore, you don't have to worry about my safety, your highness. I believe that the woman I like will not disappoint me. Yes, yes. Little Peacock knows me best. However, Peacock King, who was being hugged by Leng Ruoxue, did not feel any joy at all. Instead, he was on tenterhooks. The little kitten in Leng Ruoxue's arms was glaring at him furiously. The pressure that the little kitten gave him was also rather great. But even so, the Peacock King still had to smile and put on a happy expression. When the Phoenix King saw this, she could not stop panting. The fire of anger in her heart was raging. She even thought about whether she should kill this eyesore named Lien Wu here. Even though she had thought about it, she really didn't dare to make a move. After all, she didn't want to completely fall out with that woman, Wu Cheng. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to defeat that woman. Furthermore, there was also the scourge Leng Ruoxue, who was watching her like a tiger watching its prey. With that, all the more she couldn't offend Wu Cheng. However, she was still a little suspicious about the identity of this Lien Wu. After thinking for a while, the Phoenix King continued to probe, Your Excellency Lien Wu, you say that you are an aide of God Lord Fog Ripple. I wonder if you have proof. You need proof? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes. She really didn't have any. However, Tsang should have one, right? Without needing Leng Ruoxue to say anything, Tsang considerately threw a token onto the Phoenix King's body. The Phoenix King quickly caught the token and glanced at it. Instantly, he turned pale with fright. Isn't this the personal token of that woman, Wu Yan? It definitely was. Although she had only seen this token once, she had a deep impression of it because it was the first time she had seen a blood-red token. Even if she liked the Red Phoenix clan so much, the token was not the color of blood. The token in front of him was blood-red in color. It was as if blood was flowing around the token. There was only a huge red flower on the token, which looked extremely strange. At this moment, it was impossible for her to suspect the identity of this ugly person named Lien Wu. However, she became even more depressed and couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Could it be that the Peacock King had fallen for her because of that ugly woman's identity? Could it be that she, the dignified Phoenix King, who was devastatingly beautiful, couldn't be compared to an ugly monster? Although Lien Wu was Fog's advisor, she had never respected Fog, so she didn't think that the ugly woman in front of her was much higher than her. That woman was so ugly. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't understand why the Peacock King would like that ugly monster. The Phoenix King felt that it was the greatest insult to her to lose to such an ugly person. However, the other party's identity was clear, and he had Wu Xian's personal token in his hand. It was obvious that his relationship with Wu Xian was not ordinary. Therefore, she could only suppress her anger. Following that, the Phoenix King returned the token to Leng Ruoxue as if she was holding onto a hot potato. She then found an excuse to leave the peacock race dejectedly and gloomily. If she didn't leave now, she really couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be able to control herself from beating up that ugly freak. And if he really beat her up, it would definitely be a big problem. After the Phoenix King left, the Peacock King heaved a long sigh of relief. Only God knew how nervous he was earlier. Compared to Leng Ruoxue's calmness, he deeply felt that he still had a lot more to learn. Under Tsang's glare, he quickly escaped from Leng Ruoxue's embrace. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up. After calming down, the Peacock King said, "Future master, can you return to your original appearance now? I really can't accept this face." And he was actually being hugged by such a woman. Whoa. The Peacock King felt that his 10,000 years of innocence had been destroyed. "I think this is pretty good." When Leng Ruoxue heard this, she replied nonchalantly. The Peacock King was speechless. However, he still fulfilled his promise and acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as his master. The contract had just ended and the Peacock King suddenly received a report from his guard. "My king, the Phoenix King is back." Pa nd, a no ve1. Hearing this, the Peacock King's face immediately paled, and he appeared to be at a loss. Leng Ruoxue shot a glance at the Peacock King and said calmly, "Look at you, is that woman that scary? She's a beauty, how can she scare you like this? You don't know." The Peacock King was listless. He also felt that he was quite disappointing. However, the Phoenix tribe was the leader of all birds. It was normal for him to be afraid, right? This was decided by their race's characteristics, so he couldn't be blamed. "Calm down. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Leng Ruoxue gave the Peacock King an encouraging look. "All right then." Encouraged by his new master, the Peacock King forced himself to cheer up and welcome the Phoenix King's return. When the Phoenix King returned for the second time and saw Leng Ruoxue and the Peacock King in a harmonious mood, her heart was filled with jealousy. Without waiting for her to speak, Leng Ruoxue struck first and asked, "Didn't you have something urgent to attend to, Your Highness? Why did you come back?" "I forgot something. Lord Lien Wu, since the Peacock King is already your man, I think we should hold a ceremony so that I can formally and carefully hand the Peacock King over to you. What do you think?" The Phoenix King said bluntly. "I don't think it's a good idea. Although the Peacock clan was once a subsidiary clan of the Phoenix clan, he's not your son. Do you still want to experience the feeling of marrying your son off? Besides, although we like each other, we are humans and beasts. It's not appropriate for us to be so ostentatious. Therefore, I hope that the Phoenix King can understand." Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Actually, Leng Ruoxue was afraid that the evildoer would fly into a rage if he knew about this. Yes, that's right. We can't let anyone know about our relationship. The Phoenix King knew that they were telling the truth. Faced with the Phoenix King who was tirelessly trying to create trouble for them, Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. She let out a soft sigh before saying, "Phoenix King, I actually have something to tell you too. It's just that you left in a hurry just now, so I didn't have the chance to say it. Now that you're back, let's have a good discussion." What's the matter?" Leng Ruoxue's words gave the Phoenix King a very bad feeling. This was definitely the prelude to something bad. "It's like this. I've said before that God Lord Fog Ripple likes Feng Xiu, right?" Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "Yes." The Phoenix King nodded, but the uneasiness in his heart grew deeper and deeper. "In truth, I've come to see the Peacock King on behalf of God Lord Fog Ripple to demand you hand over the person," Zhao Feng said. Leng Ruoxue looked at the Phoenix King sympathetically as she continued. "What do you mean?" The Phoenix King was shocked, and her expression changed. "God Lord Rime Mist wishes to marry Feng Xiu. Of course, this can only be done in private. No matter what, this cannot be spread. Otherwise, it will have a significant impact on God Lord Rime Mist's reputation. You understand?" Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and finally revealed her motive. When the Phoenix King heard this, his face turned even paler. Leng Ruoxue could even hear the sound of the Phoenix King gritting his teeth. The Peacock King could not help but move closer to his master's side. As the Peacock King secretly praised Leng Ruoxue, she had a new understanding of how powerful she was. Master is really too powerful. She can actually anger the Phoenix King to this extent. Look at the Phoenix King, how has her beautiful face become so twisted? He knew very well that Feng Xiu was the most favored male companion of the Phoenix King. However, the moment his master opened her mouth, she took him away. Wasn't this like stabbing a knife into the Phoenix King's heart? Right, it was for God Lord Fog Ripple. Thinking up to this point, the Peacock King felt some sympathy for the Phoenix King. Her most beloved male companion was about to be taken away, and she actually didn't know who was the one behind it. The great black pot of the rippling mist God Lord was bound to be taken. This pair of sisters in trouble had been completely played by their master. He was really too pitiful. The Peacock King's pitiful glance was caught by the Phoenix King. To the Phoenix King, this was like a slap to her face. First, he lost the Peacock King, and now, the man he doted on the most had caught the eye of the mist. This was too much of a bully. By the way, didn't Wu Jing like Lord Yu? Why did she suddenly have ideas about her man? The moment this thought appeared in the Phoenix Prince's mind, she began to doubt Leng Ruoxue's words. She then asked, the one God Lord Rime likes is obviously Lord Yu. How could she like Feng Xiu? This was impossible. That's true, but Lord Yu has been dead for so long, and God Lord Fog Ripple is a woman. She can't possibly guard Lord Yu for her entire life, right? She also needs a man to accompany her, and your family's Feng Xiu is somewhat similar to Lord Yu, so he naturally became the best candidate for Lord Rime. So, Phoenix King, you should just bear the pain and part with this treasure. Leng Ruoxue advised with a face full of sincerity. When the Phoenix King heard this, she could not help but roar in her heart. However, when he heard Leng Ruoxue say that Feng Xiu and Lord Yu were somewhat similar, the Phoenix King believed most of her words because it was the truth. This was also the main reason why she was unwilling to let Feng Xiu leave the Phoenix territory. To put it bluntly, she was also afraid that Feng Xiu would be fancied by someone. The someone, in her heart, of course, included Wu Yan. However, the Phoenix King didn't expect that Wu Yan would still find out about Feng Xiu's existence even though he had been so careful. Although she and Wu Yan had known each other for many years, and she thought that she knew Wu Yan well and knew that Wu Yan's heart had always belonged to Lord Yu, she didn't expect that Wu Yan, who had been single for many years, would actually take a fancy to Feng Xiu. This was really too unbelievable. When did Wu Yan see Feng Xiu? The Phoenix King was still a little skeptical about this. Thinking of this, she asked again, did God Lord Fogripple really meet Feng Xiu? How could it be fake? When Lord Rimais first saw your clan's Feng Xiu, she was stunned. At that time, she wanted to bring Feng Xiu back to the imperial city. However, Feng Xiu seemed to be a little frightened at that time, and Lord Rimais did not dare to reveal her identity. Therefore, your clan's Feng Xiu did not know that the woman he saw was the famous god Lord Rime Ripples. Leng Ruoxue said in a matter-of-fact manner. She even kept calling him Feng Xiu, which made the Phoenix King so angry that he was about to go crazy. The Phoenix King couldn't help but curse in his heart. She knew that it was her Feng Xiu, yet she still had designs on him. Wasn't this a slap to her face? It's really too hateful. However, Leng Ruoxue didn't give the Phoenix King a chance to react and continued to persuade him with sincere and earnest words. Phoenix King. I know about your relationship with Feng Xiu, but Lady Rime has been single for so many years, and it's rare that she wants to start a second spring again. This is definitely a great thing for the Divine Realm. I feel that as a member of the Divine Realm and one of the 4 king-level divine beasts with a deep relationship with God Lord Rime, you should support Lord Rime's thoughts, whether for public or private reasons. Am I right? Right, my ass. What did that woman's lust have to do with her? Why should she sacrifice her man? The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the more he hated it. Wu Yan had taken a fancy to Feng Xiu, and this Lian Wu had taken the Peacock King away. In just a short while, she had lost both men. To a powerful woman like her, this was an absolute humiliation. However, the current Phoenix King was so angry that she couldn't think straight. She was so focused on sulking that she had forgotten to refute Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the constipated Phoenix King and laughed in her heart. It was undeniable that the current Phoenix King was a rare beauty. Her figure was very hot, and just by looking at her appearance, she had a fatal attraction to men. But at this moment, the beautiful Phoenix King was so angry that she was trembling all over, and her face was white, then green, then black. Seeing that the Phoenix Prince was silent for a long time and was immersed in her angry thoughts, Leng Ruoxue smiled and said, Phoenix King, I understand how you feel. However, the entire divine realm belongs to God Lord Fogripple. She only wants a man from you, so how can you refuse? You have so many male companions by your side. What did it matter if one was missing? It's rare for Lady Wu Jing to take a fancy to a man, so I suggest that you bear the pain and part with him. At most, in the future, if Lady Mist takes a fancy to someone in your family, I'll shield you. Is that not enough? Leng Ruoxue's negotiating tone and kind expression made the Phoenix King so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Would he still take a fancy to her in the future? Are you done? After thinking for a while, the Phoenix King took a few deep breaths and said with a depressed expression, I can't give her Feng Xiu. Other than Feng Xiu, she can choose any man in the Feng clan. This was already the biggest concession she could make. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't that easy to dismiss. She looked at the Phoenix Prince with a troubled expression and said, Lady Rime has said that she only wants Feng Xiu and doesn't want anyone else. You. The Phoenix King was furious. He glared at Leng Ruoxue with his fiery eyes. He was so angry that he could not speak. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue appeased him calmly, Phoenix King, calm down. This was something that couldn't be helped. Who asked Feng Xiu to look the most like Master Yu? Could it be that there's someone in your Feng clan who looks like Master Yu? If the Phoenix clan can't find it, can't we look elsewhere? Feng Xiu is my man. The Phoenix King roared in anger. If I could find it elsewhere, would I still come to you for a man? Lord Wu Chen was forced to do this, I hope you can understand. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She could not understand. She only knew that this D*MN woman, Wu Yan, was snatching food from the Phoenix's mouth, and she couldn't do anything about it. Who asked the other party to be a divine master? If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have such courage. Phoenix King, I've said so much, give me an answer. I'll make it clear for the last time, our Lady Fog Ice only wants Feng Xiu, don't you try to fool her with any random person. You have to know that she has seen Feng Xiu before. Leng Ruoxue saw that the Phoenix King still did not say anything, so she could only warn him again. Good. I'll pay. The Phoenix King suppressed his anger and shouted. F***CK. Can I not give it? If they really fell out with that B***TCH, Wu Yan, wouldn't the Phoenix clan be the one to suffer? Although the Phoenix King looked down on Wu Yan, she was still rational. She knew that Wu Yan's current position in the divine realm was not something she could shake. She could only swallow this loss in silence. As expected of the Phoenix King. You're so straightforward. Leng Ruoxue praised with a smile. This smile made her disguised face look even uglier. Seeing Lien Wu's proud appearance, the Phoenix King really gritted her teeth in hatred. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and finally roared, "Don't laugh, it's really ugly." She could not understand how such an ugly woman could exist in this world. She had the ripple mist as her backing, and he couldn't touch her. This was like having an enemy with a deep hatred right in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. It was depressing enough. Phoenix King, I know that I'm ugly, but this is not my choice. How can you discriminate against me by my appearance? I'll be very sad if you do this. As Leng Ruoxue spoke, her eyes instantly turned resentful, which made the Phoenix King even angrier. F***ck. She should be sad, okay? 2 men were gone just like that. This was almost the same as taking half her life. However, this damned woman was still here to anger her. This was preposterous. The Phoenix King's anger had nowhere to vent, and her expression turned uglier and uglier. Leng Ruoxue started to nag again. By the way, Phoenix King, I forgot to tell you. Don't ask Lady Rhyme about Feng Xiu in person. She would never admit it. After all, this is not something to be proud of, don't you think so? In addition, please keep my identity a secret. You should know that I can't see the light either because I often do some shameful things for Lady Wuchen. Therefore, Lady Wuchen doesn't want anyone to know of my existence. Of course, I'm definitely not the one to be killed. Lady Rhyme can't live without me. Leng Ruoxue went on and on, adding on to her story. When the Phoenix King heard these words, his face turned even darker than the bottom of a pot. What the hell is this? You're not allowed to ask after doing it. And you don't allow people to say it? How could they bully people like this? Was she going to swallow this loss in silence? The Phoenix King was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. F***ck, you really can't bully people like this. The Phoenix King had lived for so long, but he had never felt so aggrieved. Previous chapter. The Phoenix King was burning with anger. At this moment, her last regret was why she had to come back. Wasn't this asking for it? She could have just left directly, but she couldn't get over it and wanted to come back and cause trouble for them. Who knew that she would be so angry and even cause Feng Xiu to disappear? The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the angrier she got. She shouted, "Goodbye," and was about to leave. However, before she left, Leng Ruoxue did not forget to remind her, "Phoenix King, you have to send Feng Xiu to the Peacock tribe in 3 days. I'll be waiting for him here." "I know." The Phoenix King roared. After she finished speaking, she immediately disappeared. At the same time, she swore in her heart that she would never have the chance to see this Lien Wu again in this life. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that she would not kill this ugly monster. The Peacock King looked at the Phoenix King's back with sympathy. When he regained his senses, he looked at his master with even more admiration. He was really too amazing. She managed to get Feng Xiu just like that. However, he was very curious. What did his master want a Phoenix cultivator for? In any case, he wouldn't really give it to God Lord Mist Ripple. Out of curiosity, the Peacock King couldn't help but ask, "Master, will the Phoenix King really send Feng Xiu here?" He didn't believe the Phoenix King's words. She didn't dare to not send me off. Unless she wanted to fight against Fog head-on. The Phoenix clan is on the same boat as Wu Chen, so she wouldn't dare to offend Wu Chen. Leng Ruoxue said. "Master, aren't you afraid that Wu Yan and the Phoenix King will find out about this and come to find trouble with you?" The Peacock King asked again. With his master's current strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Fog Ice and the Phoenix King. If I didn't do this, they wouldn't have found trouble with me. As the saying goes, one doesn't have to worry about debts. Since we can't coexist, then of course I have to give them some trouble. Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. That's true. When the Peacock King thought of Leng Ruoxue's identity and the rumors from the God world, he naturally understood. This master of his was definitely a mortal enemy of Fog Ice. "Little Peacock. Tell your clansmen to pack up and leave with me," Leng Ruoxue ordered when she saw that the Peacock King had finally understood. "Master, where are we going?" Peacock King asked. "Of course you're coming back to the demonic land with me. However, before I leave, I still have to go to the Eagle clan and the Condor clan to draw some beasts. Does this mean that other than the Peacock tribe, Master also has designs on the other beast tribes?" Thinking up to this point, the Peacock King's heart felt more at ease. This was because as long as he thought about how he wouldn't be the only one to be taken away, he immediately felt that he had a companion. Oh. This feeling was really good. How rare it was to have familiar people in a strange place. The Peacock King quickly passed down the news. When the peacocks heard that they were moving, they were all at a loss. Although some of the Peacock King's confidants knew that the king had long wanted to leave the Phoenix territory, they did not expect that the king would really make up his mind to leave. However, have you chosen your territory? Moreover, they had not heard anything about it beforehand, which made the Peacock King's confidants feel incredulous. In the end, the Peacock King and Leng Ruoxue had a discussion and decided to tell their clansmen the truth. When the peacocks heard the truth, they were petrified once again. Their king had acknowledged Leng Ruoxue as his master. Was this a sign that the Peacock clan was opposing the Divine Master's estate? Knowing that their king had acknowledged her as his master to get rid of the Phoenix King, all the peacocks were speechless. However, since their king had already acknowledged her as his master, it seemed like there was nothing they could do to object. However, not all the peacocks chose to accept their fate. There was still a considerable number of peacocks who were unwilling to accept this fact. When Leng Ruoxue found out about this situation, she only said indifferently, "It's fine if you don't want to follow us, but you can only wait for death." The moment they heard that they were waiting for death, the peacocks, who did not want to resign themselves to their fate, turned pale with fright. They knew that Leng Ruoxue was not joking. Now that they knew of such a secret, it would be difficult for them to live. But they didn't want to die. He looked at the Peacock King for help. However, the Peacock King acted as if he didn't see him and ignored him. In fact, the Peacock King was well aware that his master was just making it sound violent and bloody. In fact, he was just scaring them. Of course, if they really wanted to die, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Who asked him to have already recognized a master? Quickly decide. Don't look at the Peacock King anymore, he's my beastie now and can't help you. I'll only give you 1 hour to think. In the last 5 minutes, the peacocks that were unwilling to acknowledge their master all gave in one by one. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she really wanted to scold them for being so cheap. Why didn't he have any self-awareness? Even though she was a little angry, Leng Ruoxue was still satisfied with the final outcome. After all, it was a happy ending. After resolving the small issue with the Peacock tribe, the resigned peacocks began to pack their things. In just 1 day, the Peacock tribe's territory was completely clean. The next day, the Phoenix King sent someone to deliver Feng Xiu. When Leng Ruoxue saw Feng Xiu for the first time, she couldn't help but sigh. The human form that Feng Xiu had transformed into was indeed a rare, beautiful man. Furthermore, it was just as Tsang had said, he was similar to her master. However, on Feng Xiu's face, there was a faint trace of sorrow. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue naturally had to show some concern and asked, "What, you can't bear to leave the Phoenix King?" "No. I just can't bear to leave my family." Feng Xiu replied honestly, "That's easy. Just ask the Phoenix King to send your family over." "Can I?" Feng Xiu's eyes immediately lit up, and a look of joy flashed across his face. "What's wrong with that?" The Phoenix King wouldn't dare to refute Lord Reimice's face. When Little Peacock, who had been captured as a coolie, heard such a rumor, she immediately revered Leng Ruoxue with 120,000 points of worship. Master was really too amazing. He had thought that he had only kidnapped a phoenix, but now he even wanted to capture her entire family. Little Peacock's eyes were red as she stared at Leng Ruoxue with bright eyes. She was so excited that she was incoherent. She could only nod her head continuously to show that she understood. Then, the little peacock anxiously went to be its master's messenger. After the little peacock flew away, the Peacock King looked at his master and then at Feng Xiu. He remained silent. He really didn't know what to say, but he was sure that when the Phoenix King received this news, she would definitely be furious. As expected, when the little peacock returned, she said to Leng Ruoxue with a sad face, "Your Excellency, the Phoenix King not only refused, but also wanted to send people to kill me. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, you would not be able to see me." The little peacock felt very wronged. Didn't humans always say that when two sides went to war, they would not kill the envoys? Why did it, a messenger, have to be so frightened? Looking at the little peacock's aggrieved expression, Leng Ruoxue patted its head to comfort it. "Don't worry, I'll take revenge." When little peacock heard this, she immediately broke into a smile. When Feng Xiu heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he said with a face of disappointment, "Milord, forget it. I knew that the Phoenix King would not allow me to take my clansmen away." "Humph. Would it work if she did not allow it? I'm here to represent God Lord Fogripple to ask her for the person. Would she dare to refuse?" Hearing these words, the Peacock King and the other peacocks couldn't help but have black lines on their foreheads. They thought to themselves, Master seems to be getting more and more into her role. Could it be that she really thinks of me as Reimice's advisor? However, at this moment, they couldn't drag their master down and destroy her stage. Thus, all the peacocks immediately echoed Leng Ruoxue, "Milord is right. Let's go find the Phoenix King and ask for her. If she doesn't give us the girl, we'll report it to God Lord Fogripple." The peacocks quickly got into their roleplay mode and really thought of themselves as people from Rime. Seeing them like this, Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. She truly felt that she had led these innocent peacocks astray. What should she do now? However, using the name of Fog City's advisor to do these things was indeed more brutal than being hidden. Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt a little regretful. Why didn't she think of using Wu Cheng's name when she was in the territories of the White Tiger race and Dragon race? If that really happened, Ripple Mist would be in a terrible fix. He really regretted it. Leng Ruoxue let out a long sigh, causing the peacocks to be confused. What's wrong with Master? The peacocks present couldn't help but think to themselves. After a moment of regret, Leng Ruoxue's aura rose again and she shouted, "Everyone, come with me to the Feng clan. We'll help Feng Xiu get his family back." All right. The peacocks responded enthusiastically. Feng Xiu, who saw this scene, had mixed feelings in his heart. His nose also felt sour, and an inexplicable liquid welled up in his clear dark red eyes. He was touched. He had never known that the peacock tribe was so passionate and loyal. Even if she knew that she would offend the Phoenix King, she still had to help him. In that instant, Feng Xiu's impression of the peacock tribe changed. In the past, the peacock tribe was just a vassal of the Phoenix tribe in his eyes. Their status was equivalent to the servants of the Phoenix tribe. At the thought of this, Feng Xiu said with some embarrassment, "The Phoenix King is very powerful. If she really doesn't want me to take my family away, then forget it. Don't go head to head with her, you'll get hurt." As soon as Feng Xiu said this, all the peacocks couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their faces were full of disbelief. Was this the rhythm of him showing concern for them? Sob. They were so touched. "Don't worry. I'll definitely help you bring your family out. Leng Ruoxue promised. That's right. With my lord here, she will definitely help you. Seeing that they were so confident, Feng Xiu was also excited and kept saying, thank you. Thank you. Following that, with a peacock leading the way, Leng Ruoxue led a large group of peacocks and Feng Xiu towards the Phoenix clan's encampment in a grand manner. When they arrived at the entrance of the Phoenix clan's encampment, the guard was surprised to see Feng Xiu. He couldn't help but ask, Feng Xiu, why are you back again? I want to see the Phoenix King. Feng Xiu said. Oh. Wait a moment. Not long after, the guard returned and looked at Feng Xiu helplessly. Feng Xiu, the Phoenix King said that he doesn't want to see you. You'd better leave the Phoenix territory as soon as possible. If you don't want to see him, then come see me. Who are you? The guard asked curious. I'm the advisor of Lord Raimai. Although the guard had never seen this token before, the aura from it could not be faked. The aura it exuded was even stronger than the Phoenix King's. Therefore, it did not dare to neglect it. At this time, the Phoenix King was in his own palace, enjoying the service of a beautiful man. After receiving the continuous reports from the guards, a trace of impatience appeared on the Phoenix King's face. How detestable. How dare they come to the Phoenix clan's territory to bully us? This was preposterous. Couldn't he just let her recuperate her mood? She really didn't want to see that Lien Wu. However, the other party had taken the initiative to come to his door. She couldn't hit, scold, or kill him. Your Majesty, why don't we have the guards tell Lien Wu that you're not here? Seeing that the Phoenix King's expression was ugly and he was in a bad mood, a beautiful waiter couldn't help but try to please him. Pig brain. Do you think she's an idiot? When the Phoenix King heard this, she cursed angrily. She had just said that she didn't want to see Feng Xiu, and now she said that he wasn't here. Wasn't she slapping her own face? Which fool would believe such a lie? How low was his IQ? But the king doesn't want to see her. The waiter said, feeling wronged. Of course I don't want to see her. However, she is one of Wu Lian's people. If I really don't see her, she will run to Wu Lian and complain about me to that bitch. Wu Lian, that narrow-minded woman, will definitely bear a grudge against me for looking at her disdainfully. If Wu Lian really does something to hinder our Feng clan, won't we be the unlucky ones? The Phoenix King touched the beautiful waiter's face and teased him. Then, meet her? The waiter asked carefully. Let her in. The guard acknowledged and left to inform Leng Ruoxue and the rest. With the Phoenix King's permission, Leng Ruoxue led the Peacock Kings and swaggered into the Phoenix clan's territory, heading straight for the Phoenix King's chamber. As they walked, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh at Feng Xiu. Your Phoenix clan's territory sure is extravagant. Logically, phoenixes lived on parasol trees and phoenixes should like parasol trees the most. However, on their way here, they saw that many parasol trees had become decorations. The residence of the Phoenix tribe was decorated with golden walls that were shining brightly. They were definitely not made of wood. We only use the parasol tree when we are cultivating. We usually stay in our favorite houses. Leng Ruoxue's words made Feng Xiu feel a little embarrassed. The current Phoenix clan was indeed not as simple and honest as before. There were more clansmen who liked to enjoy life. Many of the Phoenix's residences were modeled after the residences of humans, and they were all built to be rich and beautiful. You're obviously birds, and living on trees is in line with the laws of nature, but you just have to be human-like, and the result is that you're not even the same. You don't think that just because you've built a house with golden walls like a palace, you can show off your wealth, do you? Feng Xiu was speechless. It seemed that this Lord Lien Wu had a lot of opinions about the Feng clan. In reality, the reason why Leng Ruoxue could not stand the Phoenix clan's extravagance was because she thought about the situation of Feng Zhan, and the other phoenixes. Those old phoenixes lived such simple lives in the lower realm. However, looking at the Phoenix clan in the divine realm, this place was simply. Especially when they arrived at the royal chamber of the Phoenix King, Leng Ruoxue was even more displeased. Even Feng Zhan and the other old phoenixes in the bracelet were so angry that they were trembling when they saw the royal chamber. Listening to the old phoenix in the bangle blabbering away like a boiling pot, Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted him. But Feng Zhan couldn't take it anymore and complained, detestable. It was really too detestable. Our king's parasol tree has been growing for tens of thousands of years and even produced the spirit of the parasol tree. But now, the palace of the Phoenix King. What are these things? What about the Wudong tree? Where did he go? Don't worry, I'll help you ask around later. Leng Ruoxue listened to the old phoenix's complaints in her heart and quickly replied, yes, we must get that tree. That tree is much better than the parasol trees in our lower realm. All the parasol trees in our divine realm are its descendants. But without seeing the old tree with his own eyes, he couldn't put his heart at ease. I'll think of a way. There were 3 big words on the door of the Royal Phoenix's chamber, Royal Phoenix Palace. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Feng Xiu before pushing the door open and entering. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the Phoenix King sitting on the throne, holding an extremely charming young man in his arms. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two flowed in the huge palace. Feng Xiu also saw this scene and lowered his head in embarrassment. When the Phoenix King saw Feng Xiu's expression, she was extremely pleased with herself because she thought that Feng Xiu's expression was that of jealousy. Leng Ruoxue surveyed the entire Royal Phoenix Palace. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a cry of surprise, "Arg! It's so ugly." This cry was like a sudden clap of thunder, ringing in their ears. Feng Xiu's heart trembled in fear, and he couldn't help but look at Leng Ruoxue. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly fly into a rage. At that time, the innocent clansmen of the Phoenix clan would be in trouble. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't as angry as he thought she would be. After hearing his words, she only smiled faintly and said, I'm pretty ugly, but no matter how ugly I am, I'm still better than you, who's neither a man nor a woman. Look at you, what do you look like? Do you still have any manliness? You're actually sitting in a woman's arms, you're just short of hanging the word boy toy on your body. Leng Ruoxue's words were vicious, especially to a man. It was enough to hurt their self-esteem. The man in the Phoenix King's arms was also a phoenix. When he heard her words, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. However, under the Phoenix King's comforting gaze, the man instantly became well-behaved and looked at the Phoenix King with an aggrieved expression. He said coquettishly, Your Majesty, this woman is bullying me. You have to help me take revenge. You think she can help you? I am the advisor of God Lord Rhyme Mist. If she dares to touch a single hair on my head, Lord Rhyme Mist will not let her off. At that time, your male beast will probably be the first to suffer. Without giving the Phoenix Prince a chance to reply, Leng Ruoxue beat him to it. Her words instantly angered the Phoenix Prince and her male pet to the point that they were trembling all over. The blood in their bodies rushed to their heads, causing their brains to buzz and make them dizzy. The two of them even forgot to react and could only stare stupidly at Leng Ruoxue. When Feng Xiu saw this scene, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, this Lord Lien Wu is really too powerful. With just a few words, he made the Phoenix King and Feng Yu so angry that they lost their bearings. AI. Feng Xiu sighed softly. Based on the current situation, he might really be able to get his family out. Feng Xiu's mood brightened at the thought of this. However, the Phoenix Prince and the man in her arms Feng Yu were in a terrible mood. Apart from glaring at Leng Ruoxue, they did not know how to react, especially the Phoenix Prince. When she saw Leng Ruoxue's chubby hand tossing the blood-red token up and down, she could not help but squint her eyes and almost suffocate. F***ck. This is really infuriating, don't you think? Originally, she had suffered a lot in the Peacock tribe. She thought that she could do whatever she wanted after returning to her own tribe. But she didn't expect that after returning to her own Phoenix tribe, she still couldn't get rid of the fog and could still see this ugly monster. This fact was a huge blow to the proud Phoenix King. Right now, what she hoped for the most was that the fog would immediately disappear in front of her. Otherwise, she could not guarantee what she would do. And with that eyesore token, if she wanted to touch this fog, she really had to consider the consequences. How detestable. How detestable. How detestable. The Phoenix King kept on cursing in her heart, but Leng Ruoxue just kept on appearing in front of her. This scene almost made the Phoenix King cry. After living for so many years, when had she ever suffered such grievances? Even when the previous Phoenix King was still in power, he did not dare to make her feel so aggrieved. But now, with Leng Ruoxue, she seemed to have gotten back all the grievances that she had not suffered for so many years. F***ck. Why don't you just let this woman die? The Phoenix King was roaring in her heart while Leng Ruoxue looked at the Phoenix King with a smile. The Phoenix King was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the Phoenix King's expression was turning uglier by the second, Leng Ruoxue consoled him kindly, Phoenix King, calm down. Anger is bad for your health. If anything happens to you, your male companions will be taken advantage of by others. Don't you agree? It's my ass. The Phoenix King glared at Leng Ruoxue furiously. However, Leng Ruoxue acted as if she did not see it and started to size up Feng Yu again. This guy was really neither male nor female. He was clearly a male, but he was so charming. It turned out that the Phoenix King liked this type. It was no wonder that she had her eyes on the Peacock King. However, the Phoenix King's taste was also considered heavy. It was because this guy in front of her was obviously not the same as the Peacock King. The Peacock King was just a small bottom, but this guy could be called a transvestite. That's right, there's still Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu looked like a gentle and handsome man. When Leng Ruoxue thought about it, she suddenly realized that not only was the Phoenix King a glutton, but he was also an omnivore. Under Leng Ruoxue's beautiful gaze, Feng Xiu felt a cold breeze on his back. He deeply felt that Lord Lien Wu's gaze seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. It was too terrifying. As for Feng Yu, when he felt Leng Ruoxue's gaze on him, his little heart could not help but tremble. He was very afraid that this ugly woman would also take a fancy to him. If she were to ask the Phoenix King for him, he would rather die. With this thought in mind, Feng Yu couldn't help but burrow into the Phoenix King's arms to seek protection. The Phoenix King could sense the fear in Feng Yu's heart and hugged her tightly to comfort her. However, in the face of the Phoenix King's warning, Leng Ruoxue continued to look at them with a smile. In the end, the Phoenix King couldn't take it anymore. She finally suppressed her anger and roared, "Damn it! What exactly do you want to see me for? If you have something to say, then say it. Phoenix King, you're a great beauty. How can you speak so rudely?" When Leng Ruoxue heard the Phoenix King's words, she said with a look of disapproval. However, the Phoenix King only rolled his eyes at her and did not look at her again. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. After sighing, she said, "I naturally have serious business to discuss with you." "What serious business?" Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King was alarmed. "I want a few phoenixes from you," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. "No, I didn't, T." The Phoenix King refused without even thinking about it. However, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. After taking Feng Xiu away, he still wanted the Phoenix. Did he really think that she, the Phoenix King, was easy to bully? Wait a minute. He wanted a few phoenixes, could it be for the sake of phoenix cultivation? The Phoenix King knew that Feng Xiu wanted to leave with his family, but she rejected him. What a joke. Without Feng Xiu, she had to keep Feng Luo no matter what. Although that little guy was still young, he was like a second Feng Xiu. She still wanted to keep that little thing in case she missed him. How could he allow Feng Xiu to take him away? However, she had never dreamed that Lien Wu would actually stand up for Feng Xiu. Could it be that the damned Lien Wu really had the support of the ripple of mist and wasn't afraid of offending him at all? The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the angrier he got. His expression also gradually turned ugly. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she could only try to persuade him, Phoenix King, don't be so emotional. You should know that in the future, Feng Xiu will be Lord Wu Xian's man, and his status will definitely not be below yours. Moreover, he can also give pillow talk to Lord Wu Xian, and when Lord Wu Xian is angry and makes things difficult for your Feng clan, you'll be the one who regrets it. Pillow talk. Would you? Don't forget that you're a member of the Phoenix clan. Even though you've left the clan, you're still a member of the clan when you're alive and a ghost of the clan when you die. Do you dare to let the Feng clan down? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the Phoenix King glanced at Feng Xiu and roared at him angrily. She didn't believe that Feng Xiu would have the guts to do so. Moreover, based on her understanding of Feng Xiu, she knew that he wasn't someone who liked to spread pillow talk. Otherwise, no one in the Feng clan would dare to bully Feng Xiu. Faced with the Phoenix King's warning, Feng Xiu smiled bitterly. Then, under Leng Ruoxue's encouraging gaze, he said, Your Majesty, of course I won't do anything to let the Feng clan down. However, I also want to take my family with me. My parents' strength isn't high and my brother is young. If they stay with the Feng clan, they will only drag the clan down. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to return to the Feng clan in the future. So, I hope that I can take them with me and take care of them. I hope your Majesty can grant me my wish. You can take my parents with you, but Feng Luo has to stay in the Feng clan. After all, he is the future hope of the Feng clan. The Feng clan will definitely take good care of him. She knew very well that if she didn't let Feng Xiu take one away today, Lien Wu would definitely not let it go. Unfortunately, the Phoenix King's compromise caused Feng Xiu's expression to change. Although Feng Xiu knew that this was the possible outcome, he still found it difficult to accept it when he was actually facing it. At the thought of this, Feng Xiu sent a voice transmission to Leng Ruoxue anxiously, Lord Lien Wu, please help me get my little brother. I can't leave my little brother here. I don't want him to become the second me. Although Feng Xiu's words were very subtle, Leng Ruoxue already understood what he meant. After giving him a comforting look, Leng Ruoxue smiled at the Phoenix Prince and said, Your Highness, what you're doing is not very fair, is it? How could she break up a family of 4? It was very immoral to destroy someone's family. So, I can't agree with your idea. That little phoenix called Feng Luo must leave with us. No. Feng Luo belongs to our Feng clan. He must stay in the Feng clan. That Feng Xiu is still a member of your Phoenix clan. Don't tell me you want to keep him here. You. The Phoenix King choked. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. The Phoenix Prince's words were spoken in a righteous manner. Phoenix King, you're overthinking it. Feng Luo has followed our Lord Wooly, and Lord Wooly will definitely do her best to cultivate him. Would she mistreat him? Nurture? How did God Lord Fogripple nurture our Phoenix clan's little phoenix? Did she have a parasol tree? The Phoenix clan's cultivation can't be done without the parasol tree. Therefore, it's best for Feng Luo to stay in the Phoenix clan. Hearing the Phoenix King mention the parasol tree, Leng Ruoxue laughed and said nonchalantly, It's just a parasol tree. Phoenix King, why don't you just give me a few? Can you grow it? The sycamore trees can only survive in places with dense fire attribute energy. Is there such a place in the Imperial City? Even plucking feathers from a goose shouldn't be done like this. There's nothing to find, so I'm asking if you'll give it to me or not. I won't. The Phoenix King gritted his teeth and said, Not giving? Alright, then I won't leave. I'll take Feng Xiu's family and live in your Phoenix territory for a long time. At that time, if Lady Fog Ice asks about this matter because I can't see Feng Xiu, I can only tell the truth. You. The Phoenix King was so infuriated by Leng Ruoxue's words that her face turned blacker than the bottom of a pot. She pointed her trembling finger at Leng Ruoxue, unable to complete her sentence. Feng Xiu saw that the usually beautiful and noble Phoenix King had been angered to this extent by the rascal Lord Lien Wu and couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for her. Moreover, the gentle Feng Xiu didn't expect Lord Lien Wu to be so good at angering people. The Phoenix King was probably going to be angered to death. Phoenix King, what do you think of my suggestion? Leng Ruoxue felt that the Phoenix King had not been angered enough, so she asked, Not much. After a long time, the Phoenix King gritted her teeth and replied with a dark face, Since it's nothing much, then give me the person and the tree I want. Otherwise, I'll really live here. At that time, I'll also bring the Peacock clan in, eat your food, live in your place, and order your Phoenix clan to serve me. Perhaps, you like that? Leng Ruoxue's smile was extremely evil. Why you're forcing me to do this? The Phoenix King was so angry that it was panting heavily. Its fiery eyes glared furiously at Leng Ruoxue. However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't afraid of her. She smiled faintly and said, I can't say, awesome. I only hope that the Phoenix King can make a wise choice and give me the man and the tree, and I promise not to disturb you again. How about it? You're serious? The Phoenix King squinted her beautiful eyes that were spitting fire and asked in disbelief. Yes, I promise. It wasn't fake at all. Phoenix King, I've always been a trustworthy person, so you should believe me. Believe your ass. The Phoenix King cursed in her heart. If she could trust this extremely shameless human in front of her, where would the sun come from? Since Lord Wu insists, it's not like I can't agree to your conditions, but I can't guarantee that Feng Luo will be willing to leave with you. You have to know, that little fellow is full of ideas. Since Prince Feng has said so, why don't you call Feng Luo over and I'll ask him personally. She already knew the Phoenix King's motive. He wanted her to hear with her own ears that Feng Luo was not willing to leave with them so that she would give up. However, the self-righteous Phoenix King had to go in such a big circle. Even Leng Ruoxue was exhausted on his behalf. Good. Someone, go and call Feng Luo over. The moment the Phoenix King heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was overjoyed and quickly ordered the guards outside the door. After the guard received the order and left, a trace of worry rose in Feng Xiu's heart. Because with his understanding of the Phoenix King, he knew that the Phoenix King wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Without giving Feng Xiu much time to let his thoughts run wild, Feng Luo was brought to the royal Phoenix Palace. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little boy in front of her, then looked at Feng Xiu. She was even more certain. This Feng Luo, after his transformation, looked only about 13 or 14 years old. However, after meeting Feng Luo, Leng Ruoxue was even more determined to bring this little fellow away. With this thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue did not wait for the Phoenix Prince to speak and asked directly, Feng Luo, right? I've decided to take your entire family away from the Feng clan. Are you willing to leave with me? Feng Luo, you'd better think this through. She's going to give Feng Xiu to God Lord Rime. When you grow up, you might be fancied by that woman, Rime, and become her exclusive property. If you stay in the Phoenix clan, I promise that I will do my best to cultivate you. So, you can make your own choice. Your Highness, look at what you're saying. How can you be sure that Lady Mist will also like Feng Luo? Don't scare this little guy. Actually, Feng Luo wasn't really scared. He just thought, why am I so unlucky? It was either that he would be fancied by God Lord Mist Ripple, or that he would become the Phoenix King's exclusive property. He didn't like either of the two choices, even if they were the two most powerful women in the divine realm. He had his own dreams and expectations. One day, he wanted to become a top expert and look down on the entire Phoenix clan so that no one would dare to bully his family. He wanted to protect his brother even more. Thinking of her brother, Feng Luo's eyes were a little wet. At the same time, a sudden hatred for the Phoenix King welled up in her heart. Feeling the concern in his brother's eyes, Feng Luo instantly made a decision. He asked Leng Ruoxue with uncertainty, can I take my parents with me? Of course. If there's anyone else who you want to take with you, you can also tell me. I believe that the Phoenix King will not be stingy, right? The Phoenix King? Yes. The Phoenix King gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Then I agree to leave with you. However, you have to promise that our family will be together. No problem, he said. Leng Ruoxue gave Feng Luo a look that said, your choice is wise, and said with satisfaction. When Feng Xiu heard Feng Luo's reply, he heaved a sigh of relief. Their whole family could finally not be separated. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue turned to the Phoenix King and said, Phoenix King, the little guy has already made his choice. You won't go back on your word, will you? I won't. The Phoenix King secretly hated her. However, she had already said what she wanted to say. The Phoenix King wasn't stupid. She knew what was the most beneficial to her. Therefore, even if she was unwilling, she could only swallow it down. I knew that the Phoenix King is a man of his word. Oh right, the Phoenix King must not forget the sycamore tree that you promised me. I can't forget. There's such a thing? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be surprised, but she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. It was just a few sycamore trees, what was so difficult about it? Back then, even the parasol tree on Haotian continent had taken the initiative to surrender. She believed that the will of the parasol tree in the divine realm would not be that strong either. Although Leng Ruoxue did not think that taking away a few parasol trees was a big deal, Feng Xiu could not help but frown when he heard this. He knew that the Phoenix King was not lying. The parasol trees in the Phoenix territory were indeed not easy to deal with, especially those parasol trees that had been growing for many years. They were not willing to let them cultivate on them. Even if the trees were unwilling, they couldn't reject them. However, Leng Ruoxue was completely unaware of Feng Xiu's worries. When the Phoenix King saw how surprised Leng Ruoxue was, he naturally had to tell her, an outsider, about the parasol tree. After making up her words, the Phoenix King slowly opened her mouth and said, yes, I have to start from many years ago. Back then, our Phoenix tribe had a mother parasol tree. Now, all the parasol trees in the Phoenix tribe can be said to have been produced by that mother tree. However, for some unknown reason, the mother parasol tree suddenly withered and died. Other than being sad, the other parasol trees also had some enmity with our Phoenix tribe. They didn't like us in any way and didn't want us to cultivate on the parasol trees. Without us, the parasol trees naturally wouldn't benefit. So, up until now, there are fewer and fewer parasol trees that can produce intelligence. This is definitely a great disaster for our Phoenix clan. It's a pity that those parasol trees still don't know how to repent and refuse to let us in, causing both of us to suffer losses and greatly reducing the strength of our Phoenix tribe. Therefore, I really don't think that you can take away the parasol trees. Those trees, especially those that have developed intelligence, are all very stubborn. Of course, if you insist on trying, I won't stop you, but I can't guarantee how many you can bring. As the Phoenix King spoke, his words became more and more sincere. However, in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, even though the Phoenix King's words were most likely true, this old hag's earlier warning was probably just to see her make a fool of herself. However, her jokes weren't that good. Following that, Leng Ruoxue continued, man proposes, God disposes. If I can really take a few parasol trees with me, I hope the Phoenix King won't feel heartache. She wanted to say the ugly words in front of him so that Shi Fengwang wouldn't go back on his words. Who knew that when the Phoenix King heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he would reply without hesitation, as long as a parasol tree is willing to leave with you, I promise I won't stop you. How is it? If all the phoenix trees in your phoenix territory want to come with me, won't you stop them? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes as she confirmed. Of course. If you have the ability, then go ahead and try. Moreover, the Phoenix King truly felt that the Phoenix tribe was completely helpless against the Phoenix tree, let alone a human. How could the Wudong tree give her face? Wasn't that a fool's dream? It was precisely because of this thought that the Phoenix King happily ordered for Leng Ruoxue to be brought to the Parasol Tree Forest. When the Phoenix King heard this, her eyes instantly widened again. She really thought that she was hallucinating. However, before they left, Leng Ruoxue gave the Phoenix King a look of disbelief and even wanted the Phoenix King to make an oath that if she could really take the Parasol Tree away, the Phoenix King would not go back on her words. When the Phoenix King heard this, her eyes instantly widened again. She really thought that she was hallucinating. This human actually dared to doubt her words. He was really too despicable. However, the Phoenix King thought about it. That damned Lien Wu had done too many evil things. It seemed like he didn't care about doing one more thing. Moreover, she didn't think that Leng Ruoxue would be able to take the Parasol Tree away. With this thought in mind, she calmed down. She even felt that a casual oath wouldn't have much of an impact. As she wanted to get rid of Leng Ruoxue as soon as possible, the Phoenix King instantly figured it out. It was just an oath. She didn't think that the so-called oath would have much effect on her because she understood the parasol trees too well. Those parasol trees that were equally detestable to her would never give in to Leng Ruoxue's words. The confident Phoenix King quickly made an oath, indicating that if Lord Wu could really take all the parasol trees away, she would not go back on her word. After obtaining the Phoenix King's promise, Leng Ruoxue was satisfied. She then followed the person the Phoenix King had assigned to her and headed to the Parasol Tree Forest in high spirits. The Parasol Tree Forest was located in the most secretive mountain behind the Phoenix territory. At this moment, there was not a single phoenix there. The entire forest was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. The parasol trees were also very quiet. They did not pay much attention to the arrival of Leng Ruoxue and the others. On the other hand, once Feng Luo arrived at the Parasol Tree Forest, he was like a bird returning to the forest. He ran happily to an extremely small tree and gently stroked the trunk of the little parasol tree with a gentle face. Xiaotong, I'm about to leave the Phoenix territory. Are you willing to leave with me? Xiaotong? When she heard the name Feng Luo had given the parasol tree, Leng Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that Feng Luo was just like her, a little incompetent at naming things. Following that, Leng Ruoxue saw the small tree, which had been quiet all this while, shake its branches gently, indicating that it was willing to leave with Feng Luo. Upon seeing this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask Feng Xiu softly, has this little tree developed its own intelligence? No, I didn't. However, we phoenixes can communicate with the parasol tree, and the younger the parasol tree is, the purer its mind is. Relatively speaking, it will be easier for it to accept us. Feng Xiu explained with a helpless expression. So that's how it is. Then which parasol tree do you usually cultivate on? Do you want to take them with you? Leng Ruoxue asked again after hearing this. No need. My parasol tree has a very unique personality. It will not be willing to leave with me. Feng Xiu's tone suddenly became a little sad as he spoke. When Leng Ruoxue heard this, her curiosity was piqued once more. She could not help but ask, since it's willing to accept your cultivation, doesn't that mean that the Wudong tree has already accepted you? Why are you still unwilling to leave with you? She really could not understand the logic of this little phoenix. It didn't accept me. We just took what we needed. Therefore, even if those young parasol trees don't want to accept us, they won't reject us easily. But it's too difficult to get their approval. Feng Xiu said a little desolatedly. How he wished he could have his own parasol tree. However, not every phoenix was as lucky as Feng Luo. This was because Feng Luo's parasol tree had truly accepted him. Naturally, he would be willing to leave with Feng Luo. However, when he thought of the parasol tree that he often cultivated on, he didn't have the courage to ask. I see. Then which parasol tree are you cultivating? I'll help you ask. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Feng Xiu's heart was filled with warmth. How Feng Luo wished that his brother could be like him, able to take away a parasol tree. This was also extremely important for their family of four's future cultivation. Of course, Leng Ruoxue had no idea that she had not done anything yet. At this moment, when she heard that Feng Luo was cooperating with her, Leng Ruoxue gave him a look that said that he was a promising student. Then, under Feng Luo's guidance, she came to a parasol tree that was slightly thicker than Feng Luo's small tree. After sizing it up for a long time, Leng Ruoxue smiled and asked, little tree, are you willing to leave with us? After she finished speaking, the parasol tree did not respond for a long time. Leng Ruoxue was dumbfounded. Was she being ignored? How detestable. When had she ever received such treatment? Or was he ignored by the tree? Leng Ruoxue was enraged. The consequences would be severe. Are you willing to leave with us? Leng Ruoxue suppressed her anger and repeated. This time, she was still asking a question, but her tone was unfriendly. However, the parasol tree still did not react. Little tree, have you really decided to play dumb to the end? If you don't give me an answer, you will regret it. Leng Ruoxue continued, a hint of warning in her tone. Human, what do you want? This is the Phoenix territory, not the territory of you humans. Finally, the Wudong tree responded. So what if it's the Phoenix territory? If I want to take you away, would the Phoenix King dare to stop me? Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Feng Xiu, Feng Luo, and the other Phoenix tribe members who were leading them to the parasol tree forest all broke out in cold sweat. Was this considered a threat and disdainful look at the Phoenix King? The gradually intensifying smell of gunpowder made the hearts of the three phoenixes tremble. However, Feng Xiu and a certain unlucky Phoenix clan member were frightened, while Feng Luo was excited. Lord Lien Wu is really too awesome. The cute little boy was so excited that he could not speak. His pink lips were trembling and his little face was flushed red from excitement. At this moment, his eyes were filled with love as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. Actually, he also wanted to say those words that Leng Ruoxue had just said. However, he never had the courage to do so. Furthermore, if he really dared to say such things in front of Phoenix, his family of four would be in deep trouble as well. However, now that Leng Ruoxue had spoken her mind, Feng Luo, this little boy, was still so excited that it was as if he had said it himself. Human. You. At this moment, the parasol tree, which had been stunned by Leng Ruoxue's words, finally reacted. However, it was so angry that it could not speak. What about me? I'm telling you, little tree, you'd better obediently leave with me. Otherwise, if I really use violence, you'll be the one in trouble, understand? Leng Ruoxue warned without holding back. The parasol tree was so angry that it shook its branches up and down, showing its anger. However, Leng Ruoxue could not care less about the anger of a small tree. She stood in front of the parasol tree and waited for its reply. Leng Ruoxue's words successfully caused Feng Xiu and the other two to break out in even more cold sweat. The Phoenix tribesman who had brought them to the parasol tree forest said with a nervous and fearful expression, Lord Lianwu, you can't use violence on the parasol tree. You can't hurt them. Can't hurt them? Humph. These trees have been spoiled by your Phoenix kind, if they dare to disobey me, I will chop them down and burn them like firewood. Leng Ruoxue scoffed. Upon hearing this, the member of the Phoenix clan was silent for a moment. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, so you guys don't need the parasol tree anymore, but they do. How could he not be good to these trees? One must know that the Phoenix clansmen were practically treating these parasol trees like their ancestors. They were afraid that they would go on strike collectively. Of course, some of the parasol trees had gone on strike. However, there were still some who were working normally, weren't there? If Lord Lianwu's few words made those parasol trees, which were barely able to work normally, go on strike, then their Phoenix clan would have no place to cry. Thus, he really didn't want to see Lord Lianwu treat the parasol trees like this. At this moment, the truth of Lord Lianwu's words could be ignored, but it was absolutely impossible to scare these parasol trees. However, it was a pity that Leng Ruoxue wouldn't give him any face at all. She rolled her eyes at the Phoenix clansman whose expression had suddenly turned ugly. She then continued, you'd better learn how I deal with these stubborn parasol trees. I don't want to learn. He didn't dare to threaten the parasol trees, because they really dared to go on strike in a fit of anger. But it was not up to him to learn or not. Leng Ruoxue stretched out her chubby, fair hand and touched the stubborn parasol tree. Then, she mumbled, this place is not bad. If I cut it down, I can make a chair. Let's just burn the branches like firewood. Upon hearing this, the branches of the Wudong tree shook even more violently. As for the unlucky member of the Phoenix clan, his face was getting paler and paler, and his whole body was trembling. At this moment, he really wanted to faint. Wu, could he not face this violent and terrifying woman? Little tree, have you made your choice? Do you want to come with me obediently, or do you want to be used as firewood or made into a chair? The parasol tree was furious. This human woman actually dared to treat it like this. It was preposterous. The indignant parasol tree suddenly felt aggrieved as it thought about it. Wu. Who did it offend this time? How did he meet such a female fiend? This human woman was simply too shameless. It had lived in the Phoenix Territory's parasol tree forest since it was young and had never seen someone like Leng Ruoxue who would threaten it. This was because the Phoenix clan had always been very protective of them. Hence, the parasol tree was not used to such a huge contrast. However, it was also afraid that this woman would really do what she said. Although it was just a tree, it was not stupid. It was very smart. Looking at the way the Phoenix clan member treated this human, it could guess that this human's identity was not simple. If she really treated it as she said and the Phoenix king did not help it, it was really possible that it would die. As the saying goes, a true man knows when to yield and when not to. After thinking through all of this, a certain parasol tree that Leng Ruoxue had used as a warning finally gave in. It said to Leng Ruoxue while choking with sobs, I'll go with you. It's really aggrieved. This works too. Feng Xiu and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected that the parasol tree would be afraid. This was the first time they had seen it. However, no matter what, Feng Xiu felt that the parasol tree that he was most familiar with was willing to leave with him. He was still very happy. Following that, he heard Leng Ruoxue say to the parasol tree, that's a good girl. No matter if it's a person or a tree, the most important thing is to be practical. So, your choice is wise. In addition, don't be afraid of me, I'm just scaring you. I won't really use you as a chair or as firewood. That would be too wasteful. Ugh. After hearing this, Feng Xiu was simply speechless and didn't know what to say. When the Phoenix clansman saw that Leng Ruoxue had already taken away 2 of the parasol trees, he immediately said, Lord Lianwu, now there are already 2 parasol trees willing to follow you. Do you think we can go back? Why go back? Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes and asked innocently after hearing what the Phoenix clansman said. The Phoenix clansman was speechless. Could he say that taking away 2 trees was already a lot? One must know that every single parasol tree was precious to the Phoenix tribe. With just these 2, the Phoenix king would probably be heartbroken to see them. After thinking about it carefully, the Phoenix clansman didn't know what to say. He didn't want to be too direct, but if he didn't say anything, Leng Ruoxue would naturally pretend to be confused. Following that, he heard Leng Ruoxue say, "You said that there are already 2 parasol trees that are willing to follow me, but in fact, neither of these 2 trees are willing to leave with me. So, I still want to try and see if there are any trees that are willing to leave with me." Was this the rhythm of continuing to choose and threaten? The Phoenix clansman was dumbfounded again. He couldn't help but roar in his heart, "Lord Lien Wu. I beg you, stop picking. 2 trees were enough." Sob. The pitiful members of the Phoenix clan looked at Feng Xiu and Feng Luo with a pleading look. Although these 2 were about to leave the clan, they were still members of the clan. They couldn't just watch a human woman harm their clan, could they? But unfortunately, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo chose to turn a blind eye to his pleading eyes. Who asked Feng Xiu to think that he and his brother's parasol trees had been settled, but his parents had not. Hence, he supported Leng Ruoxue in choosing a few more parasol trees. If Feng Xiu could think this way, Feng Luo, who thought he was protective of his own people, naturally thought so. As for that crying Phoenix man, no one had the time to care about him. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo watched as Leng Ruoxue looked left and right to choose a parasol tree that caught her eye. They immediately walked to her side and instructed her, "Lord Lianwu, the thicker a parasol tree is, the longer it has grown, and the higher the intelligence it will produce. And a parasol tree like this is the greatest help to our Phoenix tribe." "Oh." Leng Ruoxue nodded to show that she understood. She then turned to the Phoenix clansman, who was crying as if his father had died, and asked, "Are there any parasol trees that are older than this one?" "There are. There are." The moment the member of the Phoenix tribe heard this, he beamed with joy. In his heart, the older a parasol tree was, the more difficult it would be to serve it. Not only that, but most importantly, the older parasol trees were all on strike. Hence, he was more willing to let Leng Ruoxue choose from there rather than from the ones that were suitable for the Phoenix tribe to cultivate. He knew that no one could take the parasol tree away. In this case, this human woman should naturally give up, right? The Phoenix clansman thought to himself with a pleased expression. When Feng Xiu and Feng Luo heard how excited their clansmen were, their hearts sank. They had already guessed where the parasol tree was. The 2 of them looked at each other gloomily. Initially, they had wanted to tell Leng Ruoxue how to choose the best parasol tree, but who knew that they would let their clansmen take advantage of the loophole? Were they overreaching themselves? Especially when they saw Leng Ruoxue's clueless expression, the 2 of them felt even more depressed. However, even if they did not say anything, it did not mean that Leng Ruoxue would not take the initiative to ask. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, who were suddenly depressed. She then asked with a curious look, "Why did your clansmen suddenly become so happy when they heard that I wanted an old parasol tree? Could there be something fishy going on?" She didn't lower her voice at all. The 3 of them didn't even need to prick up their ears to hear her clearly. As soon as she said this, the face of the member of the Feng clan turned red. "The old sycamore tree is currently on strike," Feng Luo said very honestly. Although they're on strike, I believe that with Lord Lianwu's charm, those trees will definitely take the initiative to bow under your skirt." The Phoenix clansman hurriedly explained when he saw that his thoughts were clear. However, Leng Ruoxue still looked at him with an expression that said, "So you didn't have good intentions." Instantly, his old face burned. Sob. How did I get exposed so quickly? He could not understand. She couldn't help but secretly glare at Feng Luo, who had exposed her. She thought to herself, this little brat is really unlikable. While she was at it, she carefully stole a glance at Leng Ruoxue. This human wouldn't smash the Feng clan in a fit of anger, right? However, Leng Ruoxue wasn't as angry as he thought she would be. Instead, she smiled and said, "Although you have some bad intentions, your flattery really hit the nail on the head. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Quickly take me to see those ancient sycamore trees. I'll have to properly appreciate them and see how old they are." "Yes. Yes. This way, Lord Lianwu." The Phoenix clansman's heart, which had been in his throat, was greatly relieved. That was close. However, at least he was safe. The place they were at just now was the periphery of the parasol tree forest, and the periphery was basically filled with some relatively younger parasol trees. If they wanted to see the older parasol trees, they had to go deeper into the parasol tree forest. Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 followed the guide from the Phoenix clan. The deeper they went into the parasol tree forest, the denser the fire-type spiritual chi became. Not long after, Leng Ruoxue saw many parasol trees that required 10 people to surround them. However, according to a certain guide, these parasol trees were not the oldest ones. There were even older ones among them. The moment Leng Ruoxue heard this, she immediately urged the guide to lead them further in. However, they had not walked far when a huge sycamore tree blocked their way. "Is there something? Were you the one who threatened my junior, saying that you would use it as a chair and firewood?" "Yes, it's me." Leng Ruoxue did not deny it. When the huge parasol tree heard Leng Ruoxue's words, it flew into a rage. Its lush branches trembled violently to show its dissatisfaction. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the giant parasol tree again and asked, "What's the use of shaking your branches when you're angry?" "I'm not afraid. You. Despicable human, you're too infuriating. However, Leng Ruoxue still had a smile on her face as she coldly asked, excuse me, are you a human? The huge sycamore tree instantly turned to stone. It really didn't seem like a human. Seeing the huge parasol tree's dejected look, Leng Ruoxue patted its trunk and consoled it, little tree. That descendant of yours is too disobedient. He already promised to leave with me, but he still complained to you. When I go back later, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Don't worry, jade can't be made into anything if it's not cut. I'll do everything I can to cultivate it into something useful. No. No. You can't bully it. Hearing this, the giant parasol tree immediately came back to its senses and shouted. Then what do you think we should do? It's a snitch. I can't let this happen, otherwise, it might betray me in the future. I can't take this risk. Leng Ruoxue said with a serious expression. I won't. It won't do that, so you can't bully it. The giant parasol tree said hurriedly. Yes, yes. In front of you, I promise you that I won't bully it. However, it's going to leave with me. Even if I bully it, you won't be able to see it. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then what should we do? Feng Xiu and the other two, who had also heard this, had completely different reaction. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo wanted to hear the old tree say, I'll go with you and watch over you so that you don't bully your juniors. However, a certain member of the Feng clan had a bad premonition in his heart. Following that, a certain Phoenix clansman heard Leng Ruoxue say, why don't you come with me? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix clansman, who thought that she was in a pathetic state, revealed an expression of, I knew it. She couldn't help but feel disgusted in her heart. This human woman was really too despicable. She actually spared no effort in kidnapping the parasol tree. However, he had a deep understanding of the stubbornness of these parasol trees. He knew that this old tree would definitely not agree to Leng Ruoxue's suggestion. Hence, he was really not worried that Leng Ruoxue would be able to snatch this tree away. Leng Ruoxue's words also made the old tree fall silent for a long time. It was so long that a certain Phoenix clansman thought that the old sycamore tree would definitely refuse. Only then did the old sycamore tree slowly open its golden mouth and say, I can leave this place with you, but you can't bully us. Yes. The little tree was its grandson and the closest relative it had alive. Therefore, it was really worried that its grandson would leave with a human. If something really happened, it would regret it for the rest of its life. Therefore, it felt that it was more at ease to follow and watch by itself. It also didn't want its grandson to annoy this human because of his stubbornness. If she really killed him, it would be the one who regretted it. It had agreed to Leng Ruoxue's request so easily. This was something that Feng Xiu and the other two did not expect. However, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo were still rather excited about this outcome. On the other hand, a certain Phoenix clansman was in a state of confusion. It was as if his parents had died. His face turned from white to black, then black to white. Seeing that the parasol tree was so tactful, Leng Ruoxue was very happy. She patted its trunk and comforted it, don't worry, you won't regret following me. I won't bully you. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's promise, the old sycamore tree was relieved. However, after thinking for a while and secretly communicating with the other parasol trees beside him, the old tree said hesitantly, human, I still have some older brothers, can you bring them along? We don't want to be separated. No problem. How much do you have? However, when a certain member of the Phoenix clan heard this, he was so angry that he fainted. This fact was such a huge blow to him that he didn't even have time to report it to the Phoenix King. When the Phoenix King heard of this matter, everything had already become a foregone conclusion. At this moment, let alone the Phoenix who was so loyal to the Phoenix clan that she had fainted from anger, even Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, who had been calm and collected, were dumbfounded when they heard this result. How? How did this happen? This was simply too unbelievable. At that moment, the two phoenixes felt an unprecedented sense of admiration for Leng Ruoxue. When they heard the old sycamore tree say that it wanted to leave with Leng Ruoxue, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo could not take this huge shock and fainted from happiness. Looking at the three phoenixes that had fainted, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. They really lacked training. This kind of determination is not good. Faced with Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, whose ability to take a beating was too low, Leng Ruoxue secretly decided that she would strengthen their training in this area in the future. Otherwise, how could they faint so easily? The old sycamore tree did not expect that his words would cause the three little phoenixes to faint. He muttered to himself, human, this is none of my business. I know that you've made a wise choice. After Leng Ruoxue appeased the old sycamore tree, she praised it. Following that, Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said, which tree wants to leave with me? Wave your branches and let me see. The moment he said this, Leng Ruoxue saw that the parasol trees in front of her were in a mess. The branches were shaking everywhere she looked. She casually counted and was surprised to find that all the parasol trees in the forest were willing to leave with her. Hee. This was really great, this was the so-called getting it without any effort. Once Leng Ruoxue was happy, she immediately wanted to move the parasol trees into her bracelet. One must know that these trees were not young. If Feng Zhan and the other old phoenixes saw them, they would definitely be very happy. Thus, with a thought, all the parasol trees in front of her disappeared. The old sycamore trees, who had just been moved to a new place, were not used to it at first. But later on, they found that the spiritual chi in the place they were in was too rich, especially the spiritual chi of the fire attribute. It was so rich that it made them ecstatic. They wondered where they were. The fire attribute in this place was even richer than the one in Phoenix territory. At that moment, the old sycamore trees were excited. They shook their branches with all their might to show their excitement. The old phoenix that had started the conversation with Leng Ruoxue called out to her carefully, "Human. Humans. Are you there? Where is this place? Of course this is the little girl's space, you can live here in peace." An evil laugh rang out, but the old sycamore tree knew that this voice was definitely not the voice of the human woman from before. "Who is it? Who's talking?" The old sycamore tree hurriedly asked. "It's me." Following these two words, a fiery red behemoth descended from the sky and landed on a wudong tree. You're the fire phoenix." The old sycamore tree's voice trembled. How could there be a phoenix tribe here? The reason why they wanted to leave with that human was to get rid of the phoenix clan. However, it had never expected that such a good place would be occupied by the phoenix tribe. Sob. At this moment, the old sycamore tree was somewhat regretful. It deeply felt that it had overreached itself. Humph. They did not welcome the phoenix tribe. At the thought of this, the old sycamore tree said fiercely, "Get down from my brother, we don't welcome you. Little tree. Have you forgotten who I am? Why are you treating me so badly?" Sob. "I'll be sad if you do this. To think that I've been thinking about you all this time." The fiery red figure, Feng Zhan, heard the old sycamore tree's words and started to sob. At this time, the sycamore tree that it landed on actually reprimanded the old sycamore tree, "Brother Jojo, don't be rude." That old sycamore tree did not have a name, and it was ranked 99th. All the trees that were older than it called it little brother Jojo. Now, the 99th ranked old sycamore tree felt aggrieved when it saw that it had been called 87th brother, you actually did it for a phoenix. I'm so sad. An old face with tears in its eyes appeared on the trunk of the 99 old sycamore tree. It looked really pitiful. "Little 9, do you really not recognize it?" Parasol tree number 87 said helplessly. "It? Should I recognize it?" Parasol tree number 99 blinked its eyes and asked in confusion. Hee. Little 9. 9th, I'm Feng Zhan. Feng Zhan finally revealed the answer with a smile. Feng Zhan. Prince Feng's personal guard. The name, Parasol tree number 99, gave it a sudden inspiration, and some of its deep memories were awakened. However, it still couldn't believe that the phoenix in front of it was Feng Zhan. Wasn't it said that Feng Zhan and the other guards of the Phoenix King had already died? Why was this man still alive and calling himself Feng Zhan? Moreover, it believed that Brother 87 would never recognize the wrong phoenix, because there was a special way to identify the phoenix between the parasol tree and the phoenix. Even if the other party was reborn from the fire, they would still recognize it. Could this fire phoenix really be Feng Zhan? You're Feng Zhan? Parasol tree number 99 could not help but ask. Yes, I'm sure of it. Feng Zhan nodded. But I heard that you've already died? Tree number 99 asked curiously. Although it was happy to see Feng Zhan, it still wanted to know more. No, I didn't. I was only sealed in the lower realm. It was this little girl, the human woman who moved you here, who saved us. Otherwise, we would really have been in danger of dying. Feng Zhan sighed with emotion. Isn't that human god Lord Mist's aid? Parasol tree number 99 was puzzled again. The people of Rime Ice City wouldn't help Feng Zhan and the others, would they? Who said that? She's Master Yu's disciple, and she's against Rime. So, it's wise for you to choose to follow her. Feng Zhan complimented. Master Yu's disciple? No wonder when I saw her, I felt close to her and felt that even if she was from Rime Ice, I should still follow her. My intuition was right. Parasol tree number 99 said with a slightly proud tone. In fact, the parasol trees in the Phoenix territory had been deeply disappointed in the Phoenix tribe ever since their mother tree had withered. They had been looking for an opportunity. Even if there were other clans, no one had the courage to abduct them. Therefore, they had been waiting for many years. Even though they had refused to cultivate the Phoenix tribe, they had not been able to increase their own strength. For the sake of their mother tree, they were willing to do anything that would result in mutual destruction. Their actions were no different from waiting for death. However, for the pride of the parasol tree tribe and to avenge their mother tree, they would rather there be no more parasol trees in the world than to see those annoying phoenixes. However, they could not bear to do so. The little parasol trees and the little phoenixes were innocent and they should not bear the grudges between the Phoenix tribe and the parasol tree tribe. Hence, the old parasol trees did not stop the little parasol trees and the little phoenixes from cultivating together. This was also the main reason why the little parasol trees could not accept the little phoenixes. After waiting for a long time with no hope, the parasol trees thought that they could only wait for death. Leng Ruoxue, this human, appeared out of nowhere and had the intention of bringing them away. Even though they lived in the parasol tree forest, some of the more powerful parasol trees had been observing everything within the Phoenix clan with their divine senses. Naturally, they were aware of what Leng Ruoxue had done to the current Phoenix king. Upon seeing Leng Ruoxue, this audacious human, the sycamore trees were instantly excited. Wasn't this a chance to take them away? The Phoenix king had also made an oath, so there was even less reason to stop them, right? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Even though they were still not satisfied with Leng Ruoxue's status, they could not care less now. As long as they could leave the Phoenix clan, it was fine. More importantly, many parasol trees had expressed that they felt a sense of familiarity when they saw Leng Ruoxue. In this way, Leng Ruoxue's status was not that important anymore. Now, they had learned from Feng Zhan that Leng Ruoxue was the disciple of the imperial concubine. The parasol trees were even more excited. The place they were living in now was even more suitable for them than the Phoenix territory. Sob. They had no other requests. After that, the parasol trees heard about Leng Ruoxue's great achievements from Feng Zhan. They were even more satisfied with her. Then, they saw Feng Zhan. The bloodline of the Phoenix King in Feng Zhan's body made the old parasol trees so excited that they were speechless. Feeling the chaos in the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue smiled. Then, she stretched out her chubby little hand and patted Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, waking them up. When the two of them woke up in a daze, they were still at a loss. However, when they saw the empty space in front of them, their expressions changed drastically. Lord Lianwu, where are those parasol trees? Feng Luo stammered as he asked. Weren't those parasol trees willing to leave with Lord Lianwu? How did they all disappear? This was a big deal. I dug it up and kept it. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo were silent. It looked like they had been unconscious for a long time, right? Otherwise, how could Lord Lianwu have dug out all those trees by himself? However, this Lord Lianwu was really nimble. He managed to do everything by himself. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at Leng Ruoxue with deep admiration. Glancing at their expressions, Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly and said, in the future, you won't be lacking sycamore trees for cultivation. Yes, yes. The two of them nodded in excitement. At this moment, she heard Leng Ruoxue say with a smug look, that's why I said that there's meat to eat if you follow me. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo were silent for a while. Then, the two of them said in unison, in the future, we will definitely follow the footsteps of Lord Lianwu. Good girl. Let's continue forward. I heard that there are even older parasol trees inside. Leng Ruoxue said with a calm smile. One must know that the old sycamore tree in the bracelet had been urging her for a long time, so much so that calluses were about to form in her ears. After Feng Xiu and Feng Luo heard what Leng Ruoxue had to say, they were invigorated. They no longer lacked parasol trees, so they were more confident in following Leng Ruoxue. After that, the three of them continued to walk deeper into the parasol tree forest. Before they left, the kind Feng Luo could not help but ask Leng Ruoxue softly, Lord Lianwu, are we not going to care about him? That, him, Feng Luo was naturally referring to his own clansman, the unlucky one who had been appointed by the Phoenix King to lead the way. Who cares? What if he messaged the Phoenix King again? Let alone taking these parasol trees away, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to leave the Phoenix territory safely. Leng Ruoxue replied matter-of-factly. Although the Phoenix King had made an oath, it would be a wonder if the Phoenix King would keep it. Leng Ruoxue did not believe that lecherous old woman's words at all. Just like that, under Leng Ruoxue's cajoling, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo abandoned their own clansmen and followed Leng Ruoxue to cajole other parasol trees. In reality, what they did not know was that Leng Ruoxue did not need to be abducted at this moment. Who asked these parasol trees to have the intention to leave long ago? They just did not find a suitable opportunity. And now, with the appearance of Leng Ruoxue, a suitable candidate, the parasol trees in the parasol tree forest seemed to have seen a ray of light. Naturally, they were all elated and expressed that they wanted to leave with her. As such, every time the three of them arrived at a parasol tree forest, Leng Ruoxue did not need to waste her breath. Many of the parasol trees expressed that they would ask Leng Ruoxue to take them away. This scene made Feng Xiu and Feng Luo's jaws drop. This kind of thing was really too unbelievable for the two phoenixes who could still be considered innocent. The two of them were incomparably shocked. The way they looked at Leng Ruoxue could no longer be expressed with admiration. It should be shock. The parasol trees looked at them with disdain. There was even a parasol tree that said to Leng Ruoxue, little girl, the phoenix kind now. It was completely different from the past. Look at these two little guys, they were really too restless. If this is the future of the phoenix kind, then I really don't think so highly of the phoenix kind. These words made Feng Xiu and Feng Luo's faces flush red and they were extremely embarrassed. They even lowered their heads in shame and wished they could find a hole to hide in. Sob. The two of them were being despised by the parasol trees. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she looked at the two of them. She then turned to the parasol tree that had expressed its opinion and said, they still lack training. So, we shouldn't be too harsh on them. That makes sense. Then I'll forgive the two of them for making a fuss. The Wudong tree said very kindly. Hearing this, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo felt even more ashamed. They were so bad that when the parasol tree talked about them, it had an expression of disappointment. This was too terrifying. This didn't seem to be a big deal. When the two of them saw the entire patch of parasol trees in front of them, they were dumbfounded and so shocked that they lost the ability to speak. Where did he go? The parasol trees. Where did all the parasol trees go? Leng Ruoxue had no intention of explaining when she saw the two phoenixes' wide open, dazed eyes. Instead, she said to the two phoenixes who were too shocked, let's continue forward. Hearing the cheers that came from the bangle, Leng Ruoxue brought Feng Xiu and Feng Luo to collect the parasol trees one after another. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo's mental endurance had also changed from their initial disbelief and shock to extreme calmness. In the end, the two of them had become completely numb. Just as Leng Ruoxue kept another piece of parasol tree in her bracelet, she was about to continue on her way when she was stopped by Feng Xiu. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Xiu in confusion. "We can't go in," Feng Xiu quickly explained. "Why?" Leng Ruoxue blinked her eyes in confusion. One must know that the further they went, the higher the level of the parasol trees. It was obviously impossible for her to let go of the few biggest parasol trees not far away. "That's the graveyard of the parasol tree. No phoenix is allowed to set foot there. There's even a restrictive spell set up outside, so there's no way we can get in," Feng Xiu said. "Like this?" Leng Ruoxue was a little worried after hearing Feng Xiu's words. She already knew that these old sycamore trees were nostalgic. The reason why they didn't want to deal with the current Feng clan was mostly because of their relationship with the former Phoenix King. So, she didn't know if sending Feng Zhan out as a lobbyist would work. What if these old sycamore trees didn't even give Feng Zhan face? What would she do then? Previous chapter. Next chapter. At this moment, Feng Zhan's voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's heart. "Little girl, I can't do anything about these old trees. They are the closest descendants of the mother parasol tree and they only listen to the mother parasol tree. Even our king can't do anything to them, so you can only find a way to get close to them yourself. Work hard." These trees were very important. Especially the mother parasol tree. "Isn't the mother parasol tree already?" Leng Ruoxue asked carefully. In front of the old parasol trees, she was too embarrassed to directly say that their mother tree had already withered. "Little girl. The old sycamore trees told me that the mother sycamore tree should still be alive, but it's in a deep sleep. They don't know how to wake it up, so I can only ask you to find a way to see it. But if you want to see it, the most important thing is to convince the few sycamore trees that are protecting it. They're not as easy to talk to as the other parasol trees," Feng Zhan reminded him. "Oh. Then I'll think of a way to try," Leng Ruoxue replied. She then cut off the connection with Feng Zhan and turned to Feng Xiu and Feng Luo. "Let's go over there and take a look." Seeing that Leng Ruoxue had made up her mind, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo had no choice but to follow her. Leng Ruoxue was stunned when she arrived in front of the parasol trees. The parasol trees in front of her were simply too big. She estimated that they would require at least 100 people to encircle them. These parasol trees formed a ring with their luxuriant branches intertwining with each other, blocking everyone's vision. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue took 2 steps forward to test the waters. However, she realized that a thin light screen was blocking her path. This should be the restriction that the parasol trees had set up, right? Looking at the restriction, Leng Ruoxue's head started to hurt. She was here to ask for amnesty, so it was impossible for her to force her way in. What if these parasol trees were angered and treated her as an enemy? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Furthermore, she could tell that these parasol trees were not weak. At the very least, he had the cultivation of a deity emperor. At the thought of this, Leng Ruoxue could only say, "Is anyone there? I have something to discuss with you." After she finished speaking, no one paid any attention to Leng Ruoxue. How detestable. These tree frames were really big. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself and continued to ask, "Are there any survivors? Give me a reaction. Don't tell me all these trees are dead." Seeing that there was still no response from the tree, Leng Ruoxue mumbled to herself. Hearing this, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, who were beside Leng Ruoxue, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. They thought to themselves, even Lord Wu is too amazing. Was he cursing the parasol trees? However, it was undeniable that the moment Leng Ruoxue finished her sentence, a parasol tree could not help but reply, "You bastard. Who died? We're clearly alive and well. Even if the entire phoenix kind is wiped out, we won't die. At most, his cultivation would be slower." A certain Wudong tree could not help but think to himself. Hee. Hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was happy. However, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo were embarrassed again. AI. How much did these parasol trees hate the phoenix tribe? He actually cursed them all to die. He was really too vicious. It was unknown if the parasol trees had sensed Feng Xiu and Feng Luo's thoughts, but the hot-tempered parasol tree continued, "So what if I curse you? I can't wait for you all to die. King B *tch Feng Tong, so many phoenixes have died, why don't you die?" Ugh. Feng Xiu and Feng Luo did not expect the parasol tree to be so excited. For a moment, they did not know how to react. On the other hand, Leng Ruoxue was more curious and asked, "Who's Feng Tong?" "It's that slut, the Phoenix King." "Of course, it's the current Phoenix King," the sycamore tree explained. Then, a young face appeared on the tree trunk. It sized Leng Ruoxue up and said, "Human, you have the aura of the Phoenix clan on you, as well as the cheap Phoenix's aura. Tell me, what is your relationship?" Leng Ruoxue could sense a hint of hostility from the parasol tree's tone. Hence, she had no doubt that if she were to say that she was friends with the current Phoenix King, she might be immediately attacked by this parasol tree. "I have nothing to do with that B *tch Feng you're talking about, and we're not friends." "Friends?" Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. "Then how did you get into the Feng clan?" "Human, are you lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you. I was able to enter the Feng clan because I have Wu Zhao's token. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. So you're that B*TCH's man. No wonder. A certain parasol tree was vexed. A big question mark appeared on the young face on the trunk. Leng Ruoxue saw that this parasol tree liked talking to itself so much and could only helplessly reply, my identity is quite complicated, so I would like to meet your mother parasol tree. I have something to talk to it about. The mother parasol tree is no longer here. Really? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? Don't you notice that the color of our parasol trees has become dull? Oh, really? However, I thought that you've become so dull because you haven't cultivated with the Phoenix clan for a long time. What do you think? This has something to do with it. However, it's mostly because of the withering of the mother tree. That's why we're in this state. A certain parasol tree quibbled. Since you insist on thinking this way, then I have nothing to say. I still have the same words, I want to see your mother parasol tree. Human, don't you understand what I am saying? I told you, the mother tree is gone. I understand. That's why I want to see the mother parasol tree. You. A certain parasol tree was so angry that its branches were trembling. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue could clearly feel the space around her distorting. Following that, she was brought into an unfamiliar place. Seeing how calm Tsang was in her arms, Leng Ruoxue instantly knew that there should be no danger here. But where was this place? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes scanned the scenery in front of her. This should be a private palace. Please take a seat. A faint and gentle female voice entered Leng Ruoxue's ears. Leng Ruoxue expressed her gratitude and sat down on an empty chair. Following that, a lady in red appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and sat down. The lady in red looked to be in her 30s. She was extremely beautiful and had a noble and elegant temperament. She gave off a gentle feeling. Furthermore, the dense fire attribute spiritual chi on her body made Leng Ruoxue immediately guess her identity. You're the mother parasol tree? Leng Ruoxue asked. It is. The lady in red laughed indifferently. She was not surprised that Leng Ruoxue had guessed her identity. I heard. Leng Ruoxue only said 2 words and did not continue. As expected, after the lady in red heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she smiled and explained, I'm still alive, but I've spent most of my time in a deep sleep. That's why all the members of the Feng clan, including Feng Tong, thought that I'd already withered and died. This can't be helped, because I have to reduce the use of spiritual energy, otherwise, Wu will be in danger. The lady in red's words became more and more sorrowful as she spoke. Her eyes were also slightly moist. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she was too embarrassed to continue asking who Wu was. Wu Zheng is the Phoenix King. Of course, he is the previous one. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's confusion, the red-robed lady took the initiative to explain. Leng Ruoxue suddenly understood. It seemed like this lady in red had a very deep relationship with the previous Phoenix King, to the extent that she was not willing to pay attention to the current Phoenix King. Leng Ruoxue could not help but have a good impression of the parasol tree's affectionate and righteous behavior. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue said directly, Senior Parasol Tree, I have something to discuss with you. You don't need to say anything. I already know what you're going to say, but I can't leave. Although all the parasol trees in the parasol tree forest were her descendants, children would always have their own ideas when they grew up. She also did not wish for her children to spend their entire lives in the parasol tree forest. She had no other choice but to stay here. Is it for that Wu you speak of? Leng Ruoxue made a guess after hearing the mother parasol tree's words. Yes. Wu needs the support of my spiritual energy, or else she will die. Since you knew she would die, why didn't you think of saving her? He just did not know what the mother parasol tree was thinking. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the lady in red laughed desolately and said, it's not that easy to save Wu. She was sealed by that B*TCH, Wu Cheng. Only Wu Cheng can release her. However, how could Wu Cheng release a tiger back to the mountain? If I say that I will think of a way to save the sealed phoenix race, dragon race and white tiger race, are you willing to cooperate with me? Upon hearing this, the lady in red could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. She looked at Leng Ruoxue and asked hesitantly, what did you just say? You want to save her? Little girl, do you know how hard it is to save Wu? All these years, I can't think of a way to save her except to support her spiritual energy. I've said it before, she was personally sealed by Fog. Unless Fog Ripples is willing to let her out, she can only be sealed for life. It's impossible for Wu Chen to let her out. However, I'm willing to try. Little girl, is what you said true? Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the red-robed lady, waiting for her to make her choice. Aren't you Fog City's advisor? Why are you helping us? Who said I'm from Rime Ice? I'm her enemy. We're mortal enemies. As expected, after hearing this, the red-robed lady was deeply confused. I'm Leng Ruoxue, the disciple of the previous divine master, Sir Yu. Seeing that the lady in red was still in a daze, Leng Ruoxue could only continue. Master Yu's disciple? You really are? The lady in red continued to be shocked. This news was really beyond her expectations. I'm not lying. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then why do you have Wu Cheng's token? The red-robed woman still had many doubts. Tsang gave it to me. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the little white cat in her arms. In order to match Leng Ruoxue's words, Tsang even specially waved his snow-white little claws and said, I gave it to Nyo. Little tree, you must believe in her. Lord Tsang. Your Lord Tsang. Looking at the little white cat in Leng Ruoxue's arms, the red-robed lady was petrified once again. As far as she knew, Lord Song had always appeared in the form of a Totoro, but now he had actually turned into a cat. This. The red-robed woman was a little confused, but as one of the most ancient plants in the god realm, she was very familiar with Lord Song's voice, so she only had to listen for a moment to know that this little white cat was undoubtedly Lord Song. Little tree, Nyo is my master now, you have to listen to her. Seeing the red-clothed woman's dumbfounded look, Song said. This time, the red-clothed woman's petrified state became even worse. Lord Song's master. What was going on? The woman in red was even more confused. Lord Song actually had a master. It was this little girl. Little girl in front of him? It was simply too unbelievable. The lady in red was stunned for a long time before she slowly regained her senses. Her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Song, while her eyes were filled with surprise when she looked at Leng Ruoxue. To be able to make Lord Song recognize her as a master, this little human girl must have something different. That's right, she just said that she was Master Yu's disciple. Now that Lady Tsang had confirmed it, the lady in red believed that Leng Ruoxue's identity was unquestionable. At the thought of this, the mother parasol tree bowed to Leng Ruoxue and said, Wu Tong is willing to obey Lady Ruoxue's words. Senior Wu Tong, you don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Ruoxue. Okay, then I'll call you Ruoxue from now on. Wu Tong said with a smile. Actually, she was still a little conflicted in her heart because Leng Ruoxue was Lady Tsang's master. She was afraid that she would make Lady Tsang unhappy if she called her by her name. Actually, she was thinking too much. Tsang didn't care what others called Leng Ruoxue because it was well aware that its status in the god world was too high and its seniority was too high. Moreover, its own Nyo was too young, so how to address her was really a problem. However, not many people knew about this situation. After Leng Ruoxue had a simple conversation with the mother parasol tree about her identity, she went straight to the point, Senior Wu Tong, saving the previous Phoenix King was part of my plan. However, because my strength was not high, this plan could not be carried out. But now, I really want to give it a try and I hope that Senior can support me. Ruoxue, how do you want me to support you? To tell you the truth, although I have the cultivation of a hierarch, my strength is not high among hierarch experts. In addition, I have been providing spiritual qi to Wu for so many years, so I am only a hierarch in name. I don't know how I can help you, but you can tell me. As long as it is within my means, I will do my best. Hee. I'll still say the same thing, as long as Senior leaves with me. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Ruoxue, it's not that I don't want to leave, but I need to provide spiritual energy to Wu. She can't live without me. Otherwise, she will die. The mother parasol tree felt a little troubled after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Senior, I wonder how long you can last in your current condition. If I'm not wrong, the reason why your tree body withered was not entirely because of your deep sleep, but because you lost too much spiritual qi, right? Leng Ruoxue said. Leng Ruoxue did not ask about the previous Phoenix King's condition. Instead, she reminded the mother parasol tree because she knew that the mother parasol tree's body was in a terrible state. If this continued, its life would come to an end. When the parasol tree mother heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she only sighed heavily. She knew that she could not hide it from this little girl, so she replied honestly, I can still hold on for another 100 years. 100 years later, she would not be able to help Wu. What about the Phoenix King? Leng Ruoxue probed. She could tell that the mother parasol tree had a very deep relationship with the previous Phoenix King. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to sacrifice itself in such a way. She's severely injured. Without my spiritual qi, she can only live for another 10 years at most. The mother parasol tree said sadly. Such a fact made her heart ache. What if? And I'm saying what if, within 10 years, I find a way to save her? Leng Ruoxue asked again. If she can be saved within 10 years, she still has a chance to live. Otherwise, the only path for her is death, and I will also die in 100 years. The mother parasol tree explained. Senior, although I can't guarantee that I will be able to save the Phoenix King within 10 years, I promise that I will try my best. And your current situation is also very bad. I think you should first ensure your own survival, so that you can better help the Phoenix King. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to save yourself, you won't be able to help her. Leng Ruoxue advised him with a heavy heart. How can I not know, but... The mother parasol tree was in a dilemma. Senior, I can help you. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Little girl. The mother parasol tree hesitated. Senior, listen to me first. I know that the Phoenix King needs spiritual qi, but I think that you need a lot more spiritual qi than she does now. Without your spiritual qi, the Phoenix King will live for another 10 years. So, I think that as long as you can obtain a lot of spiritual qi in the next 10 years, then, whether it is you or the Phoenix King, the chances of survival will be greatly improved. What do you think? Leng Ruoxue asked. That's true, but where can we get a large amount of spiritual energy? Where was this? How could there be such dense spiritual energy? The mother parasol tree had lived in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, but she had never known that there was such a place in the divine realm. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue's voice rang in the ears of the parasol tree. Senior, are you satisfied with this place? I'm satisfied. He was satisfied. Ruoxue, where is this place? This is my space. Since Senior is very satisfied with this place, then Senior can stay here and cultivate for the time being. Also, there should be many old friends you know here. What? The mother parasol tree was a little confused. What did this girl mean? Lady Wu Tong. At this moment, another voice rang out in the ears of the mother parasol tree. This voice seemed to be somewhat familiar. As soon as she turned around, the mother parasol tree saw a huge fire phoenix standing not far away from her with tears in its eyes. It was looking at her with excitement. You're Feng Zhan. The mother parasol tree only needed a moment to recognize who Feng Zhan was. Seeing that the mother tree had recognized him, Feng Zhan nodded his head excitedly. Little Feng Zhan, I can't believe you're still alive. I thought. The mother parasol tree was also moved to tears. However, when she called him little Feng Zhan's excitement faded a lot. He said helplessly, Lady Wu Tong, I'm not young anymore. Sob. Why did the mother parasol tree still call it little Feng Zhan after so many years? Ha ha ha. In my eyes, you're just a little guy. Lady Wu Tong still likes to bully people. Oh my god. Did she see wrongly? Was it Feng Zhan who had that expression? Leng Ruoxue felt that she couldn't quite accept this terrifying scene. She would rather see Feng Zhan scolding those naughty little phoenixes every day with a serious face than see it acting coquettishly. It was just too. However, at this moment, the excited Feng Zhan and the mother parasol tree had no time to care about Leng Ruoxue's wild thoughts. Ugh. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She was actually being ignored. With a depressed heart, Leng Ruoxue left the bangle and went outside to take a look. Zhang Yi was looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face red with the words, I've been abandoned again. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue could not help but laugh. Hearing the laughter, Zhang turned his head and pounced into Leng Ruoxue's arms when he saw her. He acted coquettishly and rubbed against her non-stop. Then, the human and cat wandered around the home of the parasol tree self-sufficient. After an unknown period of time, the voice of the mother parasol tree finally sounded from the bottom of Leng Ruoxue's heart. Leng Ruoxue's mind shifted and the mother parasol tree was removed from the bracelet. When the lady in red came out, she was carrying an extremely unwilling little phoenix in her arms. The little phoenix was Feng Zhan. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he immediately howled at her with tears in his eyes, Master, save me. This parasol tree was too terrifying. Even Feng Zhan, who had never received a mother's love since he was young, couldn't stand that woman's overflowing motherly love. This woman, from the moment she saw it, she had been holding it with an excited look on her face and refused to let go. No matter how Feng Zhan struggled with all his strength, he couldn't get it. And now, it was being carried out by this woman again. Hence, at this moment, the moment it saw Leng Ruoxue, it immediately asked for help. Sob. Tears quickly gathered in Feng Zhan's eyes, and more of them gathered. The expression on his face also became more and more resentful. When the mother parasol tree saw this, it thought that Feng Zhan was thinking about the mother it had never met before. It consoled Feng Zhan with a pained expression, Little Zhan, don't cry. Auntie and Ruoxue will definitely think of a way to save your royal mother. Although Feng Zhan was touched by her words, it also left him speechless. Of course, he believed that his master would find a way to save the queen, but could she not hold him like a child? After all, it was still a phoenix king when it was in High Wind Continent. Now that it was being held like a baby, how much damage was it to its dignity as the phoenix king? Feng Zhan felt like he was going crazy. However, its innate sense of closeness to the parasol tree prevented it from saying anything that would make the excited mother parasol tree sad. Sob. Master isn't helping me, what should I do? It was only then that he remembered Leng Ruoxue's parasol tree mother. He turned to Leng Ruoxue with an embarrassed look and said, Ruoxue, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed myself. It's alright, I can understand senior's feelings. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Feng Zhan sympathetically, still not caring about the bitter and conflicted little phoenix. On the contrary, she felt that Feng Zhan's current appearance was quite loving. From this, one could see how sad Beastie was to have an unscrupulous master. However, Feng Zhan, who was very disappointed in his master's lack of help, had clearly given up on himself. He lowered his little head and fiddled with his little claws without saying a word. His heart was already full of tears. Ruoxue, I have to thank you for everything you've done for the Phoenix clan. The mother parasol tree continued. That's what I should do. The Phoenix clan has recognized me as their master. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. However, she felt a little depressed in her heart because the mother parasol tree was being polite again. Following that, Leng Ruoxue took the initiative to change the topic. Senior, are you willing to leave with me now? If she was still unwilling, Leng Ruoxue felt that she was truly at her wit's end. Of course. I've already decided to move all the sycamore trees in the Phoenix territory into your space, Ruoxue. In fact, more than half of the parasol trees had already entered the forest. The only ones who had not yet entered were the young ones at the outer perimeter of the forest. Now that the mother tree had given the order, the younger ones could forget about running away. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was relieved and happy. He wondered if the Phoenix clan could still be considered as the Phoenix clan in name without the Phoenix tree. What would their cultivation be like in the future? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. She then thought of another question and asked directly, Senior, what about your tree? Was there any possibility of survival? Or are you going to stay here and not care? Take my tree body as well. Although the chance of survival is very slim, I'd rather use the wood as firewood and burn it than leave it to the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix kind won't even be able to get a single leaf of the Phoenix tree. Ugh. He didn't expect the mother parasol tree to be like him, he wondered what the current Phoenix king's expression would be when she found out that he had stolen all the parasol trees, not even leaving a branch for them. Leng Ruoxue was really looking forward to seeing the Phoenix King's reaction. Following that, with the cooperation of the mother parasol tree, Leng Ruoxue had a change of mind. She first kept the surrounding parasol trees into her bracelet before the mother parasol tree brought her away from the place. At this moment, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo, who were extremely anxious because of Leng Ruoxue's sudden disappearance, were stunned when they saw that Leng Ruoxue had returned. After a long while, the two of them rubbed their eyes hard before they could confirm that Leng Ruoxue had really returned. Lord Lien Wu, where did you go? You've made us so worried. Ha ha ha. I was invited by the mother parasol tree to be a guest. It seemed like this little fellow was really worried about her. Look at him, he was about to cry. Parasol tree, mother tree. Hearing these words, Feng Luo immediately froze. Feng Xiu also looked at Leng Ruoxue with excitement and asked anxiously, Lord Lien Wu, is the mother parasol tree still alive? What's wrong? Do you really wish that I'm no longer here? Feng Xiu didn't know how to react when he heard the unfamiliar woman's voice. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue kindly helped Feng Xiu out of his predicament. Senior, these two phoenixes are my people now, so don't scare them. Alright. For Ruoxue's sake, I'll reluctantly accept them. The mother parasol tree said. However, since Feng Xiu had already forsaken the darkness for the light, she naturally had to give him a chance. With that thought, the mother parasol tree no longer made things difficult for Feng Xiu. After that, Feng Xiu saw with his own eyes that the few thickest parasol trees in front of him had disappeared. The withered body of the mother parasol tree appeared in front of him. In the next second, the huge body of the mother parasol tree disappeared as well. This scene had caused quite a stir for Feng Xiu. However, he, who had always been observant, knew that there were some things that should not be asked. And looking at the current situation, Lord Lien Wu should have succeeded in abducting the mother parasol tree. In an instant, Feng Xiu's admiration for Leng Ruoxue reached its peak. However, at this moment, he was still not aware that there were no more parasol trees in the parasol tree forest. Otherwise, his feelings for Leng Ruoxue would not be just admiration. Not long after, Feng Luo regained his senses and peeked at the mother parasol tree with a curious expression. However, he did not dare to ask anything. When Leng Ruoxue saw this, she could not help but laugh in her heart. Following that, she sent a voice transmission to Azure and asked him to create an illusion so that the moment they left the parasol tree forest, they would be hunted down by the Phoenix tribe. Tsang nodded. After settling everything, he told Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue informed the mother parasol tree and sent him back into the bracelet. Then, she left the parasol tree forest with the two silly phoenixes who were in a daze. On the way back, Feng Xiu and Feng Luo were very curious about the parasol trees that had appeared in front of them. If they hadn't lost their memories, all the parasol trees here should have been gone. What were these in front of them? However, before the two of them could ask, Leng Ruoxue took the initiative to answer, those are all fake. When you see the Phoenix King later, don't let it slip, understand? Yes. The two of them nodded in a daze, their hearts drenched in cold sweat. Fake. It was actually fake. The two of them were instantly speechless. It seemed that Lord Lien Wu was even more powerful than they had known. This was what the two of them were thinking at the moment. They went back to the Phoenix King Palace. The Peacock King and his clansmen, who were left outside the Phoenix King Palace, treated Leng Ruoxue as if she was their family member. Sob. When their master was not around, they had been harassed by the Phoenix clan many times. The Peacock King, in particular, had delivered himself to the Phoenix King's door to be teased. However, this was the Phoenix clan. The parasol tree forest didn't allow them to enter, so they could only wait outside. Fortunately, their master returned quickly. Otherwise, they didn't know if they would be able to keep the Peacock King. Hence, the moment the Peacock King saw Leng Ruoxue, he shouted, "My dear, you're finally back." Then, he pounced towards Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue stretched out her arm and stopped the Peacock King from throwing himself into her arms. She happened to catch a glimpse of his disheveled appearance and furrowed her brows. "Little Peacock, what's wrong with you? Could it be that someone took advantage of you?" "My dear. Woo. It would have been better if Leng Ruoxue had not brought this up." The moment she did, the Peacock King immediately felt aggrieved. However, the intelligent Peacock King had not forgotten where he was. Hence, he still called out to Leng Ruoxue with caution and affection. "My little darling, don't cry. Quickly tell me, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue tried her best to play along. The way the two of them addressed each other was so intimate that it gave the peacocks goosebumps. "This is too mushy, don't you think so?" However, the peacocks didn't dare to laugh out loud. They could only lower their heads and hold back their laughter. However, their trembling bodies made Feng Xiu and Feng Luo feel sympathy for them. It looked like these peacocks were really frightened. "AI. The Phoenix clan. What should I do with you?" As a member of the Phoenix clan, Feng Xiu knew very well that the Phoenix King was not the only one who had designs on the Peacock clan. Some other clansmen had also been coveting the Peacock clan for a long time. However, he had never thought that these clansmen would be so bold to not even let off all of Lord Wu's beasts. If this angered Lord Wu, the consequences would be very serious. However, even if Lord Wu wasn't angry, the consequences seemed to be quite serious. Thinking of the fake parasol tree forest, Feng Xiu's thoughts were rather complicated. On the other hand, Feng Luo didn't think so much. Seeing that the Peacock King was only sobbing in grievance, Feng Luo couldn't help but urge anxiously, "Peacock King, what grievances do you have? Lord Lien Wu will definitely seek justice for you." This child quickly forgot that he was a member of the Phoenix clan and firmly sided with an outsider. After receiving Feng Luo's encouragement, the Peacock King raised his teary eyes and said in an aggrieved manner, the Phoenix King threatened me. She said that if I go with you wholeheartedly, the Peacock tribe will be the enemy of the Phoenix tribe in the future. She also told me to be careful not to fall into her hands in the future, or I will suffer a fate worse than death. Previous chapter. Next. After saying these words, the Peacock King looked at Leng Ruoxue with a sorrowful expression. The expression on his face seemed to be saying, please protect me, please help me. However, when the peacocks who knew the situation heard their king's words, not only did they break out in cold sweat, but all of them were also embarrassed. This was because their innocent and honest Peacock King had been corrupted. It was dyed black. Woo. Thinking back, the Peacock King was simply a piece of pure white paper. Of course, it was the same for them. However, after having a black sesame-filled master, they all became black as well. This was all thanks to Master's guidance. The peacocks felt sorry for him. In fact, the Peacock King's words were full of water. Although the Phoenix King had taken advantage of the fact that their master was not around to come out and tease their king, and had also warned their king, it was definitely not as serious as the Peacock King had said. The Phoenix King had only asked their Peacock King to think carefully whether he really wanted to leave the Phoenix territory and follow a woman who did not seem very reliable to wander the world. The Peacock King immediately rejected the Phoenix King and expressed that they were willing to follow their master. In fact, they had already acknowledged their master, so there was no use for the Phoenix King to say anything. More importantly, their king and some of the peacocks in the Peacock tribe had long wanted to leave the Phoenix tribe. This was the best opportunity for them to leave. They would be stupid to let it go. Therefore, the Phoenix King's provocation did not achieve the effect she had imagined. Instead, it caused the Peacock King to complain to her in front of his master. At that moment, some of the more kind-hearted peacocks began to sympathize with the Phoenix King. They wondered how their master would treat the Phoenix King. However, when they thought of their master's bad reputation, all the peacocks believed that the Phoenix King would definitely not be able to take advantage of their master. With this thought in mind, they suddenly became eager to try. Even some peacocks that weren't afraid of trouble immediately echoed the Peacock King and howled, "My lord. The king is right, the Phoenix King has gone too far. Not only did she flirt with our king, but she also incited her clansmen to flirt with us. Wu, you have to help us." As soon as he said this, all the peacocks turned their gazes to an ordinary-looking peacock. The Peacock King gave the peacock a satisfied look that said he was a promising student. When the peacock saw this, it became even more proud. The Peacock King did not feel guilty at all for framing the Phoenix King. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he did not have the courage to do so. Now that the Phoenix King's master had changed, he truly felt that there was no need for him to be afraid anymore. Therefore, he made use of the words, "a fox exploiting a tiger's might," very well. With one peacock leading the way, the other peacocks quickly reacted and began to accuse the Phoenix clan of their atrocities one after another. "My lord. I've been touched by a phoenix. My lord. The Phoenix clan wants to take me by force. My lord. The Phoenix kind is threatening me." As she listened to all these complaints, cold sweat began to form on Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She didn't even need to ask to know that these peacocks who loved to see the world in chaos were deliberately causing trouble. Although she believed that a certain someone would definitely covet these peacocks if they were left here, but to bully her peacocks so brazenly and even let these peacocks have the chance to complain to her, just how stupid was a certain someone? In an instant, Leng Ruoxue started to sympathize with a certain someone. But if you want to bully Beastie, you still have to look at the master. To dare bully her Beastie, no matter what the other party's intentions were, it was unforgivable. With this thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "Your Highness. The Phoenix King. Get the hell out here." Leng Ruoxue had intentionally added some divine power into her voice. As such, the sound spread over a wide area. Almost all the phoenixes in the Phoenix clan had heard the sound and were attracted over. The elders of the Phoenix clan thought that someone had come to cause trouble, so they ran to the Phoenix King palace in a panic. Wasn't this Lord Lianwu causing trouble? After a guard's big mouth spread the news of Lord Lianwu's identity, almost everyone in the Phoenix clan knew. As a result, many phoenixes respected her, or at least did not dare to offend her. After all, she was God Master Rhyme's favorite. But what was the situation now? What was this? The elders of the Foam clan looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward and ask. They could all feel Lord Wu's aura, which was about to explode. It was quite powerful. They were all a little nervous. Seeing that the number of phoenixes had increased, Leng Ruoxue deliberately put on an arrogant expression. She raised her chin and said with a look of disdain, "Tell the Phoenix King to come out. Do you think you'll be fine if you close your eyes?" The elders of the Foam clan all wiped their sweat. This Lord Lianwu was really too rude. He actually asked their Phoenix King to come out. The great Phoenix King, even if she wanted to come out, she couldn't use the role. "What, I can't order you around, can I? I'll give you 5 minutes to get the Phoenix King to come out and see me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Leng Ruoxue shouted again when she saw the elders of the Phoenix clan standing there in a daze. Master. Master is so brave. It was too great. When the peacocks heard this, their eyes turned red and they looked at Leng Ruoxue with adoration. Their gazes of adoration that they did not even bother to hide made Leng Ruoxue feel a little embarrassed. However, who was Leng Ruoxue? Her mental endurance was still very strong. So, she only felt awkward for a moment before she calmed down. However, it was a pity that the elders of the Phoenix clan still did not know what to do after hearing Leng Ruoxue's threat. The elders of the Foam clan were in a dilemma. At the same time, he couldn't help but resent the Phoenix King. Why did he have to provoke this fiend for no reason? This was especially so for the elders of the Phoenix clan. When they saw another blood-red token appear in Leng Ruoxue's hand and she was even playing with it casually, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Was this a threat? They already recognized the medallion and knew that it was personally bestowed by God Lord Fog Ripple. Thus, although they were a little angry at Lord Lianwu, they did not dare to show it. Faced with the silence of the elders of the Phoenix clan, Leng Ruoxue was starting to get impatient. Why were all these elders of the Phoenix clan just standing there and doing nothing? No wonder the Phoenix clan was not as powerful as it used to be. AI. This is really disappointing. As for the Phoenix King, she had already said that. She didn't believe that the Phoenix King couldn't hear her. With this thought in mind, Leng Ruoxue did not want to wait any longer. She brought her men to the entrance of the Phoenix King's chamber and kicked open the door of the main hall. Then, she swaggered in. Previous chapter. The elders of the Phoenix clan who had followed along could not stop Leng Ruoxue's violent actions in time and were squeezed to the back of the line by the many peacocks. The elders of the Foam clan who had followed them here were all very anxious. At this moment, they heard another scream. Instantly, the faces of the elders of the Phoenix race changed. They rushed into the main hall, only to find that they were surrounded by huge peacocks. In their human forms, they couldn't squeeze in at all. Move. Move aside. An elder of the Phoenix tribe asked anxiously. However, the peacock in front of him blocked the door as if it hadn't heard him. In the end, the peacock in front of a certain Phoenix elder was so annoyed by the noise that it turned around and glared at the Phoenix elder who was trying to squeeze into the hall, and roared, "What are you squeezing for? Can't you see that there's a traffic jam ahead?" It also wanted to go in and watch the show. It couldn't even walk in, so how could it make way? The peacock was extremely excited to hear that he had shouted at the elder of the Phoenix tribe. Hee. It was good to have a new master. If it was in the past, it would never have dared to speak to the elders of the Phoenix tribe like this. As for the Phoenix tribe elder who had been yelled at, he was completely dumbfounded. He was actually roared by a peacock. This was definitely a heaven-defying rhythm. For many years, the peacock tribe had always been a subsidiary of the Phoenix tribe. They had been ordered around like servants. But now, the peacock tribe actually looked down on the Phoenix tribe. This was really a rebellion. At this moment, not only was one elder thinking this way, many other elders were thinking the same way. However, not all of them could accept such a huge difference. However, before some of the elders of the Phoenix clan who were filled with righteous indignation could regain their dignity, they heard another scream coming from the hall. The scream was so miserable that the elders' hearts trembled uncontrollably. It's really, really terrifying, isn't it? More importantly, they didn't know what had happened in the hall, so all of them felt like there was a kitten in their hearts, and it was unbearable to be scratched by a cat. What's going on inside? Some of the elders couldn't stand their curiosity anymore, so they had no choice but to put down their airs and ask the peacock who was blocking their way. However, the peacocks who were asked didn't give them any good looks. Instead, they replied fiercely, "How would I know? I can't see it either." The elders of the Foam clan were in a mess. The miserable howls inside made them feel more and more uneasy. At this moment, a handsome man squeezed his way out of the main hall. All the elders of the Phoenix tribe looked at him. It was the Peacock King. In the next second, the elders of the Phoenix tribe had the Peacock King surrounded. The Peacock King's face paled when he saw this. He asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing?" "Peacock King, don't be afraid. We just want to ask you, what's going on inside?" An elder of the Phoenix tribe smiled and said in what he thought was a very kind tone, "Are you really going to tell me?" The Peacock King looked at the Phoenix elder with a troubled expression and asked hesitantly. "Speak. We can't get in, so we don't know the situation inside. We're so anxious that we're on fire." An elder of the Phoenix clan said honestly. "Actually, it's not a big deal." The Peacock King looked at the elders of the Phoenix race who had surrounded him. "Nothing major? Why was there a scream from inside?" "Peacock King, if you have something to say, you can just say it. We won't blame you." The elders of the Phoenix tribe had thought that the Peacock King was too afraid to say anything. Therefore, they had made their stand clear. "All right then. This is what you wanted me to say. Don't you regret this?" The Peacock King said cautiously. He paused on purpose to look at the elders of the Phoenix tribe. As for the elders of the Phoenix race, they were all extremely worried by the Peacock King's intermittent words. Seeing this, Peacock King didn't hesitate and said, "The Phoenix King has fainted." "What?" The elders of the Phoenix clan were all shocked. How could the Phoenix King have fainted? Could it be that Lord Lianwu had attacked him? Seeing through the thoughts of the elders, the Peacock King continued, "The Phoenix King fainted because he had overindulged in his sexual desires." After saying that, Peacock King's face turned red. The elders of the Foam clan were petrified. Did he faint from overindulgence? This was too embarrassing, wasn't it? After they finally regained their composure, some of the thin-skinned elders of the Phoenix clan were too embarrassed to continue staying in the Phoenix King Palace. Otherwise, they would be so embarrassed that they would be unable to show their faces. After leaving an elder to take care of the Phoenix King, the other elders all left the Phoenix King Palace without looking back. Seeing the elders of the Phoenix race leave just like that, the Peacock King was dumbfounded. Did these elders really believe him? This was simply too unbelievable. Originally, he had thought that these old phoenixes would not believe him. He had even prepared a lot of excuses to persuade them, but who knew that the set of words he had prepared in advance would not be used? Peacock King didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. In fact, he even felt a slight sense of loss. At this moment, he was unwilling to give up. He grabbed the elder of the Phoenix clan who had been left behind and said with a gloomy expression, "Why do you all believe my words so much? Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? You lied to us? Was there a need for that? Besides, it's not the first time that the Phoenix King has overindulged in sex. However, it's the first time that she fainted." A certain elder of the Phoenix tribe said with a disapproving look. Hearing this, the Peacock King fell silent. All right. The Phoenix King was a repeat offender. Therefore, the elders of the Phoenix clan acted as if it was only natural and not so easily believed in his words. Peacock King was speechless. He then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a sorrowful expression. Was he being too ignorant? At the same time, a certain elder of the Phoenix tribe who had just finished speaking gave the Peacock King a quick glance before squeezing his way into the hall. When he arrived at the Phoenix King's bedroom, he saw that the Phoenix King was lying on the big red bed unconscious. The two beautiful male servants beside him were already scared silly. They were half naked and crying with snot and tears. Even Lord Wu and the peacocks were watching from the side. They didn't even say anything about covering the unsightly Phoenix King with a blanket. This was really too much. Although that was what the elder was thinking, he did not dare to show it on his face. Instead, he quickly picked up the blanket from the bed and covered the Phoenix King tightly. Then, a certain elder of the Phoenix clan turned around and discussed with Leng Ruoxue apologetically, "Lord Lianwu, it's really not convenient for my Phoenix King to meet with guests right now. How about you go back first? I'll send someone to inform you when the Phoenix King wakes up." "No. I want to stay and help." Leng Ruoxue rejected without even thinking. Previous chapter. Hearing this, an elder of the Phoenix tribe was in a dilemma. Stay and help? What did you help? Shouldn't they be watching the fun? A certain elder of the Phoenix clan was complaining non-stop, but he really didn't dare to force Leng Ruoxue to leave. If she were to complain to Lady Wooly, the Phoenix clan would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, a certain elder of the Phoenix tribe was truly resentful of the Phoenix King. Why did he have to provoke this guy? Great, this is embarrassing, right? Even though the elder of the Phoenix clan hated the Phoenix King for not living up to his expectations, he knew that the Phoenix King represented the face of the Phoenix clan. If the Phoenix King were to be disgraced, the Phoenix clan would be disgraced as well. Hence, after some thought, he discussed with Leng Ruoxue, "Lord Lianwu, look at our king's current situation. Can you let these peacocks leave for a while so as not to disturb his rest? If there's anything, why don't we wait until the king awakens?" "All right then." Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Then, she gave the peacocks a look. Those peacocks who had not seen enough of the commotion left the Phoenix King's chamber unwillingly. A certain elder of the Phoenix clan who was in a dilemma felt relieved when he saw that the bedroom of the Phoenix King was finally much quieter. However, when he turned around and saw that Leng Ruoxue had no intention of leaving, his heart tightened again. Those peacocks were easy to deal with, but this person was not so easily chased away. What should he do? A certain elder of the Phoenix tribe was at a loss. In the end, he steeled his heart and took the initiative to pull Leng Ruoxue's arm affectionately. They walked out of the palace together and even tried to get closer to Leng Ruoxue. "Lord Lianwu, let's go, I'll treat you to a few drinks." Leng Ruoxue didn't reject this. When they walked out of the main hall and saw the peacocks, Leng Ruoxue purposely mentioned, "The elders of the Feng clan want to treat us to a few drinks. It's more lively with more people." The peacocks all cheered when they heard this. The face of the old phoenix who came up with this idea instantly darkened. With so many peacocks, how much must he drink and eat to have enough? At this moment, another peacock said to Leng Ruoxue with a look of yearning, "My lord, the Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine is not bad. We should drink more." He even wanted to drink the 100-flower wine. The poor elder's heart skipped a beat, and he wished he could just faint as well. Initially, he had only suggested this to find an excuse to drag Leng Ruoxue out of the Phoenix King's chamber. After all, the Phoenix King's current appearance was not suitable for outsiders to see. However, he had never expected these peacocks to have such a huge appetite. They even wanted to drink the Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine. Could anyone drink that 100 flowers wine? One should know that unless it was an important festival of the Phoenix clan, even the elders of the Phoenix clan were not qualified to taste the 100-flower wine. And these hateful guys actually asked for the 100-flower wine. Wasn't this asking for his old life? However, Leng Ruoxue was obviously very interested in the peacock's suggestion. She smiled at a certain elder of the Phoenix clan who had a dark expression on her face and said, "Then we'll have to trouble this elder to prepare some 100-flower wine for us." She wouldn't be polite. "I will try my best. The 100-flower wine is quite rare, I can't guarantee it." An elder of the Phoenix clan, who was already numb from anger, said with a constipated expression. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue wasn't satisfied with his answer. She immediately put on a straight face and said, "Is this how your Phoenix clan treats its guests?" "Guests? Such a petty man, how disappointing." "It is. You're too stingy." All the peacocks agreed in unison, and a certain Phoenix tribe elder almost fainted from anger. A certain elder of the Phoenix clan's face was flushed red as his lips trembled as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. Just when Leng Ruoxue thought that this elder was about to explode, who knew that the elder would actually squat down and start crying? Was there a need to? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. It's just a little wine. He had actually made an elder cry. Ai. Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. She felt as if she was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. However, when she saw the expressions of anticipation on the faces of the peacocks, she didn't want to disappoint them. After some thought, Leng Ruoxue took out a bottle of wine, opened it, and placed it in front of a certain crying Phoenix clan elder. She deliberately shook it, and in an instant, the sobbing Phoenix clan elder was attracted by the fragrance of the wine. The elder of the Phoenix tribe was not the only one who was attracted by the wine. All the peacocks of the peacock tribe were craning their necks to look at the wine. The peacock king, who was the only one who had tasted the wine, saw his master take out the wine again. His eyes lit up, but he immediately understood his master's meaning. He couldn't help but jump up and down in anxiety. However, before he could stop her, he heard Leng Ruoxue say to the elder of the Phoenix clan, "How about I use this wine to exchange for your Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine? Our Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine uses 100 types of fire attribute flowers. It contains rich fire attribute spiritual chi, which is the most suitable for our Phoenix clan." Who would have thought that Leng Ruoxue would only smile faintly after hearing his words? This wine of mine is brewed using over 100 types of heavenly treasures. The spiritual chi contained within it is suitable for humans and beasts of any attribute. Compared to your Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine, its grade is not just a little bit higher. Of course, if you don't think it's worth it, you don't have to trade with me. My dear, don't exchange with them. We've lost too much. Compared to Master's wine, the 100 flowers wine is simply not enough. However, when Leng Ruoxue heard the peacock's words, she laughed nonchalantly. Wine is meant to be drunk. Since you've never tasted the Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine, I'll exchange some for you to try. As for my wine, you can drink as much as you want in the future. You don't have to feel bad about it. Look at how heartwarming Master's words were. In an instant, all the peacocks were moved to tears. Some of the more emotional peacocks even choked on their tears and shouted, "Long live Darren. Darren is really too good." The excitement of the peacocks made a certain elder of the Phoenix tribe feel deeply jealous. All of a sudden, he felt that he was very pitiful. He had been toiling like a horse for the Phoenix clan, but he didn't even have the chance to taste the 100-flower wine. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the depressed elder of the Phoenix clan and smiled seductively. "I'll have to trouble elder to help me exchange some 100-flower wine for a taste. This bottle of wine will be your reward." With that, Leng Ruoxue did not care whether the elder of the Phoenix clan rejected her or not. She immediately stuffed the bottle of wine she had taken out into the hands of the elder. The elder of the Phoenix clan put away the wine without a second thought. With a charming smile, she nodded and said, "Lord Lianwu, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down. However, how do you want to exchange this wine?" "I want a 1-to-5 ratio. If the Phoenix clan can accept it, I'll exchange it for 100 jars." Leng Ruoxue said after counting the number of people on her side. Pan de N0 ve 100 pots. As expected, he was a rich man who spent a lot of money. Leng Ruoxue had only given him a small bottle, but a jar of wine could hold at least 100 bottles. Hence, 100 jars of wine was definitely not a small amount, and that was the amount offered by the other party. 500 pots. He didn't know if the Phoenix clan could afford it. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue noticed that the elder of the Phoenix clan seemed to be hesitating and whispered something into his ear. The moment the elder heard this, he immediately perked up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He promised again and again that he would do his best. Soon after, a certain elder of the Phoenix clan, who was so excited that he was almost on cloud 9, left the Phoenix King palace. As for the unlucky Phoenix King who had fainted, he had long forgotten about her. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the Phoenix tribe elder, Peacock King moved closer to Leng Ruoxue with a curious expression and asked, "My dear, what did you say to that elder of the Phoenix clan?" Ignoring the word dear, Leng Ruoxue calmly replied, "I only told him that the wine bottle I gave him was a spatial wine bottle, and there was at least half a jar of wine in it. If he couldn't do it, he had to return it to me. Half a jar." The Peacock King's words were instantly attracted by these two words. He didn't hear Leng Ruoxue's words clearly as he shouted, "What a waste. What a waste. Woo-woo. Look at how stingy you are. If you don't give him something in return, will he do his best to exchange wine for us? My dear, I think we've suffered a great loss. Not good. It didn't hit. I also want to try the Phoenix clan's 100-flower wine." It was a pity that the Peacock King didn't understand the situation. Therefore, he was so remorseful that his intestines turned green. He didn't have a good expression on his face when he heard the peacock's suggestion to drink the 100-flower wine. Instantly, the atmosphere was so tense that the peacocks present didn't even dare to breathe. Not long after, the elder of the Phoenix clan, who was in charge of getting Leng Ruoxue some wine, came running back in a hurry. "Lord Lianwu, it's done. I've brought the 100-flower wine, shall we exchange now?" "Yes." Leng Ruoxue nodded and took out 100 jars of wine. The elders of the Phoenix clan also brought out the wine they had brought with them. After a quick check, both parties were very satisfied. After rejecting the Phoenix clan elder's polite invitation to stay, Leng Ruoxue led the Peacocks and Feng Xiu's family out of the Phoenix clan in a grand manner. Of course, before she left, Leng Ruoxue did not forget to tell the Phoenix clan elder to inform her when the Phoenix king woke up. She still had a score to settle with the Phoenix king.